Chapter 200. I'll keep it secret for you, Miss Sue, don't be nervous. I will keep it a secret for you when we meet the gentleman later. Su Yuching smiled slightly and nodded, thank you. Miss Sue, you are too polite. You are my most precious girl. It is only natural for me to do all this for you. The driver replied with a smile. Su Yuching didn't respond, but she was deeply moved. Miss Sue, we're here. The driver parked the car steadily in front of a luxurious building and said to Su Yuching with a smile, thank you. Su Yuching thanked the driver, opened the door and got out of the car. She stood in front of the building, looked up at the towering building, and felt an indescribable uneasiness in her heart. After Su Chen returned home, he went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. He felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart. He is already 18 years old this year, but he still acts like a child and is unwilling to admit that he is an adult. He never thought that one day he would travel to such a strange place. At this moment, he felt like a fool and understood nothing. After taking a shower, changing into pajamas and lying on the bed, Su Chen stared at the white ceiling above his head in a daze. Many images suddenly flashed through my mind. For example, a girl in a red dress walked past him with a sweet smile on her face. Her back was similar to the girl in Su Chen's memory. For example, an old man wearing a white robe and with a stubble on his face was walking in front with a cane. Another example, faces appeared in my mind, but quickly disappeared into thin air. These scenes made Su Chen feel a little flustered. He knew that this was because he was still a child and could not adapt to the rules of the real world. His eyes gradually became confused. He knew what he should do, but he didn't know how to do it. He also understood that the only thing he could do now was to wait quietly and not be affected by anything. But waiting is not an easy thing, especially when your mind is distracted. Su Chen suddenly heard footsteps coming from the stairs. The house is very small, with only 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Su Chen's mother died early and his father worked away from home, so he basically lived alone in this house. When he heard the footsteps, he quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, secretly cursing himself for being useless. Boom! The door was pushed open. Su Chen's mother Li Yunfen stood in the middle of the living room holding a cup of hot water. Seeing her son lying on the bed, she sighed softly, put down the cup, and took the towel in her hand. Chen, wake up! Su Chen pretended not to hear and remained motionless. Seeing this, Li Yunfen shook her head helplessly. Really? You're such a grown-up boy, and you're still afraid of being laughed at by others. She reached out and pushed her son's shoulder, but didn't move. Chen, wake up quickly, I will wipe your body. Su Chen still pretended not to hear and continued to pretend to be asleep. Chen, wake up. Seeing him like this, Li Yunfen felt even more speechless. This brat is so lazy. Li Yunfen started to take off Su Chen's pants while nagging. When she saw Su Chen's black underwear, she was stunned, and then showed a surprised expression. This brat is still as chaste as a jade. But soon, she couldn't laugh anymore, because Su Chen's black underwear was sticking tightly to his legs. Seeing this, she suddenly felt a little worried. This brat can't be. Thinking of this, she felt happy and worried at the same time. The good news is that Su Chen has finally matured and knows how to protect himself. What I worry about is, what if someone finds out one day? Li Yunfen was extremely conflicted. This time, Su Chen opened his eyes, saw his mother's worried face, immediately jumped off the bed, and ran to the bathroom. Only then did Li Yunfen react. She hurried over and grabbed Su Chen's arm. What are you doing, little brat? Mom! I need to pee. You little bastard! Tell me the truth, is it true? Is it true? Su Chen knew he couldn't hide it, so he nodded, yeah. He lowered his head, but thought in his heart, Mom, if you dare to tell anyone, I'll be dead. Oh! What should I do? What should I do? My Chen is so young, and someone has taken advantage of him. Su Chen didn't say anything, but he was muttering in his heart, I'm still young, and I didn't want to do this. I was forced. You little brat. Why don't you say something? Does your dad know about this? Who did you sleep with? What does that girl look like? Li Yunfen asked 3 questions in one breath. Su Chen sighed helplessly, okay. Don't explain this. I know you are shy. But our family is not poor. You can't wrong yourself. You kid. At the end of her speech, Li Yunfen actually shed tears. Su Chen knew that his mother was thinking about his poor brother again. Although Su Hao has left, his mother has been living in pain and regret and cannot let it go. Su Chen couldn't bear to see his mother go on like this, so he nodded and said, Mom, please go out first and let me be quiet for a while. Okay. Li Yunfen had no choice but to go out. As soon as Li Yunfen went out, Su Chen immediately took out the phone book and dialed Yi Chen's number. He is in a very upset mood and he needs to vent. Beep, 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 sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. After hearing the voice coming from the phone, Su Chen frowned. A surge of anger rose in his heart, and he wished he could kill Yi Chen immediately. Su Chen knew very well in his heart that the trouble he had caused this time was probably much bigger than he had imagined. If he was really raped, the rest of his life would be completely ruined. Moreover, he was not qualified to seek revenge on Yi Chen again, because Yi Chen didn't know him anything at all. Su Chen lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Ding-ling-ling, the cell phone suddenly rang, startling him. He looked at the name displayed on the phone screen and his heart began to beat violently. Who would call him this late? Hello? Su Chen answered the phone and spoke while trying to suppress his voice. Brother Su Chen, are you okay? A clear and sweet voice came from the receiver. Su Chen was very familiar with this voice. Wasn't it his fiancée Zhou Qianqian? Qianqian, it's so late, why haven't you slept yet? Zhou Qianqian smiled and said on the other end of the phone, I heard from my aunt that you slept with your deskmate at school. I was worried about you, so I called to say hello. Chapter 201, Can't fall asleep for a long time. Su Chen felt a little touched. And no matter what, she finally remembered to care about herself. Thank you, Qianqian. However, I will be going to class soon, so it is better for us to contact each other less in the future to avoid being misunderstood by others. Ah, I see. Zhou Qianqian on the other end of the phone was a little disappointed. Okay. I'm hanging up. Goodbye. After Su Chen hung up the phone, he lay in bed for a long time and refused to fall asleep. He didn't know why Zhou Qianqian did this, but she did it for his own good. She didn't want him to bear the shame for the rest of his life. Su Chen really wanted to ask her why, but thinking about what she had just said, Su Chen decided to give up. Forget it. There will be another chance in the future. He muttered to himself. The next morning, the sunlight shone into the bedroom through the gap in the curtains and fell on the face of the person on the bed. He slowly opened his eyes, and a ray of sunlight shone into his eyes, stinging his eyeballs. He rubbed his eyes, then threw off the quilt and got up. After washing up, he rushed to school. All along the way, Su Chen was thinking about who he should talk to about his experience today. No, let's go find brother Yang Xian. Thinking of this, Su Chen took out his cell phone and called Yang Xian. Hello? The call was connected quickly. Hey, brother Yang Xian, I have something important to tell you, please come and pick me up quickly. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, then he said, okay. Wait for me for a moment. Okay. Su Chen hung up the phone and sat in the classroom waiting for Yang Xian to arrive. About half an hour later, Yang Xian appeared at the classroom door, exhausted, with two people following him. Yang Xian walked into the classroom, looked around the class, and finally looked at Su Chen. Chen, what happened? Su Chen shook his head, nothing, I just want to chat with you. Brother Yang Xian, sit down. Good. Yang Xian pulled over a chair and sat down next to Su Chen. Chen, tell me, what do you want from me? Did those bastards bully you? Su Chen glanced at Yang Xian and did not answer his question. Instead, he said, do you remember the last time you saved me in the hotel? I remember. Why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Su Chen showed a wicked smile. That time, after you saved me, I still owe you a meal. Yang Xian was startled, his face instantly became a little embarrassed. He didn't know how to start. He knew Su Chen's personality quite well, he was definitely a foodie. Moreover, this foodie has a bad temper. The last time he saved her, it was because he was in a rush and thought she was funny, but this happened so long ago, and he was busy studying during that time and had no time to take care of Su Chen. If Su Chen knew that it was he who saved him, Su Chen would probably tear him to pieces. What? Do you want to default on your debt? I won't agree to that. Su Chen pouted, pretending to be displeased. Yang Xian slapped his thigh. That's right, I have to make up for that meal, otherwise it would be too unfair to me. Hearing him admit it, Su Chen showed a satisfied smile on his face. Since you admit it, let's go to U00272 Bros U0027 for a meal today. Night Jasmine? Yang Xian was stunned for a moment, then said, Night Jasmine is not a place that most people can afford. There are all kinds of people there, including all kinds of girls. Why do you go to such a place? Hey, hey! Need I tell you where we're going? To pick up girls, of course. Yang Xian's face was suddenly full of black lines. Chen, you'd better save it. Why? What's wrong with me picking up girls? Yang Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't you dislike drinking? Are you sure you can really drink? Su Chen curled his lips and said, It's none of your business whether I drink or not. Forehead, Yang Xian was speechless. Well, since you want to go, I'll go with you. Well, that's good. Come on, give me a kiss. After a day's classes, Su Chen and Yang Xian walked along the school's tree-lined path. Su Chen stepped forward and asked, Brother Yang Xian, I want to ask you a question. You have to answer me honestly. Yang Xian nodded and asked, What's the matter? I want to ask, during the time I was missing, have you dated a girl named Tang Chanxian? Tang Chanxian? Yes, it's the little girl who once pursued you. Yang Xian was slightly stunned, then said, The little girl you are talking about, is she the girl I dumped? Su Chen nodded, Do you still remember her? Yang Xian smiled bitterly, then shook his head and said, I have no impression. Su Chen felt depressed. She thought Yang Xian still remembered Tang Chanxian, but he forgot how sad that was. It's okay if I don't have any impression of her, but the girl is pretty and she's still a virgin. Puff. After hearing Su Chen's description, Yang Xian almost vomited blood. Su Chen was not talking about the girl he dumped, but the classmate of the girl he dumped. What the hell is this world? Yang Xian felt that his three views were shattered. Chen, are you mistaken? How could I date a girl I dumped? Su Chen shrugged, I think so too. Yang Xian shook his head helplessly, Forget it, I don't want to worry about that anymore. What do you want to talk to me about? Nothing, I just want you to do me a favor and take me to see that pretty girl. Well. Hearing this, several black lines suddenly appeared on Yang Xian's forehead. You'd better give up. I can't afford to offend that little girl. How do you know if you don't try? Su Chen said with a smile, Besides, I promise you won't regret it. Seeing Su Chen looking confident, Yang Xian felt helpless. Chen, are you serious this time? Nonsense. Why else would I come here to find you? So, what do you want? Su Chen blinked his big watery eyes, What do you think? I'm not like you, who grew up without a father or a mother. So, this time, I don't expect you to make any promises to me. But at least you have to have fun with me. At the end, she added, Don't worry, I just need to play with you for a while. Yang Xian was completely speechless when he heard this. Does this girl want to play with him? But this joke is not funny at all. Chapter 202 Thrilling Game. Chen, you'd better stop teasing me. We are not suitable for each other. Besides, I'm about to get engaged. How can we have fun together? Are you getting engaged? Yeah. Yang Xian responded, How did you know? Don't worry about it. I'm your savior anyway, so you should at least give me some thanks, right? Show? Yang Xian raised his eyebrows, I have no money, no car, no house, no savings, how do you want me to show it? Just tell me what you want, and I'll make it happen. Su Chen looked at Yang Xian with a smile and said, Then I want the stars in the sky, can you get them for me? Hearing this, Yang Xian's face immediately fell. Chen, for such a ridiculous request, you should go find someone else. Oh, it's just a star. Su Chen muttered, Can't you even do this? Yang Xian gritted his teeth and said, Okay, then I'll help you. That's pretty good. Su Chen smiled happily. Let's go. Yang Xian sighed and waved to Su Chen. The two walked into the night together. After Yang Xian sent Su Chen back to the dormitory building, he turned and left. As soon as he walked out of the door, a royal blue Ferrari stopped beside him. Hi. Little brother, we meet again. Yang Xian raised his eyes and saw a hot girl appear in his sight. The girl was wearing a black tight leather jacket with a red down jacket on the outside, high heels on her feet, and her chestnut curly hair was scattered on her head. Exquisite facial features and delicate makeup make this girl look charming. She crossed her arms across her chest, with a charming curve at the corners of her mouth. Yang Xian's eyes fell on her and he was slightly stunned. This is a charming beauty. What do you want from me? Yang Xian collected his thoughts and said calmly. The girl stuck out her tongue and licked her red lips, smiling charmingly. Little brother, sister wants to invite you to play a thrilling game, do you dare? Yang Xian frowned slightly. This woman seemed a little unusual. What am I afraid of? Tell me, where are we going? Tell me first, what's your name? Yang Xian was stunned for a moment, then replied with a smile, Yang Xian, you can call me Yang Xian. Okay, Yang Xian, let's go. Yang Xian nodded and sat in the passenger seat. Then the girl started the car and sped towards the distant suburbs. This is a mountain road. It won't be dangerous, right? Yang Xian looked at the passing scenery outside the window. His heartbeat inexplicably quickened, and he couldn't help but ask worriedly. The girl was slightly startled, then smiled charmingly, Don't worry, this mountain road is usually not used by anyone, there will be no problem, and I specially chose a quiet environment, on the mountainside, where no one goes. After hearing what the girl said, Yang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. However, he still had many doubts in his heart. This mountain road leads to the top of the mountain. If there really was no one passing by, why did this girl have to go there? The more Yang Xian thought about it, the more confused he became. Little brother, you're not scared, are you? The girl joked with a smile. Afraid? What am I afraid of? Yang Xian snorted coldly and cursed in his heart, You little bitch, wait and see how I will pin you down and ravage you hard later. Oh? Really? Then I'll wait and see. The girl smiled coquettishly, then turned the steering wheel sharply, and the car turned around instantly and rushed forward. A whistling sound of wind was heard and Yang Xian hurriedly clenched his fists. Damn, that was a close call, I almost hit a tree. This girl is really too arrogant. He couldn't help but wonder if this girl had a driver's license. The car sped all the way. Before I knew it, I had left the city and arrived in the suburbs. Does this road lead to the top of the mountain? Yang Xian asked curiously. Of course. What's wrong? Are you scared? The girl turned her head and showed a charming smile. Yang Xian curled his lips. Who is scared? Do you think I, your brother, am afraid of you? The girl smiled and continued, I'm not afraid. Why are you so pale? Are you really scared? Yang Xian rolled his eyes and thought, I'm just afraid that I'll damage your car and I won't be able to afford the compensation. However, looking at the girl's smiling face, Yang Xian suddenly thought of a poem. Beautiful flowers always make people feel blinded, but when you smile like a flower, you are even more beautiful. This poem is very appropriate for this moment. Yang Xian took a deep breath and said, It's okay, just a little cold. Are you cold? Do you want me to warm you up? The girl giggled and stretched out her soft hand to touch Yang Xian's arm. Get out and stop making trouble. Yang Xian dodged the girl's hand and roared. He. The girl giggled twice and continued, Little brother, although this road is a bit rugged, it's not bad. While speaking, the girl stepped on the accelerator with her left foot and increased the force slightly. Hey! Slow down, I don't want to die yet. The girl giggled, I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Yang Xian's voice suddenly turned cold. When the girl heard Yang Xian's voice, she was slightly startled, then she stepped on the brakes and the car came to an abrupt stop. Little brother, sister is just joking with you. As she spoke, she unbuckled her seatbelt and moved closer to Yang Xian. Come, let me feel you and see if you have breasts. Yang Xian's cheek twitched, and anger suddenly rose in his heart. This woman is so abominable. Isn't it just to take advantage of yourself? He actually said it so bluntly. Does it matter to you whether I have breasts or not? Yang Xian said unhappily. The girl's eyes naturally fell on Yang Xian's chest. I didn't expect this little guy to be so big, the girl exclaimed in praise. Hey, why are you staring at someone's chest? Yang Xian felt embarrassed. The girl smiled gently. Why? Sister can't do it? Don't forget, we were in the car before. When Yang Xian heard this, his heart began to pound. Damn it, I was actually teased by this woman. This is outrageous, he snorted coldly. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up. Tisk, the girl rolled her eyes at him, then smiled and asked, By the way, little brother, I want to ask you something. Yang Xian glanced at her and asked, What's the matter? The girl pursed her red lips, hesitated for a long time, and asked, I want to ask you, do you like the elder sister type, or the lowly type? Chapter 203. Do you like the mature lady type? After hearing the girl's question, Yang Xian couldn't help laughing. This girl is actually asking herself whether she likes the lowly type or the mature woman type. Are all the women in this world crazy? I like the lowly type. As for the mature woman type, it's not bad. Yang Xian laughed, and then he pretended to be evil and gave the girl a charming look. That's annoying, the girl said coquettishly. Then I am a Lolita type queen. Yang Xian curled his lips and didn't comment, but he was thinking in his heart, I'll show you what I can do later. Hey, do you like me or not? The girl urged when she saw Yang Xian didn't say anything like. Then can you satisfy me in bed? The girl smiled charmingly. Yang Xian was stunned. He never expected that this girl would be so bold. He swallowed. You don't force me. If you make me angry, how dare you threaten me? The girl raised her eyebrows and snorted coldly. Little brother, you should know that you were just a student, and it was I who saved your life just now. How dare you talk to me like this? Aren't you afraid of death? Yang Xian snorted coldly. I am threatening you. What can you do to me? The girl gritted her teeth and kicked the car door. Squeak! The sports car came to a sudden stop. Yang Xian was caught off guard and crashed directly onto the roof of the car. Ouch! Yang Xian covered his forehead and groaned in pain. The girl smiled coldly. Little brother, you are still too young. Yang Xian's heart trembled. Damn, no way, this woman's driving skills are amazing. What exactly do you want to do? Yang Xian frowned and said unhappily. The girl started the car and said, You answer my question first. If you don't, you won't be able to go any further. Humph. Yang Xian snorted coldly and said nothing more. Let me ask you, how much do you feel for that beautiful woman named Ji Qingcheng? The girl suddenly asked. Yang Xian was shocked and confused. How do I know how much she loves me? I don't even know her. You don't know her? Humph. Then dare you say that you have no feelings for her at all? Yang Xian shook his head. Of course not. The girl's pretty face suddenly fell, but after a moment, she raised a strange arc at the corner of her mouth and said, Are you interested in having sex with me now? Get lost. Yang Xian said angrily, I don't want to do that kind of thing with a female hooligan like you. Little brother, I advise you to be obedient, otherwise, I will make you pay, said the girl, and started the car again, driving away quickly. Hey, I'm really tired, please let me go. Yang Xian held his head with both hands and wailed, This woman is even scarier than my sassy girl. The girl drove and laughed softly, saying, Little brother, don't be so anxious. We can still continue chatting for a while. Oh my god, your sister, you really want to chat with me? Yang Xian cursed in his heart. The girl drove at full speed on the road, taking in all the scenery along the way. Yang Xian was greatly amazed. This girl is really rich. The scenery passing by outside the car window was like a beautiful painting, pleasing to the eyes. Little brother, what are you looking at? Close your eyes and go to sleep, the girl shouted. Hearing the girl's words, Yang Xian immediately closed his eyes. Hey, stop pretending to be asleep and wake up. Seeing this, the girl hurriedly reminded. No, I'm really sleepy. Let me take a nap for a while. Yang Xian said helplessly. Humph. You stingy guy, you still want to peek at other people's beauty while they are sleeping. I despise you, the girl sneered. You are really shameless. Yang Xian curled his lips, but you are just being tough. Who told you to be dishonest? The girl snorted, If you cooperate obediently, I can consider letting you go. I don't need your pity, send me back to school immediately, otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself. Yang Xian said with an unhappy look on his face. Oh, you're quite arrogant, said the girl contemptuously. I am just showing off. So what? Are you going to bite me? Yang Xian said with a proud look on his face. The girl was stunned, then said, Okay, sister, I will fulfill your wish and send you back to school. That's good enough. Yang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Little brother, my name is Ji Qingcheng, you must remember it, said the girl. I know. Yang Xian said lightly, he already hated the other person in his heart. This girl is so abominable, how dare you humiliate me in such a brutal way? Humph. Yi Qingcheng snorted and ignored Yang Xian, concentrating on driving. Whiff. Whiff. The car's engine roared and it sped along the road. You crazy woman, let me out of the car. Yang Xian roared. No. Yi Qingqing said with a smile while driving, you are the man I like, of course I have to kidnap you and take you home. Psycho. Yang Xian said with disgust, you are breaking the law. Hee, little brother, don't lie to your sister. You are so prominent, who dares to control you? With your worth, you definitely have the right to have more women. Yi Qingqing suddenly said, sister is doing this for your own good. You should cherish the opportunity, seize every chance, and enjoy it. What exactly do you want to say? Yang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Qingqing with a puzzled look. Actually, it's nothing. I just think you're handsome and have a nice figure. I like you. Yi Qingqing said ambiguously, little brother, I'll sleep with you tonight. You shameless bastard, you actually want to force me to sleep with you? Yang Xian sneered. You don't want to sleep with me? Then who do you want to sleep with? Yi Qingqing snorted coldly. You. Yang Xian was speechless. He could never have imagined that the woman in front of him would be so domineering. Okay, little brother, since you don't want to, sister won't force you. How about we play a game? Yi Qingqing snorted. What game? Yang Xian asked. Just play kissing. Yi Qingqing said with a sweet smile. Fuck, what the hell? Yang Xian was confused, I don't have the time to play with you. Hey, little brother, I don't have time to play with you. I still have to drive. Yi Qingqing pouted, I tell you, if it weren't for my dad, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to you. Chapter 20 For the blood is boiling, you are the man I like. You should know that my father is a wealthy man in Huahai City. You must not refuse me. When Yang Xian heard Yi Qingqing's words, his eyes widened. Damn it, this woman is so shameless, is it me that she's attracted to? I'm particularly fond of you. However, although he was extremely annoyed, he had no way to refute it, because everything Yi Qingqing said was true. The richest man in Huahai City is Yi Qingqing's father. With just a word from her and a few powerful people to help her, she could easily deal with Yang Xian. You are not saying anything, does that mean you agree? Yi Qingqing asked. Yang Xian was about to say something when suddenly, a sharp break sound came into his ears. Yang Xian only felt a loud buzzing sound in his head and his body fell forward. Bang, ah! Yang Xian was knocked unconscious and cried out in pain, damn, how does this car drive? I was just taking a nap, is it necessary to torture me like this? Yi Qingqing emerged from the cab. She was wearing a pink dress, and her figure was well proportioned, especially her breasts and buttocks, which were perfectly displayed. She stood beside Yang Xian, lowered her head, and looked at Yang Xian with a smile. Yang Xian was about to explode when he suddenly realized that his right hand was tightly holding Yi Qingqing's huge thing. Ah! Yi Qingqing screamed and hurriedly shook off Yang Xian's right hand. Little bitch, why don't you get out of here? Yang Xian glared at Yi Qingqing. He was originally prepared to be tolerant, but who knew that this woman would be so shameless? I won't. Yi Qingqing's pretty face flushed, and she shouted angrily, it is your blessing that I, Yi Qingqing, like you. Bah, you crazy woman, get out of here now and don't delay me from going to school. Yang Xian said with a look of disgust. Yang Xian didn't want to mess with this crazy girl. I won't leave. I'll stay by your side today. Yi Qingqing pursed her lips and said, you're the man I like. If you don't leave, I won't be polite. Yang Xian sneered, and then suddenly pushed Yi Qingqing down on the seat. Little brother, what are you doing? Yi Qingqing was frightened and asked in surprise. If you don't leave, I will rape you. Yang Xian said viciously. Woo little brother, please don't hurt me. Yi Qingqing cried, tears instantly flowing down her face wet with tears, looking very delicate and charming. Damn it, Yang Xian felt his blood boiling. You idiot! Fuck you! Yang Xian suddenly slapped Yi Qingqing on the face. I'm not an idiot. You're the fucking idiot. Yang Xian cursed in a series. In Yang Xian's opinion, Yi Qingqing's beauty is simply impeccable, but her mouth is so damn annoying. Ah! Little brother, I. Before Yi Qingqing could finish her words, she was slapped in the face again. You idiot! Yang Xian cursed again, for my father's sake, I don't want to argue with you. But, you insulted me like this, even your father can't protect you. Yi Qingqing cried, little brother, please, don't hurt me, I really can't lose you. You are a bitch, I like you, but you are taking advantage of me, right? Yang Xian cursed, fuck you, I have to teach you a lesson today. After saying that, Yang Xian pounced on Yi Qingqing again, wanting to teach her a lesson. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingqing flipped over and rode on Yang Xian's waist. Ha ha! Yi Qingqing laughed up to the sky, you are just a dog, don't even think about riding on me. Yang Xian was speechless for a while, feeling extremely depressed. Ha ha! Yi Qingqing laughed wildly again. Yang Xian was very angry, but he couldn't do anything about her. Little brother, you are so funny. I thought you were a gentleman, but you still want to rape me, don't you? Yi Qingqing said with a smile. Little brother, I really want to love you well and let you know how powerful I am. Yi Qingqing said, licking his lips with his tongue, damn it, this crazy woman. Get up right there. Yang Xian shouted angrily, otherwise I'll kill you. It doesn't matter if it's useless. I'm not afraid. Yi Qingqing said, clamping one leg around Yang Xian's waist and raising the other leg to press against his crotch. Little brother, I really want to try it now. Is your thing as hard as I imagined? Yi Qingqing said this, and suddenly exerted force with one foot. Plop! Yang Xian felt like his body was a kite with a broken string. It flew far away and fell heavily to the ground, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. You! Yang Xian struggled to get up, covered his crotch, and said with gritted teeth, you were so cheap, you actually wanted to deal with me in that way, you were so showy. That's because you haven't tasted it, so I'll let you have a good taste today. Yi Qingqing smiled charmingly and walked slowly towards Yang Xian. Yang Xian was shocked when he saw Yi Qingqing coming over. He quickly took a few steps back and asked, what are you doing? Don't worry, I have no interest in you. I just want to torture you. After saying that, an evil light flashed in Yi Qingqing's eyes, and then, his whole body pressed forward. Little brother, I am a very gentle sister. Yi Qingqing looked at Yang Xian with a smile. Yang Xian felt Yi Qingqing's body pressing down on him, and his heart trembled violently at why Yi Qingqing actually wanted to rape me in the car. Fuck, Yang Xian cursed inwardly, his heart going cold. This woman is so tough, but luckily I have abnormal defensive ability that if it were an ordinary person, he would have been eaten by her long ago. Yang Xian secretly rejoiced. However, Yang Xian did not feel happy at all, but became more worried. This crazy woman will definitely kill me by doing this. No, I can't let her do that. Yang Xian made a secret decision. He didn't want to be raped by a crazy woman. No, it must be stopped, but how can I stop it? Yi Qingqing is a black belt in Taekwondo. I am no match for her. How can I stop it? Yang Xian felt annoyed. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Yang Xian hurriedly took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello? A hoarse, majestic, and magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. Who is this? Yang Xian recognized that the voice was that of Yang Jiangwo. Uncle, I'm Xian Yuan Yang. Yang Xian said. Xian Yuan Yang? Oh. Mr. Xian Yuan, is there anything you need from your uncle? Yang Jiangwo was slightly stunned, then asked in a gentle tone. Chapter 205 The Most Trusted Person. Uncle, I want to discuss something with you. I wonder if you are willing to agree to it. Yang Xian said with a smile. Of course. Yang Jiangwo said, our Xian Yuan Yang is the most outstanding child I have ever seen. Of course I like him. Although Yang Jiangwo said this, he curled his lips in disdain in his heart. This Yang Xian is really too young. However, he didn't have time to pay attention to Yang Xian now. Yang Jiangwo's company ran into trouble and needed a large amount of financial support, and these funds are his own money, so he must find a way to raise them. However, he couldn't think of anyone who would help him. So, you can only find the person you trust the most, that is Yang Xian. Yang Xian is still young, and he is the best in terms of grades, strength, and all other conditions. If Yang Xian is willing to invest to save his company, Yang Jiangwo will feel relieved. Who is Xian Yuan Yang? Yi Qingqing asked doubtfully, is he your father? You guessed right, I am his son. Yang Xian said. So it's your father. Where is your father now? I want to visit him. Yi Qingqing said. My dad is no longer in the country. Yang Xian said. Yi Qingqing heard this and sighed with some regret, saying, if that's the case, then I can't do anything about it. However, I think your father must want to see me, because we look very similar and both have the last name Yi. He. Really? Yang Xian smiled faintly. He snorted in his heart, you 0027, you crazy woman, you still have the nerve to say that you look alike? You two are simply a pair of female demons, you are so similar. You 0027 inch, however, I admire your courage for daring to fight with me. Yi Qingqing said with a smile. I'm braver than you. Yang Xian sneered. When Yi Qingqing heard this, he immediately became angry and said, okay, little brother, you are really brave. You dare to go against me. As she spoke, Yi Qingqing rushed forward and hit Yang Xian with her pink fist. Yang Xian was caught off guard and was hit in the chest by her punch. A huge force burst out from Yi Qingqing's pink fist. Yang Xian only felt a burning pain in his chest, a sweet taste in his mouth, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. Yang Xian couldn't help but cough violently twice. Little brother, don't blame me, who told you to make me angry? Yi Qingqing said with a smile, but your skin is really smooth. When I punched you in the chest just now, it felt like I was punching cotton candy. After saying that, Yi Qingqing licked his palm. Yang Xian's eyes were wide open with anger, and he looked like he was about to cry. Fuck, this woman's mouth stinks. Little brother, sister will play with you tonight. Yi Qingqing smiled charmingly. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Qingqing approached Yang Xian again. Yang Xian panicked and dodged quickly. However, his speed was a bit slower after all. Yi Qingqing caught up with Yang Xian in an instant. Bang! Yi Qingqing raised her leg and kicked Yang Xian in the stomach. Yang Xian only felt that his internal organs were kicked and displaced, and a piercing pain surged into his heart. His face instantly turned the color of liver, fine beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead, and his cheeks were pale and bloodless, making him look a little weak. Wow! This woman is so skilled. I think this kid is going to be useless. I told you not to mess with this bitch. Even Iron Man can't stop her when she gets angry. Many onlookers were talking about it. When Yang Xian heard these words, he suddenly felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. Are these guys blind? This crazy woman defeated me with just one move. Yang Xian found it a little unbelievable. This world is so mysterious. When did such a powerful being appear in the martial arts world? Why don't you run away? Yi Qingqing giggled. Where else can I run to? Yang Xian smiled bitterly. I'm telling you, don't even think about running away. You can't escape tonight. Yi Qingqing said with a smile. What do you want? Yang Xian looked at Yi Qingqing with some despair. The strength of this crazy woman is truly terrifying. If he relied on his own strength alone, he would definitely not be a match for Yi Qingqing. Ha, little brother, what you said hurts my heart. My sister is such a beautiful lady, and you actually say what I want to do. Yi Qingqing said with a smile. You? Yang Xian was suddenly speechless. If you cooperate with me obediently, I promise not to kill you. If you still resist, I don't mind beating you so hard that you can't take care of yourself. Yi Qingqing said sinisterly, little brother, I have practiced before. Fuck. Yang Xian couldn't help but swear, with 1,000 alpacas running wildly in his heart, how can you be so cruel? This female devil, wrong. Yi Qingqing now is not just a witch, she is a monster and a goblin. Okay. I give up. You win. Yang Xian sighed helplessly. Ha, little brother, now you finally admit that your sister is a great beauty. Yi Qingqing smiled like a flower. Can you please stop talking to me in such a disgusting tone? Yang Xian said with an unhappy look on his face. Yang Xian couldn't stand this disgusting tone. He is a tall and strong man. How could I possibly bear such a tone? Ha ha. Yi Qingqing smiled charmingly and said, okay, little brother, you should just lie down on the ground and let your sister deal with you. Fuck. Yang Xian couldn't help cursing again. You are trying to force me. I am a pure boy. Ha, little brother, you are really too naive. Yi Qingqing giggled, don't you want to know why I am interested in you? I'll tell you, because I like you. I like guys like you who are sunny, handsome, smart, good-looking, and a little bit bad. If you agree to be my personal bodyguard, I will consider taking you in. Don't even think about it. Yang Xian said coldly. That won't do. Yi Qingcheng winked coquettishly and said charmingly, if I set my sights on something, I must get it. This is my principle. I said, I won't be your bodyguard. I have other things to deal with. Yang Xian said after a moment of silence, although Yi Qingcheng is very beautiful, Yang Xian will not do anything against his conscience. What's more, he still has some things to do and cannot waste time here. Chapter 206. This woman is too strong. What's more, he couldn't beat this crazy woman at all. Then you can die. Yi Qingcheng let out a delicate cry, and suddenly moved her body, kicking towards Yang Xian. This kick looked very soft and weak, but the power contained in it was amazing. Seeing this, Yang Xian was so scared that he quickly dodged. Bang! After Yang Xian dodged the attack, his body flew backward several meters and finally fell heavily to the ground. Puffy couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and looked at Yi Qingcheng with horror. This woman is so strong, I am no match for her at all, let alone defeating her. This way, even if I wanted to escape, I would have no chance. Yang Xian sighed secretly in his heart, I am so miserable. How could I be so unlucky? I just met a female gangster and was almost stripped naked, and now I met a martial arts master again. This is terrible. Little brother, you really disappoint your sister. You can't even withstand one attack from me, how can you protect your sister? Yi Qingcheng shook her head, pretending to be regretful. Humph. Yang Xian snorted coldly, you really underestimate me. Ha, little brother, if you can take 3 of my moves, I will let you go, and I won't bother you again in the future. Yi Qingcheng narrowed his eyes slightly, there is no free lunch in this world, I have done my best. If Yang Xian doesn't know what's best for him, don't blame me for being rude to him. Are you serious? Hearing this, Yang Xian's eyes lit up, there is no free lunch in this world. Why Yi Qingcheng gave in so easily, there must be something fishy going on here. Of course it's true, I'm the kindest girl in the world. Yi Qingcheng said with a smile. Yang Xian's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but complain, Nima. The kindest girl in the world, are you kidding me? Yi Qingcheng was immediately unhappy when she heard this, and said coquettishly, hey, how can you insult me? Okay. I was wrong. Yang Xian pouted and said, since you are so kind, then, let me go now. No. I said, as long as you can take 3 of my moves, then I will let you go. Otherwise, I will never let you go. Yi Qingcheng said with a determined look. Yang Xian became extremely depressed when he heard this. Damn it, who did I offend? Then I'll just have to fight to the death, hoping to defeat you. Yang Xian gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and looked at Yi Qingcheng with cold eyes. Seeing this, Yi Qingcheng giggled and said, you little guy, you have a stubborn temper. If I like you, I will give you a chance. Come on. Sister is already impatient to wait. Yi Qingcheng said charmingly. You. Yang Xian took a deep breath, took a step forward, and rushed towards Yi Qingcheng. Seeing this, Yi Qingcheng's pretty face showed a hint of frost, and her body instantly came in front of Yang Xian like a swimming fish. The two people immediately started fighting each other. Yang Xian is fast and strong, but compared to Yi Qingcheng, he still has many shortcomings. Why Yi Qingcheng's speed was really too fast. Yang Xian was completely suppressed and couldn't resist Yi Qingcheng at all. After a while, Yang Xian was hit by several punches. Bang! 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 Yang Xian was beaten repeatedly, and he looked as if he had been beaten up violently, in a miserable state. He no longer had the strength to fight back. At this time, Yi Qingcheng punched Yang Xian in the chest. Crack! A crisp sound. Yang Xian felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter. A stream of bright red blood spurted out of his mouth, staining his clothes red. Ahem! Yang Xian covered his chest and coughed with difficulty. This woman was so powerful that she had no chance to resist at all. Ha ha ha! Seeing Yang Xian vomiting blood, Yi Qingcheng let out a piercing scream, then smiled at Yang Xian and said, little brother, how about it? Sister's strength is not weak, right? Humph! Yang Xian snorted and said unhappily, I have been beaten so badly that I can't even stand steadily. What's the point of fighting? Oh my! Little brother, you are vomiting blood, how can you be so careless about yourself? Yi Qingcheng said pretentiously, sister can't let you die, if so, I will be very sad. What do you want to do? Yang Xian asked Yi Qingcheng with wide eyes and a look of fear on his face. Sister doesn't want to do anything. Yi Qingcheng said with a smile. So what do you want to do? Hee hee, little brother, sister doesn't want to do anything, she just wants to have some fun with you. Yi Qingqing said with a smile. I. Yang Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. 10,000 horses were galloping through his heart. What sin have I committed to be so unlucky? Little brother, I advise you to admit defeat. Yi Qingqing said, you are already so seriously injured, how can you be my opponent? If you surrender, I will love you well. Otherwise, I will be angry. You. Yang Xian was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he could do nothing about it. This woman is so powerful that I am no match for her. Humph. Yang Xian snorted, I won't surrender. Come and kill me if you dare. Didn't you say that if I take 3 of your moves, you will let me go? Yes. Yi Qingqing nodded and said with a smile, you are the most outstanding boy I have ever seen. The more I look at you, the more satisfied I am. Bah! Aren't you disgusting? Yang Xian cursed. What's disgusting about my sister? Yi Qingqing muttered Yang Xian really wanted to find a piece of tofu and kill himself. How could he meet such a woman? Little brother, tell me, if I kill you, will your parents avenge you? Yi Qingqing blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Yang Xian with a smile on her face. Yang Xian, damn it, how could there be such perverted people in this world? You are simply a goblin, a goblin. Yang Xian pointed at Yi Qingqing angrily and cursed. Hee hee, thank you for the compliment. Yi Qingqing said with a smile as beautiful as a flower. You're welcome, you're welcome. Yang Xian said angrily that he really wanted to capture this enchantress Yi Qingqing and ravage her severely. This goblin is really perverted, not only is she beautiful, but she is also so strong. It's so unfair. Chapter 207 Sister, I still like you quite a lot. Yang Xian was very unhappy, but he didn't dare to show it. After all, he still needs Yi Qingqing's protection. Hee hee. Yi Qingqing covered her mouth and giggled, saying, little brother, I still like you quite a lot, how about we go out together? What? Yang Xian's eyes widened, looking at Yi Qingqing in disbelief, and said, didn't you just tell me to die? Why did you change your mind so quickly? Are you trying to play a trick on me? I don't have the time to play with you. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes and looked at Yang Xian with disdain. Humph. Yang Xian snorted, thinking to himself, when I recover from my injury, I will definitely take revenge on you. Yang Xian is now seriously injured and has no way to leave. But Yi Qingqing thought about it and said, we can still be friends. Yang Xian, holy shit. Is this goblin crazy? Or stupid? She actually wanted to be his girlfriend. She and I have only just met for a short time. I don't want to have anything to do with her. What I have to do now is to recover from my injuries as soon as possible and leave this damn place. Okay, sister, I won't tease you anymore. After that, Yi Qingqing looked at Yang Xian with a serious face and said, now, let's talk about cooperation. Cooperation? Yang Xian was stunned and looked at Yi Qingqing with confusion. Yes. Yi Qingqing said with a smile, I know you want to leave here, so, sister, I can help you leave and let you leave smoothly. Is it true? Hearing Yi Qingqing's words, Yang Xian suddenly became excited and asked hurriedly. Of course it's true. Yi Qingqing pursed her red lips, smiled charmingly, and continued, as long as you promise, sister will never break your promise. Okay. Yang Xian nodded without hesitation. Why Yi Qingqing looked at Yang Xian and said, since you agreed, let's sign an agreement. Okay. Yang Xian nodded, but in his heart he thought, this goblin actually wants to cooperate with me. Yang Xian couldn't figure out what kind of medicine this demon was selling in his gourd. Seeing Yang Xian nod, Yi Qingqing walked to the table, picked up a pen, wrote an agreement, handed it to Yang Xian, and said, sign it. Okay. Yang Xian took the agreement and glanced through it. What is this? Yang Xian asked in confusion, what on earth is this goblin doing? This is my business card, you can come see me when you are free. Yi Qingqing said with a sweet smile. Yang Xian took the business card and threw it into the trash can. That he simply disdained this kind of thing. Even if he left here one day, he would never appear in front of this goblin again. Humph. Yang Xian snorted coldly, this kind of thing can only fool laymen. You, a demon, must be cheating. Ha ha. Hearing Yang Xian's words, Yi Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. I really want to be friends with you this time. Who knows? Yang Xian snorted, who knows if you are up to some conspiracy again? You little brother, you are so mean. Yi Qingqing pouted, I'm not going to pay attention to you, I'm leaving first. Yes. Yang Xian nodded and said, remember what you said today, you must take me out within a month, otherwise I will tell my grandfather that you are my murderer, and then destroy your family, do you believe it? Yang Xian threatens you. Yi Qingcheng was shocked when she heard Yang Xian's words. She didn't expect that Yang Xian would be so despicable as to use his own family to threaten her. Why are you like this? Yi Qingcheng stamped her feet and said coquettishly. Yang Xian chuckled and said, you forced me to do this. Wait until I recover from my injury, and see how I deal with you. Yi Qingcheng glared at Yang Xian, turned around and left. I won't talk to you anymore, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Remember to come find me in a month. After Yi Qingcheng finished speaking, she walked out of the room and went down the stairs without waiting for Yang Xian's agreement. Oh, what a pity! After seeing Yi Qingcheng leave, Yang Xian sighed and said, I didn't expect that I, Yang Xian, would fall into the hands of a goblin. Yang Xian shook his head and thought to himself, I hope you can fulfill your promise in a month. After Yi Qingcheng came out of the hospital, she went straight to school. She planned to rent a house near the school and take care of Yang Xian every day. Anyway, this little brother has now been successfully captured by her, so he has a place to stay. Otherwise, she is really worried that she will not be able to resist and kill Yang Xian one day. Yi Qingcheng. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Yi Qingcheng looked back and found a girl in school uniform standing at the door, staring at her with murderous eyes. Xiao Xue? When did you come back? Yi Qingcheng was slightly stunned. I've been back for a while. Xia Shui gritted her teeth and said, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Yi Qingcheng smiled and said, how could that be? You are so beautiful, how could I bear to give you up? Tisk. Xia Shui snorted coldly, you still know that you are beautiful, then why did you drive me away? Am I not beautiful? Yi Qingcheng couldn't help but smile after hearing this and said, you are the most beautiful. If you don't believe me, I can take you to my house to see you. Humph. Xia Shui snorted coldly, I'm not going. Yi Qingcheng shrugged helplessly and said, since you don't want to go with me, then I'll leave. Wait. Hearing Yi Qingcheng's words, Xia Shui hurriedly stopped her. What's wrong? Yi Qingcheng turned around and asked. Xia Shui lowered her head and thought and said, I want to stay here. Why? Yi Qingcheng was stunned. Because. Xia Shui thought about what happened in the past few days, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Because of what? Yi Qingcheng asked. I won't give up. I want to kill that bastard myself and avenge my father. Yi Qingcheng nodded when she heard what Xia Shui said, and said, so that's why. Xia Shui nodded vigorously. Yi Qingcheng groaned for a moment and said, actually, you don't have to work so hard. I can help you, and more than once. What? You can help me kill that guy? Xia Shui couldn't help but get excited when she heard Yi Qingcheng's words. Great, tell me quickly, where is that guy? Yi Qingcheng smiled faintly and said, that guy is in my house, don't you know? Chapter 208. How can you keep going? What? Xia Shui was completely stunned when she heard Yi Qingcheng's words. Are you kidding me? Xia Shui was surprised. What's so interesting in your house? Why haven't I seen it? Yi Qingcheng was stunned. You are not lying to me, are you? Xia Shui frowned and questioned. Do you think I look like I'm lying to you? Yi Qingcheng said unhappily. Okay, I'll trust you this time. Xia Shui nodded speechlessly, but I have to know what he looks like. Well. Yi Qingcheng hesitated for a while before saying, why do you want to know what he looks like? Well. Yi Qingcheng hesitated for a while before saying, why do you want to know what he looks like? To kill him, of course. Yi Qingcheng said unhappily. Hearing Yi Qingcheng's words, Xia Shui felt disappointed and said, you are really cruel. You want to kill a man you don't even know. Yi Qingcheng was startled, and then said, Xiaoshui, you misunderstood. I don't want to kill this person, it's that guy who wants to kill me. You weren't bullied by that guy, so you wanted to kill him. Xiaoshui said coldly. Yi Qingcheng was speechless, that guy is a pervert. I just want to avenge my father. I don't have any other thoughts. Your father was killed by that guy? Xiaoshui was shocked when she heard Yi Qingcheng's words. Not bad. Yi Qingcheng nodded and said. Xiaoshui took a deep breath and said, this person is so abominable. He is simply not worthy of being a teacher at Jiangnan University. Yes. Yi Qingcheng echoed, not only is he unworthy of being a teacher, he's also a complete scumbag. Humph. Xiaoshui snorted, if he dares to come to Jiangnan City to cause trouble for me, I will kill him. Aren't you afraid that he will take revenge on you? Yi Qingcheng asked. What are you afraid of? Xiaoshui said with a fearless expression, he can't do anything to me anyway. Okay. Yi Qingcheng nodded, I'll go with you to see him. Thank you. You're welcome. Yi Qingcheng smiled and said, Xiaoshui, I see you've lost weight recently. Have you not been eating well? It's all because of you. You hang out with Yang Xie all day long. How can I not lose weight? Xiaoshui rolled her eyes at Yi Qingcheng and said, I'm telling you, I'm going to make him pay the price. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Yi Qingcheng patted his chest and assured, don't worry. Just let me take care of this guy. You don't need to worry about him. Humph. Xiaoshui snorted coldly, you can do whatever you want, but in the end, you still can't escape my clutches. Ha 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 ha. Yi Qingcheng laughed, okay, just for what you said, I will accompany you to see him tonight. Yeah. Xiaoshui nodded. But let me be frank with you. I won't give in to you. Yi Qingcheng said. Don't worry. Yi Qingcheng chatted with Xiaoshui for a while and then left. After Yi Qingcheng returned to the dormitory, she told Chen Yuro the news that Xiaoshui was going to meet Lin Feng. After they discussed it, they decided to go to meet Lin Feng with Xiaoshui in the evening. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the two left the dormitory together and came to a hotel next to the school. I'll go in first, you wait for me outside. Yi Qingcheng said to Chen Yuro, good. Yi Qingcheng pushed the door and walked in, while Chen Yuro stood outside the hotel, quietly observing the surroundings. Bang! Just as Chen Yuro was looking around, a loud noise suddenly came from the hotel room, followed by the sound of something falling. What happened? Chen Yuro frowned and quickly pushed the door open and walked in. The room was in a mess, and in the corner, there lay a tall, handsome, and fair-skinned man, who was holding his stomach and lying on the ground in agony. Who did it? Chen Yuro looked at the man on the ground with anger on her face and secretly swore in her heart that she must cut this man into pieces. Yi Qingcheng, hurry up, save me, save me. When Chen Yuro heard the voice, she was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the man in the corner. Is it him? Yi Qingcheng was also stunned. Is it him? Yi Qingcheng was also stunned. If this isn't that bastard Lin Feng, then who is he? Lin Feng was seen sitting on the ground, holding his stomach with a pale face. Seeing this, Chen Yuro immediately rushed over and helped Lin Feng up. Hey! Lin Feng struggled, but it was of no use. How are you? Are you feeling unwell? Yi Qingcheng hurriedly squatted down and asked with concern. Lin Feng shook his head, the expression on his face was unpredictable, and he seemed to be in great pain. Just bear with it. As Chen Yuro spoke, she took out her cell phone and called, hello. Is this the hospital? A patient has fainted on the ground. Please send an ambulance immediately. After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone, looked at Yi Qingcheng, and said, his stomach is seriously injured. I'm afraid he needs to go to the hospital. Let's send him to the hospital quickly. Okay. Yi Qingcheng hurriedly helped Lin Feng up. As soon as the two walked out of the room, they saw a group of students rushing in. They were shocked when they saw the messy scene in the room. Yi Qingcheng and Chen Yuro supported Lin Feng and ran out of the campus. However, they did not leave the university. Instead, they walked under the shade of a tree and stopped. Yi Qingcheng, please let go. Don't hold me so tightly. I can't breathe. Lin Feng said while breathing hard. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing immediately relaxed a little and said, "There are too many people here, let's go to a safe place to hug each other." Okay. Lin Feng nodded and said. Yi Qingqing and Chen Yuro brought Lin Feng to a dense jungle on the back mountain of the school. Yi Qingqing and Chen Yuro helped Lin Feng to sit on a big rock and let him sit against the rock. How do you feel now? Yi Qingqing looked at Lin Feng and asked worriedly. It's okay, it just hurts a little. Hurt? Aren't you very strong? How can it hurt? Yi Qingqing looked surprised. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, If I wasn't strong, how could I have picked you up? Get out! Yi Qingqing cursed angrily. If I'm not strong, how can I make you want to stop? Go to hell! Okay, stop making trouble. You've caused problems with my stomach. I must go to the hospital immediately, otherwise I will definitely be in danger. Chapter 209. Don't let her get involved in this matter. Oh. Yi Qingqing nodded and said, Then come back to the dormitory with me now. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, let's go. As he spoke, Lin Feng stood up and prepared to walk towards the dormitory, but because he exerted too much force, his foot slipped and he fell straight to the ground. Ah! Yi Qingqing screamed, and quickly supported him, saying, Slow down. Thank you. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly. You are welcome. Yi Qingqing supported Lin Feng and walked forward a few steps, then suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Lin Feng, and said, Oh, I forgot to tell you that Xia Shui also wants to see Lin Feng. What do you think we should do? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment and said, She's going too. Forget it then. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, I think we should not let her get involved in this matter, so as to avoid her getting dragged into it. Okay then. Yi Qingqing nodded and said, Let's do this for now. All right. Then I'll go back. Yi Qingqing said and wanted to leave. Lin Feng grabbed Yi Qingqing's wrist and said, Stop. Let's go together. You still want to go? Yi Qingqing stared at Lin Feng. It's not that I don't want to go, I just think you should go too. Why? Yi Qingqing asked puzzledly. Because you know him. But I don't like him. You can change it. Lin Feng said with a smile, Just like you don't like me, you can try to change me. Bah! I don't want to. Yi Qingqing shyly twisted her body and said, I'm not interested in falling in love with you, not to mention. I like Su Yu. After Yi Qingqing finished speaking, she wanted to pull her wrist back, but Lin Feng held it very tightly, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull it out. Yi Qingqing couldn't help but blush, and angrily shouted, Lin Feng, why are you holding my hand? Let go. No. Lin Feng said like a spoiled child. Yi Qingqing was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and wished she could chop her hand off. Don't worry. I won't be jealous at all. Lin Feng laughed. Who knows if you are lying? People like you love to do this kind of thing the most. Yi Qingqing looked at Lin Feng with disdain and said dissatisfiedly. Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately said with a sad face, I swear to God, I am not lying. Humph. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you, just let me go. Yi Qingqing said coldly. If I don't let go, what can you do to me? Lin Feng said with a grin. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes speechlessly and said, Lin Feng, can you not be so childish? Your childish temper is really annoying. I should not have helped you in the first place. Then you shouldn't help me. Lin Feng said lightly. You, looking at Lin Feng like this, Yi Qingqing almost vomited blood in anger. Yi Qingqing took a deep breath and said, Okay, in that case, you can take care of yourself. After saying that, Yi Qingqing shook his sleeves, turned around and left. Looking at Yi Qingqing's leaving back, Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. Lin Feng did not chase after Yi Qingqing, but sat cross-legged on the spot, practicing internal energy to heal his wounds. Puff! Just at this moment, for several days after Su Chen returned home, he always smelled strongly of alcohol and fell asleep directly after returning home every night. Su Chen was woken up from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the time. It was already past midnight. Who is it? Su Chen asked in confusion. Young master. Get up quickly. Your grandfather wants to see you, the butler Chinbo shouted outside. Hearing that it was his grandfather who wanted to see him, Suchin quickly sat up, his face showing excitement. Okay? Okay. I'll be there right away. After putting on his clothes, Suchin hurried downstairs. When he entered the living room, he saw his grandfather sitting on the sofa. When Suchin saw his grandfather, he shouted happily, "Grandpa." Then he walked over and sat next to him. "Chinner, why haven't I seen you come home recently?" Old Master Su said to his grandson. "Grandpa, I've been busy lately, so." Suchin said cautiously. He knew that something was wrong with his current situation, so he began to hesitate when speaking. Seeing Suchin hesitating, Old Master Su frowned out. He knew that Suchin must be hiding something from him, but he would not force Suchin out. As long as Suchin is willing to go home with him, he can give him all the help and care, and only hopes that he can find his happiness as soon as possible. In that case, you should go back to the company to handle the affairs first, and come back when you are done, grandfather. Suchin wanted to persuade him, but was interrupted by Old Master Su. No need to persuade me anymore, Chinner, you should just go and take care of your own things first. As for Grandpa's health, don't worry. Old Master Su said to Suchin. Seeing this, Suchin knew that his grandfather really didn't intend to let him stay any longer. Helplessly, Suchin had to stand up and said to Old Master Su, "Then Chinner will leave first. Grandpa, take care of yourself. Well, drive slowly on the road." Old Master Su nodded and said. Suchin turned and walked out. After he reached the door of the villa, he looked back at his home. The moment he walked out of the villa, he saw a figure lying on the lawn in front of the villa. Only when he got closer did he see clearly that it was his mother. After seeing his mother fainted there, Suchin's heart surged with anger. "Mom! Mom! Wake up!" Suchin shouted and yelled, but he couldn't wake up his mother. He squatted beside her and reached out to touch her, but found her body was ice cold. Mom! Suchin burst into tears, picked up his mother, and ran towards his home. After Suchin brought his mother home, he immediately sent her to the hospital. After examination, Old Man Su confirmed that she had a sudden heart attack caused by long-term malnutrition, and she fainted due to exhaustion. Suchin felt relieved after hearing this. It seemed that his mother was only in temporary shock and was not in any danger of life, but he was still worried. After Suchin sent his mother to the hospital, he stayed there. Suchin stayed in the hospital for 4 or 5 days. When he came out, his mother had recovered. After seeing his mother recover, he returned to school. After he returned to school, he found that his classmates had become different. The way they looked at him was full of respect, even a hint of admiration. When Suchin walked into the classroom and looked at his own photo on his desk, he knew that his parents must have told them about his situation. Although I felt very touched, I also felt a little lost at the same time. In the eyes of these classmates, Suchin should be a very powerful person, but he did not expect that he was so ordinary and had no advantages at all. Chapter 210 will definitely be welcomed by many people. Seeing Suchin sitting in the seat, some girls couldn't help but giggle. "Suchin, what do your parents do? Why do you look so young?" a classmate asked boldly. Suchin was stunned for a moment. "My father is a businessman, and my mother is a teacher." After hearing Suchin's answer, the girls widened their eyes in surprise with an expression of disbelief. "Wow! I didn't expect Suchin's family is so well off. Why didn't he come to study? It's such a waste of such a good talent." Yes. If Suchin was admitted to Jingcheng University, he would definitely be welcomed by many people, but now, forget it. You can't force him to do this. If he doesn't want to go to school, just let him go. Why? A group of girls sighed. These girls are also Suchin's classmates. They also like Suchin very much, but Suchin doesn't chat with them much in normal times. Seeing that Suchin remained silent, the girls did not dare to ask any more questions and could only eat quietly while they were eating. Suchin's mind was drifting away. "Mom, how are you? Please don't scare Chinner." Thinking that his mother was still lying in the hospital, Suchin felt anxious and wanted to go see her right now. After lunch, Suchin returned to school, but as soon as he stepped into the school, he felt the atmosphere was a bit weird. Suchin walked to his seat and saw a bouquet of flowers on his seat. There was a note next to the flowers. After seeing the contents of the note, Suchin was a little surprised. It said, "Please wait for a moment, Suchin, on the lawn of park number 3. I have something to talk to you about, and I hope Suchin won't refuse." What? Suchin put the note in the drawer with some confusion, then walked out of the classroom. Suchin walked towards the park according to the direction written on the note. There is an open lawn in the park, which is a good place to talk about things, but now it is a mess. After Su Chen arrived at the park, he saw two men circling around the lawn. Next to them were two corpses lying, both bodies were deformed, and the car behind them was covered in blood and debris. What's going on? Su Chen looked at the two bodies and muttered to himself in confusion. You are Su Chen, right? One of the men saw Su Chen and immediately walked over and asked with a smile on his face. Yeah. Su Chen nodded. When they saw Su Chen, they immediately pounced on him. Su Chen dodged quickly, but the two men were like dogskin plasters and refused to give up. Su Chen had no choice but to take out his weapon, a hammer. When the two men saw their opponents took out their weapons, they immediately stopped attacking and dodged the hammer in Su Chen's hand with fear on their faces. Seeing that his weapon was effective, Su Chen increased the range of his attack and the hammer fell on the two men. Again and again, but those two men were both martial artists, so they were not hurt after being hit a few times. Boy, you are looking for death, one of the men shouted at Su Chen angrily. I'm here to settle accounts with you. Don't forget who pushed me into the river. Su Chen looked coldly at the two men in front of him and said. Boy, I think you don't know how to live or die. Another man said disdainfully when he saw Su Chen's stubborn expression. Seeing that the two men still dared to be stubborn, Su Chen rushed forward. The two men didn't expect Su Chen to be so fast and rushed towards them. They retreated while waving their fists and feet at Su Chen. Su Chen was not polite at all and rushed towards them directly. After a burst of punches and kicks, the two men were knocked to the ground by Su Chen. After Su Chen saw that they were subdued by him, he tied them up directly. Then Su Chen escorted them to the school's police station. In the police station, Su Chen escorted the two men into an interrogation room and asked the police to detain the two men. What should we do with these two guys? A female police officer asked, pointing at the two men. Su Chen shook his head and said to the female police officer, I think you should also know what these two people did. You should deal with it. I will not get involved. The policewoman saw that the two men still had snot running down their faces and a foul smell entered her nostrils. We will naturally handle this case properly, you don't have to worry about it. The policewoman said impatiently. After saying that, the policewoman left the interrogation room with another policeman. After the female police officer left with another policeman, Su Chen left the police station. As soon as Su Chen walked out of the police station, he met Chen Jianhao. At this moment, Chen Jianhao was injured. Seeing him like this, Su Chen couldn't help but ask, Teacher, what are you doing? Chen Jianhao saw Su Chen, smiled and shook his head. It's okay, it's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Teacher, you should go to the infirmary for a checkup first. Su Chen frowned. I'm fine. Chen Jianhao said with a smile. After hearing what Chen Jianhao said, Su Chen didn't try to dissuade him anymore, and Chen Jianhao really didn't need him to worry. Then the two went their separate ways. Su Chen returned to the dormitory, and Chen Jianhao returned home. After returning home, Su Chen called Wang Xiaoyun. After hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Wang Xiaoyun seemed very happy. Chen, why did you call me suddenly? Do you miss me? Wang Xiaoyun said with a smile. Miss your sister. Su Chen rolled his eyes at her, then said, The teacher is now detained by the police station. I would like to ask you for a favor and help bail the teacher out. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoyun was stunned for a moment. Among the people Wang Xiaoyun knows, only Chen Jianhao is a policeman. Why did you ask me to bail out your teacher? Did you do something bad? Wang Xiaoyun frowned. Don't make random guesses. I would never do anything illegal. Su Chen said helplessly. But, you don't want me to help you pursue that teacher, do you? Wang Xiaoyun said speculatively. You are too smart. Su Chen said awkwardly, the teacher was taken to the police station, and I was afraid that he would be bullied, so I asked you to help bail him out. This is easy. Isn't it just bail? I will arrange a few people for you to get your teacher out safely. Wang Xiaoyun said, patting his chest. Chapter 211, Distracted. Okay, thank you, you are so nice. Su Chen said excitedly. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to help now. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen immediately called Chen Jianhao. Su Chen and Chen Jianhao had very few interactions, and Chen Jianhao was also relatively low-key and had never mentioned his work to Su Chen, but Su Chen had a special feeling for Chen Jianhao, so he wanted to ask Chen Jianhao for help. After hearing Su Chen's request, Chen Jianhao agreed without hesitation. Su Chen asked someone to help him contact a friend named Li Zhihao on the internet, and then told him his address. Okay, I got it. I'll send someone to help you right away. Li Zhihao said. Well, thank you. Soon, Su Chen's friend sent a message to Su Chen, asking him to send the teacher back soon. The teacher was sent back to school. On the way back to school, the teacher did not forget to remind the two men to reflect on themselves, knowing that what they did was illegal. After hearing their crimes, the two men immediately knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the teacher. The teacher then returned to his classroom, and the two men were taken away by the police. As soon as the teacher came back, he immediately began to organize his textbooks, tidy up his desk, and then started the class. However, during the class, Su Chen found that the teacher seemed a little absent-minded, as if he was not paying attention. After class, Su Chen followed the teacher. After they walked into the classroom, the teacher immediately winked at Su Chen, indicating that he should sit down first before continuing the lecture. Su Chen sat in his seat as the teacher requested. This time, Su Chen noticed that the eyes of the people around him were focused on the teacher. The teacher's expression was a little abnormal. Su Chen felt that something must have happened, so he stood up and walked towards the podium. Su Chen walked towards the podium, and the people around him involuntarily made way for him. After Su Chen came to the podium, he smiled apologetically at the teacher. Teacher, I apologize to you on their behalf for what happened just now. It's nothing. The teacher shook his head. Teacher, are you worried about something? If you are, you can tell me. Su Chen said with a smile. The teacher raised his head and smiled at Su Chen. Student Su Chen, the teacher is not worried. You really have nothing on your mind? That's good. Su Chen nodded and said. Afterwards, Su Chen said to the people around him, since everything is fine, I will leave first. Teacher, you have a good rest. Yeah, okay. After Su Chen left the class, he went to the rooftop of the teaching building and looked up at the night sky. The moon is so beautiful tonight. Su Chen sighed softly because she had to take care of Su Chen during this period. Wang Xiaoyun did not enjoy the beautiful night view properly. Now she can finally enjoy it. Su Chen stood on the rooftop, feeling the cool breeze and thinking about his parents. I wonder how my father and mother are doing now? Are they okay? Are they having any difficulties? Do they need any help? Although Su Chen is an adult, his heart is still full of worries about his parents. Just at this moment, Su Chen saw a BMW parked downstairs. This BMW looked very familiar, but Su Chen couldn't remember whose car it belonged to for a moment. Just when Su Chen was wondering, a woman suddenly jumped out of the driver's seat and ran towards him. This woman was none other than his first love, Wang Xiaoyun. Su Chen, you are really here. Wang Xiaoyun said excitedly after coming to Su Chen's side. Su Chen smiled and said to Wang Xiaoyun, yeah, why are you here? Are you here to see me too? Wang Xiaoyun nodded and said, yes, how did you know? I came to see you for something. Su Chen smiled and said, what's the matter? Tell me. Su Chen, let's have a meal together. Wang Xiaoyun said. After hesitating for a while, Su Chen finally nodded. The two came to a restaurant near the school and asked for a private room. Su Chen, I want to ask you a question. Can you answer me honestly? Of course. Su Chen said. Do you really like me? Wang Xiaoyun stared at Su Chen with her beautiful eyes. Of course. Su Chen said without hesitation. After hearing Su Chen's answer, Wang Xiaoyun's face was filled with a bright smile. Anyway, as long as he likes her. Su Chen, I have a request, can you help me? Wang Xiaoyun said. Su Chen was stunned. He didn't expect Wang Xiaoyun to make such a request. What help do you need? Su Chen said with a smile. It's like this, can you help me this time? Wang Xiaoyun said. Yes, I will not refuse as long as I can do it. Su Chen said confidently. That's good. Actually, my family is not well off, so I would like you to buy me a mobile phone so that it will be more convenient for us to contact each other. After hearing what Wang Xiaoyun said, Su Chen immediately said, don't worry, I will do my best to buy it for you. Thank you then. Wang Xiaoyun said with a smile. It's nothing. Su Chen waved his hand. After Su Chen and Wang Xiaoyun chatted for a while, they prepared to leave. I'm leaving first. See you tomorrow morning. Su Chen said. Yeah. Wang Xiaoyun nodded. After Su Chen left, Wang Xiaoyun's expression suddenly changed and became a little gloomy. This damn guy actually treated me like this. Wang Xiaoyun snorted coldly. Then, Wang Xiaoyun took out a mobile phone and called Zhang Fei. Hello? Miss, what can I do for you? Zhang Fei asked respectfully. Zhang Fei, go check on this guy, a guy named Su, his name is Su Chen. Find out all his information for me. Wang Xiaoyun ordered. Okay, miss, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xiaoyun's mouth corners curled up slightly. Su Chen, I hope you don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your parents. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being entangled with Lin Ruoshua. A ferocious smile appeared on Wang Xiaoyun's face. After returning home, Su Chen washed up and fell asleep on the bed. After waking up the next day, Su Chen had a simple breakfast and then went to school to continue his classes. On this day, Su Chen was a little absent-minded in class. He always felt that everything that happened today was too strange, and he felt very uneasy. In the afternoon, after Su Chen returned home, he saw that his parents and grandfather were not at home, so he went straight to the door and wanted to knock. Chapter 212. The injury is very serious, however. No one responded after knocking for a long time. Su Chen was a little anxious. Did something happen? At this moment, the sound of footsteps came into Su Chen's ears. Mom and Dad, where are you? Su Chen shouted hurriedly. However, the door remained closed. After Su Chen frowned and thought for a moment, he stretched out his fist and smashed towards the door. Bang! The door was smashed open by Su Chen. A strong smell of blood wafted into my nose. Su Chen saw his parents lying on the ground, with painful expressions on their faces and blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Mother! Su Chen rushed in and helped his father to the sofa. This time, there were 3 steel needles half pierced into his father's chest, and it looked like the injury was very serious. Grandpa, Grandpa, wake up! Su Chen shouted loudly. Whoa, just then, the little girl started crying. This little girl is Su Chen's sister, Su Xiaoyan. Su Xiaoyan has always liked to stick to Su Chen. Every time she sees her brother unhappy, she becomes very anxious and her tears can't stop flowing. When Su Xiaoyan saw her brother like this, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Su Chen heard Su Xiaoyan crying and turned around. Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you? Are you hungry again? Su Chen said with concern. Su Xiaoyan nodded, then sobbed and said, Brother, Grandma. Grandma is gone, I miss Grandma, woo woo. After hearing Su Xiaoyan's words, Su Chen fell silent. Do you think Grandma was kidnapped by bad guys? Su Chen asked. No. I saw Grandma jumping out of the window last night. Su Xiaoyan said. What? Su Chen exclaimed. This time, he saw a letter on the coffee table next to him. There was a line of words written on the letter paper. Su Chen, you will understand after you read the letter. I'm leaving, your grandma. Don't miss me too much. We'll see each other in the next life. Su Chen, I'm sorry I can't be with you for the rest of your life. Su Chen, Grandma hopes you will always be happy. I love you, Su Chen. After reading the letter, Su Chen's mood instantly fell to the bottom. How could this happen? Why did Grandma jump out of the window and escape? Was she injured, so she jumped out of the window and escaped? Su Chen muttered to himself. After thinking for a long time, Su Chen still couldn't figure it out. Forget it, since Grandma doesn't want me to know her identity, why should I guess? Su Chen muttered to himself. Grandpa, please wake up, Grandpa, I beg you, don't leave your grandson alone, don't leave your grandson alone. Su Chen knelt on the ground and called out loudly. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Chen shouted, his grandfather still did not wake up. No, 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 you can't leave me alone. At this moment, Su Chen felt that his world was dark and he was standing alone on the empty street. Grandma, Grandpa, Su Chen shouted loudly, but he couldn't wake them up. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Zhang Qian, so he called her, but her phone was turned off every time he called her. This time, Su Chen felt completely panicked. Grandma, how could you leave me alone? I don't have parents anymore, you can't leave me alone again. Su Chen said dejectedly. He felt like a helpless child. This time, he thought of the property left by his grandparents. If he used the money to support his grandmother, he would have a lot of money, but this money does not belong to you. Why? Su Chen muttered to himself. Why? Why is my fate so difficult? Su Chen roared to the sky, his eyes filled with anger. This year, Su Chen was immersed in sadness and fear all day long. Whenever it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Su Chen would sit up and stare at the ceiling or out the window. Over the past year, he kept asking about his parents, but never got any clues. He felt as if his life had failed. Su Chen, don't think too much. Pack up your things quickly and go back to the countryside with me. We still have to work hard, make money, and let Grandma live a good life. Wang Chang persuaded. Dad, I really miss the warmth of home, but I really don't have the energy now. Su Chen said weakly after hearing Su Chen's words. Wang Chang fell silent and said nothing. Dad, I don't want to go back. I want to stay and take care of you and Grandma. Silly child, Dad and Grandma are old and can't take care of you for too long. What you need to do now is to work hard to make money and let Grandma and I live a good life. But, there's no buts. Your Grandma and I only need a little medical expenses to treat our illnesses. And your Grandma and I can also help you find a suitable job so that we can both live a good life. Wang Chang said. I see. After hearing what Wang Chang said, Su Chen nodded and said, Dad, I'm going to pack my things. After saying that, Su Chen left the living room, went upstairs to get his clothes, and prepared to leave the city. Su Chen, wait a minute. At this time, Li Yuzhen walked behind Su Chen and said, When your grandmother passed away, she asked you to bring her ashes back to your hometown, so you must leave as soon as possible. After hearing Li Yuzhen's words, Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Thank you, Mom. Silly child, we are all family, why are you saying these things? Well, I'll go upstairs and clean up first. Having said that, Su Chen left. After returning to his hometown, Su Chen began to pack his luggage. Grandma. Grandma, after Su Chen put away her grandmother's belongings, her eyes were red and she cried like a tearful pear blossom. Grandma, I'm leaving. Then, Su Chen hugged a piece of clothing in his arms and left home at this time. He didn't expect that his grandmother also left behind a necklace and a bank card. He took out his bank card and saw that the password was actually his grandmother's birthday. Seeing this, Su Chen was stunned. He remembered that his grandmother's birthday should be August 18th. 1980. It was his grandmother's death anniversary. Grandmother, Su Chen cried softly, with crystal clear tears flowing from the corners of his eyes, like drops of rain, and the hot tears fell on the bank card. Chapter 213. A small town in the countryside. Grandma, please don't abandon me alone. I'm really scared. After finishing speaking, he put the bank card in his hand into his pocket, and then put the necklace and bank card in it. Seeing this, Su Chen felt even more uncomfortable that he now wished he could fly to his grandmother's grave to pay his respects. A week later, he arrived at a small town in the countryside. At this moment, Su Chen felt extremely painful in his heart. Countless thoughts flooded into his mind, making his mood become more and more depressed. Looking at this familiar town, Su Chen's eyes became extremely complicated. He knew that he could no longer act recklessly as before, and that he had to grit his teeth and persevere no matter what difficulties he encountered, otherwise he would only find himself in an irretrievable situation. Grandpa, I'm back. After walking into the town, Su Chen looked in the direction of the village and shouted. Chen Chen, Chen Chen. You're back? Come and see your grandparents. At this time, a woman ran out and shouted at Su Chen. Su Chen answered with a smile, then walked over and looked at his grandpa and grandma sitting in wheelchairs. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back to see you. There was a faint smile on Su Chen's face, and the smile was full of tenderness and kindness, as if the sun was shining on the cold lake, instantly emitting a cool and comfortable feeling. Grandpa, Grandma, how are you? I miss you so much. Su Chen squatted down, held his grandfather's hand, and spoke softly, with a look of deep happiness on his face. Seeing this, Grandpa smiled and touched Su Chen's head, with a relieved smile on his face. Chen Chen has grown up and become a responsible man. By the way, Grandpa, this is the local specialty I bought for you, please try it. Okay, you're thoughtful. Seeing his grandfather so happy, Su Chen was also very happy. Chen Chen, what's wrong with your legs? Why did you become lame? At this time, Grandpa pointed at Su Chen's legs and asked in confusion. After hearing what his grandfather said, Su Chen's expression looked extremely embarrassed, because he really didn't know how to explain. Chen Chen, what happened to your legs? How did it become like this? Seeing this, Su Chen's expression became even gloomier. Nothing much, just some minor friction. Alas, Grandpa knows that you are filial and don't want to tell Grandpa, but Grandpa doesn't blame you. You have grown up and have your own ideas. Grandpa can't control so much. Grandpa will not care about you in the future. Please pay attention to your own safety. Grandpa said, then sighed, with a helpless expression on his face. Thank you, Grandpa. You're welcome. Grandpa is old now and can no longer escort you to the capital. I can only wish you a safe return. After hearing this, Su Chen's eyes turned red. He knew that his grandfather had always cared about him and had never forgotten him. Well, I will definitely come back safely, Grandpa, Grandma, I'm leaving now. After saying this, Su Chen felt extremely sad. Then he turned around, turned his back to his grandpa and grandma, and left. Looking at Su Chen's lonely back, Grandpa and Grandma couldn't help but cry. Have a safe journey, Chen. Have a nice journey, the two prayed silently, the sadness in their hearts ready to burst out. As Su Chen looked back every few steps, and every step he took was very difficult. Finally, Su Chen left the village and started his journey home. During this journey, Su Chen said nothing and just walked away in silence, as if he didn't want anyone to disturb him. This time, he must get back everything that belongs to him. He wanted revenge. He wanted to make those who killed his parents pay with blood. A day later, Su Chen disappeared into the mountains and forests, and was never seen again. In a forest, two men in black were sitting quietly on a huge rock, looking straight ahead with murderous intent in their eyes. The two men in black are none other than Blood Shark, the leader of the famous Blood Knife organization, and Blood Wolf, the second in command. Blood Wolf, do you think Su Chen has already returned to the capital? Blood Shark said. I don't think so. Su Chen is very slow. It's impossible for him to leave here in such a short time. Blood Wolf shook his head. Blood Shark, do you think Su Chen's injuries can be recovered to their original extent? Blood Wolf suddenly asked. Hearing this, Blood Shark fell silent. He didn't dare to confirm it. After all, he had witnessed that great war with his own eyes. He was the most qualified person to judge that earth-shaking battle. It was the most horrific war he had ever seen in his life. That kind of war was simply a fight between gods. Therefore, he had no way of determining how Su Chen's injuries had recovered. If the injury had not healed, then Su Chen would most likely be a corpse, and there would be no question of whether he had recovered or not. I guess he was most likely injured in a car accident or other accident on the road. Blood Shark pondered. Blood Shark nodded. He also felt that Su Chen might have been injured, which caused his legs to be unable to move. Moreover, Su Chen's injuries were very serious, otherwise he would have returned to the capital long ago. At the same time, in a hospital in Beijing, several doctors and nurses in white coats were busy treating patients. They are doing their best to help those patients with their treatment, hoping that their legs can recover. In a room of the hospital, a boy lying on a bed was being pushed out of the emergency room for surgery. Su Chen, I will let you live a good life. At this time, a sinister voice sounded, then the lights in the ward went out and the boy on the bed fell into a coma. When Su Chen woke up, it was already noon the next day. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on his own bed. Seeing this scene, he was slightly startled, and then he realized that all this was a dream. It turns out that this was just a dream. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly, and a crystal clear tear slid down the corner of his eye. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, I broke my promise again. Thinking of this, Su Chen's heart was filled with guilt. He knew that he had not been with his parents for a long time, so he decided to spend more time with them after going to the capital this time. Thinking of this, his eyes were filled with determination. Chen, are you awake? How do you feel? Are you feeling unwell? Chapter 214, Tall Girl. At this time, Zhao Qianxian's voice came from outside the door, and then a tall girl came in carrying a lunchbox. This girl has a sweet appearance, but she has a cold and pretty face, which gives people a feeling of keeping people at a distance. I'm fine, Su Chen said indifferently. Although his tone was still extremely cold, his voice was obviously much lower. Are you really okay? If you feel uncomfortable, I will call a doctor immediately, Zhao Qianxian said with a frown. She didn't want to see anything wrong with Su Chen's body. No need, put your things down first and come over to eat, Su Chen said lightly. Oh. Hearing this, Zhao Qianxian nodded, then placed the thermos in her hand on the table beside the bed, and then opened the thermos. When Su Chen saw that it was filled with nutritious chicken soup, he was stunned and an expression of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Qianxian, is all this prepared for me? Yes. That's right, you've been sleeping for 5 days and 5 nights. We were all worried about you, so we made some tonic for you. You must drink it all. Hearing this, Su Chen felt something was not right. Qianxian, how do you know I haven't eaten for 5 days and 5 nights? Hearing this, Zhao Qianxian was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, because I know you are injured. You know I'm injured? Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned for a moment, looking incredulous. Yes, of course I know. Zhao Qianqian's words made Su Chen fall into deep thought. Could it be that Qianqian has discovered my injuries? Thinking of this, Su Chen's face suddenly darkened. Qianqian, didn't I tell you not to tell others about me? Hearing this, Zhao Qianqian was slightly startled, then smiled and said, Qianqian, what are you doing? I just told everyone that you were injured. Well, you're smart. You are such a worry to me. You were injured but you didn't even tell me. Zhao Qianqian muttered with a hint of complaint in her tone. I was afraid you would worry, so I didn't tell you. Su Chen said lightly. Hearing this, Zhao Qianqian smiled and said, Okay, Qianqian, you are a patient now, don't move around, drink it while it's hot. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded. Seeing this, Zhao Qianqian brought the chicken soup over and fed it to Su Chen. Su Chen started eating immediately. Su Chen drank a total of 6 bowls of chicken soup, which weighed more than 2 kilograms. When he finished drinking and Zhao Qianqian was cleaning up the dishes, Su Chen remembered something. By the way, Qianqian, I slept for 5 days and 5 nights. What about my brother? How is he? Has he woken up? Su Chen asked. Hearing this, Zhao Qianqian shook her head, then sighed softly and said, Su Chen, your brother has woken up. He is now in the ward next door. Do you want to go over and take a look? Su Chen was slightly startled, and then asked, He woke up? He is in the ward next door? Well, I'm awake now, but I'm still a little weak and need to rest for a while. Zhao Qianqian replied. Okay, I'll go see him right away. After Su Chen finished speaking, he lifted the quilt and was about to get up from the bed. However, as soon as he stood up, his legs became weak and he sat down on the bed with a painful expression on his face. Seeing this, Zhao Qianqian hurried over to support Su Chen. Qianqian, are you okay? How can you get up? Let me call a doctor for you. Zhao Qianqian said anxiously. Su Chen patted her shoulder with a smile and said, Qianqian, don't worry. I'm fine. How can you be okay? Look at your pale complexion and your black lips. This is clearly malnutrition. And you say you're okay? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Zhao Qianqian glared at him and said angrily. Well. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled awkwardly. His face was indeed frighteningly pale, but it was not due to malnutrition, but rather the hidden injuries left behind by the lightning eye in this world. Perhaps only the Eye of Thunder can heal his hidden injuries, but his injuries are too terrible and the Eye of Thunder cannot do it. Okay. I admit that my injuries are quite serious, but Qianqian, how do you know that I am malnourished? Su Chen said puzzledly. Zhao Qianqian was stunned for a moment, then explained, because I am a doctor. You are a cultivator, so naturally you need nutrients that cultivators need, and cultivators hate overwork the most, so your injury must be caused by malnutrition. Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned. What nutrients do practitioners need? Well, yes. You are not a cultivator, are you? Su Chen asked. Zhao Qianqian shook her head and said with a smile, Of course I'm not, but I can also see that you have a martial arts aura, so I guessed it. Martial arts aura? Hearing this, Su Chen looked surprised. Zhao Qianqian's words reminded him of some things. For example, before he practiced the Chaos Book, he also had a martial arts aura on him. How do you know I'm a practitioner? Because the aura on you is very special, I can sense it clearly. So that's how it is. Su Chen suddenly realized the martial arts aura on his body is so strong that even some martial arts masters cannot detect it. However, since you are not a cultivator, why do I have a martial arts aura? I don't know either. I don't know how to tell you. All right. Su Chen nodded and didn't ask any more questions, because he didn't want Zhao Qianqian to know that he possessed the Eye of Thunder, nor did he want her to know that he was a cultivator. After all, in this world, the fewer people who know, the better, because who knows if this secret can spread around the world. Let's go and visit my brother next door, said Zhao Qianqian. Good. After saying that, Su Chen followed Zhao Qianqian out of the hotel. When I came to the next room, I found that Zhao Hao had woken up. At this moment, he was sitting on the hospital bed, looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window with a look of enjoyment. Su Chen pushed the door open and walked in, smiling and asking, Brother, how do you feel? Hearing this, Zhao Hao turned his head and looked at Su Chen with a faint smile on his face. I never expected that my brother would become a super strong man. It's really unexpected. Ha, brother, please stop making fun of me. By the way, you came to me this time because you want me to help you find someone named Lu Wenchuan, right? Zhao Hao said. Yeah. Su Chen nodded and said. Chapter 215, Focus on improving your cultivation. Do you want revenge on him? I'm going to kill him. Ha, this Lu Wenchuan is not a simple person. I advise you not to provoke him. Zhao Hao said. Why? Can't I just get revenge on him? Revenge him? Haha, no. If you want revenge, you must first become stronger, otherwise, you will not be able to retaliate at all. Do you know that he is the boss of the 4th-ranked assassin organization U0027 Dark Soul U0027 in the international black market? He is very powerful. Even I can't beat him. International black market? Su Chen asked puzzledly after hearing this. You don't know about the international black market? It's an extremely terrifying organization. Every member of it can become a hegemon and even fight against the army. But don't worry, they have disappeared for a long time over the years, so even the current domestic government can't find any trace of them. Doesn't that mean that if I want to take revenge on him, I can only do it on my own? Yes. That's right. So, Chen, it's not that I look down on you. Although your strength is not weak, you are not yet at the level of the international black market. You should stop wasting energy and concentrate on improving your own cultivation. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded. What he lacks most now is strength, and his current cultivation level is still at a relatively low level in the cultivation world. Therefore, he must seize the time and practice hard. No matter what, I have to improve my strength as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it will be basically impossible to take revenge on Lu Wenchuan in the future. Chen, you still have a few days. If you are interested, come and practice Kung Fu with me. Okay. Su Chen agreed. Afterwards, he chatted for a few more words and left, at the same time, in the capital of China. In a mansion. Bang! A loud sound of cups breaking rang out, startling everyone in the room. Assholes, it's been so long and there's still no clue. You're such a loser, a bunch of good-for-nothings, losers, all losers. A middle-aged man shouted angrily. The waste he was talking about was Wang Jiangwo, the commander-in-chief of the Huaxia military region, who was also Su Chen's grandfather and the helmsman of the Su family. Next to Wang Jiangwo stood two middle-aged men, who were Wang Jiangwo's personal bodyguards. At this time, a guard could not help but retort, "Chief, please don't be angry. Perhaps Su Chen has been kidnapped by the enemy. As long as the enemy is captured, he can be forced to hand over the antidote, and Su Chen will hand over the antidote." Humph, what do you know? Wang Jiangwo snorted coldly. Not only has Su Chen not been kidnapped, but he has also made a great reputation internationally. If he has been kidnapped, then he must be seeking help, so you don't have to worry about this. After that, Wang Jiangwo glanced at everyone coldly and said in a cold voice, "Listen to me, I want you to immediately use all your strength to search for Su Chen's whereabouts. Once you find him, no matter what the cost, you must bring him back." Yes, everyone responded. There is one more thing. You all must remember this. Anyone who dares to pay attention to my granddaughter must die. Even those who hide in the dark, no one will be able to escape. Hearing this, everyone frowned slightly. Also, if anyone dares to hurt my granddaughter, I will make them pay with blood, even if they are soldiers. Clear. After leaving the Huangfu family, Su Chen prepared to go to Jiangnan province. After all, he is now a cultivator, and he can still protect himself in a place like Jiangnan province. Moreover, he has something more important to do, a mountaintop in Jiangnan province. This is a famous tourist attraction in Jiangnan province. When Su Chen just arrived here, he saw dozens of planes flying in the sky in the distance. These planes were flying very fast and kept passing by. It seems that the Security Bureau of Jiangnan Province also knows about my presence in Jiangnan Province. Su Chen muttered to himself, and then walked towards the top of the mountain. After reaching the top of the mountain, Su Chen sat down cross-legged. Then, he closed his eyes and silently recited the spell of Golden Bell Cover. This is his method of practice. At the beginning, his realm was still at the peak of foundation building. Both the spiritual energy in his body and his soul had not yet fully recovered. But since he obtained the golden bell cover, he felt that his strength had broken through a level. So, he decided to test what level he had reached. Moreover, he also wanted to know how much his physical strength had increased under the effect of the golden bell cover. As Suchen silently recited the spell, the true energy in his body also flowed into his dantian. This time, Suchen felt that the true energy in his dantian became extremely thick, as if it was burning like a flame. The quality of this true energy is several times higher than before. Ha! I have finally reached the golden core stage. I am only a thin layer of window paper away from the foundation establishment stage. As long as I break through, I can step into the foundation establishment stage. However, I am still too weak now and not qualified to challenge the foundation building stage. I should wait until I become stronger before trying again. Su Chen shook his head. However, in this world, besides me, who else can cultivate to the foundation building stage? It's really hard to say. Su Chen touched his chin and said to himself. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening thunder came into his mind. The scene made him feel a little surprised. He found that the air around him seemed to have solidified, and even breathing became difficult. Ha! What's going on? Su Chen asked puzzledly. Buzz! Just as Su Chen was surprised, purple lightning struck down from the sky. These lightning bolts were very thick, and each one was like a sharp sword, stabbing Su Chen fiercely. Seeing this, Su Chen hurriedly used the 9-yang divine art to block the lightning, but he also suffered some injuries and his body was a little exhausted. What on earth is going on? Could it be a heavenly calamity? Su Chen thought to himself. On earth, a natural calamity will only come when one is about to cross a catastrophe, and it will be so powerful that it can even cause the collapse of the earth. Could it be that because my identity was exposed, it caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth, resulting in a thunder disaster attacking me? Su Chen guessed secretly in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that the lightning seemed to be pulled towards him by something, and finally turned into a ball of purple light. Chapter 216 Huge Spiritual Energy. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. What is this? Oh my God! What's with all this lightning? Why are they all coming towards me? Also, how come there is such a huge amount of spiritual energy in my body? Su Chen was horrified. Why did my dantian turn into a black hole, as if it was going to swallow everything? What on earth is going on? Is this a calamity? Hiss. Su Chen took a breath, then he quickly closed his eyes, sat quietly there, and let the lightning strike his body. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. A violent sound of thunder and lightning rang out, and Su Chen was completely enveloped in thunder and lightning. His body was burned black by the electricity, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. In the thunder and lightning, Su Chen suffered tremendous pain, and his body seemed to be about to explode. He also didn't know how long he could hold on. At this moment, a golden light suddenly burst out from his sea of consciousness, enveloping Su Chen's sea of consciousness. This is golden bell cover. Buzz, boom. A deafening sound rang out. This is the sound produced when the golden bell cover is in operation. Immediately afterwards, Su Chen felt that the space in his sea of consciousness was becoming larger and larger. At the same time, waves of spiritual energy rushed into his body frantically, making his tendons and skin stronger. I finally mastered the third level of the golden bell cover. I am probably at the initial stage of foundation building now. Su Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. With the help of golden bell cover, he finally practiced it to the fourth level, which was the realm he had always dreamed of. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Crack. Crack. Boom, boom. Crack. Bursts of earth-shaking thunder were heard, and the space of Su Chen's sea of consciousness became larger and larger. At this time, Su Chen gradually adapted to the power of thunder. At this time, he felt that the space in his sea of consciousness had become even more powerful, which means that his physical strength was already comparable to that of a warrior in the late stage of foundation building. Moreover, his mental strength has also been improved to an extremely terrifying level. With the help of golden bell cover, Su Chen discovered that the range of his mental power had reached 500 meters. A range of 500 meters is already very impressive. Even a cultivator at the peak of the foundation building stage can only exert his power within a range of about 200 meters. At this time, Su Chen was already able to control the mental attack. It's worthy of being called golden bell cover. Su Chen murmured. He has now completely adapted to this state, and is not afraid at all even if he encounters a cultivator in the Jindan stage. At this moment, Su Chen thought of the voice just now again. Could it be that the voice I just heard came from this voice? Could it be that, in this world, there is someone else who can perform this technique? No wonder there are so few practitioners in this world. This world is really full of crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and crouching tigers. Su Chen thought secretly in his heart. At this time, he had completely adapted to the bombardment of thunder, and his body was slowly recovering. Now that I have survived the catastrophe this time, should I find a place to break through my cultivation? This calamity seems to be an opportunity for me. But I don't know how long it will take to break through this heavenly tribulation. Su Chen thought to himself. Boom! 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 As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, another huge sound of thunder and lightning rang out. His heart trembled. Could it be that there is a second wave of lightning that has not yet arrived? As soon as this thought came to mind, Su Chen immediately became a little uneasy. No, absolutely not. If I do that, I will die soon. Su Chen thought to himself. Boom! 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 Crack! Boom! 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 Thunder and lightning kept bombarding Su Chen, and Su Chen's skin was torn apart. Although the speed of cultivation in this world is far faster than that in the world of immortal cultivation, Su Chen ascended from the world of immortal cultivation after all. His bones and body are very different from those of ordinary practitioners here. If he continues like this, he will be killed by lightning sooner or later. No, we must find a safe place quickly. Su Chen thought to himself. He knew that if he continued to stay here, he would soon be struck to death by lightning. Boom! 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 At this time, thick bolts of lightning struck down. Su Chen was very anxious. He didn't want to be hacked to death. No. We can't stay here any longer. Thinking of this, Su Chen was about to rush out of the valley, but as soon as he rushed out of the valley, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck. Puff! Su Chen spat out a large mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards. Boom! This time, his injuries were more serious than before. Damn it! Su Chen cursed in his heart, and then he rushed out of the valley again. However, lightning struck down one after another, and each time, his skin was torn apart by the lightning. Boom! 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 Bang! Time and time again, Su Chen failed to escape. Boom! At this moment, a bolt of thunder fell from the void and instantly hit his shoulder. Puff! Su Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and his whole body was almost chopped into pieces. However, he still rushed out of the valley desperately, because, as long as they get out of this valley, it means they have escaped from the dangerous area. Whoosh! Just as Su Chen rushed out of the valley, another terrifying lightning fell from the void and hit Su Chen hard. Boom! This time, the lightning directly blasted Su Chen into a ball of bloody mist. Boom! Crack! Just like that, Su Chen was blasted into pieces by the terrifying thunder. On the other side, a man in white was sitting cross-legged on the ground, emitting a terrifying aura, like an ancient demon god. Above his head, 9 pitch-black swords were floating. Buzz! At this time, the man in white opened his eyes. Ho-hoo! 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 His face was as pale as paper, and his body was covered with scars. He looked extremely miserable. However, he did not give up resistance. Chapter 217 Destroying the entire world with your own hands. Su Chen, swear that one day, I will step onto the plane where you are and destroy the entire world with my own hands. Boom! 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 At this moment, there were suddenly loud roars from the sky, like the sound of thousands of horses galloping, and the whole earth began to shake violently. At this time, Su Chen also suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with a deep look of horror. What is that sound? It's a strange sound, but I don't know what it is. The only thing I could feel was the aura of destruction. Could it be that someone is going through a tribulation? Su Chen said with a serious look, if it was a tribulation, why would there be such a loud noise? He didn't know why this happened, and at this time, the thunderclouds in the void were growing thicker and thicker, as if they were going to cover the entire planet. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky actually formed thin lines, lightning snakes, and meteorites. This scene is simply horrifying. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. There were constant explosions between heaven and earth, and the sound was deafening. Thick bolts of lightning kept striking Su Chen. Oh no, the thunder tribulation is coming soon, and I can't resist it now. Am I going to die here today? Su Chen looked at the sky with a look of despair, and at this moment, he suddenly saw a figure falling from the sky. Eh? Isn't this my master? Why is it him? Isn't my master cultivating? Why is he going through a tribulation? Su Chen saw the figure descending from the sky and felt confused, but he remembered that his master was an expert in the middle stage of celestial immortality. How could he possibly be in the process of undergoing tribulation? Could it be that a mid-stage celestial immortal master could also survive the heavenly tribulation? Su Chen couldn't believe it, but soon, these thoughts disappeared from my mind. He just felt numb all over. What on earth is going on? How could this happen? Su Chen felt very uneasy. Crash. The calamity clouds in the sky continued to spin, as if brewing an even more powerful force. What kind of thunder is this? At this time, Su Chen's eyes changed, but soon, terrifying bolts of lightning came crashing down towards his body. Boom, 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 boom. Thunders fell one after another, completely submerging Su Chen. Bang! Su Chen's body was blasted into a pool of blood, and even his soul turned into ashes. As Su Chen died, his body, struck by the thunder, turned into powder and disappeared into the void. However, just after his body disappeared, the figure slowly stood up. Ha ha ha. I, Su Chen, finally left here. Ha ha ha. Su Chen laughed wildly towards the sky, but just as he was laughing wildly, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the void and directly split his body in half. Boom. 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 What the hell is going on? Su Chen looked around, his face filled with shock. His body was clearly dead, but he did not die, and he was resurrected again. Could it be that all this is because I have a holy weapon? Could it be that I am really a child of destiny? A strong sense of excitement suddenly arose in Su Chen's heart. Although he is not a genius now, he is also a hero, right? As long as he can break through the celestial immortal realm and reach the golden immortal realm, he will be a child of destiny. Swish! Su Chen's figure flashed and he entered the Qiankuan ring. Afterwards, he immediately went into seclusion to practice. At this moment, another figure appeared in the sky. It was Su Chen's master Lin Feng. His face was extremely gloomy. You ignorant little bastard! Was he struck dead by heaven's punishment so soon? Lin Feng looked at the figure in the sky with a cold expression, but then, an evil smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, that's even better. There's a road to heaven but you don't take it, and there's no door to hell but you insist on breaking in. In that case, I'll give you a ride so you can die comfortably. Lin Feng laughed grimly, then he turned around and flew away. Su Chen's body was destroyed and his soul was shattered. His soul was also shattered by the heavenly punishment, but his soul was reassembled. Because he possessed the blood of the celestial dragon clan and had extraordinary talent, he was able to reshape his soul and restore his body under this heavenly punishment. However, this also caused his cultivation to fall to the celestial immortal realm, and he was even unable to cultivate. In the celestial immortal realm, boom, boom, boom. The divine punishment continues, but Su Chen just stood there smiling bitterly. Although his strength has fallen to the early stage of earthly immortal, he is still an early stage earthly immortal, therefore, the damage to him should be minimal. After all, he was also a cultivator in the early stage of earthly immortal back then. Su Chen waited there for 3 years. During these 3 years, Lin Feng would come to the island every few days and watch Su Chen being killed, and every time, he would turn Su Chen's corpse into dust and completely disappear. Humph. Little bastard, how long do you think you can hide? I'm telling you, you're dead. Su Chen sneered and continued to practice. Master. Master. Help me. At this moment, a shrill scream suddenly came from outside, which made Su Chen's face change suddenly. Who's calling me? Could it be that my senior brother is here? Su Chen's face was gloomy, and then he rushed out quickly. When he came outside, he saw a familiar figure. It was his senior brother. Kid, what's wrong with you? Su Chen's senior brother is a middle-aged man. He has an ordinary appearance, but there seems to be a sense of majesty and dominance between his eyebrows, which makes him look very extraordinary. Brother! How did you find me? Su Chen asked. Ha, junior brother, do you think I'm that stupid? The senior brother smiled slightly and then said, Your strength has been sealed for 3 years. Now you are only an ordinary celestial being. It is easy for me to find you. Su Chen was slightly stunned. 3 years? How did you find me 3 years ago? I thought it would take you at least 70 or 80 years. Chapter 218, 1,000 Miles of Gap. After hearing this, Su Chen's senior brother sneered and said, Master, I told you a long time ago that there is a big gap between the heavenly immortal realm and the late heavenly immortal realm, but Master asked me to take you away, so I arrived here so late. I see. Master really loves you, brother. You should have reached the celestial realm now, right? Su Chen asked. Yeah. Just stepped in. So what is your current level, brother? My cultivation is at the peak of the Xianxian realm. If nothing goes wrong, I should be able to enter the Dixian realm. Hearing this, Su Chen took a breath. There is a huge gap between the Xianxian realm and the Dixian realm. To cross this gap is harder than climbing to the sky. Brother, can you go to my master and ask for mercy? Su Chen said in a low voice. Master has already fallen. After hearing this, Su Chen showed a disappointed expression on his face. Don't be disappointed. We have many talented disciples here. They are all talented disciples abandoned by their masters, but they have not given up. They work hard to improve themselves every day, trying their best to follow in their master's footsteps, hoping to surpass their master's achievements. In this way, they can be recorded in history forever and become names that go down in history. After hearing this, Su Chen took a deep breath and said, It seems that you are even more stubborn than me. This is not my fault. Our Su family is a huge family, and our master is also a top-notch expert. Su Chen nodded. Su Chen knew how high his senior brother's cultivation level was, and he had even reached the 9th level of the celestial immortal realm. However, such a heaven-defying existence did not seem to leave any special impression in Su Chen's memory, because he is not welcome at all in the Su family. Even many people in the Su family were ostracizing him. That's why he was abandoned on this remote island. And during these 3 years, he suffered a lot, but Su Chen still did not give up, but kept practicing hard, hoping to reach the celestial immortal realm again. Moreover, Su Chen felt that perhaps only in this way could he see his father and his mother again. Boy, you better find a way to escape first. At this time, Su Chen's senior brother sighed and said, Brother, don't worry. I will be fine. You're not afraid of death, are you? Well, let's wait and see. After saying this, Su Chen's senior brother turned around and was about to leave. Su Chen hurriedly grabbed his arm and said, Brother, I was wrong. No matter what, you have to help me, right? I can't be trapped here anymore. Don't worry, I will find a way to rescue you. Thank you so much, brother. After saying this, Su Chen clasped his fists in great excitement. Boy, let's go. After saying this, Su Chen's senior brother walked forward. His figure flashed and he turned into a stream of light and left. Su Chen followed closely behind. He knew that if he delayed any further, he would really die here. Su Chen followed his senior brother and rushed forward. Along the way, he was on guard in secret. However, this is a desolate land. There is no human habitation around except for the wild mountains and wilderness. Even if Su Chen wanted to escape, he probably wouldn't have the chance, and in front, Su Chen saw a huge ancient altar. Brother, where is this? Su Chen looked at his senior brother and asked. This is the tomb of our suzerain. You will be buried here from now on. Master's grave? After hearing this, Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then said. But the master died a long time ago. Yes, he is dead, but we dare not disobey his grave, so we can only let you stay here. Oh well. Su Chen nodded. Su Chen's senior brother took a look at the tomb and left. Su Chen slowly walked to the altar, knelt down, and said, Disciple Su Chen, hello to the master. After Su Chen kowed out several times, he prepared to stand up, but just as he was about to stand up, he discovered something incredible, because at his feet, there was a black mist that covered the entire tomb. The black fog actually entangled Su Chen. What's going on? Su Chen was startled and began to struggle immediately. However, no matter how he struggled, the black mist bound him tightly, and no matter how much strength Su Chen used, it was of no avail. Su Chen even suspected that the black mist seemed to have life and could completely bind his body, making it impossible for him to break free. What's going on? My body seems to be out of control. Su Chen was horrified when he saw this scene because in his eyes, he could clearly see that the black fog was constantly devouring his body. Moreover, as the black mist continued to devour him, the blood in his body also continued to flow into the black mist. No! I don't want to die. After Su Chen returned home, he locked himself in the room for 3 hours. He has been immersed in his own thoughts and can't calm down for a long time. He started dreaming a year ago. He dreamed of many people and things. He even remembered the appearance and names of many people, but that doesn't matter. The most important thing is that when he woke up, he had nothing. He turned into a child in white clothes and lost all his abilities. Honey, I can't seem to remember anything. Su Chen looked at the woman sitting on the sofa. His eyes were blank and his expression was painful. I feel so uncomfortable. The woman came over and touched his forehead. What's wrong with you? I don't know either. He shook his head, indicating that he was confused. I just remember that my name is Su Chen, and there are many other things, but I can't remember them. The woman frowned. So how do you feel about yourself now? It's okay. I feel like my body has recovered, but I lost some strength. He reached out and touched his chest, which was empty. This feeling is really strange. The woman sighed. You have lost your memory, so you feel that this place is empty. It will be fine when you get used to it. By the way, where did you go today? She suddenly thought of something and asked him. I'm out on some errands today. After Su Chen finished speaking, he looked up at the ceiling. His eyes fell on the painting hanging on the wall. The woman in the painting is extremely beautiful, with a pair of sparkling eyes and extraordinary grace. There is a man beside her. I asked him, that shouldn't be possible. He remembered that the woman was not him, and he was not her. His head was so confused and painful. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Chapter 219 Top Beauty. He frowned, his tone quite dissatisfied. Young master, the old master asked you to go to the study. The butler's voice came from outside. When Su Chen heard this, he immediately stood up from the bed. He walked over and opened the door. I know. The butler smiled and nodded, then left. After Su Chen closed the door, he quickly walked towards the study. I in the study. Mr. Su was sitting on a chair, and a woman in her 50s was standing next to him. The woman had a sad face. When Master Su saw him coming, he pointed to the chair next to him and said, Sit down, grandfather. Su Chen walked over and sat down. Your mental state has been getting worse recently. Master Su frowned. Su Chen lowered his head when he heard this. You know, your father is dead, and I don't want anything to happen to you. I know. I will take good care of myself. He promised. After hearing this, Mr. Su nodded with satisfaction. Then, Master Su took out a few photos and handed them to him. These are photos of your mother, take a look. Yeah. Su Chen took it and looked at the woman on it. She is really beautiful. Of course. Mr. Su said proudly, the daughter-in-law of my Su family must be a top beauty. After hearing this, Su Chen just nodded lightly. At this time, the study door was pushed open and a maid walked in carrying a tray. There were several dishes on the table, still steaming. When Mr. Su saw this, he immediately invited Su Chen to eat. Su Chen nodded and walked over to sit down. He had only taken 2 bites when he heard footsteps outside. He looked up and saw another son of the Su family, his brother Su Chen. After seeing Su Chen walked up to him and said, Brother, I will take you to see someone today. Do you know her? Who? She is a super beauty. Oh. Su Chen was not interested and continued eating. Brother, don't be like this. Su Chen patted his shoulder and said, This person is a distinguished guest of our Su family. You have to be more careful in the future. I understand. Su Chen said perfunctorily, but he was thinking in his heart, he was not a fool. How could he let such a thing happen? He would not get into trouble like this. You eat first, I'm going to go out for a while. Good. Su Chen put down his chopsticks, then stood up and prepared to go outside to get some fresh air. By the way, do you still remember the fiancé I introduced to you? Su Chen paused, turned around, and looked at Su Chen. You introduced him to me? Su Chen nodded, yes. But that woman is not suitable for me. Su Chen shook his head and refused. It was obvious that the woman was not a good person, and he didn't need her. You can try to woo her. Su Chen laughed after hearing this. I don't think that woman is worthy of you. Don't say that. Su Chen sighed, I won't fall in love with a woman like that, and I don't want others to look at you that way. Okay, I'm leaving. Enjoy your meal. Su Chen turned and walked towards the door. As soon as he came out of the study, he saw his sister Su Chen standing at the door. She was holding a cup of coffee in her hand, and it seemed that she was going to bring it to his room. Brother, are you full? Not yet. Then let me pour it for you. Su Chen said, and walked towards the kitchen with the coffee. Su Chen followed him in, and he poured the coffee and handed it to Su Chen. Thank you. Su Chen shook his head. Su Chen took a sip. Although the taste was not as good as what he cooked himself, it was still sweet and delicious. You don't want to drink anymore? Drink it, I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, he took the coffee cup and walked to the bathroom. After taking a shower, Su Chen changed into pajamas and came out. He lay on the bed and watched a movie. Suddenly, there was a slight noise outside the window. He turned his head and looked sideways, only to see a dark shadow quickly sneak into the stairwell and disappear from his sight. Su Chen frowned in confusion. Who is this person? Are you here to steal something? Or are you here to look for someone? He got out of bed and put on his shoes. Just as he had put on his clothes, he suddenly heard the sound of someone knocking on the door. He immediately drew aside the curtains and walked over. I saw a petite figure running quickly to the balcony and then jumping down from the second floor. This scene happened so fast that Su Chen couldn't react at all. He could only watch his sister fall down the stairs. Su Chen was terrified. He quickly ran to the edge of the balcony and looked down, only to see Su Chen lying on the ground floor, motionless. Su Chen was frightened and rushed downstairs. When he ran downstairs, he saw a familiar figure curled up in the corner. Chener, how are you? Su Chen asked, squatting in front of her elder brother. When Su Chen heard his sister calling him, he quickly reached out and hugged her in his arms. Su Chen helped her up and then helped her to the sofa in the living room. You take a rest first, I'll go get a doctor. Brother, don't bother. I'm fine. No, I'm going to call a doctor to check you out. Brother, I'm really fine. You're okay? If you're okay, why would you fall like this? Su Chen frowned. Someone deliberately led me to that floor. Don't worry, I'm fine. Su Chen looked at her for a long time before finally nodding. Okay, I believe you. Brother, I'm sorry. Su Chen shook his head. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I were stronger, no one would bully you. Su Chen clenched his fists. During this period of time, he has been practicing hard so that one day he can be on equal footing with his biological father, but now, even his biological sister is injured. Brother, what's wrong with you? Su Chen calmed down and smiled a nothing. After Su Chen sent his sister back to the room, he hurried out. He wants to go see Su Chen. When Su Chen walked downstairs, he saw the housekeeper sweeping the yard. He immediately stepped forward and asked, Uncle Housekeeper, where is my sister? The young lady fainted just now, but she has woken up now. After saying this, the housekeeper went to do his work. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. Faint, Su Chen frowned. Feeling a little worried. He hurried upstairs and went to Su Chen's bedroom door. The door was ajar. He knocked on the door and called out, Chener. Are you awake? Su Chen was lying on the bed. When he heard someone knocking on the door, he immediately responded, Brother. I'm fine, don't worry. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he heard her say this. That's good, you should get some rest. Good night. Good night. Good night. Su Chen finally relaxed after hearing Su Chen's voice gradually fading away. He stood outside the door and waited for a while, and only left after making sure Su Chen was asleep. Chapter 220 The company's key training targets. The next day. Su Chen had just woken up from his sleep when he heard the doorbell ring. He immediately got up, walked to the door and opened it, and saw a man and a woman standing at the door. The man is tall, handsome, and imposing, while the woman is pretty and gentle. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then asked, Excuse me, who are you looking for? Upon hearing this, the man and woman looked at each other. We are from the Mu Group. We are here to deliver information, material? Su Chen was stunned. He didn't understand why these two people wanted to send him information. What is the information?
Su Chen, the young couple shouted in unison. Su Chen looked confused, as these two names were unfamiliar to him.
Do you know me? Have you forgotten? You are Su Chen.
I am Jolie, your classmate and best friend.
Su Chen suddenly realized. So you are classmates and friends, please come in. Su Chen hurriedly welcomed them in. Su Chen, I came here today to tell you that the company is going to bid for the land in the new city area. Your company wants to buy our company's land? Yes, so pack your things now and come with me to the company. After hearing this, Su Chen immediately asked, Why did you choose our company? Because we think highly of you. Jolie smiled, Our company has cooperated with your company before, and we have great confidence in you, so we want to invite you to participate in the bidding. Su Chen was surprised, Me? Yes. You are not only an excellent designer, but also the focus of our company's training. As long as you join us, we will give you more opportunities. Su Chen frowned that he didn't know how to refuse the other party, because, when they were within the company, they did sign a cooperation agreement with their company. They will provide various convenient conditions to maximize the benefits for their company. Su Chen thought of the Su family's cold attitude towards him. After hesitating for a moment, he finally agreed. After hearing Su Chen's answer, Jolie and Li Yunfeng both showed satisfied expressions. They didn't expect that Su Chen would agree so easily. They thought Su Chen would consider it, but unexpectedly, he agreed directly after Su Chen agreed. They took Su Chen back to the office and handed the documents to Su Chen. Su Chen took a look and signed his name. He looked at the two people and asked, I wonder what project the company needs me to be responsible for? It's like this. We plan to build a new urban area in City A, and your company will be responsible for bidding for the land and ensuring that there will be no losses. Jolie explained. Su Chen frowned. Your request is too harsh. You have to know that a company like ours will never allow itself to make any mistakes. Jolie said, Besides, you can't make any mistakes either, right? Su Chen frowned, feeling a little helpless. But will this cause harm to the company? No, you can rest assured. Okay, I'll try. Su Chen said, but I hope you understand the company's rules. That's for sure. Jolie and Li Yunfeng smiled. I'll think it over carefully. Yeah, okay. After the two finished talking, they left Su Chen's room. After Jolie and Li Yunfeng left, Su Chen sighed, then picked up his clothes and put them on. After he changed his clothes, he went downstairs. The villa is located in a remote area, so he has to go out and rent a car. However, he only had 500 yuan on him, and this 500 yuan was not enough to rent a car. Thinking of what Jolie and Li Yunfeng said last night, Su Chen felt that his trip might be in vain. When he walked to the door and was about to call a taxi, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Su Chen, hey, why is it her? Su Chen was a little surprised. He hurried over and opened the door. The long-haired beauty at the door saw Su Chen and immediately smiled sweetly. Su Chen, are you awake? Yes, I felt a headache when I woke up this morning, so I didn't have breakfast. Now I'm hungry. Can you have breakfast with me? Of course. So, Su Chen and Lin Feifei had breakfast together, and then Su Chen drove Lin Feifei to a nearby breakfast restaurant. As soon as Lin Feifei entered the breakfast shop, she was attracted by the aroma of breakfast. It smells so good. Lin Feifei couldn't help but sigh. Do you like it? Su Chen smiled, just order whatever you want. Okay. Lin Feifei ordered without hesitation a serving of fried dumplings, a serving of boiled fish, a bowl of soy milk, 2 cups of coffee, and a bottle of milk. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled and said, You are really extravagant. How can you die from overeating if you don't eat more? Lin Feifei said with a smile. After hearing what Lin Feifei said, Su Chen's mouth twitched. This girl is really a foodie. Don't you want to eat? Lin Feifei looked at Su Chen. I'm not hungry, take your time eating. Lin Feifei nodded and started working hard. Su Chen looked at Lin Feifei and thought to himself, This girl doesn't look like a rich girl. How come she can eat more than me after a breakfast? Su Chen shook his head and continued drinking soy milk. Su Chen. Just as Su Chen was drinking soy milk, Lin Feifei looked up and called him. Thank you for your help last night. Lin Feifei looked at Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying,
it's nothing, just a little help.
By the way, why didn't you go home last night?
Su Chen suddenly asked. Lin Feifei's expression changed when she heard this. She lowered her head and muttered softly, Seeing Lin Feifei's hesitation, Su Chen raised his eyebrows in confusion. What's wrong?
Are you lying to me?
Hearing this, Lin Feifei was so scared that she grabbed Su Chen's arm and said, No.
I didn't lie to you. You didn't lie to me, so why did you lie? Su Chen looked at Lin Feifei. You look like you don't dare to face me, what's going on? Actually.
Lin Feifei took a deep breath, then mustered up the courage to say, Actually, I'm a model. I met some bad guys in a bar last night, so I was kidnapped by them.
Kidnapping? Su Chen was a little surprised when he heard this. If it was kidnapping, you should call the police. Why would they kidnap you?
We don't know either, but they said we were models, Lin Feifei said.
All our clothes and tools were snatched away. So, you were penniless and were kidnapped here by them?
Yeah.
Lin Feifei nodded.
Chapter 221. Happy smile. Upon hearing this, Su Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. He carefully recalled the scene in the hospital before, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to hear a woman calling his name.
Could it be that she saved you?
Su Chen thought of this and a smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect that they would meet again, and this coincidence is so surprising. When Su Chen thought of this, a smile appeared on his face.
Thank you for saving me, Su Chen said to Lin Feifei seriously. You're welcome. This is what I should do, said Lin Feifei. Su Chen smiled. By the way, since you have found your house, I will go home first. We can talk again when we are free. Okay. Su Chen responded, watching Lin Feifei walk away with a happy smile on his face. Su Chen.
Just then, a voice came from behind. Su Chen turned his head and saw that it was Su Chanshan.
What are you doing here? Su Chen frowned. Didn't this guy go to study abroad? Why are you back?
I saw you just now, so I followed you.
Su Chanshan looked at Su Chen with a smile. By the way, why are you with Lin Feifei?
This. Su Chen thought of what Lin Feifei said last night, that she was her assistant. So, he couldn't tell the truth.
Are you hiding something from me? Su Chanshan frowned and looked at Su Chen.
No, it's just a gathering of friends, nothing serious.
Su Chen smiled. He didn't want Su Chanshan to know that his marriage to her was a fake one. Is it really okay? I saw her dating a boy. Su Chanshan looked at Su Chen with a smile. I don't think so.
Su Chen had no choice but to admit it, saying, She and I are just pretending to be a couple, but that doesn't mean we have any relationship.
Please stop talking nonsense, okay? Su Chanshan pouted and said, Su Chen, tell me honestly, do you like that girl?
If you like her, pursue her as soon as possible, otherwise, after you catch her, she may not like you anymore. Su Chen was stunned when he heard Su Chanshan's words, then shook his head. She can't possibly like me, because she already has someone she likes.
What? Su Chanshan was stunned. Who does she like?
Su Chanshan asked, her tone full of curiosity. She has liked Su Chen since she was a child, but Su Chen just doesn't like her at all. She knew very well that if she married Su Chen, she would definitely be Su Chen's wife, so she couldn't just sit there and watch Su Chen be with another woman.
She likes her brother. Su Chen sighed. After Su Chen said this, Su Chanshan was stunned. Who is her brother?
I don't know either, and she didn't want to reveal it. She just told me that something very important in their family was left abroad, said Su Chen.
Then why are you helping her find things? Don't you like that girl? Su Chanshan frowned, a little puzzled. No.
Su Chen shook his head. I don't hate her, I even like her a little bit. As soon as Su Chen said this, Su Chanshan's eyes instantly turned red. It turned out that Su Chen had not given up on him, but Su Chen obviously has someone he likes. Doesn't he mind being with someone else? Su Chanshan was unwilling to accept this. If she could be with Su Chen, she would become the most glorious woman in the entire Jiangnan city and even in the entire China. Her dream is to marry into the richest family in Jiangnan city and become the mistress of the Su group, so that she can spend the rest of her life with Su Chen.
Although Su Chen was a little disappointed with Su Chanshan's expression, he didn't say much. He turned around and prepared to leave. Su Chanshan hurriedly called Su Chen. Su Chen, since you like her too, let's compete fairly. Fair competition? Su Chen was stunned, not knowing what Su Chanshan was up to. Why should we compete fairly? I don't think you and I are qualified to compete fairly. After saying this, Su Chen strode into the restaurant. Su Chanshan was stunned. Thinking of what she had just said, her face flushed slightly and she stamped her feet and said, "This Su Chen is so annoying." Lin Feifei walked on the street, looking at the surrounding environment with mixed feelings. The city is still bustling at night, the streets were bustling with people, and the flow of people was endless. Lin Feifei took a deep breath, and a faint sadness passed through her heart. Oh. Lin Feifei sighed, then quickened her pace, preparing to hail a taxi. Just then, a car horn sounded, breaking the silence. Lin Feifei looked up subconsciously. I saw a sports car parked on the side of the road. A beautiful woman with long flowing hair walked out of the cab and slowly walked towards her. When Lin Feifei saw the beauty, her expression changed slightly. The beautiful woman approached Lin Feifei, looked at her with a smile, and then said, "Excuse me, are you Lin Feifei?" Lin Feifei was stunned. The incredibly beautiful woman in front of me is Su Chanshan, but how could she know her? How do you know my name? Lin Feifei widened her eyes and looked at Su Chanshan in disbelief. She had never had any interaction with the daughter of the Su family. What she didn't understand even more was why Su Chanshan knew her name. Of course I know you. Su Chanshan smiled slightly. Are you the girl Su Chen likes? When Lin Feifei heard Su Chanshan say the words, "the girl Su Chen likes," she felt her heart beating violently and her face flushed. No, she must not let Su Chanshan see anything. No. Lin Feifei immediately shook her head and said, "I am Su Chen's sister." Really? Su Chanshan raised her eyebrows, her eyes flickering. Su Chen has a sister? Why didn't he tell me? After Su Chanshan finished speaking, she suddenly asked, "By the way, where are your family members?" Lin Feifei frowned. This question made her feel a little uneasy, but she still chose to hide it. "I don't have any family." Lin Feifei lowered her head. "I am an orphan and have lived with my grandfather since I was a child." She didn't dare to reveal her actual identity. After all, she didn't know whether Su Chanshan would believe her. Oh. Su Chanshan nodded and said, "So, you are indeed not a relative of the Su family, but it's almost the same." Lin Feifei breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Su Chanshan's words. "I heard that your brother is a doctor. Why don't I take you to see him?" Su Chanshan suggested. Okay. Lin Feifei nodded. "But you have to agree to one condition of mine." Su Chanshan said. "What conditions?" Lin Feifei asked. "If you like Su Chen, just give him to me. I won't mind if you steal my boyfriend. Anyway, I already have a boy I like." Chapter 222. You can try to look everywhere. Lin Feifei didn't say anything. "I don't like Su Chen, I'm just his sister." Lin Feifei said. "I knew you had no interest in Su Chen, but hasn't your body recovered yet?" Su Chanshan asked. "I'm fine now," Lin Feifei said anxiously. "In that case, let's have dinner together and discuss your affairs." Su Chanshan's words shocked Lin Feifei. She knew that Su Chanshan's visit to her this time was definitely not a good thing, but Su Chen was still waiting for her. What? Are you afraid that I will hurt you?" Su Chanshan asked with a smile. "No, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. After all, you are in a relationship with Su Chen and you live under the same roof. I don't want to do anything too excessive." Su Chanshan said. After hearing this, Lin Feifei hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go to dinner with you." Su Chanshan took Lin Feifei to a high-end hotel and ordered dishes that both of them liked. After the dishes were served, Su Chanshan took the initiative to pick up food for Lin Feifei. "Thank you for treating me to dinner," Lin Feifei said politely. "Don't be polite to me." Su Chanshan smiled and said, "I don't want the cooperation between our two families to end here, you know? I really want to be friends with you. If you are willing, we can try to see where it is." "Yeah," Lin Feifei said with a smile, "I also hope to be friends with you." While the two were chatting, the dishes were almost ready and the waiter brought 2 bottles of brandy. Lin Feifei took a sip and immediately felt her whole body relaxed. "Yes, it tastes very good." Su Chanshan smiled slightly, then picked up the wine glass in front of her and raised it to Lin Feifei. "Cheers, cheers."
After the two clinked glasses, Lin Feifei drank the wine in the glass. She felt that her head was getting more and more dizzy, her cheeks were gradually turning red, and she felt unconscious. Lin Feifei was secretly surprised. This kind of wine is indeed worthy of being produced by a top winery.
Drinking just a little bit will make you a little drunk. Feifei, what's wrong with you? Su Chanqian looked at Lin Feifei with concern. I'm a little tired. I'll go back to the room and rest for a while. I'll come back to continue chatting with you later.
Lin Feifei stood up shakily, turned around and left. Lin Feifei's back seemed a little staggering. This wine has a strong aftereffect.
Feifei seems to be unable to hold her liquor. Su Chanqian muttered to herself, then looked at Lin Feifei's back with a sneer on her lips. Su Chanqian. Lin Feifei's voice suddenly reached Su Chanqian's ears. I have something to tell you. Okay. Su Chanqian smiled and nodded. I want to see what you want to tell me.
In Lin Feifei's room, she sat on the bed. Lin Feifei's hands were tightly grasping the sheets, her eyes looking straight at Su Chanqian.
I don't care who you are. What is your purpose in coming to me today? If you just want to humiliate me, then you succeeded.
Lin Feifei said this and stood up from the bed.
Humiliation? Su Chanqian chuckled and said, You think too much.
I just think we are very compatible when chatting, so I asked you out to chat, hee hee.
Lin Feifei sneered, It's a pity that I'm not interested in you.
Su Chanqian raised her eyebrows slightly and said, But I am interested in you.
What should we do? Should we try again? I believe that my charm is definitely stronger than Su Chen's.
Lin Feifei trembled all over when she heard this. She looked at Su Chanqian, her heart filled with anger. Every word Su Chanqian said seemed to hurt Lin Feifei's heart.
Su Chanqian, don't go too far. You said I bullied you, but from beginning to end, I didn't even slap you in the face. I am a girl too, I need someone to love me. Don't you have someone who loves you?
Lin Feifei gritted her teeth. What Su Chanqian said was absolutely true. She really needs someone to love her, and this person is none other than Su Chen, but Su Chen didn't want her.
I'm telling you, I'm not what you think. The person I like is Su Chen.
When Su Chanqian heard this, her face suddenly turned gloomy. She stood up and said coldly, You like him?
Oh, how ridiculous.
You and he are cousins, and you dare to say that you like him. Whether I like him or not is none of your business. Lin Feifei raised her head stubbornly.
What's the point of you liking him? He doesn't like you, not your type.
Su Chanqian sneered, Look at yourself, you are vain, vulgar, greedy, stupid, that's enough. Lin Feifei couldn't bear it anymore and slapped Su Chanqian in the face. Bang! A loud slap hit Su Chanqian's face. Su Chanqian's face was hit a little crooked and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Su Chanqian was stunned for a moment. Lin Feifei actually dared to hit her. Lin Feifei, you! Lin Feifei snorted coldly and said, Su Chanqian, I warn you, don't pretend in front of me. I hate seeing your hypocritical face the most.
You! Su Chanqian narrowed her eyes slightly. Lin Feifei continued to sneer. I tell you, I,
Lin Feifei, have never been a soft persimmon.
If you want to control me, you have to think twice.
After saying that, Lin Feifei turned around and left the box. She always staggered when she walked and she wasn't walking properly. Her head was dizzy and she seemed to be about to fall asleep. But no, this absolutely won't do. Can't fall asleep. Once she fell asleep, her plan would be ruined. Lin Feifei kept shaking her head, trying to keep herself awake. However, she found that the more she struggled, the more sleepy she became.
After a while, Lin Feifei leaned against the wall, her legs went limp, and
she fell asleep sitting on the ground.
Lin Feifei, please don't blame me. I'm just helping you.
Su Chanqian looked at Lin Feifei's back and gave a strange smile. Lin Feifei didn't know that she had been plotted against. When Lin Feifei woke up, it was already early morning the next day. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling the tingling sensation coming from her head. She couldn't help rubbing her forehead, then slowly got up. Last night, Lin Feifei tried hard to recall what happened last night.
I remember that I was drinking with Su Chanqian. Later, I drank too much and I don't remember anything.
Lin Feifei frowned and looked around.
Huh? Why am I here?
Lin Feifei looked around and found that this was an unfamiliar room. The curtains in the room were drawn, and it was pitch black outside, without a trace of sunlight.
Chapter 223 Calming Soup. Strange, Shouldn't I be in the box? Why am I in the room? Lin Feifei was confused. I wonder where Su Chanxian went. Lin Feifei thought in her heart. At this time, the door was pushed open. Lin Feifei turned around and saw a girl in a red dress walking in with a bowl of medicine. The girl is petite and cute, with a rosy face. She looks very adorable. Her eyes are very big, like sapphires, and are so watery that people can't help but feel pity for her. This is? Lin Feifei looked at the girl coming over and couldn't help but ask. The girl walked to the bedside and said with a smile, "This is a soothing soup." Soul calming soup? Lin Feifei was stunned for a moment, then looked at the girl and asked, "What did you give me?" Soul calming soup? The girl frowned slightly and said, "This is the first time I've heard of it. I don't understand it." Drink it yourself. But didn't you say you would treat the alcohol wound on my body? Well, you may have misunderstood me. The girl smiled and said, "I don't know any medical skills." Lin Feifei was immediately anxious when she heard this. She reached out and grabbed the girl's shoulder and asked anxiously, "Can you help me and let me drink this bowl of medicine, or you can ask someone to make a bowl for me?" "Don't bother." The girl gently pushed Lin Feifei's hand away. After Su Chen returned home, he looked at the wall clock and the hour hand pointed to 12 o'clock. It's so late and he hasn't eaten yet. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Su Chen shouted. In the living room, I heard a voice coming from the kitchen. "Oh, son, you finally came back?" "It's my wife's voice." "Mom, Dad." Su Chen ran over and hugged their legs, saying, "I want to eat boiled fish, can you make it for me?" "No, your father just got out of the hospital today, you can't let him get upset," said Mom. Su Chen coquettishly rubbed his father's arm and said, "Then I want to eat egg custard, beef rolls, fried rice cakes." Dad also said lovingly, Okay, let's do it now." "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Su Chen said happily. After his parents left, Su Chen went to the kitchen to make trouble again. He tinkered with things in the kitchen and broke them, eventually scaring the two babysitters away. He sat on the sofa waiting for his mom and dad to cook, but an hour passed and his stomach was growling with hunger, but still no one paid any attention to him. Su Chen was flipping through a TV series out of boredom when a beautiful woman wearing a white dress and looking like a Barbie doll came down the stairs. She was holding a tray with a cup of steaming milk and Su Chen opened his mouth in surprise. "Sister." Su Qing looked up at him and said, "Why are you back? Shouldn't your mom and dad be here?" Su Chen smiled and moved closer to her. "Because I miss you." Su Qing blushed and said, "What are you doing? Go take a shower and go to bed." Su Chen stood up and said, "Sister, today is my birthday, let's celebrate it together." Su Qing said, "Okay." Su Chen grabbed her wrist and said, "I know there's a new Sichuan restaurant nearby. I'll take you there to try it." Su Chen nodded in agreement. Su Chen happily picked up the car keys and said, "I'll go change my clothes first." After saying that, he rushed into his bedroom and locked the door. "Ha! Finally out of danger," Su Chen said, patting his chest. Su Qing sat down opposite him and looked at the two plates on the table, which contained two light dishes and a cup of hot milk. "Did you do all this?" Su Qing asked. Su Qing's expression was shocked. She had only heard that Su Chen could cook before, but had never heard him cook for others, and his cooking skills were quite good and the food was very much to their taste. "I thought you could cook, so I learned cooking skills. Now it's finally useful." Su Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, "I don't dare to make something too unpalatable for my dad to eat. My dad is a very picky eater, so the food you cook must be delicious." Su Qing said. Su Chen smiled and said nothing. After a while, she said, "I thought you would stay in the army for a few years." "I can't help it. The old man insisted on transferring me back to Beijing." Su Chen sighed and said, "I can't help it." Su Qing asked, "By the way, have you divorced your wife?" "Divorced, she is now married to another man." Su Chen said. When he mentioned Lin Xian, his tone was as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Su Qing said in surprise, "So fast? Impossible, aren't you a couple?" Su Chen said bitterly, "I loved her very much at the beginning, but her heart could never hold me. She had another person in her heart." Su Qing said, "You don't have to be sad. It's better to be divorced now. We can both find our own happiness. Isn't that good?" Su Chen nodded. Well, maybe it's fate. After the family had dinner, Suchin sat in front of the computer playing games, while Suching watched a movie with her parents in the living room. Suchin looked at the time, then opened WeChat and logged into Weibo. The name of his Weibo account is Chinchin's Chen. Chinchin's Chen. He muttered to himself. A faint smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. He remembered that his Weibo name was Yi Chensi, and his QQ name is Chensi Chensi, Chensi Chensi. His head turned into a white dove. He saw that his number of fans had exceeded 50,000. He opened his moments and saw that his number of fans had reached more than 60 million. These were added to him after he was released from prison. Su Chen took a look at the Weibo and suddenly felt moved, although his Weibo doesn't have much content. Except for one message, he is just posting photos. He still likes his loyal fans very much. Every time he posts a photo, there will be a lot of comments. This time, he received an email in his mailbox. He clicked on it and saw that it was a message sent to him by his good friend Chinchin's Chen. It said, "Congratulations on your return and congratulations on your new life." Seeing these words, Su Chen couldn't help but his eyes turned red. All this was possible with the help of Chen Chen. Without his help, he might never be able to return to the entertainment industry. Su Chen opened his Weibo and looked at the messages from fans. All they said were blessings to him and hoped that he would return to the entertainment industry soon. Thank you. Thank you so much. Without your support, I wouldn't be where I am today. Su Chen said as he looked at their messages. Chen, no need to thank me, you still have a long way to go. Chen, we love you. Su Chen looked at their Weibo and smiled. Chapter 224, Ulterior Purpose. These fans were his favorite fans ever. They were his die-hard fans, from childhood to adulthood. They always supported him no matter where he went. Seeing this, his heart felt warm. Su Chen opened his moments and searched for Chinchin's Weibo. On his Weibo, there is a WeChat message. He opened the WeChat message, clicked to read it, and saw a column about him on Weibo in his circle of friends. There was an article on it called Morning in the Dawn. Morning of the Dawn. A lot of things happened during this period. I was very sad and tired. I even doubted whether I was the blood of the Su family. But I knew that I was definitely not my father's biological child. He didn't like me at all. But in order to protect his face, he accepted me hypocritically. I don't understand why his attitude towards me suddenly changed like this. What ulterior motive does he have? I hate him, but he is my biological father. This is a fact that I will never be able to change in my lifetime, and it is also the thing I hate most about him. I knew he didn't like me, so he forced me since I was a child, requiring me to do various tests and training, and each one was beyond my ability to bear. I know I have no background, I have no ability or power, I can only endure silently, but I also have dignity. Maybe I am his illegitimate child, but I will never give in. I won't let him look down on me, and he can forget about it. I believe that one day I will be able to prove to him that I work just as hard as he does. I will let him know that his son is not a good for nothing. This Weibo post includes a video of him participating in a program recording in the past. In the video, Chensi Chinchin was sweating on the stage. He was the best contestant. He danced like a world-class singer. He was invincible. His concert caused a sensation across the country, and many people came to chase after him. However, their madness only lasted for a quarter of an hour before being suppressed by Chinchin's fans. This is their dream. The Chinchin singing on the stage was so dazzling, but he was not the real Chinchin. He was just a stand-in who looked very much like Chinchin. Looking at the man in the blue shirt on the screen, he is a very handsome boy. His facial features are deep and three-dimensional. His face is exquisite and perfect, especially his deep eyes, which are like two deep ancient wells, which make people obsessed. Awesome. So cool. My idol is so handsome. Chinchin, come on. Wow. So handsome. Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? Yeah. I've never seen this person before, he's so handsome. This person seems to be called Chensi, right? Is he Chinchin's illegitimate son? Isn't he the Su family's illegitimate son? Su Chen's fans are so weird. Isn't he Chinchin's illegitimate son? Why is he called Chinchin? Could he be Su Chen's illegitimate son? He is not Su Chinchin's illegitimate son, he is Chensi. Su Chen said while looking at his circle of friends. He was afraid that Chinchin's fans would continue to misunderstand him. What? He is Chensi? Did I hear you right?
His circle of friends exploded instantly. Everyone was very excited, but there were different voices.
Are you sure it was him? Are you sure? He is Chin Chen. Did you recognize the wrong person? How is this possible? This person looks exactly like Chen Chen. Whether it's him or not, he is indeed our idol. His acting is so good, I think he will definitely win an award. Look, he's writing a new song. Suchen looked at the comments on the internet and felt inexplicably comforted. These are the friends he admires the most, and he is most moved by their support and understanding. There are also many fans of his in his circle of friends. This time when he came back, he thought about it for a long time and felt that it would be more appropriate to return to this place to live. There were also several comments in Suchen's circle of friends. Chin-chen, your singing of this song is so great. I decided to vote for you. Chin-chen, are you Chin-chen? Your voice is so similar. Chin-chen, thank you for your support, but this song was not written for me. Chin-chen, thank you everyone, and please support my studio.
They are the representatives of our company, and I hope everyone will support them. Chin-chen, our company will do its best to make him the idol singer with the greatest potential.
Chin-chen, this new song is for my sister. Chin-chen, my sister is Su Ruwashi. She has a very unique voice. She is very talented and spiritual. She has a strong musical creativity. She is very suitable for singing the popular song Wedding in a Dream. But Suchen looked at his circle of friends and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is the story between Chen Chen and Su Ruwashi. He hopes that through this story, Chen Chen's fans can understand their love story. Brother Su, Brother Su. Brother Su. Suchen was sitting on the sofa when his cell phone suddenly rang. Hello? Suchen answered the phone and asked. Brother Su, you are finally back. We haven't contacted you for such a long time. Do you know how worried we are? Su Ruwashi's anxious voice came from the phone. Brother Su, where have you been this year? I have been looking for you. I'm traveling abroad. I've been busy filming recently, so I haven't contacted you. Suchen replied. So that's how it is. I was worried that something happened to you. By the way, will you leave again when you come back this time? Su Ruwashi asked again. I don't know. My parents are still abroad waiting for you to come back. Okay, I understand. I will bring you gifts when the time comes. Suchen replied. I'm waiting for you to bring me a gift. Brother Su, I really like your new song. Su Ruwashi said, I think my song is still far behind yours. If we work together, we will definitely surpass him. Su Ruwashi clenched her fists and said firmly. Suchen was stunned. He didn't expect that Su Ruwashi would also support his song so much. Ruwashi, I'm really very happy. Thank you. Suchen's tone was full of excitement. Don't thank me, this is what I should do. Su Ruwashi said, I have always admired you, Brother Su. I hope I can sing with you. Suchen's heart trembled suddenly. He was a little surprised. You like my songs? I remember that you didn't like singing before. Chapter 225, Very high musical talent. In the past, Brother Su only knew how to play the piano, and it was useless no matter how well he played. What happened next? Then I fell in love with singing. I think the songs I sing have soul and are especially suitable for Brother Su. Thank you. I am honored to have a friend like you. Suchen's tone was full of emotion. Ruwashi, you are the bravest girl I have ever met, and you have a very high musical talent. Of course. Do you think I'd be like those vases? Of course you are not a vase. Suchen said quickly, in my impression, you are always the best. Ha ha. Brother Su, it's settled then. Package me as the most charming idol when the time comes. Su Ruwashi said with a smile. I promise you. We will definitely create our own glory. Suchen nodded. The next morning. Suchen came to the company and prepared to record Wedding in the Dream. Today, he was going to compose an accompaniment for himself for a new song and then record an album. As soon as he entered the recording studio,
he saw several photos of Chen in Chen's circle of friends. That was a photo of him and Su Ruoshi going to the beach together. The sun was shining brightly at that time, and Su Ruoshi had a sweet smile on her face, looking very happy. He has kept this photo for a long time. Because of Chen singing, he felt that he and Su Ruoshi were a perfect match. He likes every song of Chen very much. He likes every song of Chen very much. He can feel the meaning of every word of the lyrics. Every song of Chen can touch his heart. The meaning of every word of Chen's lyrics made him feel very warm. He also wanted to give this song to Su Ruoshi personally, so that she could sing it to her beloved girl and let her hear the love she desired most in her heart. In Chen's circle of friends, there is also a CD of his single album. That was the first song Chen wrote by himself, and he thought he should give it to her.
Su Chen, are you leaving again after you come back this time? Su Chen heard the assistant's question and shook his head. I'm not leaving. That's good. I feel relieved. Well, this is the new album I gave you. Please keep it for me first. I will find time to send it to you. Okay. Brother Su, thank you. Thank you for always being by my side. Thank you for always encouraging me. Silly, I'm your brother. This was the second time Su Ruoshi heard Su Chen's voice, and she was very excited. Day 3. Dream Wedding is finally broadcast in the country. Thanks to Su Chen's hard work, the 4th episode was finally recorded and broadcast on major domestic video websites. This is my favorite male protagonist. I believe you can beat him. Come on. Chen, I believe you can do it. Chen, you will definitely be famous throughout Asia. You will definitely be famous. Come on. Chen, come on, we all support you. Come on. We must surpass him and become the most popular singer in Asia. Looking at the messages in his circle of friends, Su Chen smiled. Although Su Chen didn't say anything, he knew in his heart that he would become famous all over Asia. He wants to tell the world that he, Su Chen, will become a top idol from today. After the recording of this episode was completed, Su Chen returned to China. After returning home, Su Chen couldn't wait to turn on the computer. He wanted to log into QQ, search for Su Ruoshi's name, and write her an email. Su Chen picked up a pen and prepared to write a very long love letter. He thought he must write 10,000 letters, but the moment he opened QQ, he saw Chen's name and avatar. You sent it so soon? Su Chen smiled. I told you that Chen would definitely reply to me. Chen, are you okay? Are you done with your busy days? I miss you so much. Su Chen typed these words on the keyboard and then clicked send. After Su Chen sent the message, he closed the chat window. I glanced at the time and it was already 9:30. Su Chen quickly changed his clothes and ate. After dinner, Su Chen sat on the sofa, picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. The TV series is broadcast at a very slow pace, and each episode is played repeatedly, which is nothing more than a replay of the same few scenes. There is nothing new or innovative at all. After watching TV for a while, Su Chen decided to go to bed. His stomach was growling with hunger, but he hadn't taken a shower yet and didn't want to go to the bathroom. Su Chen lay on the sofa, picked up the remote control, turned on the speaker, adjusted the sound quality, and played soft music. The music was written by Su Chen himself. Su Chen has a great voice, deep and magnetic, with just the right volume. Just right. Su Chen was listening to the music in his own works while looking through his own information. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the diary. I have been looking for a person's name. She is the one I want to forget, but I can't forget her. Looking at the name, Su Chen's mouth curled up into a faint smile. It's Su Ruoshi. She has been looking for me, but I dare not see her. I am afraid that if I see her, I will not be willing to leave her. If I really can't bear to leave her, I would rather stay by her side for the rest of my life, as long as she is happy. But I can't deceive myself. I can't do this. I have to learn to forget her, so that I can live a better life. Looking at the log, Su Chen's eyes couldn't help but become moist. He didn't know how he felt when he saw the love letter Su Ruoshi sent him. He also didn't know how painful and tormented Su Ruoshi was feeling. Both of them had no solution and were powerless. Su Chen wiped his eyes. He knew that it was time for him to give up. He had to work hard to become a successful person. Why are you crying? Is it hurting somewhere? Seeing Chen crying, she felt a little sad and miserable. She got up from the bed and sat next to Su Chen. Did I make you sad? If so, you can beat me up or scold me. I just remembered something from the past. Suchin said, I'm sorry. You didn't let me down. I let you down. Chinchin said, if it wasn't me, you wouldn't be suffering so much now. Suchin shook his head, no. I was too fond of playing and didn't study hard, which led to poor academic performance. That's why my parents forced me to study hard. Then why don't you study? Chen was a little angry. Well. Suchin hesitated for a while and said, I like singing, and I also want to be a star. So I wanted to apply to an art school, but unfortunately I failed. Chapter 226 Life is more precious than anything else. Chen was stunned. Suchin actually likes singing, and his favorite is actually a celebrity, and he also got admitted to Beijing University. Capital University is the #1 university in the world. The tuition and living expenses in Beijing are the most expensive in the entire city. Her monthly pocket money was less than a few thousand yuan before. And Suchin's annual living expenses were more than 30,000 yuan. She always thought that Suchin just liked to play, but only now did I realize that Suchin actually likes singing, dancing, filming, and writing songs. But, isn't it very hard for you? Chen said distressfully, you are so outstanding, you should enjoy yourself. I don't need to enjoy life, because I like it. I like singing and dancing, so I have to stick to it. Suchin said with a smile, if it weren't for you, I would probably have died in the United States now. Hearing Suchin's words, Chen was stunned. It turns out that in Suchin's heart, his life is more precious than anything else. Chen felt somewhat guilty and remorseful. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't be like this at all. Chen, we have always been together, right? We are still like when we were kids, going to school and going home together, eating and shopping together, watching movies together, and going to the amusement park together. Suchin said with a smile. Yeah. Chen nodded, it's always like when we were little. Chen, when I make money, you have to buy me lots of gifts. Suchin said with a smile, otherwise I will throw it away and let you keep it all. After hearing this, Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her face is rosy and she looks so beautiful. Chen, you are so cute. Suchin rubbed Chen's hair. Chen, please don't touch my head like that, okay? My head has grown up. I'm not a child anymore. I can't let you rub it like you did when I was a child. Chen muttered. Hearing this, Suchin laughed. He let go of his hand and said, okay, I was wrong. I won't touch your hair again. Let's go to the movies together. Chen said. Okay, I'm free anyway, let's go to the cinema to watch a movie, and I can also watch you sing by the way. Suchin suggested. Really? Let's go then. Suchin nodded, and left the bedroom with Chen. The two left the hotel and drove to the cinema. On the way to the cinema, Chen was very excited because she had never seen a movie before. Before, she could only watch idol dramas, Korean dramas, or TV dramas. Besides, she has never taken a bus before. She used to fantasize that one day, she would be able to sit on a bus, feel the warm breeze blowing in the car, feel the noise and bustle around her, feel the exotic environment in the car, feel the unfamiliar faces, and her heart would be able to calm down. Unfortunately, those don't belong to her, and today, she finally experienced the feeling she had always dreamed of. Chen, can we buy some popcorn and drinks? Suchin asked. Great. We haven't watched a movie together yet, so we should cherish this opportunity. Chen said. Yes. Suchin nodded, whatever you want to eat, just choose it. You're welcome, just follow me. You're treating? Chen asked in surprise. Yeah. Suchin nodded slightly. Okay. Then you must keep a record. Chen said with a smile. Okay. Suchin agreed, if you pay me back the money you owe me, I will treat you to delicious food, and I can take you to places around the world, and we can travel together. Great. We have a deal. Chen said excitedly. Seeing Chen so excited, Suchin also became happy. The two walked into the cinema, found seats, and sat down. The movie started soon. Watching the hero and heroine kissing passionately in the movie, Chen turned his head away shyly. Although Chen is no longer a pure girl, she still feels that this scene is somewhat inappropriate. After watching the movie, the two left the cinema. Let's go have dinner first. I'm hungry, said Chen. Suchin smiled and said, okay. I know a really good restaurant, and their dishes are super delicious. I'll treat you to KFC. how about it? Yeah, I want to eat KFC. Chen Chen said quickly.
She loved eating that kind of food the most, but unfortunately she had no money.
No problem. I'll treat you to KFC. But we can't waste it.
Su Chen said. Chen Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll pay for it later."
Yes, that's right.
You will always be the little princess in my mind, and my Chen Chen will always be so kind.
Su Chen praised with a smile. Chen Chen, can you tell me what you like to eat?
Chen Chen asked with a smile. After hearing this, Su Chen was silent for a moment before saying, "I like milk tea."
I like milk tea, too.
Chen Chen said, "And I like strawberry flavor the best."
No matter what flavor I eat, I like it. I like it too. Su Chen said with a smile, I prefer sweet. Okay, let's go buy some together. Chen Chen said, I want to eat ice cream. Okay.
Su Chen nodded. "Wait for me outside first, I'll be out soon." Su Chen bought 2 cups of ice cream, then went to the convenience store next door to buy 2 apples, and then went to check out. After paying the bill, Su Chen walked out with his things and found Chen Chen was already waiting for him there. He handed the thing to Chen Chen, and the two of them walked towards a nearby ice cream shop. As soon as she walked into the ice cream shop, Chen Chen smelled a strong fragrance.
She took a deep breath and said, "This fragrance is so tempting, my saliva is almost flowing." After hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help laughing. Chen Chen, you don't have to drool because the fragrance is coming from me.
Su Chen said with a smile.
What?
Chen Chen exclaimed, why do you have such a fragrance?
Is it strange that I have a scent on me? Su Chen asked. Chen Chen shook his head. No.
I just haven't seen such a strange taste before, so I was shocked.
Su Chen nodded and said, That's the rose essential oil my mother made. What? Rose oil?
Well, this rose essential oil is made by my mom.
It's delicious. She's a great cook. Is the rose essential oil your mother makes really delicious? Yes. Su Chen nodded. Can I have a taste?
Of course. Su Chen said, Try it, it must be delicious. After saying that, Su Chen opened a bottle and handed one to Chen Chen.
Chapter 227 Are you willing to date me? Chen Chen took the beer, took a sip, and was immediately stunned. Wow! It's delicious. Chen Chen said with emotion after taking a few sips, I am so lucky to be able to taste such a wonderful flavor. I am so happy.
After hearing this, Su Chen smiled and shook his head. As Su Chen knew that Chen Chen's mother was a chef who specialized in preparing a variety of ingredients, whatever she cooks is extremely delicious. Although Chen Chen is a rich girl, she knows how to enjoy herself, because she loves the food she cooks herself, especially rose essential oil. So, she seldom goes out to eat in restaurants.
Chen Chen, eat slowly, don't be in a hurry. Don't eat in a hurry, be careful not to choke.
Su Chen said with a smile.
Yeah.
Chen Chen said, Don't worry, I won't choke. Su Chen had no choice but to accompany Chen Chen and eat slowly.
Chen Chen, I want to ask you a question.
Halfway through the meal, Su Chen suddenly raised his head, looked at Chen Chen and asked.
What's the problem? Su Chen hesitated for a moment and said, If I like a boy, would you be willing to be with me? Of course I am willing. Chen Chen answered without hesitation, You are so handsome. If I don't stay with you, am I going to wait for someone else to snatch you away from me?
After hearing this, Su Chen laughed immediately. She reached out and tapped Chen Chen's head gently.
Girl, what are you talking about? I'm a boy. What's wrong with being a boy? Boys can also fall in love. After hearing this, Su Chen smiled. Then are you willing to date me? Su Chen asked.
Chen Chen was stunned for a moment.
What did you say? Chen Chen confirmed again. I said, I want to date you. Su Chen said. What did you say?
Chen Chen stared at Su Chen with wide eyes, unable to believe what he had just said.
Chen Chen, what did you just say? Say it again. I said, I want to date you. Su Chen smiled and said again, I want to pursue you and be my girlfriend. Oh my God, are you kidding? Chen Chen asked with his eyes wide open. I'm not kidding. Su Chen nodded firmly. Chen Chen, I like you and I want to pursue you. Chen Chen, I like you, I really like you.
Su Chen said word by word. After hearing this, Chen Chen was completely stunned. She opened her mouth wide and looked at Su Chen in disbelief, unable to utter a word for a long time.
Chen Chen, are you willing to date me? Su Chen asked again. Chen Chen was stunned for a long time, and suddenly burst into laughter. She pointed at Su Chen and said, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I said, don't laugh. Su Chen looked at Chen Chen depressedly. I laughed so hard, I couldn't stop at all, my stomach hurts so much, ha ha. Chen Chen said, holding his stomach. Chen Chen, I really can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts so much, can you take me to the hospital? Hospital? Yes, the hospital. Chen Chen said, my stomach hurts so much. Okay.
Su Chen sighed, then took Chen Chen to the hospital. The test results came out very quickly. Chen Chen is more than 3 weeks pregnant and the fetus has already developed.
If it is to be kept in the belly, it will be difficult. The baby must be removed as soon as possible. Chen Chen, you need to think carefully about who the father of the child is, the doctor asked. Chen Chen was about to say something, but when she thought of her relationship with Su Chen, she immediately changed her mind. So Chen Chen said, Doctor, I don't want too many people to know about this. Can you keep it a secret for me?
Of course, there is no problem with that, but I hope you think it over carefully.
After all, there is a life in your belly, the doctor reminded. Chen Chen nodded and said, I will, don't worry. Well, then you should have a good rest. Remember, don't let your body get tired, the doctor advised. Okay.
Chen Chen said with a smile. Before leaving the clinic, Chen Chen borrowed a pair of scissors from the nurse. He planned to cut a piece of flesh from his abdomen and make it into a specimen. It would be a souvenir between him and Su Chen in the future. Chen Chen, what are you going to do? Su Chen asked. Chen Chen said mysteriously, I plan to make my child into a specimen, so that I can eat delicious food made from it every year. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyebrows raised and his face turned red instantly. Chen Chen, no, if Dad and Mom find out, they will beat me to death. I don't want to be beaten to death by them. Su Chen said quickly. Don't be afraid, they won't know. Why? Have you forgotten our plan last night? Chen Chen asked with a smile. Plan? What's the plan? Chen Chen reached out and patted Su Chen's arm, saying, Silly boy, we want them to think that you are already engaged to someone else, and that you have a 2-year contract. If you tell Daddy now that you still like someone else and that you are pregnant, then Daddy and Mommy will definitely beat you to death, and then we can run away secretly. Oh yeah, why didn't I think of that? Okay, go in quickly, I'll wait for you outside. Chen Chen said with a smile. Okay. Su Chen nodded, turned and walked into the clinic. After Su Chen walked into the clinic, Chen Chen took off all her clothes, revealing her fair and smooth skin. She lay on the bed, holding her flat belly with both hands, stroking it and saying, Baby, you have to be good and don't let me fail. As Chen Chen finished her words, her phone rang with a text message. Seeing the content of the text message displayed on the screen, Chen Chen immediately sat up straight. It was from Su Chen, and her tone was serious, indicating that he was not joking. Chen Chen, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have kept it from you. Chen Chen looked at the text message without saying a word. After a moment, Chen Chen's eyes suddenly became moist. Baby, you are a poor child. After saying that, Chen Chen took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Su Chen. Chen Chen, I don't want to break up with him, but I can't bear to hurt you. If you don't agree, then let's leave this city together. The text message was very simple, just 3 words, break up. After sending the message, Chen Chen lay on the hospital bed, waiting quietly. After a while, the phone received another text message. Chen Chen, I'm sorry. Su Chen said. No, I don't blame you. Chen Chen said, you don't need to say sorry to me. If you really feel sorry, then work hard, make yourself stronger, and then come to me, okay? Chapter 228, Do everything within your capacity. Yes. I will definitely work hard. Okay, let's go to work. Don't forget, we have a date at 8 o'clock tonight. Chen Chen said with a smile. Yeah. I will. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen's lips curled up into a bright smile.
Chen Chun. Su Chen turned around and saw a middle-aged woman standing at the door. Hello, Auntie.
Su Chen said with a smile. When the middle-aged woman saw Su Chen, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Chen Chen, you are so beautiful, the middle-aged woman praised.
Thanks. Chen Chen, I'm Chen Yuma. You can call me Aunt Yu. Okay, Aunt Yu.
Chen Chen, you have a child now, you should take a good rest for some time, so I didn't come to disturb you.
Chen Yuma said.
Aunt Yu, I don't want to be alone in the hospital, so please stay with me.
Well, I'll accompany you. Great. I was worried you wouldn't want to. Silly girl.
The two chatted for a while, and then sat in the ward to chat. After chatting for about half an hour, Su Chen's mother pushed the door open. Seeing his mother, Su Chen immediately jumped out of bed, ran to his mother's side, took her arm, and said, Mommy, you finally came to see me.
I missed you so much. My silly girl, Mommy misses you too.
Su Chen hugged his mother's arm and said with a smile, then let's go home first.
Mother Su glanced at Chen Chen and nodded, okay.
After saying that, Su's mother and Su Chen held each other's arms, walked out of the ward, got in the car, and drove to a villa in the suburbs. Su Chen, why did Chen Chen suddenly have a miscarriage?
Is she pregnant with another man's child?
Su Chen's mother sat on the sofa, looked at Su Chen and asked. After hearing what his mother said, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Lin Shanxian's image immediately appeared in her mind.
Could it be that woman who did it? She doesn't believe it. She would never allow anyone to destroy her relationship with Su Chen, even if it was just a fantasy. Su Chen took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. Su Chen pretended to be relaxed and said, Mom, I'm fine.
Chen Chen, I'm telling you the truth, don't be upset, because I was wrong in this matter.
Mom, how could you be wrong?
Su Chen said, you love Chen Chen the most. But, Chen Chen, you also know that the woman is the eldest lady of our Su family, and she is the eldest lady of the Su group. If Mr. Su knew that the child you were carrying was from another man, I'm afraid our Su family would be implicated.
Tell me, should you get married earlier so that you can give birth to this child?
Su Chen bit his lip, lowered his head and said nothing. Seeing that Chen Chen didn't say anything, Su's mother became even more anxious.
Chen Chen, if you really care about our Su family, just listen to your mother and drive that man away quickly, okay? Mom, don't chase him away.
I will chase him away myself.
What, drive away? Su Chen's words shocked Su's mother. She didn't expect that Chen Chen would actually take action to drive her fiancé away. Chen Chen, please don't be confused. You need to know who that man is. He is our enemy. If you drive him away now, won't it make the relationship between our two families even more rigid? Mom, I've thought it through. Chen Chen, our two families have been friends for many years. You can't let our relationship deteriorate just for a man. Don't worry, Mom. I will drive him away. Chen Chen, Mommy doesn't want to see you get wronged.
Mom, I know, don't worry, I will take care of it.
Since you've said that, Mom won't advise you anymore. Remember, you should do everything within your ability. Yeah, I know.
After Su Chen's parents left, Su Chen fell into deep thought, thinking about Lin Shanxian's shadow in his mind. Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed, revealing a fierce look. Su Chen has lived a very painful life these years, because as a woman, living with a burden, she is really tired. However, she didn't want anyone to laugh at her family, and she didn't want anyone to look down on her, so she worked hard, hoping to earn money to support herself and her children. However, all this did not go smoothly and none of her friends or relatives supported her dream. Sometimes her father would even blame her, saying that she was not ambitious enough and had brought shame to his Su family. Su Chen's father said she was an idiot and that she couldn't even give birth to a child, so what was the point of pursuing her dream? She should save her energy for raising her own children. This made Su Chen very sad. Su Chen knew that her family was not wealthy, so she had to be strong and raise two children on her own. Although it was hard and difficult, her heart was full of happiness. She does not regret her original choice. She feels that she is lucky, because, in the difficult life, she learned to be independent, learned self-respect, learned to give, and learned to be patient. Now, she can finally fight for her dream. That afternoon, Lin Shanxian made an appointment with Su Chen to meet in a coffee shop. As soon as Su Chen entered the coffee shop, she saw Lin Shanxian sitting by the window, so she walked towards her. When Lin Shanxian saw Su Chen appear, she gave a cold smile.
Sit down.
Lin Shanshan greeted Su Chen. Su Chen walked to Lin Shanshan and sat down opposite her. Her eyes fell on Lin Shanshan's bulging belly, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. This child must die. She would never allow anyone to destroy her marriage with Qinshan.
Qinshan, I called you here today because I have good news to tell you, said Lin Shanshan. Good news? Su Chen was puzzled. What good news? The inheritance rights of the Su family.
Lin Shanshan said, as long as you promise me, I can consider helping you seize the Su family's property.
Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned. Is this woman crazy? The Su family's inheritance rights? How could Su Chen give up this opportunity? Su Chen shook his head. Lin Shanshan, I advise you to give up this idea.
Ha ha.
Lin Shanshan sneered. Su Chen, are you still dreaming about the Su family's property? That's right. Su Chen said without hesitation, the Su family is mine. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Shanshan's expression became angry.
She snorted coldly, you are really whimsical.
Even without me, Lin Shanshan, you will never succeed. I know. You know that and still dare to dream? Lin Shanshan's voice was full of contempt and disdain. Lin Shanshan, I don't want to waste time talking to you. What do you want? Su Chen asked directly. Not much, I just want to negotiate with you. Chapter 229, A Few Colors, just like a dying workshop. Explain.
A sneer appeared at the corner of Lin Shanshan's mouth.
Do you know why I have been targeting you? Lin Shanshan asked back. Su Chen nodded and said, because of Su Chen. That's right.
Lin Shanshan said, you are Su Chen's sister, of course I have to suppress you.
Su Chen smiled coldly when she heard Lin Shanshan's words. She said disdainfully, you are so childish. You.
Lin Shanshan was immediately furious. Su Chen, how dare you call me childish? You are really tired of living.
Really? Su Chen asked back, I think we are both quite childish. Ha ha. Lin Shanshan laughed, and then said, I want to hear what qualifications you have to criticize me.
I really have no right to say anything about you, but I can say that you are an idiot.
When Lin Shanshan heard Su Chen calling her an idiot, she immediately became angry. She slammed the table and stood up, angrily saying, Su Chen, don't think of dying just because you were given some color.
Don't forget that the Su family is not your family, but mine.
Su Chen looked at Lin Shanshan coldly. When Lin Shanshan saw that Su Chen ignored her, she became even angrier, and then she picked up her bag and prepared to leave. This time, her assistant came over and said, Qianqi, it's almost time.
Lin Shanshan snorted coldly, then left the cafe wearing high heels. When Lin Shanshan's back completely disappeared outside the door, Su Chen sneered. Su Chen, no matter what you want, you can't escape. Su Chen thought secretly in his heart. When Su Chen returned home, he saw his mother sitting in front of the computer. There were some things in a folder on the computer desktop, and his mother was looking down and reading them carefully.
Why haven't you rested yet? Su Chen asked with concern. It's already past 10 o'clock, how can I sleep?
Lin Xingyue sighed helplessly. Ever since her daughter married her, she could no longer accompany her every night like before because Su Chen had a job. She is now a lawyer, and a very good one at that.
I'm sorry, Mom. I made you worry. Su Chen said apologetically. Lin Xingyue smiled and shook her head. It's okay, you are tired too, right? Go take a shower. I will make some soup for you tonight.
Su Chen smiled at her gratefully and then went upstairs. When she reached the stairs, she was suddenly startled by two little ghosts standing outside the door. They were actually in their own home. This made Su Chen feel incredible. She didn't know these two people, so why did they come to her house? Could it be that? Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes.
Auntie. Su Zichen greeted Lin Xingyue. Hello, little friend.
Lin Xingyue said with a smile.
Mommy, is this your brother? Su Zichen said, pointing at the boy standing next to her. Lin Xingyue nodded. Su Chen immediately walked forward, stretched out his hand and pinched the boy's cheek. What's your name? Auntie, he is my brother. Su Zichen corrected, he is Su Zichen.
I know you are Su Zichen. Su Chen nodded, then turned to Su Zichen. Tell Auntie, why did you come to my house?
Daddy said you are Mommy's sister, so he asked me to help Mommy keep an eye on you and not let you bully my brother. Su Zichen said righteously. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then she laughed. Okay. Auntie got it, you take your brother to the room to play first, and Auntie will cook for you. Yeah. Su Zichen nodded in response. Only after seeing Su Zichen going out to play with the boys did Su Chen return to the kitchen. Su Chen took out a kitchen knife and turned the flame on the gas stove to the highest setting. Seeing this scene, Lin Xingyue couldn't help but frown. She quickly stepped forward to stop Su Chen's actions. Chen, stop making trouble, throw away the spatula. Mommy, I'm not kidding. I just want to turn up the heat on the gas stove. Su Chen explained, then threw the spatula to the ground. With a bang, the spatula fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Lin Xingyue quickly walked to Su Chen, stroked her soft long hair, and said earnestly, Chen, no matter what, this is your parents' home after all. We should not be too willful in front of them and be more sensible, understand? Su Chen was silent for a few seconds, then looked up at Lin Xingyue and said solemnly, Mommy, we are a family, we will definitely be together forever, right? Lin Xingyue was slightly startled, then gently patted Su Chen's shoulder. Of course. She believed that Su Chen would never let them down. Su Chen smiled when he heard that, and then started slicing the meat, cutting the steaks into small cubes. Seeing Su Chen so serious, Lin Xingyue couldn't help but smile slightly, and then continued cooking. When Lin Xingyue finished cooking, Su Chen and Su Zichen were already sitting at the dining table, wolfing down their food. Seeing them like this, Lin Xingyue couldn't help but laugh. She remembered that they were like this before. Whenever they were hungry, they always liked to eat like this, and she could never satisfy their stomachs. Mommy, the food you cook is getting more and more delicious. Su Zichen said incoherently with his mouth bulging. You're so good, Mommy loves you so much. Lin Xingyue smiled dotingly. Su Chen and Su Zichen were eating while watching TV series. In a short while, the two of them finished the whole plate of steak. Su Chen patted his belly and burped. Lin Xingyue smiled gently. Mommy, you look so beautiful today. Su Zichen praised sincerely. Hearing him praising her like this, Lin Xingyue felt a little shy, but more relieved. Okay, go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Lin Xingyue said, then stood up and walked into the kitchen. Su Chen immediately ran into the bathroom, took off his clothes and took a shower. After taking a shower, Su Chen put on his clothes and walked out of the bathroom. As soon as she walked into the living room, she saw that the father and son had already placed all the dishes on the dining table. Seeing their actions, Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then a little surprised. They actually knew she couldn't drink coffee, so they replaced all the cups with plain water. This way, her body will feel much better. Mommy, sit down. Su Zichen pulled a chair over and shouted at her. Seeing this heartwarming picture between father and son, Su Chen's heart was filled with emotion. She walked to the dining table and sat down. Eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. After Su Chen said that, he picked up the knife and fork and slowly started cutting the steak. As she cut, she observed the father and son. I found that the father and son seemed to eat very little meat. They only ate vegetables and radishes, and the simplest green peppers, eggs, and tofu. There were no special ingredients at all. She remembered that when she was a child, her parents liked to cook vegetarian dishes or stir-fried pork with green peppers, but now they don't eat meat or drink alcohol, which is really puzzling. Chapter 230, Su Group has acquired. Don't they like meaty things? Or do they have some hidden illness? For a moment, Su Chen's heart was full of doubts. Seeing that Su Chen was not moving, Lin Xingyue quickly reminded him, Chen, eat quickly. Yeah. Su Chen nodded quickly and started eating in big mouthfuls. Seeing Su Chen eating, Su Zichen raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he knew that Su Chen was always a big eater, this was the first time this happened. He was a little curious about what had caused Su Chen to change so drastically. Chen, have you encountered anything unpleasant? Lin Xingyue asked with concern. No, I'm fine. Mommy, you don't have to worry about me. Su Chen looked up at Lin Xingyue with a smile. Seeing Su Chen's bright eyes full of sunshine and vitality, Lin Xingyue felt relieved. That's good. After lunch, Su Zichen still sat on the sofa watching TV. Su Chen couldn't help but frown when he saw his father sitting there motionless. She walked to her father, sat beside him, and tugged at his sleeve. Dad, hearing his daughter's voice, Su Zixuan turned around with an impatient expression. What? I want to watch TV again and don't want to be disturbed. Well, just continue watching TV. After saying this, Su Chen turned and left. When she returned to the living room and saw Su Zichen still watching TV, her eyes became dim. She walked over and snatched the remote control from his hand. What are you doing? Su Zichen looked at Su Chen in confusion. I'm watching TV, Mommy, is there anything wrong? Didn't you say you were going to school? Why are you still staying at home? It's the weekend today. Su Zichen rolled his eyes helplessly. Mommy, isn't it the weekend for you too? Did you forget? Uh. Su Chen was choked and speechless. Then go. You don't have to go to the company these days anyway, so just stay at home with me. Su Zichen said with a smile. Okay. Su Chen had no choice but to agree. Upon hearing this, Su Zichen revealed a cunning look, then stood up and walked towards the door. Su Chen followed behind. When they reached the door, Su Zichen stopped, looked back at Su Chen, and spoke word by word. Remember to take the dress I bought for you from the closet. Yeah. Su Chen responded, then opened the door and walked out. As soon as she closed the door, Su Zichen immediately locked it and took out a card from his trouser pocket. Su Group's stock price has hit rock bottom this year and is still falling. It is said that it was acquired by 28% overnight and is still falling. Su Zichen narrowed his eyes. What's going on? It is said that the Su Group was exposed for suspected commercial crimes, and now the court has officially declared the Su Group bankrupt. Su Zichen clenched his fists and sneered. This matter is indeed related to Shin Muchuan. Boss, what do you say? What should we do? The person on the other end of the phone asked cautiously. Their boss is Su Zichen. Su Zichen smiled and said, no rush, let them jump around for a few days. The person on the other end of the phone responded immediately. By the way, find me a person named Li Haoyu and send me all his information. Su Zichen ordered. Boss, I'll go investigate right away. Also, find out everything about the Su family, including the Lin family. Yes, boss. After hanging up the phone, Su Zichen's eyes were filled with viciousness. After Lin Qingyue and Su Chen returned to the bedroom, they chatted for a few minutes and then went to bed. Early the next morning, Su Zichen left home. When he arrived at the company, he found the employees were whispering about something. He frowned, walked over and asked, what are you all discussing? Mr. Su, you're here. One of the employees saw Su Zichen and hurriedly went to greet him. Su Zichen snorted, stop talking nonsense and get down to business. The employee looked around and made sure that no one else was present before lowering his voice and saying, Mr. Su, I heard that the Su Group was recently acquired. Is this true? Hearing what the employee said, Su Zichen couldn't help but frown. Impossible, he said with certainty. Director Su. The employee wanted to persuade him, but was interrupted by Su Zichen. You don't have to say anything, I will handle this matter. After saying this, he walked outside. Mr. Su, you must help me. Su Zichen stopped and turned to look at the employee. I will try my best to help you. He must find out the mastermind behind this incident and bring the Black Hand behind the scenes to justice. Great, thank you Mr. Su. As soon as Su Zichen stepped into the company, he saw Su Zixuan standing in front of his office waiting for him. Seeing Su Zixuan, a sneer appeared on his face. Why did you come to see me? I came to you because of the company's business. Su Zixuan's tone was cold. There is no company matter to discuss between us. Su Zichen refused bluntly. Hearing this, Su Zixuan raised a sarcastic smile. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. You can be so cruel to your adoptive father. Have you forgotten who brought you up and paid for your education? Hearing his words, Su Zichen's face suddenly darkened and his eyes were full of anger. What happened back then was indeed his mistake. I've made it very clear, don't bother me anymore, I don't know you. Oh, Su Zichen, you are so ruthless. Su Zixuan laughed, and his laugh was very sarcastic. Su Zichen glanced at him coldly. I don't need to know you, so you should save your energy. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed open the door of the office and walked in. Su Zixuan stood there, looking at the door that was getting farther and farther away, his face becoming increasingly gloomy. Su Zichen, do you think I won't kick you out of the Su family like this? No, I will never let you do that, Su Zixuan muttered to himself. At noon, Su Zichen returned home and Lin Qingyue was preparing lunch in the kitchen. Seeing Su Zichen coming back, she quickly called out, Zichen, wash your hands and eat. Mom, I'll go upstairs first. Seeing his gloomy face, Lin Qingyue asked in confusion, Zichen, what's wrong? Su Zichen shook his head and went straight upstairs. Chapter 231 The most beautiful woman I have ever seen. He went back to his room, sat on his bed, and looked at the picture, with images flashing through his mind. That was the picture when Su Zichen was 5 years old. At that time, he was still a child who knew nothing about the world. He only knew how to play, but he had no idea what he wanted, until later, a woman broke into his life.
The woman looked very similar to Lin Qingyue and was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. That woman always liked to hug him and teach him to call her mom. His memories came back bit by bit, and he finally remembered everything. The woman was a military doctor. She saved many lives and killed countless enemies on the battlefield. His father was killed on the battlefield, and his mother also passed away with his father. He was abandoned since childhood and became an orphan. It was this woman who took him in and raised him. That time, he was very dependent on this woman, but this woman suddenly disappeared. He lived in the orphanage for 3 whole years. During those days, his childhood was dark and he could only spend every day in an orphanage. But that night, the woman suddenly appeared again. "Mom, where are you? Why did you leave me? Why?" Su Zichen murmured to himself, tears rolling down his eyes. "Dad, Mom, brother, where are you? I miss you so much." Su Zichen slowly opened his eyes and looked at the snow-white wall above his head. He frowned slightly. How could he have such a dream? For so many years, he had always thought that he was an orphan and never thought that he was actually an illegitimate child. President Su. Just then, there was a knock on the door. He took a deep breath, adjusted himself, and then said, "Come in." Then, the secretary pushed the door open and walked in, followed by a young and handsome man. Su Zichen raised his eyes and glanced at him. "You are..." The man smiled and stretched out his hand. "My name is Chen Kaiwan, nice to meet you." Su Zichen stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. "Hello, President Su. I am the CEO of Su Enterprise. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Chen Kaiwan's expression has always been warm, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Su Zichen nodded. "I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation." "Happy cooperation." After Chen Kaiwan finished speaking, he turned around and gave the secretary a look. The secretary quickly handed a folder to Su Zichen's desk and said with a smile, "Boss Su, this is some information about Su's enterprise. I have sorted it out. Please take a look." Chen Kaiwan smiled and said, "Mr. Su, I won't disturb you from working." After Chen Kaiwan left, Su Zichen picked up the documents on the table and read them carefully. The more he looked, the more his brows furrowed. All of this seems so weird no matter how you look at it. This is a commercial criminal gang. These people would do anything for money. So why do they spend so much time and effort doing these things? He didn't believe that Su's property would be so large, and there was so much evidence showing. But now, he can't pursue those things because Su Enterprises stock has hit the limit down. All this can only wait until he resolves this matter. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." Su Zichen responded. The secretary came in and handed the document to Su Zichen. "Mr. Su, this is your schedule for today." Su Zichen nodded. "Put it down and go out." "Okay, Mr. Su." After the secretary left, Su Zichen continued to look through the documents in his hand. This document is very important. It records all his affairs in detail, as well as some of the materials he needs. He turned the pages one by one, his brows furrowed more and more. The more he read, the more surprised he was, and he even couldn't believe his eyes. This document is written in detail and includes various details. How could it be? He rubbed his eyes involuntarily, and looked again carefully, and found that it was written word for word, with almost no deviation. How could this happen? Su Zichen murmured, falling into deep thought. He never believed that Su's enterprise was a drug trafficking group. After all, although the Su group is in the jewelry business, its influence has always been very extensive, and it has great influence internationally. How could it be suspected of drug trafficking? What is going on? Is it true that, as the man named Chen Kaiwan said, there is another hidden story behind this matter? Thinking of this, Su Zichen immediately looked out the window. At this moment, night falls, lights come on, and every house is brightly lit. City, on the other hand, is a prosperous scene. Looking at the hustle and bustle of traffic, Su Zichen fell into deep thought. This matter is definitely not simple. He must get to the bottom of it, otherwise, he will never be able to rest in peace. Su Group, top floor. Su Zichen had just finished processing a document when he heard his cell phone ringing. He lowered his eyes and saw that it was Lin Wanru calling. "Wanru, what's the matter?" "Zichen, we are leaving for Paris to attend a cocktail party tomorrow morning. Please come with me." "Tomorrow?" Su Zichen frowned when he heard that. "I'm afraid it won't work tomorrow. There's something going on at the company tomorrow, something? Is there anything more important than being with me?" Lin Wanru was a little dissatisfied. "I heard that you were with a man today.
and he seemed to be very powerful. Hearing this, Su Zichen's face turned ugly. Wanru, who told you this nonsense? I have never been in a relationship, so how can I have a boyfriend? Don't make random guesses. Really? Lin Wanru's voice was full of doubt. Zichen, tell me honestly, is that person Yi Junxian? As soon as she finished speaking, Su Zichen was stunned and his heart was gripped tightly. Sure enough, Yi Junxian still annoyed Lin Wanru. Yes, I am with him, but we are just friends. His help to me is just a piece of cake. Su Zichen said patiently. Is that so? Lin Wanru snorted coldly. I don't think so. I saw him send you to the garage with my own eyes. Su Zichen frowned even more tightly, and his expression became more and more embarrassed. He is my brother-in-law. Chapter 232 Cancellation of Engagement. Brother-in-law? Lin Wanru's voice rose a degree. What do you mean? Our engagement has been cancelled. As soon as Su Zichen finished speaking, Lin Wanru screamed from the other end of the phone. Are you kidding? Why did you suddenly cancel the engagement? Don't you like him very much? Wanru, this is my own business and has nothing to do with you. How can it have nothing to do with me? Do you know that your engagement ceremony is coming soon? If I cancel the engagement now, how will you face other people? Don't worry about my business. Su Zichen said in a deep voice, you go back first. I have something else to do. I won't be back for dinner tonight. After saying that, Su Zichen hung up the phone. Not a bitter smile appeared on his face. It seems that he really wants to end this ridiculous marriage. Su Zichen rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes. No, he must find out the truth. Just then, a little head came up to him. Su Zichen raised his eyes slightly and looked at the little girl in front of him. Uncle, my name is Su Mo. The little girl blinked her big watery eyes, with a naive look on her face. Uncle, why did you tear up all the documents in your hand? Su Zichen raised a smile and touched the little girl's head. Uncle doesn't want to see it, and doesn't want others to see it. Su Mo tilted his head, nodded as if he understood, and said, Uncle, since you don't want to see it, why don't you burn it? Su Zichen was stunned. He glanced at the folder on the table with a complicated look. The documents in this folder are the evidence of Su's company's drug trafficking. If this document is destroyed, Uncle, actually. Su Mo bit her lip, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? Su Zichen asked. Su Mo raised her head and glanced at Su Zichen. Do you like that sister very much? Well, Uncle, I know you like that sister, so I helped you. Otherwise, you can't protect this evidence. After saying that, Su Mo stuck out her tongue at Su Zichen. He. After hearing her words, Su Zichen's expression became uncertain. He was silent for a long time before asking, why do you want to help me? He didn't know this girl and had no impression of her. Why would she help him? Su Mo smiled and said, because I want to marry you, so I want to help you. Uncle, am I really annoying? Don't get me wrong. I just like you and don't want you to marry me. Su Mo said seriously, if you like that sister, then marry her. I wish you two a long and happy life together. Hearing this, Su Zichen couldn't help but smile. He stretched out his hand and scratched the tip of Su Mo's nose, saying, thank you. Oh, why are you thanking me? Su Mo pouted, looking unhappy. Uncle, you are handsome and smart. I think you can definitely find a better girlfriend than that woman. I won't get in your way. How do you know she is better than me? Su Zichen raised his eyebrows. Su Mo didn't even think about it and blurted out, I know, she's much prettier than you, and has a better figure than you. As she spoke, she couldn't help swallowing and continued, Uncle, if you marry her, it will definitely be worth it. Puff. After hearing this, Su Zichen couldn't help but laugh. How do you know she is better than me? Because, I've seen that woman too. Su Zichen was startled, then reacted, and asked, you mean? Su Mo nodded, yes, it's the beautiful sister. Her tone was a little sour, but it was understandable. It was hard not to be jealous of a sister who was so beautiful and was engaged to him. Su Zichen looked a little dazed. He lowered his head and was silent for a moment before he slowly said, more, thank you, but I have really decided to give up that woman. You don't need to go to great lengths to help me anymore. Oh. Su Mo nodded, looking disappointed. Or, do you really like your brother? Su Zichen asked. Yeah. Sumo nodded vigorously. Then why don't you let your brother marry her? My brother is so outstanding. If he marries that sister, she will definitely not be worthy of him. Moreover, if my brother marries another woman, my mom will be sad. I don't want to make mom sad, so I hope my brother can be happy. Sumo lowered her eyes, looking melancholy. There was a deep sadness in her voice, as if her relationship with Su Jingchen was really not good. Su Zichin curled the corners of his lips slightly. Do you think I'm not suitable for the Su family? No. Sumo shook his head quickly. Her eyes sparkled, and she looked at Su Zichin expectantly. Uncle, do you really like my sister? Su Zichin nodded. She is beautiful, gentle, and kind. I want to marry her. Hearing this, Sumo pouted, looking aggrieved. But I like you. Uncle, I really like you. I have never liked a boy so much. You are the best boy in the world, just like my parents said. Su Zichin's expression froze. He didn't expect that Sumo actually liked him. Uncle, please promise me that we can get engaged, okay? I want to be your fiancé. Once you get engaged, you will be together forever. Sumo held Su Zichin's hands with both of hers, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Looking at the light in her eyes, Su Zichin's heart suddenly trembled. Su Zichin was silent for a long while before he slowly spoke. Sorry, I can't accept this yet. When Sumo heard this, the expression on his face suddenly dimmed. Seeing this, Su Zichin couldn't bear it. If the person you want to be engaged to is me, he was interrupted before he could finish his words. Uncle, stop talking. If you like me so much, why don't you want to get engaged to me? Sumo remained silent and didn't say anything. Her eyelashes trembled, as if she wanted to cry, but she held it back and dared not cry out loud. Uncle, if you don't agree to the engagement, I will ignore you in the future. Chapter 233, Noble Style. You are a little princess, how can I afford to offend you? Snort. Su Jingchen sat on the sofa, watching the TV screen quietly until late at night. He finally couldn't hold back, picked up the car keys and walked out of the room. When he walked into the elevator, he pressed the door closing button and the elevator slowly descended. Ding dong. The elevator door opened and he stepped out. As soon as I appeared in the living room, I saw Sumo sitting on the sofa, looking at her. Su Jingchen's eyes flickered. Jingchen, have you eaten? Sumo stood up, looking at him with a pair of big watery eyes, her cheeks flushed. Not yet, what's wrong? I cooked your favorite dishes tonight. You must be hungry. Come over and eat. Sumo said and walked towards the kitchen. Su Jingchen glanced at her, then slowly walked towards the restaurant. Sumo sat at the dining table, keeping an eye on the stairs. When she saw Su Jingchen coming down, she quickly waved to him. Brother, come and eat. Su Jingchen nodded, sat down at the dining table, and looked at the several exquisite dishes on the table. Seeing this, Sumo immediately began to introduce the food like a treasure. This is what mommy prepared for you personally. It's all your favorite food. Come and try it, kindness. Su Jingchen picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of chicken, put it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly. He ate very gracefully, and even the way he ate was pleasing to the eye, with every move exuding aristocratic demeanor. How is it? Is it delicious? Seeing him eating so sweetly, Sumo couldn't help but ask. Su Jingchen nodded and praised. It tastes very good, mommy's cooking skills are getting better and better. Hearing this, Sumo's face turned red involuntarily, and a shy look crept up on her face, which was extremely beautiful. Really? As long as you think it tastes good, that's all. She pursed her lips slightly, and then set her eyes on Sumo. Mo, your cooking skills are also great. If Mo can cook for me every day, I will definitely enjoy the delicious food every day. Listening to her words, Sumo couldn't help but laugh. Okay, when I learn it, I will cook for my sister every day. Hearing this, Su Jingchen was stunned for a moment, then raised his eyes and looked at her. She had a bright smile on her face, and her black grape-like eyes sparkled with bright stars, which made his heart skip a beat and a strange throbbing pass through his chest. He said nothing, just lowered his head and continued eating. Momo, tomorrow is my 23rd birthday party. Remember to wear our engagement dress, okay? Sumo suddenly said, I want everyone in the world to know that we are dating. Okay. Sumo nodded obediently, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. Mo, tomorrow night, I have invited many celebrities to attend my birthday party.
including my parents and my fiance's mother. She will also attend. Sumomo said slowly. Hearing this, Sumomo frowned and felt very uncomfortable. Although Sumomo had warned her before not to have any thoughts about Su Jingchen, she did not listen and still liked to cling to Su Jingchen. She even broke up with her parents for him. This time, she must punish her severely. Sumomo's eyes gradually darkened. She lowered her head and said nothing. Sumomo saw her like this and couldn't help feeling a little uneasy, so she tentatively called out, "Momo? Sister, I'm full." Sumomo suddenly spoke, and after saying this, he ran straight upstairs. Looking at that thin and frail figure, Sumomo's heart suddenly ached for some reason, as if being pricked by a needle. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. The hatred in her heart spread without limit, making her become gloomy. The next day, Sumomo arrived at school early and went to the classroom. Because of Su Jingchen, Sumo's schedule was full. She had a class in almost every period, and they were all the classes she hated the most. She kept flipping through the book, reading page after page, but her mind was simply unable to concentrate. Just as she was searching for information about love on Baidu, the sound of high heels hitting the floor was heard. Pa. Sumomo knew who the visitor was without having to guess. Her fingers froze instantly. Sumomo was seen walking slowly towards me wearing 8-centimeter pointed high heels. She had a graceful figure and light makeup on her face. The red dress made her look even more charming and attractive, as if she was a princess from a fairy tale. "Hey, Sumomo, you seem to be quite relaxed," she said sarcastically, glancing at the pile of English books on the desk. "I think you have had enough of reading, so you came to class. How could you say that to me? Isn't it?" Sumomo was furious. "I didn't," she argued, her tone somewhat anxious. "I read so many books just to make myself stronger. I want to be the best girl and marry into a rich family." "Huh, marry into a wealthy family?" Hearing these 4 words, Sumomo couldn't help but sneer. "I actually hope you can marry into a wealthy family." "What do you mean by that?" Sumomo narrowed her eyes, glanced at her coldly, and said sarcastically, "Don't you want to marry into a wealthy family? I can help you." She rolled her eyes, revealing a cunning look. "My father is the mayor of City T. As long as I ask, it's not a problem for you to marry anyone you want." Sumomo was slightly stunned by Sumomo's words. She didn't expect that Sumomo was actually the daughter of the mayor of City T. More importantly, she had such a powerful influence. "Thank you, sister." Sumomo's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees, making her unable to react for a moment. "Since you are the mayor's daughter, your family must be very wealthy, right?" Sumomo nodded, a hint of pride in her eyes. "Of course. If that's the case, then you must have a lot of money?" Sumomo curled her lips and smiled. "Of course, my family is one of the best financial groups in T-City, and my father is also a business genius. Our family's businesses are spread all over the country and abroad. We are at the top of the wealth list and are also well known in T-City." At this point, Sumomo paused for a moment and glanced at Sumomo with a smile. "Why, classmate Su, are you also interested in this aspect?" A complex emotion flashed across Sumomo's eyes. Sumomo is indeed rich. She is indeed very rich. Not only is she the daughter of the Su group, she is also an outstanding pianist and a famous music producer. Chapter 230. For the future will definitely be more than this, but so what? She is not an ordinary person. She has great ambitions and her future is definitely more than that. Her future is to stand on top of the world. "Oh, no." She curled her lips and said, "I'm just chatting casually." Sumomo nodded and continued teaching. The theme of this class is, "What would you do if your boyfriend changes his mind one day?" This was an article just written by a music teacher. Sumomo read the article and felt a little worried. If her relationship with Situyen deteriorated, would there also be a music teacher who would say these things to him? She couldn't help but shook her head, driving this absurd idea out of her mind. She can't let others dictate her life. Halfway through the class, a group of girls came into the class, all wearing beautiful dresses. Looking at their arrogant look, Sumomo raised her eyebrows slightly. Aren't these girls here to cause trouble? Just as she was looking at these girls, suddenly, one of them picked up a piece of chalk and rudely wrote the words "Get out" on the blackboard, and then poked the blackboard hard. Sumomo's face suddenly darkened. Aren't these girls going too far? Why do they bully me like this? Student, please pay attention to the discipline in the classroom. Sumomo scolded in a deep voice. Who are you?
A girl glanced at Sumomo and snorted disdainfully, "Your name isn't written here. I am the teacher of this class." Sumomo said calmly, "Student, you are violating school discipline. If you don't deal with it, you will not be able to graduate." The girl sneered and said mockingly, "You are the teacher of this class? Why aren't you the principal? Are you afraid that the principal's daughter is your sister? Haha, how funny."
Sumomo's cheeks flushed instantly, her hands clenched into fists, and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes.
"Have you said enough? Hey, did I say something wrong? Otherwise, why are you so nervous?" The girl looked at her provocatively. "I've seen a lot of people like you, but they don't dare to do anything to me, right?"
Sumomo gritted her teeth, wishing she could tear this girl to pieces. Unfortunately, she was just a commoner, and no matter how indignant she was, she could only think about it in her heart.
"You're right."
Sumomo suppressed her inner anger and said with a fake smile, "I'm just afraid that the principal's daughter is my sister, so I'm so worried."
"What's wrong? I'm just like this. Are you jealous? If you're jealous, you can ask your principal to come to me." "You."
The girl was so angry that her chest heaved violently. She pointed at Sumomo with a fierce look in her eyes. "Even if I'm jealous, so what?
I can't compare to you. That's right, you will never be better than me."
Sumomo glanced at her with contempt and laughed disdainfully. "You just rely on the fact that you are the daughter of the Su family to act recklessly and look down on everyone.
Do you think you are a princess and everyone should kneel down to lick your ass? Bah!" After Sumomo's barrage of attacks, the girl was completely stunned. She never expected that Sumomo would be so bold. She actually dared to scold her? You. The girl pointed at Sumomo's nose and was speechless. Sumomo stared at her coldly, his eyes full of contempt. You just wait and see." After saying these harsh words, the girl left the classroom angrily. Snort. Looking at her angry back, Sumomo sneered, turned around, and met Situyen's deep eyes. "Momo, you're awesome." Situyen gave her a thumbs up. "I knew you were an innocent."
Look, those girls were so stupid.
They got irritated by your words.
I was saying, there are no girls in this world more vicious than you.
It turns out they are all fools.
Sumomo ignored him, walked past him and sat down on the seat, opened the textbook and prepared to study seriously.
"Hey, if you do this, the teacher will misunderstand you. What does it have to do with me? Who are you and what qualifications do you have to meddle in my affairs?" Sumomo's attitude remained as cold and distant as ever. "You." Situyen was so angry that he stamped his feet. You wait." After saying that, he left angrily. Sumomo looked up and watched his back disappear at the end of the corridor, a bitter smile appearing on her lips. "Situyen, if you knew that the woman you like is actually your hated enemy, would you still like her?" Situyen ran back to his classroom angrily and sat in his seat, his chest heaving violently with anger. "Damn it, this damn woman actually humiliated him like this. It's so hateful. He is not only a top student, but also the best boy in the college. Those who pursue him line up from the college gate to the playground. When has he ever been insulted like this? Sumo, I will settle this account with you sooner or later." Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another 5 or 6 years have passed. In the blink of an eye, Sumomo is almost 30 years old. She is just in her 3rd year of high school this year and has less than 2 months left until graduation. Her student status had been revoked by the school 4 years ago because she cheated in her senior high school graduation exam and rewrote her homework with fake answers, causing the entire class to fail the exam. Therefore, she was unable to take the final exam or the college entrance examination, and eventually, she had to drop out of school. She once worked hard and studied desperately to finish college. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, her level was never as good as her peers in school, so she had to drop out. Moreover, because her family was poor, she had no way of affording the tuition. In the end, she had no choice but to sell herself to work in a hotel and pay the hotel a sum of money every week. Sumomo has to face those extremely disgusting men every day. Sometimes she even has to perform at night. She is really about to collapse on days like this. In order to survive, she must endure, otherwise, she will be driven crazy. Sumomo had fantasized countless times that after she successfully graduated, she could go abroad to venture out for a while, and when the limelight had passed, she would return to China to develop
That way, no one would dare to underestimate her anymore, but reality dealt her a heavy blow this time. She didn't even pass the college entrance exam. She only had one chance to be a repeater, and she would stay in the repeater for a year. She only has 2 years, during which she must try every possible way to earn more money, otherwise her family will be sued because of her. Chapter 235 Awakening from Memory. Sumomo sighed, his heart filled with melancholy. She only has 1 year left now. Sumomo, what are you doing?
A sudden shout woke Sumomo from his memories. What's wrong with you? Situyen asked when he saw Sumomo lowering his head as if thinking about something.
Oh, it's okay. I was just thinking about the postgraduate entrance examination. Sumomo made up an excuse. She knew that Situyen treated her very well, but she was not lucky enough to enjoy it.
Don't even think about it.
Situyen said, with your level, it's impossible to enter the most famous university abroad.
You can only stay here.
Sumomo smiled bitterly, I know that, but, no buts. Situyen said firmly, if you feel bored, I can accompany you, but I won't allow you to drop out of school again.
Do you understand? Sumomo nodded.
Okay, get out of class is over. Situyen patted her shoulder, the next class is math, don't worry. Having said that, he left. Sumomo looked at his back, a gentle smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. She had never expected him to love and protect her like her brother, but as long as she could see him happy, she felt satisfied. Situyen's grades have always been very good. In his second year of high school, he ranked first in the city in English, chemistry, and physics. Sumomo was very proud. She felt that there were only a handful of people in this world who could compare to Situyen, and there were definitely no more than 5 people who could compare with Situyen. However, Sumomo's name was not among these 5 people. Sumomo felt a little uncomfortable.
She had liked Situyen since she was a child.
Although Situyen had always been cold to her, she still felt that Situyen belonged to her. She wanted to make Situyen her own, even if it meant just being a substitute. However, Situyen was always polite to her, as if she was just a passerby. His kindness to her was only out of friendship, not love, or it was not true love at all. Thinking of this, Sumomo couldn't help but smile bitterly. Situyen is a smart child, but he can't understand her thoughts. He just treats her as a brother. Sumomo thought that maybe she really could only watch over him silently like this. After school in the afternoon, Situyen took her out for dinner, went shopping, and bought some things, and then they parted ways. Sumomo was walking aimlessly on the street alone. When she saw a clothing store, she walked in and the hangers in the store were filled with beautiful and exquisite dresses. Sumomo casually pulled out a black lace dress and walked into the fitting room to change into it. When Sumomo opened the door of the fitting room, she was shocked by herself in the mirror. Her face was delicately made up, her hair was slightly curly, she had a good figure, fair skin, a pair of big round eyes that seemed to be able to speak, a straight nose that was rosy and full, and cherry-like tempting lips that were even more delicate and beautiful. Sumomo curled the corners of her mouth confidently and walked out of the fitting room. The clerk looked at Sumomo in front of him without blinking, and praised, Miss, the black dress really suits you, it's very elegant.
Thank you.
Sumomo smiled, looked left and right at the mirror a few times, and then said narcissistically to herself in the mirror, is my skin whiter and more delicate? Yes, the clerk praised hurriedly, the lady is really beautiful, with fair and tender skin, just like a white porcelain doll.
He.
Sumomo smiled happily. She likes to be complimented, especially by beautiful women. Sumomo picked up her bag and walked towards the cashier counter. Please pay the bill. Sumomo had just walked to the cashier counter when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind her.
Sumomo.
Hearing this, Sumomo stopped and slowly turned around. She stood there in a daze, looking at Situyen in front of her. This time, Situyen was wearing a beige casual sportswear, which made him look handsome, sunny and free and easy, like a prince who walked out of a fairy tale, full of youthful charm.
Momo?
Situyen walked a few steps closer, looked at her, with a smile on his lips.
Why are you here? Sumomo regained consciousness a bit late. She still remembered that when they were in the elevator last night, Situyen said to her, we are friends, aren't we?
Sumomo's heart trembled fiercely, and an inexplicable feeling of being moved surged into her heart, but she tried hard to restrain this throbbing, making herself appear calm, and she said, yes, we are friends.
After saying that, Sumomo was ready to turn around and leave. Momo.
As soon as Sumomo took a step, Situyen called her. Situyen frowned slightly, he looked at Sumomo and asked, why don't you want to be friends with me?
No reason.
Sumomo responded indifferently. In fact, she didn't want to be friends with anyone, she just hoped that Situyen could forget about her.
Can you tell me why? Situyen was a little anxious.
He didn't understand why Sumomo rejected him. He was a smart man and he could guess what Sumomo was thinking, so he hated the feeling of being rejected. Sumomo was silent for a moment, and then she said, "Because I don't deserve it."
She is the daughter of the Su family and the Su group. Moreover, she is an illegitimate daughter abandoned by her father. What qualifications does she have to stand by Situyen's side? Unworthy? Situyen sneered. Sumomo, what is there about you that is worthy of being unworthy? So what if you are the daughter of the Su family? You are just picked up by my sister. And I am the only child of the Su family, Situyen, the only male in the Su family. What qualifications do you have to look down on me?
Situyen has always been gentle and elegant, but at this moment he was extremely excited. Looking at Situyen's intense reaction, Sumomo didn't know how to answer for a moment. She opened her mouth but found that she couldn't say anything. Situyen was right.
She was just an illegitimate daughter picked up by the Su family.
She had no right to look down on Situyen, let alone ridicule him. She was not even worthy of being Situyen's friend. Situyen.
Sumomo bit her lip, her eyes reddened. I'm sorry.
What are you sorry for?
Situyen interrupted Sumomo coldly. Sumomo, do you think I will forgive you if you say sorry? You are wrong, I won't. What do you want me to do in order to let me go?
Sumomo said with a sad face, I really don't deserve your love, please don't love me anymore, okay?
Chapter 236. Why do you insist that I marry you? Sumomo. Situyen's emotions instantly lost control and he yelled, I'm warning you.
If you dare to mention divorce again, I will tell my parents your true identity.
Hearing this, Sumomo burst into tears. She choked and asked, Why do you insist on me marrying you? What's so good about me that you're so obsessed with me? You are good in every way.
Situyen gritted his teeth and said, As long as I don't love you, I can completely forget about you.
Unfortunately, I have fallen in love with you. You. Sumomo blared at Situyen, shaking with anger. So, you must marry me. Situyen said firmly. Tears flashed in Sumomo's eyes.
She gritted her teeth and held back her tears.
Situyen, I don't care whether you like me or not, I won't marry you.
If you must keep me in this way, then I can only say, I'm sorry, I can't bear your love. After saying that, Sumomo turned and ran to the other side of the mall.
Sumomo.
Seeing this, Situyen immediately chased after her and grabbed her.
Let go.
Sumomo angrily pushed Situyen away. Situyen held her tightly, looking like he was risking his life, and said, What if I don't let go?
If you don't let go, you're forcing me to call the police.
Sumomo's eyes flashed with an icy light as she stared at Situyen coldly. Situyen looked at Sumomo in front of him. Her eyes seemed to be poisoned, and he couldn't help but let go of his hand. Seeing that Situyen let go, Sumomo left quickly and walked forward as if running for his life. Sumomo ran to an empty corner, squatted on the ground, covered her chest and cried in pain. Sumomo has lacked a sense of security since she was a child, so when she encounters danger, the first thing she thinks of is to call the police or ask someone to save her. But every time she calls the police, she thinks of the Su family, and she is afraid that her actions will hurt the Su family because that's her home. So, when Sumomo heard the word call the police, she subconsciously dodged, for she was afraid that she would implicate the Su family. She doesn't want to hurt anyone, nor does she want anyone to be involved in her own affairs. Sumomo huddled in the corner with her knees hugged, crying like a baby. When Situyen caught up, he happened to see Su
Momo squatting on the ground crying. What are you doing?
Situyen frowned and looked at Sumomo with a puzzled look, his tone revealing a strong concern. When Sumomo heard the voice, she wiped her tears, raised her head and looked at Situyen. Her eyes were full of fear.
Her lips trembled and she couldn't speak. I told you to leave me.
Situyen's tone was threatening. Sumomo pursed her lips and lowered her head in silence. Her reaction made Situyen even more angry. He stepped forward, grabbed Sumomo's arm, and pulled her up from the ground.
Sumomo, did you hear that? Listen carefully. If you continue to pester me, I will tell my parents. Situyen said coldly. I won't get entangled with you anymore.
Sumomo struggled to pull her hand back, but was held tightly by Situyen.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe that you won't continue to pester me, Situyen said, pulling Sumomo into the restaurant near the bus stop. Sumomo kept struggling.
She didn't want to be dragged by Situyen like this, however. The more she struggled, the tighter Situyen held her, to the point that Sumomo even felt that her wrist was about to break.
Situyen, let go. Sumomo yelled at Situyen loudly. Sumomo, you'd better come with me to eat.
Situyen snorted coldly. Situyen forcibly dragged Sumomo into the restaurant. There were many people in the restaurant, but Situyen did not let go of Sumomo. Sumomo had no choice but to compromise and was pulled into the restaurant by Situyen and sat down. Situyen ordered a few dishes, then handed the menu to Sumomo and said, "You choose." Sumomo picked up the menu and opened one of the pages, which had the names of several dishes written on it.
You order first, she said lightly. Situyen felt even more unhappy when he saw Sumomo being so polite. Order whatever you want to eat,
Situyen said coldly. Sumomo didn't say anything, just lowered his head and flipped through the menu. After a while, Sumomo pointed to a dish of sweet and sour fish on the menu and said, "2 servings of this, please." After the waiter wrote down the name of the dish, he respectfully said to Situyen, "Master Situ, please wait a moment." After saying that, the waiter turned and left.
Do you like sweet and sour fish? Situyen suddenly said, I remember that you used to like this kind of dessert the most. Yeah. Sumomo nodded, then shook her head. I don't like this kind of sweets. Don't like sweets? Situyen was slightly stunned. He didn't like sweets before, so he knew nothing about sweets. However, he could give it a try. Thinking of this, Situyen looked at Sumomo with a smile. He picked up the chopsticks on the table, picked up a piece of sweet and sour fish, put it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly. The taste is really good. This fish is delicious, Situyen exclaimed. Thank you, Sumomo said softly. You just said you don't like sweets. Why do you want to order sweet and sour fish now? This fish tastes very good, Sumomo said vaguely. Situyen smiled and his eyes inadvertently glanced out the window. A black car sped past, and the roar of its engine was like a thunder, deafening. What's wrong? Sumomo couldn't help but ask when she noticed that Situyen was acting abnormally. Nothing, just a little weird. Situyen shook his head, retracted his gaze, and continued to eat with his head down. Sumomo didn't think much about it and focused on eating. Situyen ate very gracefully. He looked up at Sumomo, who was immersed in the delicious food across from him, and felt an indescribable complex feeling in his heart. This girl was so special that he couldn't take his eyes off her. The meal lasted a long time, during which Situyen kept picking up food for Sumomo. Sumomo felt a little uncomfortable. She looked up at Situyen and found that he was staring at her. Her cheeks suddenly turned red. Are you full? Situyen asked with concern. Yeah. Sumomo nodded shyly. Seeing Sumomo's expression, Situyen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He threw the napkin into the trash can, then got up to pay the bill. Wait for me, I'll go pay. Sumomo quickly stopped him. No, I'll pay the bill. Situyen refused. No. Sumomo didn't want to owe Situyen anything. It doesn't matter, Situyen insisted. Then hurry up, I'll wait for you here, Sumomo urged. Chapter 237, Looking back every step, reluctant to leave. Okay. Situyen turned and walked towards the cashier. While waiting, Sumomo kept his head down and didn't say a word. After a few minutes, Situyen finally came out with a bag in his hand. Here. Situyen threw the bag in front of Sumomo. This is the money to buy you clothes. After saying that, Situyen turned around and prepared to leave. Sumomo looked at the bag full of clothes on the ground, then looked at Situyen's receding back, and she hurriedly chased after him. Situyen, I've already paid for the clothes. Sumomo stopped Situyen. You've paid? Situyen turned to look at her in surprise. You paid? Sumomo nodded. Didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? Let's go quickly. After that, she reached out and took Situyen's arm. Situyen, let's go. Situyen was stunned for a moment, then an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This Sumomo was quite interesting. Situyen followed Sumomo, looking back every few steps,
reluctant to leave as Situyen's appearance made the customers around him look at him strangely. Su Momo felt uncomfortable being stared at.
Let's go. Su Momo pushed Situyen's arm.
Okay, let's go. Situyen turned around and walked out reluctantly. After leaving the store, Situyen drove the car out, then went around to the passenger side, intending to help Su Momo open the door, but was stopped by Su Momo.
I'll do it.
Su Momo took the initiative to help him open the car door. Sitting in the car, Situyen felt a little uneasy. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it.
Don't you want to know why I want to treat you to dinner?
Su Momo said lightly as he looked at the scenery passing by outside the car window. Situyen turned his head to look at Su Momo and saw that Su Momo looked normal, without showing any embarrassment or awkwardness. Her calmness made Situyen wonder if he had been exaggerating just now.
Why should I treat you to dinner? Situyen asked curiously.
Nothing, I just don't want to owe you a favor. After all, we are not familiar with each other.
Su Momo's answer made Situyen feel a little disappointed. However, soon, Situyen felt relieved. Not familiar?
Not only do they know each other, they are also husband and wife. Situyen smiled. When Su Momo saw the smile on Situyen's lips, she was slightly stunned. Why did she feel that Situyen was mocking her? Su Momo gave Situyen a displeased look, then turned her head to the window.
Momo, thank you for this time.
Situyen suddenly spoke, his voice low and gentle. Su Momo was stunned.
She turned around and met Situyen's deep eyes. Su Momo didn't expect that Situyen would actually thank her. No need to thank me. Su Momo said calmly, I was just forced to do it.
Situyen pursed his lips, said nothing, and continued to drive attentively. There was a slight curve at the corner of his mouth and he was smiling, looking particularly sunny and handsome. Situyen's smile seems to be able to melt the iceberg and make people feel warm whether in school or in public. He can charm everyone. Su Momo looked at the scenery outside the window and fell into deep thought.
She didn't understand why Situyen wanted to invite her to dinner.
There was no connection between them at all. This time, Situyen's cell phone rang. Situyen took out his cell phone, glanced at the caller ID, pressed the answer button, and then put the phone to his ear.
Xiao Chen. Are you free today?
A delicate female voice came from the other end of the phone, which sounded a little familiar. Situyen frowned.
Today our teacher asked our class to organize an activity. The big sister on the other end of the phone added, Can you come over? I have something to do today, so I won't go.
Situyen said coldly. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then the girl's aggrieved voice came, Xiao Chen.
I said I won't go, so I won't go. Situyen said patiently.
I'll tell my parents you're lying. Hearing this, the angry faces of his father and mother emerged in Situyen's mind. Both of them doted on him, and if he lied to them, he would definitely be cursed and punished by them.
Okay. Situyen compromised, I'll go. Yeah. An excited tone immediately rose from the other end of the phone. Where is your class? Situyen asked again. It's a bar right next to our school.
The girl excitedly reported a string of numbers.
Okay, you guys wait there for me, I'll be there soon. After saying that, Situyen hung up the phone. Situyen looked at Su Momo and asked, Shall we go to the bar? Yeah.
Su Momo nodded gently as Situyen drove Su Momo to a bar near the school. Situyen drove very slowly.
He was worried that Su Momo would feel tired, so he deliberately slowed down the car. Su Momo turned her head to look at Situyen, feeling mixed emotions. Situyen is a really unpredictable person. In the past, she only felt disgust towards Situyen, but now, she couldn't help but look at him a few more times. She had to admit that Situyen was indeed very handsome. Situyen, you are so beautiful. Su Momo couldn't help but praise. Thank you. Situyen said politely. When Su Momo saw Situyen's humble attitude, something in her heart was touched. There seemed to be a subtle change between the two of them, but she didn't know what it was. The two came to an upscale bar called Night. As Su Momo entered the bar, she was dazzled by the dazzling lights in the bar. She squinted her eyes and looked around. In the bar, men and women were dressed differently. Some were tall and dressed fashionably, some people dressed simply and casually. Welcome. The bar waiter saw Su Momo and Situyen and immediately stepped forward to greet them. Su Momo looked at Situyen beside him and asked, Is there a private room here? Miss, please follow me. The waiter made an inviting gesture and then led the two towards the box. Walking into the box, Citoyen sat on the sofa. Sumomo sat down opposite Citoyen, and the waiter brought the menu. Please wait a moment, the food will be ready soon. After the waiter left, Sumomo flipped through the menu and ordered a few dishes at random. What do you want to eat? Sumomo asked. Citoyen handed the menu to Sumomo. I'm not hungry. Let's drink, then. Sumomo handed the menu to Citoyen. Don't go home until you're drunk. Drinking alcohol hurts the stomach, and alcohol stimulates the nerves. Citoyen handed the menu back to Sumomo. Chapter 238, Drinking to Drown Sorrow. Sumomo raised an eyebrow. Isn't this just drinking to drown your sorrows? Drinking to drown your sorrows only makes you more sorrowful. Sumomo's face was full of black lines. This guy is quite good at talking. After a while, the waiter came in with the food. Citoyen took the food and started eating. Do you like to eat these? Sumomo asked curiously, looking at the table full of exquisite dishes. Citoyen shook his head. I don't have this habit. Oh. Sumomo responded indifferently. Sumomo no longer paid attention to Citoyen. She picked up the wineglass and prepared to drink. Seeing this, Citoyen hurriedly stopped Sumomo's action. You haven't recovered yet, so you shouldn't drink. Citoyen said gently, besides, you are pregnant now, so you need to keep a happy mood. Upon hearing this, Sumomo put down the wineglass in her hand. She lowered her eyes and stared at the red liquid in the glass, her eyes dimming. I understand. Sumomo said softly, I'm sorry to bother you. It doesn't matter. Citoyen shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. Citoyen couldn't help but frown as he looked at Sumomo, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Just say it if you have something to say. Sumomo raised her head and looked at Citoyen with tears in her eyes. Do you know why I came to your school to study? Why? Citoyen asked. Actually. Sumomo bit her lip. I like you, don't you know? Of course I know. Citoyen replied calmly. If that's the case, why didn't you reject me earlier? Sumomo asked. I refused. I refused. Sumomo widened her eyes and looked at Citoyen in disbelief. I don't like you. Citoyen looked into Sumomo's eyes without fear. Sumomo's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes flickered and she didn't dare to look directly into Citoyen's eyes. I've already said that we are from two different worlds and we are not suitable to be together. But, do you know? In my eyes, you are my destined one. Only you are worthy of being my girlfriend. Sumomo said every word with firm determination. Her words were like thunder exploding in Citoyen's heart, and Citoyen was stunned. Citoyen, whether you believe it or not, I am sincere to you. Sumomo took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, and looked directly into Citoyen's eyes. Citoyen stared at Sumomo in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. There had never been a more intimate contact between the two of them, except for that chance encounter in the cafe. Citoyen always thought that Sumomo was his sister, but he was wrong. He didn't expect that Sumomo was actually his destined girlfriend, but they are not suitable to be together, because Sumomo's background is too clean. And doesn't belong to him. Citoyen, it doesn't matter if you don't want to accept me. After all, I didn't force you. Sumomo lowered his head, his heart in turmoil. She was afraid of seeing Citoyen's disappointed or mocking eyes. Sumomo knew that a person of his status would definitely not allow his feelings to be mixed with other elements. She shouldn't have asked for it. I'm sorry, Miss Su. Citoyen finally found his voice. Citoyen, I never thought you would reject me, but can you tell me why you rejected me? Sumomo asked. I really want to hear your reasons. Citoyen pursed his lips and was silent for a long time before saying, Miss Su, if there is nothing else, I think we can leave now. He didn't want to bring his private life into Sumomo's world. He felt that was despicable and contemptible. Citoyen. Sumomo was about to continue asking, but was stopped by Citoyen. Miss Su, I think you misunderstood me. I didn't say I disagree. I just think we are not suitable. Citoyen said indifferently. You? Sumomo's chest was burning with rage. She looked at Citoyen angrily. Don't worry, I won't bother you and you don't have to be responsible for me. Citoyen said coldly. You!
Su Momo was furious. She had never been humiliated like this by anyone since she was a child.
How could she endure it? After Su Chen returned home, he put his bag on the shoe cabinet at the door, changed into slippers and walked into the living room. In the living room, Mother Su was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Xiao Chen, how was your work today? Very tiring. Your company is just like this. They don't understand the ways of the world at all. If you were to work in another place, you would have no idea how much suffering you would have to endure. By the way, where's your dad? He went out to buy groceries and will be back soon. Hey, your dad is old now. You haven't bought anything for him since you got married. Really? Mom, stop talking. What's wrong? Nothing, just watch some TV first.
Mother Su saw that her son was unwilling to talk more, so she had no choice but to sigh, turn around and continue watching TV. 2 minutes later, a man in an apron came out of the kitchen.
Old lady, what are you doing? I'm watching TV. I bought some food, let's eat. Okay.
Mother Su put down the remote control, stood up and walked towards the dining table with her husband. After putting the dishes down, Mr. Su started to help his wife. Su Chen stood at the entrance, looking at his parents treating each other with respect and looking happy and contented. He suddenly remembered the girl he met in the bar that night.
Ding dong, ding dong.
Su Chen heard a knock on the door outside. He ran out and opened the door, only to see a girl in a white shirt and blue jeans standing at the door with a sweet smile on her face. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she looked very comfortable. Su Chen looked at the girl's smile and suddenly a strange feeling arose in his heart. He reached out and pressed his heart, feeling that it was beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out of his throat.
Uncle Su, Aunt Su, hello.
The girl greeted politely, and Su's father and mother warmly entertained her. Hey, Xiaolin, please come in, please come in. Su Chen was even more surprised when she heard her mother call her Xiaolin. Su Chen's mother's surname is Wang, and her father's name is Chen Guoqiang. Because their family conditions were relatively difficult, Su's mother called her Xiaolin since she was a child. Su Chen's father's surname is Li, and his given name has been. Although their two families have the same surname, they have no connection.
Chapter 239 1-Year Management Course. Xiaolin walked into the room, and Su Chen's eyes followed her movements, afraid of missing any change in her expression. Su Chen.
The girl suddenly turned around and gave him a bright smile. Hello, Su Chen.
Su Chen was struck by lightning in an instant.
He was stunned for a few seconds before he came to his senses and couldn't say a word.
Su Chen, what's wrong with you? Are you stupid?
Su Chen's mother nudged Su Chen with her elbow. Su Chen came back to his senses and quickly shook his head. Oh.
I'm fine, I'm glad you're okay. Wash your hands and eat.
Su Chen nodded, walked into the bathroom, washed his hands, and then returned to the dining table. Su Chen picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of pork ribs, put it in his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it.
Is it tasty? The girl asked. It's delicious. Then try this soup, it's really delicious.
Su Chen picked up another piece of meat and ate it. As soon as he swallowed it, a sudden feeling of nausea hit his stomach. He held his stomach and rushed to the bathroom. After vomiting, Su Chen felt weak all over. He stood in front of the toilet, relieving himself of his reaction. This time, a tall and hot woman wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, black tights, a pair of big sunglasses, and 7-inch high-heeled boots pushed the door and walked in, looking at the man squatting next to the toilet. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. However, she still maintained a faint smile on her face. She walked slowly to the toilet, squatted down, and reached out to touch the man's face. Su Chen looked up and saw a beautiful and delicate face, and he was stunned.
Who are you? Su Chen frowned.
As far as he could remember, he had never met this person before.
Don't you remember me?
The woman took off her big sunglasses, and her charming eyes sparkled with fascinating colors. Su Chen stared at her carefully, and a familiar scene emerged in his mind. That was the second time he met her back then, in a nightclub. He was drinking at the bar and she sat down next to him. He knew at that time that she was a beauty, but he didn't know that she would actually take the initiative to talk to him. He just thought she was a lady in the bar, so his attitude was very cold. But who would have thought that not only was she not angry, but she took the initiative to talk to him. An expression of disgust appeared on Su Chen's face.
He pushed the woman's hand away and turned away. The woman's lips curled up into a playful smile. She looked at Su Chen's back as he left and murmured softly, "Su Chen, you can't escape." Su Chen vomited for a long time in the bathroom, and even vomited out bile. His whole condition was extremely bad. After coming out, he saw his parents eating. He felt a pang of sadness in his heart and didn't know how to explain to them. He walked over and sat down, lowering his head and silently eating the rice in the bowl. "Xiaochen, what's wrong? You seemed absent-minded while eating." "It's okay, I'll be fine after dinner." "Well, that's good. Come, try this dish, it's delicious." Dad Su picked up a piece of braised fish for Su Chen and put it on his plate. "Thank you, Dad." Su Chen picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. He chewed for a while and nodded in praise. "It's really good, very delicious." His words brought relieved smiles to both of their faces. As Su Chen's mother said, "Xiaolin, you cooked this dish yourself?" "Su Chen and I have never tasted it before." "Auntie, you praise me too much." "Xiaolin, please don't say that. If you hadn't helped us, our family wouldn't have moved to the new city." "Auntie, what are you talking about? It's my honor to help you and Su Chen." The three of them chatted while eating. Su Chen's mother kept telling Xiaolin about her and her husband's life before they moved, and also told her many of their embarrassing stories. Su Chen listened quietly without interrupting. After lunch, Su Chen suggested, "Mom, Xiaolin, I want to go to the hospital to check if my leg is okay." "Your leg is fine. Just rest and you'll be fine. By the way, how old are you this year?" Xiaolin had a gentle smile on his face and looked particularly well behaved. "I am 19 years old. My parents are dead and I am an orphan now." "Oh, what a poor child. What about your parents?" "My parents died, so, how did your parents die?" "Alas, it was all caused by the car accident." "Car accident?" Su Chen's mother's face was full of confusion. How could there be a car accident? "I don't know. Maybe I was too naughty and made my parents angry, so they sent me to an orphanage." "So that's how it is." Su Chen's mother nodded. She looked at Xiaolin with a complicated look in her eyes. "Do you live alone now?" "Well, I live alone. After my parents passed away, their company went bankrupt and they were in debt. I didn't have money to send me to school, so I taught myself a management course for a year." "I see." Su Chen's mother nodded thoughtfully. "Mom, I want to go to the hospital for a checkup." Su Chen looked at his mother and asked softly. The mother nodded and said, "I'll go to the hospital with you for a checkup. Don't bother me. I can go by myself." Su Chen hurriedly refused. "You are my son-in-law. If I don't take care of you, who will? Besides, we are a family, so we should not have different opinions." Su Chen's mother insisted, and Su Chen finally couldn't persuade her, so he had to accompany her to the hospital for examination. At the hospital entrance, Su Chen's mother was waiting outside for Su Chen. When she saw him coming out of the hospital, her eyes were wet. Su Chen looked at his mother and felt reluctant to leave. "Mom and Dad, I'm going back now. Take care." "Okay, be careful on the road." Su Chen nodded, turned and left. After Su Chen left, Su's mother immediately ran to Su Chen's father's office. "Old Su, something bad has happened." "What's wrong?" Su Chen's father was busy reviewing documents. When he heard his wife calling him in panic, he frowned and raised his head, looking puzzled. Xiao Chen's legs were broken by someone, and he is still lying in the hospital. When Su Chen's father heard what his wife said, the pen in his hand fell on the document with a clicking sound. "What? Xiao Chen's legs were broken? Well, I just waited for Xiao Chen outside the hospital for a long time, but Xiao Chen ran out of the hospital and ran out directly." Chapter 240. I want to talk to you alone. He has a leg injury now, and I'm worried that he'll be in danger if he's outside alone. The more Su Chen's mother spoke, the more violently her tears fell. She wiped away her tears and continued, "Should we send a few people to secretly protect Xiao Chen?" "No, I believe in his ability." Su Chen's father shook his head, looking calm. That he knew that Su Chen was not an ordinary child. Although he didn't know what secret weapon he had, one thing he was sure of was that he had the ability to protect himself. Su Chen is their only child, and they don't want him to be harmed by a stranger. He didn't want Su Chen to lose his ability as a man because of this kind of thing.
But Su Chen's mother wanted to argue something. Su Chen's father raised his hand to stop her.
Don't worry.
Since Xiaochen told us not to worry, he must have a plan.
Please contact his father now and we will go to see him tomorrow.
If there is any need, we will try our best to meet it.
I see, okay, go back and rest. What about you?
I still have to work.
Well, okay, I'm going back.
Su Chen's mother looked at Su Chen's father, her heart filled with guilt. She shouldn't have let Xiaochen go abroad with her, nor should she have hidden the news of his father's death from Xiaochen. Su Chen's mother sighed, turned, and left. She returned to the room and dialed Su Chen's phone number, but no one answered. What to do? Su Chen's mother's heart suddenly rose to her throat. Could something have happened? She was restless, her heart filled with deep worry and guilt. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have lied to Xiaochen.
He was so innocent, kind, and filial.
How could I bear to let him suffer such a heavy blow? I must find him and find out what's going on. Su Chen's mother thought about it and then dialed Su Chen's cell phone number. As soon as the call was connected, she couldn't wait to ask, "Hey, Xiaochen, where are you now?
I have something important to discuss with you. Can you come out and meet me once? Mom, can you please tell me after I get back? Who are you talking to on the phone?"
When Su Chen's mother heard the female voice coming from the phone, she felt a strong sense of jealousy in her heart.
I'm at my friend's house, so it's inconvenient to reveal my information. I'll explain it to you when I get back.
All right, Su Chen's mother stopped talking and quietly packed up her things. Preparing to leave, Su Chen hung up the phone, took a look at the location of his parents, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. The time she spent at the Su family was the happiest she had ever felt. Their care and love were warm memories that she will never forget. Su Chen sat in the taxi, looking at the passing scenery outside the window, feeling exceptionally calm. At this moment, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. That person was none other than Xinjie. The moment she saw Xinjie, many past scenes and many unpleasant moments emerged in her mind. Those images seemed to be branded in my mind, lingering and impossible to erase.
Master, stop the car.
The driver was stunned for a moment, then slowly parked the taxi on the side of the road. Su Chen paid the fare and quickly walked toward Xinjie. Xinjie was standing at the door of a shopping mall at this moment, holding a coat in her hand, and was about to enter the mall.
Xinjie, what are you doing here?
Su Chen walked up and questioned Xinjie. Hearing this, Xinjie turned around and looked at Su Chen. After seeing clearly that the person coming was Su Chen, her eyes changed slightly, but quickly returned to her normal expression.
Why? I'm here, do I need to tell you? Ha! Are you looking for Su Chen's parents?
Xinjie raised her eyebrows. Why should I look for them?
Don't you dare say you're not attracted by their money? Oh, Xinjie smiled and said, their money is theirs, what does it have to do with me? I don't like money, so how could I get close to them just for money? Xinjie's answer surprised Su Chen a little. She originally thought that Xinjie was determined to get the money. After all, Xinjie is so greedy and vain. Now it seems that she overestimated Xinjie. So what do you want to do? I need to talk to someone.
Xinjie looked at Su Chen and said lightly.
What? Su Chen asked. Su Chen, you don't even believe what I say now, do you?
Xinjie asked in surprise, with an expression of slight hurt and deep displeasure on her face.
Tell me, who are you looking for?
Xinjie curled her lips and smiled, revealing a sly smile. I just want to find someone to talk to.
Who is that person? Su Chen asked, feeling vaguely that the person Xinjie was talking about should be her younger brother. It's Su Chen, your brother. Have you forgotten?
When you went abroad to study at university, you asked your brother to take care of you.
Su Chen, have you really forgotten?
Your brother promised you that as long as he was admitted to university, he would give you a BMW sports car.
You can't be so forgetful that you even forgot this, right?
After hearing Xinjie's words, Su Chen's mouth twitched twice. In order to be able to study abroad smoothly, she did promise her brother, but that's because their family is poor and they don't have the money to support Su Chen to finish college. Now that she has been admitted to Yenqing University, how can she let her brother spend money to buy a sports car? What's more, she has no shortage of sports cars.
What do you want to talk to him about? I can help you pass the message to him. You help me? Ha ha. How can you help me? You are a prisoner now.
Shinjai laughed sarcastically. Su-chen was furious. Shinjai, don't be so arrogant, or you'll get punished.
Shinjai shrugged. Look at you now, what can you threaten me with? Su-chen sneered. I warn you, if you want to threaten me with my parents, that is absolutely impossible.
Ha ha.
That's ridiculous. Do you think I would threaten you? You can do so many things. Your current behavior is the best proof. Shinjai laughed even more unscrupulously. Su-chen, I came to see you today with no ill intentions or bad thoughts. It's just, there are some things I want to talk to you alone. Is that okay? Chapter 241. A very proud and arrogant person. I don't know you. Just say whatever you want to say. Haha, okay. Shinjai nodded, and then said, I know that you are a very proud and conceited person. You must think that you have a very strong background, so you disdain to communicate with anyone, including your parents. You must be very repulsive to them, right? Unfortunately, that's because you didn't meet a good parent. If they changed their attitude towards you a little bit and treated you better, you wouldn't reject them. He. Shinjai, I advise you to give up this idea. Do you think that my father's temper can change my mind? You are too naive.
Oh, Shinjai sneered, then turned and left. Looking at Shinjai's back as she left, Su-chen clenched his fists, wishing he could rush forward and punch her a few times.
Su-chen, since you don't want to talk to me alone, I won't force you, but I'm afraid your parents can't be saved. Shinjai, what do you want?
Su-chen shouted angrily. Shinjai stopped and looked back at Su-chen.
Don't worry, I won't do anything to hurt your parents. I just want to tell you that what you don't want to happen will eventually happen. You'd better find a way to rescue your parents as soon as possible. Otherwise, your parents will be bullied to death by your group of bad friends. You are talking nonsense.
Su-chen was furious. You don't need to take care of my business, you should just take care of yourself.
Su-chen turned angrily and walked towards the hospital lobby.
When he looked up, he found Shinjai standing not far away. At this moment, she was wearing a black business suit and looked capable and energetic. However, his expression was extremely embarrassing. Su-chen, I hope you can move out of your parents' house as soon as possible, otherwise, something bad will happen to them sooner or later.
Don't worry about my business. Goodbye.
After Su-chen finished speaking, he walked straight past Shinjai. Shinjai narrowed her eyes slightly. Su-chen's attitude was obviously intended to provoke her. In that case, why should she be polite? Shinjai quickly followed Su-chen's footsteps. Su-chen, I know you must still blame me for not accompanying you to the orphanage. But, at the beginning, I didn't expect that I would fall in love with a murderer. If I didn't love you so much, how could I bear to leave you and your brother?
After listening to Shinjai's explanation, Su-chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. She didn't expect that Shinjai was such a shameless woman. Didn't she choose to marry Su Jinyan because her father was an officer?
Shinjai, a woman like you is not worthy of my brother.
I advise you to give up this idea immediately.
Su-chen, Shinjai was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She didn't expect that Su-chen would say such cruel words. However, she still kept a smile on her face. Su-chen, I admit that my original decision was wrong, but now I regret it. I hope you can understand me and don't vent your anger on your parents because of me. They are also forced to do so. I know that it is useless for me to tell you this now, but you'd better try to contact your family as little as possible recently. Otherwise, I'm afraid they will be in danger. Shinjai's words were very sincere, as if she really cared about her family. Su-chen frowned. Shinjai is right, although the Shin family has declined, it is still one of the 4 major families after all. If you are targeted by someone with ulterior motives, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, Su-chen was also worried.
Shinjai, you are right. I'd better not act rashly now, otherwise, I am afraid that it will implicate my parents. Then I'll go first.
Shinjai walked a few steps and turned back. Su-chen, I know I'm sorry for you, but, if there is a chance, can you consider forgiving me? After saying that, Shinjai turned and left. Su-chen was stunned for a moment, couldn't help but smile bitterly, and then continued walking forward.
Hello?
A clear shout interrupted Su-chen's thoughts. She raised her eyes and looked at the owner of the voice. It was a sweet-looking girl with a delicate figure, long hair, and wearing a pink miniskirt. She looked well behaved and cute. Su Chen looked at her with a look of doubt in his eyes, wondering why she called him. She remembered that they didn't know each other. When the girl saw her looking at her, she suddenly felt shy, lowered her head, and said softly, can you please leave your phone number?
Sure. Thanks.
The girl immediately took out her cell phone, wrote down a string of numbers and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen took the phone and asked, "What's your name?"
My name is Xian Wan.
Summer warmth, yes.
May I ask, what is your name? My name is Su Chen. Hello, my name is Xian Wan.
Xian Wan smiled sweetly and brilliantly. Looking at Xian Wan's smile, Su Chen couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. Although her relationship with Xian Wan was not very good, it was undeniable that she was indeed a very beautiful and lovely girl.
I'll call you Sister Su Chen. You can come and play with me when you are free in the future.
Yeah, okay.
By the way, do you have a younger brother? Su Chen was stunned for a moment and shook his head. What's his name? Su Chen. Okay, we are friends now. My name is Xian Wan. I just came back from studying abroad. I wonder where your home is. I want to visit you.
Well, actually, Su Chen showed a hint of hesitation on his face, but he finally nodded. Okay, my home is in the East Suburb Villa District.
Let's call each other when the time comes.
Okay.
Goodbye, Sister Su Chen, goodbye. Wait, Sister Su Chen, wait a minute, can you leave me your phone number?
If there is a chance, we can go shopping for clothes together.
Can. That's great.
Xian Wan ran away with a smile. Su Chen looked at her back and couldn't help but feel ripples in his heart. Maybe this girl is quite cute. She was really looking forward to becoming friends with her and then going shopping together.
Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong.
The doorbell rang. Su Chen walked over to open the door and saw a man about 50 years old standing at the door. The man was wearing an ordinary shirt and jeans and looked very ordinary.
Chapter 242, Very Rigorous Personality. Hello, are you Miss Su Chen? I am, who are you?
Su Chen looked at the man, his eyes full of vigilance. Seeing Su Chen's wary eyes, the man smiled awkwardly. Sorry to bother, Miss Su.
I'm Miss Shinjiai's father, and I'm here to take her home.
She just called me to pick her up at the hospital.
Now, shall we go? Su Chen was shocked when he heard this. Shinjiai? Are you sure you are talking about Shinjiai? Yes, it's Shinjiai. But hasn't she been away from our house for many days? Are you sure she is Shinjiai? She is indeed Shinjiai, I can confirm this. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. After saying that, the man shifted his gaze in the direction of Shinjiai. Seeing this, Shinjiai nodded hurriedly. Yes, Shin-Chen, what he said is correct, I am indeed Shinjiai. Shinjiai said it with certainty. Seeing this, Su Chen had no choice but to nod. Okay, I'll go back with you. Okay, I'll drive you to the hospital right now. Having said that, the man turned and walked into the car. Seeing this, Su Chen hurriedly stopped a taxi and got in. The taxi drove away, and Shinjiai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked at the man next to her. Didn't I tell you not to tell me that Su Chen has a relationship with you? I don't want you to ruin my image in Su Chen's mind, understand?
The man had a look of aggrieved expression. You're saying this as if I did something wrong.
You did it knowingly, what else can I do if I don't blame you? Oh. I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it, if Su Chen didn't like you, why would she ask me to deliver food to her?
Upon hearing this, Shinjiai fell silent. Yes, how could she forget? That girl obviously likes me. Thinking of this, Shinjiai couldn't help but feel a little proud. Su Chen, since you like me, then I must make you give up completely. After Su Chen followed Shinjiai's father into the car, her heart beat faster. She was really scared that Shinjiai was lying to her. After all, Shinjiai is an out-and-out young lady now. She has become like this. Su Chen doesn't believe that it was because of injury. However, she really didn't want to go back to the Shin family, especially after seeing the face of Shin's mother. The image of Su Chen's mother emerged in her mind. Su Chen couldn't help but
sigh. Sister Su Chen, what's wrong with you? I'm fine.
Su Chen shook his head and forced himself to suppress the panic and fear in his heart.
That's good.
Seeing this, Xian Wan smiled innocently. Su Chen's cheeks turned red.
But how did you know my address? Did you follow me? He.
No, it's just that my dad and I have been living abroad and we are not familiar with things in China. However, I heard that Sister Su Chen and my classmate were high school classmates, so I asked if I could help with this. Su Chen was a little hesitant. It's inappropriate to let a stranger like her interfere in this matter, right?
What's wrong? Sister Su Chen doesn't want to?
It's okay, I can go by myself. I promise I won't disturb you.
Oh well.
Su Chen finally agreed. She couldn't let Xinjiai find out about her and her parents, right?
Thank you, Sister Su Chen. Xian Wan was very happy when she saw this.
While thanking him, she cursed in her heart, "You little girl, why are you pretending to be so naive?" Soon after, the taxi stopped at the gate of a luxurious manor. After getting off the car, Su Chen was shocked by the scene in front of him. The manor in front of me looks very large, and there are many flowers planted in it, in all colors, which are very beautiful. The manor is surrounded by a variety of flowers, plants, and trees, and one can tell at a glance that this is a very high-end place.
Welcome back, ladies.
When Su Chen returned home, his mother had already prepared dinner for her. "Chen, how was school today?" asked Mother Su. Su Chen nodded. "Not bad, there are 2 new students this year, 1 boy and 1 girl.
Really?
Mother Su said pleasantly, "It seems your grades are going to improve again."
Father Su also smiled and praised his daughter. "Yes. Chen, how did you do in the exam this time?"
Su Chen smiled and said, "It's okay."
Father Su frowned and said, "That won't do. You're about to graduate.
If you keep going like this, it will affect your future job search.
I've discussed it with your mother.
You'll be the only child in our family, so you must find a capable job in the future." Su Chen shook his head helplessly. "Dad, Mom, I have thought about these a long time ago, but I haven't found a job suitable for me yet." Mother Su also advised, Chen, listen to your father and find a good job."
Su Chen felt annoyed.
He knew his parents wanted to arrange a marriage for him as soon as possible, but, okay, stop talking and let me think about it.
Su Chen interrupted the two. Then think about it quickly. Give me the answer tomorrow.
Father Su urged.
Yeah.
Su Chen responded. The next morning, Su Chen got up early and rushed to school. Today is Friday, and it is the day when the new teacher in school starts classes. Su Chen must arrive at school 10 minutes early, otherwise he will be late. When we arrived at the classroom, there were already 3 or 4 couples in the class, and one of them was a couple. Su Chen looked around and found that his seat was empty.
He raised his eyebrows in confusion. What happened today? Why was his seat empty?
Did he remember it wrong? Su Chen took out his book and prepared to take notes. However, when he opened the book, he found that there was no writing in it, and the handwriting on the book was very blurred, obviously not his. He raised his head and looked towards the podium. The professor hadn't arrived yet and all the students were sitting in their seats chatting. This situation is rare because every time the professor comes, he will appear on the podium half an hour in advance. Moreover, the professor is very strict and will not allow anyone to be late. All students in the class know this, so there is basically no possibility of being late, but now there is suddenly one more person who has not appeared in the classroom. This is really unreasonable. Su Chen put down the book and stood up. He walked toward the podium.
Su Chen, you're here. Classmate A said to Su Chen. Do you know me?
Su Chen asked in surprise. Classmate B immediately explained, of course, there are only 8 boys in our class, and you are the 9th one, so of course we know each other. His pretense was not discovered. Chapter 243. A good and humorous child. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then said, "Thank you for your concern, I don't know you, nor do I know you guys." After saying that, Su Chen walked to the podium.
Student Su Chen, what are you doing?
At this time, the professor appeared. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw Su Chen standing beside the podium, so he hurriedly called out to Su Chen. Su Chen finally reacted after hearing the professor's voice. He turned around and looked at the professor. "Hello, professor.
I am a transfer student who just arrived today. My last name is Su Chen."
The professor smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Su Chen, welcome to Jingcheng University. Please take care of me in the future."
"Thank you, Professor."
Su Chen responded politely. This time, Su's father and mother also walked up to the professor and exchanged a few words with him.
"Professor, where is my daughter?"
Su's father asked. The professor looked around the classroom and smiled. "She's still on her way and will be here soon."
After that, he looked at Su Chen and said, "Student Su Chen, please go sit on the chair next to you and wait for a while. Your table is occupied by another boy." Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned for a moment, but still walked to the chair next to him and sat down obediently. This time, whispers were heard in the classroom. "Who is that? How dare you give up your seat to someone else? Yeah, and it looks like he's not from our school. How could he do this?" Su Chen was sitting in his seat. When he heard the noises coming from around him, his face changed. This time, he finally understood why he was late. It turned out that his seat was occupied by other boys. Moreover, he didn't even see clearly who that person was. Student Su Chen. At this time, a voice came from the podium. Su Chen turned around and saw a boy in a blue and white striped shirt walking up behind him. He smiled and said, "Your name is Su Chen, right?" "You are." Su Chen looked at him and asked curiously. "Oh. I'm Gao Wenjie, and I'm also a student of Jingqing University," said the boy in blue. Gao Wenjie, a student of Jingqing University? Su Chen was stunned. How could a student from Jingqing University be in the same class with him? He looked at the boy in blue, his eyes full of confusion. Seeing that Su Chen looked like he didn't know him, the boy in blue couldn't help but smile and said, "Actually, I just transferred here too, so we haven't introduced ourselves to each other yet." "Sorry." Su Chen nodded and said, "It's okay. I haven't introduced you. It doesn't matter if you don't mind. I don't know you anyway." "Ha ha ha." The boy in blue laughed and then said, "Actually, I also want to know your name." "What's your name?" Su Chen hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to tell him his name. "My name is Su Chen." Su Chen replied. The boy in blue was stunned for a moment, then said, "Okay, my name is Gao Wenjie, we can be friends in the future." Su Chen smiled and said, "Thank you." Su Chen, can you tell me why you chose to sit in the last row?" Gao Wenjie asked curiously. "Because I'm afraid of the dark." Su Chen smiled faintly. Gao Wenjie was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "You are a good kid with a good sense of humor. I will be your friend from now on." Su Chen smiled and nodded, "Thank you." Gao Wenjie was secretly happy when he saw that Su Chen did not refuse. He thought Su Chen was a very interesting person in this world. Besides his father, he was the first person who was so kind to him. He really began to like Su Chen. Ding-ling-ling, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. Su Chen immediately stood up and walked towards the classroom door. "Su Chen, let me take you there." Gao Wenjie followed closely behind. Su Chen turned around and smiled awkwardly. "No, I can just take a taxi." Seeing this, Gao Wenjie did not force it. After all, he still had exams to take and could not waste too much time. "Well, I wish you good luck on the exam. I'm going to review my lessons now." Su Chen waved goodbye. Gao Wenjie gave Su Chen a bright smile and then walked towards his seat. "Oh, my dear son-in-law, why are you so proactive today? You even go to help your classmates with their lessons. That's great, my son has grown up." When Mother Su saw her son, she hugged him and gave him a kiss happily. This time, the Dean of Studies came in, saw Gao Wenjie and Su Chen, and said, "Wenjie, you did well today, keep it up. You are the first student to register in our school, and your grades are so excellent." Hearing the praise from the Dean, Gao Wenjie's smile widened. Although this was just an ordinary thing, he felt particularly happy. "Thank you, Dad." "Okay, class is about to start, let's go," said the Dean with a smile. "Yeah, okay, Dad." After Gao Wenjie finished speaking, he left the classroom. "Dad, what do you think of Gao Wenjie?" Mother Su looked at the Dean and asked. The Dean thought for a moment and said, "He's quite good. Although he comes from a poor family, he is not proud or complacent. Instead, he works very hard. He will definitely achieve something in the future. Yes. I think Su Chen is a better match for him." Su's mother nodded. "Yes. Su Chen is a very smart child with great potential." The Dean nodded in agreement. Su Chen listened very carefully in this class. Although he doesn't know English very well, he can understand some basic knowledge through the teacher's lessons. He also didn't expect that there were so many students in the school. Moreover, I always rank second in every exam. His score had been placed 7th, but he was still in 3rd place. It seems that his grades are indeed very poor. Su Chen sighed, packed his bag and prepared to leave. He was going back to
The dormitory to Sleepy. His dormitory is on the 4th floor. After Su Chen left, a group of classmates gathered around him. They were all discussing the relationship between Gao Wenjie and Su Chen.
Hey, have you heard? Last night a boy yelled at Su Chen at the entrance of the teaching office. Moreover, he also injured a student. Really? This is news. Where is this Su Chen from? Why is he so vicious? I heard that he is from Kyoto and is very powerful in Kyoto. I've also heard that he's the son of Su Tianhong, the chairman of the Su Group, the richest man in Kyoto. Su Tianhong's son actually beat people up on campus. This is outrageous. Yes. But it's good that he hurt someone. We don't have to be afraid of him anymore. Humph. Gao Wenjie snorted coldly. I underestimated him. He actually dared to beat people at the school gate. He simply has no respect for the law. Chapter 244. Don't mess with me, or you will suffer the consequences. That's right, isn't he just a country bumpkin? He thinks he's the son of the richest man, another boy echoed. That's right. Is he someone who can mess with our richest man in Kyoto? How arrogant! For a moment, everyone spoke up and pointed at Su Chen. You filthy bastards! Su Chen roared. Why, are you scared? I'm afraid of your sister. Su Chen shouted angrily, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart. After Su Chen finished speaking, he immediately turned around and ran out of the classroom and walked towards the dormitory. Oh, how can you be so impulsive? Yes. With a character like yours, you will suffer sooner or later. Stop talking. Gao Wenjie stopped everyone from talking, then looked at Su Chen's departing back and murmured, I want to see who is at a disadvantage. Back in the dormitory, Su Chen lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to adjust his breathing. This class is really a mixed bag. There are all kinds of people. I have to work harder to study. Su Chen swore secretly in his heart. Then, Su Chen closed his eyes and began to meditate and cultivate his internal strength. However, cultivating internal strength cannot increase Su Chen's internal strength level. It can only make Su Chen's body more adaptable and better absorb spiritual energy, thereby increasing internal strength. Su Chen, wake up! Suddenly, Li Shue's voice came from the room. She seemed very anxious and kept patting Su Chen's arm. Su Chen frowned and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw that it was Li Shue standing in front of him, he was stunned. I saw that there was a burly boy standing next to Li Shue. The boy had deep facial features and an angular face, and looked handsome. Li Shue was standing beside him, pulling at his sleeve, looking anxious. A few words immediately popped up in Su Chen's mind. This is a dandy boy. You must have offended him recently. You'd better get out of here. Su Chen, let me tell you, our Gao Wenjie is the young master of the richest family in Kyoto. If you offend him again, you will probably be in trouble in the future. Li Shue said. After hearing this, Su Chen sneered and said, who does he think he is? Su Chen, don't be impulsive. His father is the richest man in Kyoto. Li Shue said anxiously. I don't even take you seriously, even if you're the richest man in Kyoto. Su Chen said indifferently. Hearing Su Chen say this, Li Shue and the boy were stunned. The richest man in Kyoto was not taken seriously by Su Chen. Isn't this too domineering? Okay, Shue, don't worry. Gao Wenjie said with a smile, Su Chen, I won't make things difficult for you. Having said that, Gao Wenjie glanced at Su Chen, then turned and walked out. Su Chen, you are really arrogant. But what's the good of being arrogant? If you offend me, Gao Wenjie, you are dead. Walking to the classroom door, Gao Wenjie turned his head and gave Su Chen a sinister smile. As soon as Gao Wenjie left, everyone started talking. Su Chen, you are such an idiot. How dare you go against Gao Wenjie? You are so tired of living. That's right. He dares to mess with the son of the richest man in Kyoto. He really doesn't know his place. But I like it. I like it, too. Su Chen ignored them, walked straight back to the dormitory, lay on the bed and closed his eyes. This time, the cell phone rang, and it was a short message. It was sent to him by Lu Yu. The message read, Su Chen, the results of this assessment will be announced next week. You'd better be prepared. Su Chen read the text message, raised his lips slightly, and said, "Okay, I understand." After school in the afternoon, Gao Wenjie waited for Su Chen at the school gate. Su Chen went out to buy some things and then came to the school gate. Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen, Gao Wenjie immediately went up to him and said, "Let's go find a place to sit down." Su Chen said with a cold face, "No need." "Humph, Su Chen, don't refuse my toast and then drink the forfeit," Gao Wenjie said. "I don't want to associate with scum like you." Su Chen snorted coldly. "Humph, Su Chen, I warn you, don't be too arrogant. No matter how arrogant you are, you can't beat me," Su Chen said. "Okay, let's try it." Gao Wenjie snorted coldly, then took out his cell phone and dialed the number. After a while, they heard the roar of an engine and a red Porsche 911 stopped in front of them. Gao Wenjie got in the car and said to the driver, "Drive to the nightclub." "Yes, master." "Su Chen, get in the car too. I'll treat you to a drink today as an apology." Gao Wenjie looked at Su Chen and said. Su Chen glanced at him without saying anything, and walked into the Porsche 911. Seeing this, Gao Wenjie curled up the corners of his mouth and snorted coldly at the Porsche 911 stopped in front of the nightclub. After Gao Wenjie got off the car, he said to the driver, "Drive." "Yes, sir." The driver agreed respectfully, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the nightclub. "Let's go in," Gao Wenjie said. "Good." The two came to the nightclub, found a secluded booth and sat down. Soon, the waiter brought the wine they ordered to the table and placed it in front of the two of them. Gao Wenjie picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork, put it in his mouth and chewed it. "The taste is quite delicious." He looked at Su Chen standing beside him and asked, "Try it. I picked this specially for you." Su Chen glanced at him coldly without saying anything. Seeing this, Gao Wenjie smiled, picked up another piece, handed it to Su Chen, and said, "Try it, it tastes really good, you must try it." "Get out of here." Su Chen stared at him with disgust. "Ha, Su Chen, you are such a funny guy." After saying this, Gao Wenjie burst into laughter. "I told you, get out of here and don't mess with me, otherwise you will bear the consequences," Su Chen said coldly. "Are you threatening me?" Gao Wenjie sneered. Then, he took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and said, "Hello, Uncle Chen, it's me. Bring the person over here quickly." Yes, this is the location, come quickly." While Gao Wenjie was on the phone, he was observing Su Chen's expression changes. Seeing his eyes flickering and his expression changing, Gao Wenjie knew that Su Chen was frightened. "Su Chen, are you scared?" Gao Wenjie said coldly. At this time, a man in his 70s came in from outside, walked up to Su Chen, bowed respectfully, and said, "Master, I have already checked what you asked me to check." Hearing this, Su Chen nodded and said, "Well, go ahead." Chapter 245. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. This man is called Wang Dalong, the second son of the Zhao family, the richest family in Kyoto. Zhao family? Su Chen raised his eyebrows and his heart trembled. The Zhao family is a giant in Jiangnan province. As far as I know, the Zhao family's influence is spread all over the country, and its assets amount to tens of billions. Hundreds of billions? Su Chen took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that the number one family in Kyoto was so powerful. It seems that I have underestimated the richest family in Kyoto. I wonder if I can get the scholarship this time through their network. Are you sure the information you found is true? Su Chen looked at Zhao Dalong and asked. Master, please rest assured. Our people have already investigated it very clearly. He does have the strength and ability to enter the academy. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then how should I approach him? Su Chen asked. Leave this matter to me, you can rest assured. Okay, thank you. Su Chen nodded to Gao Wenjie. Felt relieved when he saw that Su Chen was no longer confronting him. After a while, Zhao Dalong came. Gao Wenjie looked at Zhao Dalong and said, Brother Long, this guy bullied me. You have to avenge me. Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard that. Little brother, don't blame Brother Long. After all, this is your first offense. Zhao Dalong persuaded Su Chen. What the hell are you talking about, first offense? He is the young master of the Gao family, he can beat up anyone he wants, what's it got to do with you? Su Chen said coldly. When Zhao Dalong heard Su Chen swearing,
his face instantly darkened as he glared at Su Chen and said, "Well, since you don't know how to behave, I won't be polite to you. I will let you know what the price of offending my Zhao family is." As he spoke, he pulled out a pistol from his pocket, pointed the black muzzle at Su Chen, and said, "Boy, kneel down and apologize, otherwise, I will shoot you." Seeing Zhao Dalong take out a pistol, Gao Wenjie's mouth curled up into a smug smile and said, "Brother Long, don't get angry, I'll leave this kid to you." "Yes, master." Zhao Dalong nodded and agreed, then said to Su Chen, "Boy, it's not too late to kneel down and apologize now, I can leave you with an intact body." After listening to this, Su Chen sneered and said, "Just you?" "Ah, just me." As he said that, Zhao Dalong pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang and a spark came out of the muzzle. Seeing this, Gao Wenjie showed a triumphant smile that he knew that he had finally defeated Su Chen. While he was happy, he didn't notice that Su Chen's expression didn't show any panic. "You said you can kill me?" Su Chen sneered. "Nonsense. My shooting skills are amazing." After saying that, Zhao Dalong pulled the trigger again. There was a single gunshot, but to everyone's surprise, the bullet missed the target as Zhao Dalong was stunned and quickly raised his head, only to see a silver thread passing through Su Chen's body. Seeing this, Zhao Dalong's face changed drastically. "Impossible. I was aiming at your head. I told you I can dodge your hidden weapons." Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Dalong's face showed deep surprise and fear. You, who are you?" Zhao Dalong asked in surprise and doubt. "Me?" Su Chen said contemptuously, "I am just a poor fellow." "Who do you think I am?" After saying that, Su Chen no longer paid attention to Zhao Dalong. Instead, he lowered his head and continued eating and drinking that he didn't want to ruin his appetite for the whole meal because of himself. Gao Wenjie also felt Su Chen's attitude, his face darkened, and he said, "Brother Long, don't worry about him. He is just a poor guy. If you don't deal with him, he will think you are afraid of him." Then he added, "I heard that this poor guy is very arrogant in school and once beat up Zhao Laosan." "Zhao Laosan? Which bastard?" Zhao Dalong shouted angrily. "It's him. It's this guy. I saw him slap Zhao Laosan in the face with my own eyes." Hearing this, Zhao Dalong became even more annoyed. This bastard actually dared to hit the eldest grandson of my Zhao family. He is looking for death. Zhao Dalong roared. "Brother Long, don't be angry. Don't worry, today we will let this kid know the consequences of provoking my Zhao family." Gao Wenjie sneered. "Okay." Zhao Dalong said fiercely, "If that's the case, then I won't be polite either." After saying that, Zhao Dalong put the pistol back into his pocket and took out a cigar from his arms. Gao Wenjie quickly handed the cigar to Zhao Dalong. After taking the cigar, Zhao Dalong took a deep breath and exhaled a string of smoke rings. "Don't you want to find a girlfriend? I can introduce one to you," Zhao Dalong said with a sinister smile. "Oh? Really? Of course. Just do as I tell you, and I promise to introduce you to a beautiful girl, and she will like you very much," Zhao Dalong said confidently. "That's great. Please introduce them to me right away." Seeing that Gao Wenjie was so eager to find a woman to fall in love with, Zhao Dalong was secretly happy. "Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter," Zhao Dalong patted his chest and guaranteed. "Okay, thank you." Gao Wenjie hurriedly thanked. Then, Zhao Dalong took out a phone that he dialed the number and said, "Biao, I need a beautiful woman. Fax me the information of that beautiful woman." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Dalong looked at Su Chen and sneered, "Boy, now you know what will happen if you offend my Zhao family, right?" "Yes, the consequence of offending the Zhao family is the extermination of the entire family." Su Chen snorted coldly. "You arrogant boy, I'm going to shoot you." After Zhao Dalong finished speaking, he started pulling the trigger again. However, this time he failed to hit Su Chen because, at this moment, a cold light flashed. The next second, Su Chen was standing in front of him. Su Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhao Dalong's right arm, then twisted it outward with sudden force. With a crisp sound, Zhao Dalong's arm was dislocated. "Ah!" Zhao Dalong screamed, and his whole arm trembled violently. "Boy, you dared to hurt our people. I will make sure you die without a burial place." Seeing this, Gao Wenjie shouted loudly with a dark face. Su Chen sneered at Gao Wenjie and said sarcastically, "Just relying on you guys, you want me to die without a burial place? That's too much of a fantasy." Gao Wenjie sneered and said, "Don't you admit that you are a poor guy now?" "Yes, I'm a poor guy, but so what?" Su Chen said disdainfully, "Do you have the ability to turn a poor guy into a rich man?" Gao Wenjie was speechless after being told this by Su Chen. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Just wait, sooner or later I will make you kneel down and beg me to spare you." Chapter 246. Do you have that ability? Really? Albeit, snort. Okay, you guys can leave first. Don't mention what happened tonight to anyone else. Otherwise, the consequences for you will be 10 or 100 times worse than that of Zhao Laosan. Gao Wenjie said sternly after hearing Gao Wenjie's warning. Several boys turned pale with fright. Although they are second-rate people in society, they also know some rules. If the Zhao family knew that they had leaked Su Chen's identity, the consequences would be very serious. So they all nodded obediently and turned away. After they walked away, Gao Wenjie walked up to Su Chen. "Boy, why are you still standing there? Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to apologize?" Su Chen glanced at him and said calmly, "Gao Wenjie, do you think I'm stupid? You said I should kowtow, and I will? I think you are mentally retarded." "You?" Gao Wenjie glared at Su Chen and said, "You don't want to live anymore? How dare you call me a moron? So what if it is, so what if it isn't? You?" Gao Wenjie was so angry that he slapped Su Chen. However, before Gao Wenjie's hand fell, Su Chen turned around and knocked him out this time. Su Chen's speed was so fast that Gao Wenjie couldn't dodge at all. With a bang, he fell straight to the ground. With blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, Gao Wenjie was unwilling to give up. He stood up and pointed at Su Chen's nose and said, "You little bastard, you dare to hit me? I'm going to kill you." As he said that, he pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Su Chen's head. "Wait." Su Chen suddenly stopped him. "Mr. Zhao, I agree to everything you said, but you have to promise that I can leave here alive." "No problem, as long as you cooperate with me, I can ensure your safe departure." "Okay, then it's settled." Su Chen said, "But this place is very close to the school, and I'm afraid of getting into trouble." "You should send a car to take me back to school, no problem." "Yeah." Su Chen nodded. Seeing that Su Chen agreed, Zhao Delong quickly made a phone call and sent a black business car to take Su Chen back to school. The car drove for more than half an hour and finally stopped in front of the school gate. "Get out of the car." "Okay." Su Chen responded, then pushed the door and jumped out. "Remember, don't take revenge on me, otherwise, I will make you live a life worse than death." Su Chen said this cruelly before getting off the car. Just try it." Looking at Su Chen's back, Zhao Delong sneered, then started the car and drove away. Gao Wenjie cursed from behind, "Zhao Delong, just wait for me. One day, I will make you kneel on the ground and beg me to spare you." Su Chen ignored him and walked towards the school. Not long after, Su Chen returned to the dormitory and found that there were several people gathered at the door, including 3 boys who looked like high school students. One of them was wearing sportswear, looked to be about 20 years old, had a crew cut, and had a pair of cunning eyes. You could tell at first glance that he was a shrewd guy. The other one was dressed in black and looked ferocious, with a hideous scar on his face. As for the other man, he was wearing a floral shirt and had a crew cut. Su Chen glanced at them and walked straight towards the dormitory. As soon as he entered, the young man with a shaved head immediately ran up to him and blocked Su Chen. "Hey, who are you? I warn you, don't stand in my way, otherwise I will kill you." The man with the shaved head shouted at Su Chen arrogantly. "Get out of here." Su Chen shouted coldly. "Boy, if you don't accept my toast, do you believe I will kill you?" said the crew cut. "Kill me? Are you sure you can do it?" Su Chen said sarcastically. "Do you know who I am?" "Ha ha. Of course I know who you are. Aren't you the poor head teacher in our school? What? Do you still want to seek revenge on us? Don't you know that my father is a well-known devil in the school? You want to seek revenge on him? You are just dreaming." It turns out that I'm just a poor guy in your eyes." Su Chen smiled slightly. "Yes, you are a poor bastard." "A poor bastard," the crew cut said arrogantly. I not only beat you, I also punched you.
Do you hate me now?
But don't worry, I won't give you a chance to seek revenge on me.
I want you dead.
Die?
Ha ha. The crew-haired man laughed wildly and said, Do you have that ability?
Let me tell you, even if I die, I will take you with me.
Okay, since you are still stubborn, you can't blame me.
Suchin sneered. After saying that, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked the guy with a crew cut at an extremely fast speed. With a dull bang, the man with a crew cut was kicked out, hit the wall heavily, then fell to the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood.
I told you, if you make me angry, I will kill you.
Suchin approached the man with a crew cut step by step. Seeing that the situation was not good, the guy with a shaved head got up from the ground in panic and ran away. Seeing this, Suchin immediately chased after him.
Stop, I'm going to kill you.
Suchin shouted coldly as the man with the buzz cut ran away while looking back. Little bastard, don't let me catch you, otherwise, I will strip you naked and tie you to the pillar at the door of the classroom. Hearing this, Suchin's face suddenly darkened and his pace suddenly quickened. Seeing Suchin speed up, the guy with the shaved head became even more scared and ran desperately, but the faster he ran, the faster Suchin ran. It didn't take long before he was caught up by Suchin. Looking at Suchin's frosty face, the man with a crew cut turned pale as death, trembling all over, and shouted in fear, What are you going to do?
I am Zhao Dalong's brother. If you dare to mess around, I will not let you go even if I die. Zhao Dalong?
Suchin smiled slightly. I want to see how powerful he is. The crew cut was delighted when he heard this, thinking that Suchin was scared, and immediately said proudly, Of course, he is the most awesome academic master in our school. And he is also brother Dalong, one of the 4 most evil boys in our school. Little bastard, I advise you to be sensible and kneel on the ground and call me grandpa. Otherwise, I don't mind breaking one of your arms or legs.
Yeah?
Suchin snorted coldly, picked up a brick next to him and threw it at the man with a shaved head. There was a loud boom. The brick hit the man with a shaved head hard, and he was stunned. Then, bright red blood flowed down his forehead. Seeing this, Suchin raised his eyebrows and said, You are really stupid. Chapter 247. You're really lingering. After saying that, Suchin continued to run towards the direction of the man with the shaved head. The guy with the shaved head was frightened and immediately turned around and ran towards the stairs, but before he had taken 2 steps, he felt a strong wind coming from behind him. He was so scared that he quickly turned his head and dodged. With a bang, the guy with the shaved head hit the doorframe again, then slid to the ground, knocking him unconscious.
How is that possible?
How did you dodge it? The man with the crew cut asked in surprise.
Your brain is too stupid. Suchin said contemptuously, Aren't you going to kill me? Come on. Come on.
Suchin hooked his finger at him. Come on. The man with the shaved head gritted his teeth and glared at Suchin angrily, but he did not dare to act rashly because he did not dare to joke with his own life. He knew that Suchin's strength far exceeded his, so the only person he could rely on now was his father. Unfortunately, his father had no idea that he was being bullied, so now he couldn't contact his father at all. Just when the man with the crew cut was about to leave, Suchin suddenly took out a rope from his body and wrapped it around
his neck. Ah!
The crew cut exclaimed, What do you want to do?
Nothing.
Just to loosen up your muscles. After saying that, Suchin pulled hard, then pulled his body closer to the stairwell, and then tied the rope to the railing of the stairwell. After doing all this, Suchin looked at the man with the shaved head coldly, then turned around and prepared to leave. But how could a man with a shaved head allow him to leave?
Hey!
Brat, stop right there. Seeing Suchin turning around, the guy with the shaved head became anxious. He pounced on Suchin and tried to stop him. Seeing this, Suchin sneered, grabbed the man with the shaved head's arm with his backhand, and then twisted it hard. With a crisp snap, Suchin broke the guy's neck with his crew cut. The body of the man with the crew cut was lying limply on the steps of the stairwell. Seeing this scene, the other 2 boys were shocked.
You killed someone. If we don't kill him, are we waiting for him to call the police?
Suchin said coldly, I'm telling you, I'm the president of the school's martial arts club.
I don't want to see anyone doing anything outrageous in front of me again.
If you 2 want to live, get out of here right now, otherwise, I'll make sure you live a miserable life.
You actually killed someone.
The 2 boys' faces turned pale. They had never imagined that they would provoke such a killing god. If you don't get out of here, I will turn you into sieves immediately.
Su Chen threatened coldly. Okay, let's go. The two were frightened and ran towards the stairs. Seeing the two men running away, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he had completely angered these three people today, and they would definitely take crazy revenge on him in the future. However, he didn't care at all. He just wanted to improve his strength as quickly as possible and find Lin Rohan and Qin Bingyue as soon as possible. Su Chen sighed and was about to go downstairs when suddenly, a Hongqi car stopped downstairs. Then, a girl wearing sunglasses got out of the car. As soon as she got out of the car, she found the man with a crew cut lying in a pool of blood. What's wrong with you? The girl was so angry that she cursed. Isn't he usually very smart? Why is he so stupid this time? Look at him, I guess there won't be even a bone left. The two boys didn't dare to refute and could only bow their heads and admit their mistakes. When the girl saw that they were scared, she was so angry that she almost fainted. However, she quickly calmed down and yelled at Su Chen, "Little bastard, who are you? You even dared to touch my Zhao Qian's people. Do you know who you killed? I tell you, this matter is not over. You'd better get out of school quickly, otherwise I will never forgive you. Just get out." Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to these people and turned away. What a bastard! Zhao Qian couldn't help but yelled, "Stop him." The two boys immediately stood in front of Su Chen and said, "Sister Zhao, we can't stop him. If you want revenge, you'd better find your dad, otherwise we can only send you to the hospital." Zhao Qian was furious and said, you guys really pissed me off." Seeing that two people were blocking the road, Su Chen simply reached out and pushed them to the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Qian was stunned for a moment. She never expected that Su Chen had such great power. However, she recovered quickly. She knew that although Su Chen was very strong, he was only one person after all. She was accompanied by 4 bodyguards. How could Su Chen be a match for 4 big men alone? You, just wait and see. After saying that, Zhao Qian turned around and was about to leave in her high heels, but just after she took a few steps, Su Chen suddenly punched her in the stomach. Ugh! Zhao Qian covered her stomach in pain and squatted down. She didn't expect Su Chen to suddenly attack her, however, her reaction was not slow. She quickly took out her phone and dialed the Zhao family's number. Dad, help! Someone wants to kidnap me. Zhao Qian shouted, you must help me get revenge. I understand. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. Zhao Zhendong said in a deep voice. After saying that, Zhao Qian hung up the phone, but Su Chen did not leave. Instead, he sat next to Zhao Qian and waited quietly. Not long after, several men hurriedly ran up and surrounded Su Chen. When Zhao Zhendong saw Su Chen, he was startled at first, then frowned and sneered, you really are haunting me. I'm surprised too. I didn't expect that I would meet you by chance. Su Chen shrugged. Humph. Zhao Zhendong sneered, boy, you killed my brother, I will make sure you die today. Hearing what Zhao Zhendong said, the other 3 people showed sarcastic looks. Obviously, they thought what Zhao Zhendong said was ridiculous. They were all Zhao Zhendong's sons, so how could they be afraid of Zhao Zhendong? Zhao Zhendong's sons came forward one after another and helped Zhao Qian up. Brother, this guy actually dared to hurt you, you must stand up for us. Zhao Qian said, pretending to be aggrieved. Don't worry. I will definitely take care of him. Zhao Zhendong said harshly. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get on with it. As soon as Zhao Zhendong finished speaking, several people rushed towards Su Chen together. You bunch of idiots, I am your uncle. Su Chen shouted. Don't lie to me. You are the murderer who killed our 3 brothers. Zhao Zhendong shouted and punched Su Chen hard on the chest. Chapter 248. I'm not as stupid as you. However, this punch did not cause any damage, but was instead repelled by Su Chen's rebound force. Oh my god. How come he's okay? Seeing this, Zhao Zhendong was stunned, then quickly stepped back, his eyes wide open, his face full of horror. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Zhao Zhendong shook his head. He was unwilling to believe this fact. Su Chen smiled and said, no matter how stupid I am, I won't use the same method against you, right? So you pretended to be injured just now? I can't help it. Who told you to be so stupid? Su Chen spread his hands and said, I'm not as stupid as you.
If you don't hand over that little fat girl to me, I will kill you. You little bastard. How dare you threaten me? Zhao Zhendong was furious. It's not a threat, it's a fact. Su Chen shrugged. I advise you to hand the person over to me. Otherwise I will have no choice but to kill you. As he said that, Su Chen took out a pistol and pointed the gun at Zhao Zhendong. Looking at the pistol in Su Chen's hand, Zhao Zhendong shuddered all over. No, no. Don't shoot, I'll give you everything you want. Zhao Zhendong was so scared that his legs were shaking, and he quickly compromised. Su Chen smiled faintly and said, in this case, I will give you two options. Zhao Zhendong said, as long as you let Qianqian go, I can agree to anything you want. I don't need it. I just want her. Su Chen said coldly as Zhao Zhendong gritted his teeth and finally said, okay, I promise you. But I also have a condition, that is to let her be your girlfriend. How is this possible? Su Chen looked confused. Do you dare to say that my sister is not worthy of you? Zhao Zhendong said with his eyes wide open. Su Chen was speechless. However, Su Chen didn't mind playing with Zhao Qian. After all, Zhao Qian was really good looking, especially her hot body, and the black leather jacket she was wearing, which made Su Chen want to tear it apart. Su Chen was silent for a moment and then said, okay. But, your sister is my woman now. What? Zhao Zhendong was stunned, and then his face turned pale. That's right, now I am your sister's boyfriend. Su Chen said lightly. Hearing this, Zhao Zhendong's face turned extremely ugly. However, he knew that he had run into a tough guy this time. If he forced Zhao Qian to marry Su Chen, Zhao Qian's life would be in danger. Thinking of this, he nodded. Okay, that's settled. However, you still have to stay and be my servant, said Zhao Zhendong. Su Chen smiled slightly and said nothing. Seeing that Su Chen did not refuse, Zhao Zhendong breathed a sigh of relief, then waved his hand and asked his men to retreat. You take a rest first, I'll bring some people to catch that little fat girl. After saying that, Zhao Zhendong took his men downstairs. Watching them leave, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. This Zhao Zhendong is quite smart. Su Chen said with a smile. You were deliberately showing weakness to attract their attention, and then took the opportunity to escape, right? Zhao Qian asked. As expected of the second young master of the Zhao family, he is truly amazing. Su Chen exclaimed. Humph, do you think I'm stupid? If you didn't have such great ability, how could you have rescued me from those bastards? Zhao Qian snorted coldly. Okay, I won't waste my time talking to you. I'm leaving first. Su Chen waved his hand, then turned around and walked towards the door. Hey, where are you going? Zhao Qian shouted. Su Chen didn't even turn his head, waved his hand, and said, I'm going to find my little lover. After saying that, he disappeared. Seeing Su Chen's receding back, Zhao Qian stomped her feet and jumped in anger. Humph, no matter who you go to, I will never forgive you. Zhao Qian said angrily, then walked into the bathroom. As soon as Su Chen left, he ran into Lin Rohan. Ha? Why are you here? Su Chen was stunned. He didn't expect to meet Lin Rohan here. Lin Rohan was slightly stunned and said, Did you go to see Zhao Qian just now? That's right. How did you know? Su Chen asked with a smile. You still ask me how I know? How dare you bully my cousin? Do you know the consequences of your actions? Lin Rohan glared at Su Chen with an indignant look on her face. Su Chen smiled bitterly. I just wanted to tease her, I have no ill intentions. Tease her? My cousin is so pretty and cute, how could she be an ordinary person? You obviously have a crush on her. Lin Rohan snorted. What are you thinking? Su Chen curled his lips helplessly and said, I just went to the hospital to see your mother. Your mother has almost recovered. I am ready to go back to Jiangcheng. So fast? Lin Rohan asked in surprise, why did you make the decision without consulting me? Your mother needs my care now, so I have to go back, oh. After Su Chen finished speaking, Lin Rohan's expression became gloomy. Okay, don't be sad, come visit your aunt next time. Lin Rohan nodded. Su Chen said goodbye to Lin Rohan and drove towards Jiangcheng. Along the way, Su Chen's heart was filled with excitement, because he hadn't contacted Lin Rohan during this period of time. He was still very worried. Now that he saw Lin Rohan was safe and sound, Su Chen was naturally very happy. Before we knew it, the car had arrived in Jiangnan City. After Su Chen parked the car, he immediately dialed Zhang Xiui's number. "Hello, how are you?" Zhang Xiui's sweet voice came from the phone. "Sister Xiui, it's me," Su Chen said with a smile. "Brother Chen? Is it really you?" Zhang Xiui was pleasantly surprised to hear the familiar voice. "Great, you finally came back to Jiangnan?" Su Chen smiled slightly and said, "Well, I just returned to Jiangnan. I have a few days left, so I will go back to see you." "Yeah." Zhang Xiui hummed softly, and then said, "Brother Chen, where are you now? I want to treat you to a meal. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's talk about eating later," Su Chen said with a smile. "What's wrong? Is there something you're not convenient to tell me?" Zhang Xiui asked. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then said, "Actually, there is nothing special. I'm just dealing with some personal matters recently." "Is it about Xiaoqian?" Zhang Xiui asked. "No, don't guess," Su Chen said awkwardly. "Okay," Zhang Xiui responded. "I'm on my way to the company now. Let's talk later, good." After hanging up the phone, Su Chen took a deep breath, then pushed the door and walked in. "Mr. Su, you're here." The secretary immediately greeted Su Chen with a smile when he saw him. Chapter 249, Future Boss. "Well, I'll work first." Su Chen nodded, then walked to his desk and sat down. Soon, many documents appeared on Su Chen's desk. Looking at the documents on the table, Su Chen felt a little stressed. Although he is a playboy, he takes his work very seriously. Su Chen picked up the pen on the table and wrote quickly, while thinking about what to do next. Not long after, Su Chen wrote a business plan. Looking at the time, it was still early, so Su Chen handed the plan to Wang Shui and asked Wang Shui to deliver it to the president's office. Afterwards, Su Chen called his secretary, handed her the plan, and asked her to deliver it to the president. The secretary nodded and turned to leave. An hour later, Wang Shui came to the headquarters of Zhao Group with the plan and knocked on the door of the president's office. "Come in." Zhao Genoa's low voice came out. Hearing Zhao Genoa's voice, Wang Shui pushed the door open and walked in. Zhao Genoa raised his head and found that it was Wang Shui. "Mr. Zhao, this is the project plan that Brother Chen asked me to give to you." Wang Shui handed over the project plan respectfully. Zhao Genoa frowned immediately when he heard this. "Su Chen in your company is becoming more and more arrogant," Zhao Genoa said unhappily. Wang Shui lowered her head and said nothing. "Forget it. He's leaving soon anyway, and I don't want to bother with him," Zhao Genoa said. Zhao Genoa is a very face-conscious person. Although he knows that Su Chen is his girlfriend's boyfriend, he is still unwilling to admit it. After all, his family background and appearance are not as good as Su Chen's. Now seeing Su Chen being so arrogant, Zhao Genoa was naturally very unhappy. "Then I'll leave first." Wang Shui smiled, then turned and left. This Wang Shui really doesn't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. After all, I am her future boss. How can she treat me in this way? Zhao Genoa roared when he saw Wang Shui leaving. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Come in." The door was opened and Zhao Genoa's assistant came in with coffee. "President, this is the coffee you ordered." Zhao Genoa's assistant placed the coffee on the desk. "Okay, thank you," Zhao Genoa said with a smile. The assistant shook his head and stepped back. Seeing the assistant leave, Zhao Genoa's eyes became vicious. Then he reached out to pick up the cup and drank the coffee. After finishing his coffee, Zhao Genoa put the empty cup back to its place, then stood up and walked to the windowsill. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window, Zhao Genoa's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He thought about the scene of him marrying Zhao Qian, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Genoa suddenly realized that he seemed to be out of control and quickly calmed down. Then he returned to his chair and sat down. Why am I like this? She's just a slut? Why do I care about her so much? Zhao Genoa secretly scolded himself in his heart. All this is because of Su Chen. If it weren't for him, how could Zhao Genoa become like this? He doesn't care whether Zhao Qian lives or dies, he only cares about himself and his own interests. Thinking of this, Zhao Genoa sneered again. So what if Zhao Qian died? He can still get Zhao Qian back. In the evening, Su Chen was processing documents in the office when his secretary suddenly ran in. Mr. Su, Miss Zhao Qian is here, the secretary said cautiously.
Zhao Qian? Su Chen asked puzzledly if the secretary nodded and said, yes, it's Zhao Qian.
She's waiting for you downstairs.
Zhao Qian? Su Chen was stunned. Why is she looking for me again?
It must not be a good thing for Zhao Qian to look for Su Chen, and he couldn't help but frown. If I don't want to see her, just tell me I'm not here. Su Chen said, also, you can't let her in.
The secretary nodded. I know what to do. After saying that, the secretary left the office. Zhao Qian?
Su Chen murmured these two words. Isn't Zhao Qian dead? Why did you run out again? Su Chen's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and he felt a vague sense of crisis in his heart. Forget it, forget about her, I'll just continue reading the information. Thinking of this, Su Chen picked up his mobile phone, opened the browser, and searched for some information.
Damn it! Su Chen has become the chief designer of Shengtang Group. Fuck! How did Su Chen do that?
On the internet, news about Su Chen flooded in. Among these news, there are several eye-catching headlines, all of which are from Shengtang Group. Su Chen, chief designer of Shengtang Group, created a legendary story.
Will he become a legend in the next generation of design? Su Chen, the chief designer of Shengtang Group, will he create a miracle? Su Chen founded Shengtang Group. Who is his fiancée? These paparazzi are so annoying. Su Chen said angrily after seeing the news, why do these people just like to write nonsense? By the way, Su Chen, we should go back quickly, otherwise there will be reporters taking pictures later.
Li Yue said worriedly. Li Yue knew that Su Chen was currently in the spotlight, and it would be troublesome if someone caught him with something.
Su Chen also wanted to go back and deal with things quickly. Look!
At this moment, a reporter pointed at a photo and shouted.
What's wrong? This Su Chen is so handsome, is he a celebrity? Why does this Su Chen look familiar?
Everyone was talking about it and looking at the photos on their phones. The person in the photo does look about 70% similar to Su Chen. However, the person in the photo was not Su Chen himself, but one of Su Chen's employees.
Could it be that they have the same name and surname? Someone asked puzzledly. Everyone nodded and started talking. That's Su Chen. Could it be the legendary chief designer of Shengtang Group, Su Chen? Yes, that's him.
Everyone's expressions became surprised, and then they all showed shocked expressions. If the person in the photo is Su Chen, then their mission this time will be very easy.
This Shengtang Group is quite impressive. They actually hired Su Chen as the chief designer. I wonder how much money they can make. That's right.
I heard that Shengtang Group is very financially strong.
If we can skin them, we can probably make a lot of money.
Everyone was talking about it, and everyone wanted to make money from Shengtang Group. However, at this moment, Su Chen suddenly frowned. Zhao Qian?
What's wrong? Su Chen, is there any problem? Li Yue asked puzzledly.
Chapter 250 Crazy Woman. The background of this photo should be the previous hotel.
Su Chen said with a frown. After hearing what Su Chen said, Li Yue immediately understood. So, Zhao Qian came here this time to deal with you? Li Yue asked.
I don't know why she suddenly appeared here. What I am most worried about now is that she will hurt you.
Hearing Su Chen say this, Li Yue couldn't help but feel a little guilty.
If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been targeted by her, and you wouldn't have encountered all this. Li Yue said self-reproachfully. Su Chen shook her head. Auntie, don't think like that. Zhao Qian is a crazy woman.
Su Chen didn't dare to say that he had guessed Zhao Qian's purpose.
After all, Zhao Qian was also Zhao Zhendong's biological sister, and he didn't want to hurt Li Yue.
Then what are you going to do?
Li Yue looked at Su Chen and asked. Su Chen thought for a moment. In this case, I will go back to work at Shengtang Group. Whether it is for the company or personal grudges, I should not escape.
Okay, then I'll arrange it for you.
Li Yue said. Anyway, I've been in Shengtang Group for a few years, so I'm familiar with some of the routes.
Well, thank you, Auntie.
Su Chen thanked him but was thinking secretly in his heart that he didn't know why Zhao Qian came to Shengtang Group to find him, but it was definitely not a good thing. Moreover, Zhao Qian's appearance here must be related to Shengtang Group.
Ding-a-ling. Hello? At this moment, the phone rang. I am Su-chin. Oh.
Zhao Qian snorted coldly on the other end of the phone.
Zhao Qian? What? Aren't you very capable? Are you afraid now?
Zhao Qian said sarcastically.
What's the matter? Su-chen asked unhappily. Zhao Qian was silent for a moment, then slowly said, You must come to see me tonight. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Su-chen to answer. Hey, you little bastard, why are you like this? Li Yue sighed helplessly. Mom, don't worry about her. Su-chen said calmly, let's go home now. Afterwards, Su-chen asked the driver to take them back. Sheng Tang Group, in the top floor office. Zhao Qian sat on the sofa with a gloomy face and narrowed eyes, as if she was brewing some kind of anger. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Zhao Qian said indifferently. A male secretary in uniform walked in. President, a designer named Su-chen wants to see you, the male secretary said respectfully. When Zhao Qian heard the name Su-chen, her heart ached suddenly. She clenched her fists and glared at the male secretary fiercely. Didn't I tell you? Don't mention that guy. President, the male secretary lowered his head, a little scared, but before he could finish his words, Zhao Qian interrupted him again, Get out. The male secretary quickly retreated and closed the door. Snort. Zhao Qian cursed with gritted teeth. Su-chen? Zhao Qian sneered, her eyes full of resentment. Isn't he just a pretty boy? Zhao Qian thought indignantly. Thinking about it, Zhao Qian stood up, walked to the desk, took out her cell phone, found Su-chen's number, and dialed it. Su-chen returned home and Li Yue was packing her luggage. Yue, what are you going to do? Su-chen asked in surprise. Of course, I'll go to Sheng Tang Group, said Li Yue. But, there's nothing to worry about. I'm the director of the company's legal department. If I resign, the president will approve it. Li Yue smiled. Resign? Su-chen frowned. Didn't you just report to Sheng Tang Group? Besides, the company didn't say they were going to fire you. I am very capable of handling this matter, so you don't need to worry about it. Li Yue smiled, You can take a rest first, I will go buy groceries later. Having said that, Li Yue left the room. Seeing Li Yue leave, Su-chen shook his head helplessly. He knew that Li Yue didn't want to get into any trouble because of him, so he didn't force her. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Su-chen went to Sheng Tang Group alone to find Zhao Qian. Sheng Tang Group is a large enterprise in City A with a grand scale. However, Su-chen was not in a hurry to find Zhao Qian. Su-chen came to Sheng Tang Group with only one purpose, which was to meet Zhao Qian. Hello, President. As Su-chen walked into Sheng Tang Group, a female secretary came over immediately. The female secretary general was extremely beautiful and looked very young, about 26 years old, tall, and with a pretty face. She was wearing a black business suit and looked very capable. Hello, please take me to see Miss Zhao Qian. Okay. The female secretary nodded, and then led Su-chen to Zhao Qian's office. Su-chen followed the female secretary into Zhao Qian's office. This was Su-chen's second time entering this place, but this time he was in a different state of mind. He came to Sheng Tang Group for work, not personal matters. Excuse me, who are you? Zhao Qian looked up at Su-chen. My surname is Su, and my name is Su-chen. Are you the new boss of Sheng Tang Group? Su-chen smiled, hearing this name. Zhao Qian was stunned. Although she had never seen Su-chen, she had heard of Su-chen's name. It is said that Su-chen is a genius. It took only 3 years to create a huge company and also made Sheng Tang Group international. Not only that, he also successfully won the Global Top 10 Designers Award 2 years ago. Therefore, in Zhao Qian's heart, she always believed that Su-chen was a very young genius, even a genius among geniuses. But when she saw him today, Zhao Qian was greatly disappointed. Su-chen doesn't look like a designer at all, but more like a rich second generation or official second generation. Yes. Zhao Qian answered expressionlessly, then continued to work with her head down. I wonder what Mr. Su-chen wants to talk to me about. Zhao Qian asked. After Su-chen returned home, he took a shower, changed into pajamas, and then sat in front of the computer typing. He doesn't know what's wrong with him. What happened this morning was like a nightmare that haunted him and made him unable to calm down. He felt like he was going to die and had no strength left in his body, but he couldn't fall down yet. He must survive. He didn't want to worry his family or put his parents in a difficult position,
so he had to be strong. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I've been busy with work these days and haven't been able to spend more time with you. I know you've been worried during this period. When I'm done with this period, I will definitely take you on a trip abroad, okay? You can have whatever fun you want, and I'll be with you. After Suchen said these words, he couldn't help but shed tears again. He really can't hold on any longer. Suchen is now 26 years old. He is an adult and he can't continue to be decadent like this forever. He needs to cheer up, he needs to become stronger.
Chapter 251, Determined Gaze. Moreover, this disease has always been his biggest hidden danger. He can't delay it any longer. If he keeps delaying, his condition will only worsen and he may eventually die. He would never allow this to happen, so he must become stronger. Suchen finished typing and put the keyboard aside. He opened the drawer, took out a bottle of pills, poured out 2 pills and put them in his mouth. After he took the pills, he felt much better. Suchen walked to the living room, picked up the phone from the coffee table, and called his father. Dad, I will be back tomorrow, you and Mom wait for me at home. A female voice came from the other end of the phone. Shinshin, aren't you busy? I'm not busy anymore. I'll go back tomorrow. Okay, then remember to come back early tomorrow.
After Suchen hung up the phone, he turned off his phone and returned to his room. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep.
What can I do to become stronger? Am I really dying?
Suchen murmured, then he sat up suddenly, with a determined look in his eyes.
Suchen, don't be afraid, everything is over. You must become stronger.
The next morning at 9 o'clock, Suchen got up on time, washed up, went downstairs, and came to the kitchen. He saw his mother cooking porridge, so he immediately said, Mom, I'll come back for dinner today.
Yeah, I'll be right there. By the way, Mom, do you know who I met yesterday?
Suchen suddenly asked. The mother stopped what she was doing and asked, Who did you meet?
It's just.
Suchen was about to tell his mother who he met at the mall yesterday, but suddenly a face popped up in his mind, and he immediately changed the subject and said, Nothing, I just came back for dinner today, so I wanted to chat with you. When his mother heard what he said, her expression didn't show any special expression. She continued to cook the porridge seriously. Suchen sighed. Although his mother was kind on weekdays, she was very stubborn in nature. She was very good to his father and brother, but quite strict with him. He knew that he could not change her. Mom, I came back today not only to chat with you, but also to discuss marriage with you.
What marriage?
The mother was stunned, stopped what she was doing, and turned to look at him.
Yes, I'm married.
Suchen said in a low voice. After hearing this, the mother was stunned. After a while, she came to her senses and said, I know.
I knew it when you went to the hospital yesterday.
But I didn't stop you, and I won't object. After all, men should get married when they are old enough, and women should get married when they are old enough.
You are a child who knows your limits. I believe you will not do anything rash. Suchen frowned slightly, then nodded and said, Well, I will definitely not do anything rash.
The mother looked into Suchen's eyes and said, Then you should get married soon and give birth to a grandson soon, so that I can hug him.
Suchen smiled and said, Well, I will try my best when the time comes.
You are just a kid who knows how to coax me. The mother said, Okay, stop standing there and go to the dining table to wait for breakfast. Suchen nodded and walked towards the restaurant. After breakfast, Suchen drove away. The mother stood alone at the door, watching the car going farther and farther away. She couldn't help but sigh and said to herself, This child is getting more and more unreasonable. My mother stood at the door for a long time before she turned around and went into the kitchen to cook. Suchen was driving with a lot of worries in his mind. He knew that he was an orphan. He was abandoned on the roadside by his parents when he was very young and was picked up by his mother. Later, because of poverty, his mother could not afford to support his education, so he had to drop out of school and work so that he could go to high school. My mother had a very gentle character, but she was very stubborn and refused to accept his charity. She would rather work hard herself than rely on her family to live, but Suchen knew that his mother would never accept any charity again in her life, therefore he never dared to mention his parents. This is also the only happy thing for Suchen in all these years. At least my parents are still healthy. The other side, Jiang Shuawei resigned from Suchen's company and went to find Lin Xianyu. She found out where Lin Xianyu was,
and then came to the building of Lin Group. Secretary Lin, please help inform them and say I'm Jiang Shuawei, looking for Secretary Lin.
Jiang Shuawei said to the front desk. The receptionist looked at Jiang Shuawei, then said with a sweet smile, "Please wait a moment, I'll go call her." The receptionist picked up the intercom and called Lin Qianyu. Soon, Jiang Shuawei waited for Lin Qianyu at the elevator entrance. When Lin Qianyu saw Jiang Shuawei, a faint smile appeared on her face. She walked out of the elevator and came to Jiang Shuawei.
Ms. Jiang, you are here.
Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Qianyu and said, "Hello, Secretary Lin. Long time no see, haven't seen you for a long time." Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Qianyu with a complicated expression on her face. She used to hate Lin Qianyu, but now seeing how outstanding Lin Qianyu is, she feels inferior to her. Over the years, she has paid the price for the wrong things she had done to Lin Qianyu, but now when she thinks back on it, she feels very happy. Lin Qianyu is a woman worthy of love. "Secretary Lin, I have been in the country for a short time recently, so why don't we go shopping together?" Jiang Shuawei said with a smile.
Okay.
Lin Qianyu agreed without hesitation. So Jiang Shuawei took Lin Qianyu to the commercial street. This is the most prosperous area in China, and many large companies have set up their exclusive offices here. Jiang Shuawei took Lin Qianyu to buy clothes first.
"Secretary Lin, what do you think of me wearing this dress?" Jiang Shuawei asked, pointing at the dress she was wearing.
"Yeah, it's pretty."
Lin Qianyu nodded. "Really?"
Jiang Shuawei said with a smile, "Actually, I think my old clothes are more suitable for me, but since you say they are beautiful, I will wear them."
"Then I would like to thank President Zheng for his compliment."
The two of them shopped for about 2 hours.
Finally, Jiang Shuawei chose a set of clothes and left with Lin Qianyu. The two separated at the entrance of the shopping mall. Jiang Shuawei got into a black Mercedes-Benz sedan. This car was newly bought by Lin Qianyu. Lin Qianyu sat in the car and watched the Mercedes-Benz sedan disappear from her sight. Then she packed up her things and left the mall. She plans to go to the hotel to rest for a night and go to work tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Qianyu came to the company and went straight to the general manager's office. "Secretary Lin, good morning."
Chen Wenhao nodded slightly to Lin Qianyu.
Chapter 252, Powerful Abilities Morning.
"Secretary Lin, your task today is to deliver these materials to various departments and distribute them to everyone so that everyone can get familiar with the various working environments as soon as possible. At the same time, you should classify these materials into folders.
Remember, this task is very important and must be completed. Do you understand, New?
Also, go find Secretary Li today and give her these materials."
"Okay, I'll go right away."
Lin Qianyu agreed and walked out of the office. Lin works in the finance department. Lin Qianyu knocked on the door and walked in.
"Secretary Li, these are the materials you requested." Lin Qianyu said respectfully. Lin looked up at Lin Qianyu. "You came so early?"
"I'm already working in the company, so arriving early is a must," Lin Qianyu said with a smile.
"These are the documents needed today. Please sort them out later."
Li Linlin looked at Lin Qianyu and handed the documents in her hand to Lin Qianyu.
"Okay."
Lin Qianyu agreed, then began to pack up and organize the documents into a book.
"Secretary Li, this is the work arrangement of your department. These are the minutes of our department's meetings every Wednesday. These are your meeting procedures. These are our company's plans for the next quarter."
Lin Qianyu handed the documents to Li Linlin and explained everything in detail.
"Okay, I understand. I've memorized all the information and will give it to you later." Li Linlin looked at the documents handed over by Lin Qianyu and nodded. "Okay."
Lin Qianyu nodded and left. Lin Qianyu left the office and went to find Secretary Li again, then handed her the information she had sorted out.
"Okay, I'll go out and get busy first,"
Lin Qianyu said to Li Linlin with a smile.
"Okay."
Li Linlin nodded, then set her eyes on the information she had just sorted out, and began to flip through it, with a look of surprise on her face. After Lin Qianyu left, Li Linlin continued to look through the information, flipping through it page by page. She looked at the information Lin Qianyu had sorted out, feeling somewhat unbelievable. She had never seen these things before. How come Lin Qianyu had such detailed information? Moreover, these are all important decision-making cases, and she has organized them so completely. Lin Qianyu, are you really the ordinary Secretary Lin that I know? The next day, Lin Xianyu and Li Linlin went to the finance department together and handed all the documents to Li Linlin. I sorted these materials yesterday. Please check them, Secretary Li. Lin Xianyu said with a smile. Yes. Okay. Li Linlin nodded. Lin Xianyu turned and left, looking at Lin Xianyu's receding back. Li Linlin's eyes were a little complicated. Who exactly is this Lin Xianyu? How does she have such accurate information? This is so amazing. Although Lin Xianyu has not been involved in management matters in the past few months, she is very familiar with the company's affairs and can even be said to be very proficient in them. And she didn't even know that Lin Xianyu had such powerful abilities. Lin Xianyu's ability was beyond her expectations. Secretary Li, these are the documents you requested. Li Linlin, who was thinking, suddenly heard something. Then she looked up at Lin Xianyu and saw that Lin Xianyu was smiling at her. A look of embarrassment suddenly flashed across her face. Okay, I understand, thank you. Li Linlin said to Lin Xianyu. You're welcome. I'm leaving now, good. Lin Xianyu smiled slightly and left the finance department. Lin Xianyu returned to her seat and started working. At noon, Zhang Meiqi and Zhang Yuling walked to the cafeteria together. Lin Xianyu has been keeping an eye on the two of them. Zhang Yuling seemed to be in a good mood. She took Zhang Meiqi's arm and said with a smile on her face, Zhang Jia, I heard that when you were having dinner with President Liu last night, President Liu said that he would attend all the dinners you invited in the future. Is it true? Zhang Meiqi said in surprise. Could it be that because of that sentence, President Liu changed his opinion of me? Of course it's true. Zhang Yuling said, I heard that he had already started preparing this morning and signed the contract with President Jiang in the afternoon. That's great. Zhang Meiqi clapped her hands excitedly. I can finally have further development with President Liu. Lin Xianyu narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect Liu Machin to sign a contract with Zhang Meiqi so quickly. She thought he would delay it for at least a few days. However, does this mean that she can be with Liu Machin? Such a thought flashed through Lin Xianyu's mind. Hey, did you know that Zhang Meiqi and Liu Machin have signed a contract? One girl said to another girl. What? Zhang Meiqi signed a contract with Liu Machin? The girl's voice was very excited. She is so lucky. A small employee can actually sign a contract with Liu Machin. That's right, I'm so jealous. I think she is just SOSO. The two girls were eating and chatting happily. Who knows how she did it? She must have hooked up with some rich man and then signed a contract with Liu Machin. Lin Xianyu's voice reached the ears of the two. When the two heard the voice, they immediately turned to look at Lin Xianyu. Lin Xianyu was standing not far behind them with a sullen face, staring at them coldly with her beautiful eyes. The two girls were startled and quickly lowered their heads and continued eating. Lin Xianyu ignored the two of them and walked straight to the dining table. The two girls breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Lin Xianyu would find out that they had just said that she and Liu Machin signed the contract because of their relationship. Lin Xianyu had just walked to a chair in the restaurant when suddenly, she slipped and almost fell. Fortunately, a colleague next to her helped her. Thank you. Lin Xianyu politely bowed to the male colleague in gratitude. You're welcome. The male colleague shook his head, then the male colleague left. Lin Xianyu sat in the chair, took a deep breath, adjusted her mentality, and continued working. In the afternoon, Zhang Meiqi and Liu Machin met at the hotel. The two talked in the box for a long time until Liu Machin sent Zhang Meiqi away and stopped the conversation. Liu Machin stood in front of the window, watching Zhang Meiqi's car leave, then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Check all of Zhang Meiqi's information for me. Right now, the more detailed the better. After saying that, he hung up the phone with a slight smile on his face. Zhang Meiqi, you want to play with me? I'll play with you till the end. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xianyu got off work. Chapter 253 Liu's Charity Banquet. Xianyu. As soon as she walked out of the company building, she saw Li Linlin standing outside waiting for her. Sister Linlin. Lin Xianyu walked over and greeted her. Xianyu, are you leaving now? Li Linlin asked. Yeah. Lin Xianyu smiled slightly. Sister Linlin, what's the matter? It's nothing, there's just a document that needs your signature. Sorry to bother you. Li Linlin said. Oh, never mind. The two took the elevator downstairs together, then walked to the car and got into their own cars. Lin Xianyu took out her pen and signed at the bottom corner of the document. Then Li Linlin picked up the documents and put them into the suitcase she carried with her.
Okay, nothing else, I'll go home first.
Okay. Li Linlin watched Lin Xianyu get into the car and then leave. A smug smile appeared on her lips, and she drove away. After Lin Xianyu returned home, she washed up, lay on the bed to rest for a while, then got up and went to the kitchen to cook. After dinner, Lin Xianyu cleaned up, sat in front of the computer and started working. After working for about half an hour, a message suddenly popped up on the computer screen. Lin Xianyu opened the message. It was from Jiang Meiqi. I'm going to hold a
charity banquet at Lu's tonight, you can come along.
Lin Xianyu looked at the message, her eyes darkened, and then she clicked reply. Good. Lin Xianyu found a dress online and put it on, then put on some light makeup, then took out a pink bow-shaped lipstick and applied it on her lips. Looking at her exquisite makeup in the mirror, Lin Xianyu smiled with satisfaction, then went out with the gift. Before going out, Lin Xianyu sent a text message to Lu Machin. I will arrive at Lu's on time at 8 o'clock in the evening. After receiving the text message, Lu Machin frowned slightly. He didn't know what Lin Xianyu was going to do today, but he felt it wouldn't be a good thing. Lin Xianyu must be going out to find that woman this time. Thinking of this, anger welled up in his chest. After Lin Xianyu went out, she dressed herself up first and then drove to the mall. On a certain floor of the shopping mall, Lin Xianyu looked at rows of high-end custom-made clothes. She couldn't help but sigh, and then walked to the closet. She looked at the dazzling array of clothes and didn't know which one to choose. She remembered that she had a good figure, but she had never worn such a high-end dress. She thought about it, then took out a white skirt and went into the fitting room to change into it. The skirt was very close-fitting and fit her perfectly. Lin Xianyu looked at her figure and thought it was pretty good, but her face was a little pale and she looked sick. Looking at herself in the mirror, Lin Xianyu sighed, then took out a box of pills from her bag and swallowed them. Although she only learned this recently, it is an effective way to treat depression. The effect is very good. Every time she takes the medicine, her mood improves a lot. She is in a bad mood, so she needs to get better. Lin Xianyu changed her clothes and walked out of the locker room again. This time, someone called her. Miss, you forgot to hand in your card. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianyu quickly took out the golden card from her bag and handed it over. The waiter handed the card to the counter and told the waiter, please send this card to this phone number. Okay, please wait. The waiter entered the number specified by Lin Xianyu and dialed it. After a few seconds, she handed the phone back to Lin Xianyu. Miss, your friend wants you to answer the phone.
Lin Xianyu picked up the phone. Hello? Chan Yu.
Jiang Meiqi's charming voice sounded from the other end of the line. Lin Xianyu's heart sank slightly. She didn't expect Jiang Meiqi to have the nerve to call her.
Her tone was very calm. What's the matter? Come to the Emperor nightclub, I have something to give you.
Jiang Meiqi said. Lin Xianyu frowned and her tone became a little stiff. I have already made it clear to you that I will not attend any party.
But you have to go. Jiang Meiqi's voice was a little sharp. I'm at the Emperor nightclub now. If you dare not come, don't blame me for being rude.
Lin Xianyu sneered, then said impatiently, okay, I'll go.
You found this yourself. Jiang Meiqi said and hung up the phone. Miss, here is your card.
The waiter returned the card to Lin Xianyu.
Thank you. Lin Xianyu put the money into her purse. Inside the Emperor nightclub, Jiang Meiqi was sitting on the sofa, looking at the surrounding environment, with a smug expression on her face. Lin Xianyu, do you think I don't know what you are going to do? Soon, a sports car drove over and stopped in front of Jiang Meiqi. Jiang Meiqi raised her eyes and looked into the car. Seeing Lu Machin getting out, she immediately went to greet him. Lu Machin's gaze fell on Jiang Meiqi, his brows slightly frowned, and a hint of disgust flashed across his face. This woman is really haunting. He had just heard the text message sent by Jiang Meiqi on the road. Originally, he didn't care what Jiang Meiqi said, but when he saw Lin Xianyu's face in the elevator, he suddenly became a little angry. This woman is actually entangled with another man. Lin Xianyu, he gritted his teeth, wishing he could strangle her to death.
Brother Chen. Jiang Meiqi looked at Lu Machin with a gentle look. She specially picked this dress today, hoping to win Lu Machin's favor.
What's the matter? Lu Machin looked at Jiang Meiqi. Brother Chen. Jiang Meiqi looked at Lu Machin, hesitant to speak. If you have something to say it quickly. If not, get out.
Lu Machin looked at Jiang Meiqi's appearance. The flames in his heart burned more and more fiercely, and his face looked very ugly. Jiang Meiqi's eyes were slightly red, and she looked aggrieved.
She looked at Lu Machin and choked up. Brother Chen, why do you treat me like this? What did I do wrong that you treat me like this? Shut up and stop talking nonsense.
Lu Machen's face became increasingly gloomy, and the warning and threat in his tone were obvious.
Brother Chen, Lu Machen was too lazy to pay attention to her, so he turned around and left, but Jiang Meiqi grabbed his arm. Brother Chen, don't go, don't leave me, let go.
Lu Machen's eyes narrowed dangerously, his tone was filled with coldness, he stared at Jiang Meiqi coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
Brother Chen, please don't leave, please.
I beg you, don't leave. Jiang Meiqi was crying with tears in her eyes, looking so pitiful.
Chapter 254. Please, can you stay? Unfortunately, Lu Machen didn't buy it. He shook her hand away and said coldly, get lost. Jiang Meiqi staggered suddenly and almost fell. She raised her eyes and looked at Lu Machen, tears falling from her eyes, her voice also crying. Brother Chen, no matter what you say to me, I don't care, but I beg you, please stay, okay? Lu Machen's brows furrowed deeply, and his expression became increasingly uglier. He looked at Jiang Meiqi with disgust, then walked on without even looking at her. Jiang Meiqi's face turned extremely ugly. This is the third time Lu Machen has driven her away. His attitude towards her became increasingly nasty, and she couldn't bear it anymore, so she shouted, someone come. Two bodyguards came over quickly and asked respectfully, Miss, do you have any instructions? Stop him for me, I want him to stay and drink with me. Jiang Meiqi ordered. Okay, we'll do it right away. When Lu Machen heard Jiang Meiqi say this, he frowned tightly, paused, and looked back at her. Jiang Meiqi, are you crazy enough? His tone was full of sarcasm and disgust. Jiang Meiqi felt heartbroken when she heard Lu Machen's undisguised disgust. She looked at Lu Machen with sad eyes. Lu Machen's brows were furrowed into a shape of a character. He didn't want to look at Jiang Meiqi again, so he turned around and left, looking at Lu Machen's heartless back. Jiang Meiqi's eyes instantly turned red. She covered her face and burst into tears. Why is Lu Machen always so cruel to her? Why is she so unpopular? After Lin Xianyu left the restaurant, she went straight to the bar. As she walked outside the bar, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. Lin Xianyu, the man exclaimed, then waved at her. Lin Xianyu, I'm here. Hearing the voice, Lin Xianyu turned around and saw a man standing at the door. He was wearing a black shirt with the cuffs rolled up to his elbows, revealing his strong arms and chest. He was also wearing a pair of dark blue jeans. He looked handsome and charming. He is tall and straight, with perfect proportions, deep and charming facial features, and a pair of peach blossom eyes with an enchanting luster. This person turned out to be Xiao Nanfeng. Why are you here? Lin Xianyu looked at Xiao Nanfeng in confusion. Do you have a banquet tonight? Xiao Nanfeng smiled and patted the seat next to him. Lin Xianyu, please sit down. Lin Xianyu hesitated for a moment, but finally sat down. Her face was a little pale and a little wet because of crying. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Xiao Nanfeng glanced at Lin Xianyu and asked. Yeah. Lin Xianyu lowered her eyes and responded in a muffled voice. What happened? Xiao Nanfeng looked at her with concern. Were you bullied? Tell me, who is so blind that he dared to bully my people? I will help you teach him a lesson. No. Lin Xianyu shook her head gently, her eyes full of helplessness. Really? Xiao Nanfeng looked at Lin Xianyu suspiciously. Your expression clearly shows that something is wrong. A hint of bitterness welled up in Lin Xianyu's eyes. Xiao Nanfeng looked at her, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Could it be because of Lu Machen? Lin Xianyu nodded and did not deny it. Xiao Nanfeng frowned and was silent for a while. He sighed and then slowly said, Lin Xianyu, Lu Machen no longer likes you. I know, I've guessed it. Lin Xianyu sighed softly. She was not stupid, so she could naturally see that Lu Machen had no feelings for her at all, and the way he looked at her was full of disgust and rejection. A trace of worry appeared in Xiao Nanfeng's eyes. He looked at Lin Xianyu and asked, What are you going to do? What can I do? Since he has no feelings for me anymore, I can only wish him happiness. Lin Xianyu smiled bitterly, with gloom in her eyes. But Xiao Nanfeng frowned, then tentatively said, Lin Xianyu, if you want to break up with Lu Machen, I have a way. Lin Xianyu raised her head and looked at Xiao Nanfeng with some confusion, not knowing what he was up to. Don't you like Gu Beichen? Why don't you pursue him? He should be interested in you too, so you can try to seduce him. Xiao Nanfeng smiled evilly and looked at Lin Xianyu with a teasing look in his eyes. Seduce him? Lin Xianyu was stunned. Don't you like him? In that case, then try your best to pursue him. I believe that as long as you work hard, you will not lose. Xiao Nanfeng looked at Lin Xianyu with certainty. Lin Xianyu pondered for a moment, then looked at Xiao Nanfeng and said, "Thank you, Nanfeng." In her heart, she was still very grateful to Xiao Nanfeng. After all, when she met Lu Machin, she had no one to confide in except Xiao Nanfeng. She was not a person who was good at expressing herself, but Xiao Nanfeng made her feel a sense of security. Why be polite? We are friends. Xiao Nanfeng said with a smile, then picked up the cocktail on the table and took a sip. I'm going home first. Lin Xianyu said, and prepared to leave. Wait. Xiao Nanfeng stopped Lin Xianyu and said, "Where are you staying tonight?" "I'll take you home." Lin Xianyu's face flashed with embarrassment. She looked at Xiao Nanfeng and said, "Don't bother. I can go home by myself." Xiao Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. "I just helped you out, shouldn't you repay me?" Then. Lin Xianyu bit her lip, then lowered her head and whispered, "Then tell me, what do you need me to do?" Xiao Nanfeng curled the corners of his lips slightly. "I need you to dance with me." Lin Xianyu looked at him in astonishment. "I have never learned this kind of thing. I can't dance well. It's okay, I'll teach you." Xiao Nanfeng looked at Lin Xianyu with a smile. Lin Xianyu felt a little embarrassed, but was afraid that if she refused too directly, Xiao Nanfeng would get angry. So she could only nod in agreement. "Okay, let's go." Xiao Nanfeng pulled Lin Xianyu up. The two of them entered the dance floor together. Lin Xianyu's ankle was still painful and her steps seemed a little slow, but soon, Xiao Nanfeng led her to dance. Although Lin Xianyu can't dance, she feels much calmer when she is with Xiao Nanfeng. During this period, she was very depressed. Even when she was sleeping, Lu Machin's cold and handsome face was in her mind, making it impossible for her to fall asleep. Chapter 255, The Ruthless and Cruel Devil. And now, when seeing Xiao Nanfeng, Lin Xianyu's mood seemed to become even worse. She looked at Xiao Nanfeng and suddenly thought of a word: the land of gentleness and the grave of heroes. Xiao Nanfeng is a gentle hero, while Lu Machin is a ruthless and cruel devil. What? Are you still thinking about Lu Machin? Xiao Nanfeng's gaze fell on Lin Xianyu's face with a smile on his lips. Lin Xianyu collected her thoughts, shook her head, and said, "No, I'm just a little sleepy. I need to rest." Having said that, she wanted to pull her hand back. "Don't leave in a hurry, I still have something to say." Xiao Nanfeng held Lin Xianyu's arm and stared at her with an ambiguous look. "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. You like Lu Machin, but Lu Machin may not like you, so you can take advantage of the opportunity now. I don't suggest you give up Lu Machin. After all, Lu Machin has completely cut off ties with you now, and you can start over with me." Lin Xianyu looked at Xiao Nanfeng and was silent for a long time before she slowly uttered a sentence. "Nanfeng, thank you. But I don't want to give such an opportunity to others, nor do I want to give it to others. I hope you understand what I mean." After she finished speaking, she no longer paid attention to Xiao Nanfeng and walked away. Looking at Lin Xianyu's leaving back, a complex emotion flashed across Xiao Nanfeng's eyes. Lin Xianyu was really special. Inside the Lu family manor, Lu Machin was watering the flowers in the yard when suddenly a servant ran in hurriedly from outside, then stumbled to his knees and looked at the man in front of him in horror. "Master, miss, something bad has happened. The young lady is missing." The kettle in Lu Machin's hand suddenly fell to the ground, splashing water all over the ground. "What did you say?" Lu Machin looked at the maid kneeling on the ground with a tense face, his voice gloomy and angry. "Little miss just came back and said she was going out, but what happened in the end?" Lu Machin's voice became louder and louder. "In the end, she didn't go back to her room. Instead, she left the Lu family manor and ran around everywhere." The maid was so scared that she trembled all over and answered in a trembling voice, "Damn it!" Lu Machin cursed and immediately ran out. Along the way, Lu Machin said nothing, but just drove out madly. Lin Xianyu was his weak spot. If anything happens to her, he will be extremely worried. So during this period of time, Lu Machin has had someone monitor her 24 hours a day, but now, Lin Xianyu is missing. "Lin Xianyu, please don't be in any trouble." Beads of sweat appeared on Lu Machin's forehead, and his face looked very anxious. Lin Xianyu's home was not close to the Lu family manor,
and Lu Machin drove fast all the way and finally arrived downstairs of Lin Xianyu's house. He stopped the car, then got out quickly and ran towards Lin Xianyu's house.
Knock, knock, knock.
Lu Machin reached out and knocked on the door of Lin Xianyu's house. After a while, the door was opened. Lu Machin's eyes fell on Lin Xianyu's parents, who opened the door. Mother Lin had a look of panic on her face, and her eyes looked around in fear. Lu Machin immediately understood that Lin Xianyu must have been missing.
Hello, Auntie. Is Qianyu here? Lu Machin asked politely.
Oh, she just left. Seeing Lu Machin, Lin's mother felt a little relieved, and then pointed to Lin Xianyu's room. Qianyu, she is in the room. Having said that, she turned and went into the room. Lu Machin rushed in immediately. In the room, Lin Xianyu was lying on the bed with her eyes closed and her face pale. She was covered with a quilt and wearing a loose skirt, the hem of which dragged on the floor, making her look like a beautiful lily. She lay quietly on the bed, as if she was just asleep and there was no danger. Lu Machin walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. In an instant, his eyes turned red. He lowered his head and kissed Lin Xianyu's forehead gently.
Qianyu, I'm sorry for making you suffer.
Lu Machin's tears rolled down Lin Xianyu's paper-pale cheeks and fell on her neck, leaving wet marks.
Qianyu, wake up.
Lu Machin's voice was a little hoarse. He reached out and patted Lin Xianyu's cheek, trying to wake her up. Lin Xianyu frowned and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Lu Machin in front of her, her eyes widened. Brother Machin?
Why are you here?
Hearing Lin Xianyu calling him, Lu Machin immediately grabbed her arm and held her in his arms.
Do you know that you scared me just now?
Lu Machin hugged her, his tone full of strong reproach. Lin Xianyu pouted. Brother Machin, I didn't mean to scare you. I was scared because that woman suddenly ran out. So, I was just defending myself.
Who knew someone would suddenly appear and scare me?
After hearing Lin Xianyu's explanation, Lu Machin felt relieved. However, Lu Machin also understood that Lin Xianyu was not good at lying, but at this moment, seeing Lin Xianyu lying in his arms unharmed, he still felt a slight disappointment and relief in his heart. Fortunately, Lin Xianyu was fine, but disappointedly, why did she lie to me? Could it be that she really hated herself so much?
Girl, how can you run around like that? What if you get hurt? Lu Machin's voice was slightly blaming. Lin Xianyu pouted. I wasn't running around, that woman bumped into me on purpose.
Lin Xianyu pointed at the windowsill, and as she spoke, her eyes fell on the window with a look of disgust on her face. Lu Machin followed her gaze and saw a wire hanging on the window. What does that woman want to do? Lu Machin was confused.
I said, I don't know that person.
I just came out to get some fresh air because I heard them talking about my father and I felt upset. Lin Xianyu's tone was very aggrieved, and her eyes were slightly red, like a child who had done something wrong. Lu Machin reached out and touched her head. From now on, no matter what you want to do, you must tell me, otherwise, I will be angry.
Okay, Brother Machin is the best.
Lin Xianyu smiled and leaned over to kiss Lu Machin.
Okay, be good.
Lu Machin rubbed her hair. Her body temperature still remained on his palm, and the fragrance was intoxicating.
Which room is your room? Lu Machin asked suddenly. Which room?
Lin Xianyu blinked and forgot her room number for a moment.
Lin Xianyu, you idiot, you wouldn't have forgotten even your room, right?
Lu Machin glared at her unhappily.
Chapter 256 I will be very good and will not cause you any trouble. Oh, that's right.
Lin Xianyu slapped her forehead. My room number is 3023.
Lu Machin nodded, turned, and left the room. What are you doing? Lin Xianyu couldn't help but ask when she saw Lu Machin turn around and leave. Go get your luggage and then accompany you to school. Lu Machin said. I'm not going to school, Brother Emochin, can you let me stay here for 2 days? Lin Xianyu begged. Are you afraid that I will tie you up and take you home?
Lu Machin curled his lips and smiled.
No.
Lin Xianyu immediately shook her head, then reached out and tugged at Lu Machin's clothes. I know, I can go with you, I promise, I will be very good and will not cause you any trouble. Lu Machin stretched out his hand and pinched her pink nose tip. Okay, get up and have breakfast first.
Oh.
Lin Xianyu nodded, got up obediently, and followed Lu Machin downstairs. On the dining table. Mr.
and Mrs. Lin are both here. Mo-chan, I'll take Xianyu to class today, and then you can go to work at the company. Mother Lin suggested considerately. No need, Mommy.
I have already arranged a driver who will take Qianyu to school later. Lu Machun rejected Lin's mother's suggestion. Although he didn't want to separate from Lin Qianyu, he also didn't want to make Lin's mother worry. Lin Qianyu curled her lips when she heard that Humph, she hasn't even come to settle the score with him yet, but he spoke first and even wanted his mommy to drive her to school herself.
Machun, I've told you so many times that there's no need to go through so much trouble. Just let the driver take Qianyu. My wife and I don't have anything to do, so we'll just give her a ride. Father Lin looked at Lu Machun and said, I have my own legs, I don't need anyone to help me. Lin Qianyu retorted. Hearing this, Lu Machun looked at Lin Qianyu and said earnestly, Qianyu, I am considering your safety. After all, you don't know what bad tricks that woman will use on you, so I hope my woman is safe. Listening to his words, Lin Qianyu raised a bright smile at the corner of her mouth, and her heart felt warm, as sweet as if she had drunk honey. After hearing what he said, Lin's father and mother looked at each other, with satisfied smiles flashing in each other's eyes. After dinner, Lin Qianyu changed her clothes, got into the car of Lin's father and mother, and then went to school. Qianyu, let's go to the hotel and get a room tonight. Tomorrow, we'll go to the hospital for a checkup.
Father Lin said, taking out a bank card from his bag and placing it on the table. Both Lin's father and mother already knew that Lin Qianyu was pregnant, although they felt that Lin Qianyu was still young and not suitable for marriage. Since she was pregnant with the Lu family's child, she should marry Lu Machun. After all, Lu Machun is a mature and steady man. No matter from which aspect, he is more worthy of entrusting one's life to than Su Jing. Lin Qianyu was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red, her ears quickly turned red.
Dad, Mom.
Lin Qianyu stammered, this matter has not been finalized yet.
I will tell you when it is finalized. It's okay. We're not in a hurry anyway.
Lin's mother said gently, and then continued to persuade her, we can understand that you haven't fallen in love at your age.
However, you should know that you should be careful when you are pregnant. I understand.
Lin Qianyu agreed with her head down. Mother Lin nodded. Seeing Lin Qianyu's blushing face and shy and innocent look, she couldn't help laughing. How come you are still like a little girl?
You are so shy.
When Lin Qianyu heard her mother teasing her, her face became even redder. Lu Machun was sitting in the driver's seat.
He saw this scene through the rearview mirror and a happy smile appeared on his cheek. He liked this feeling. It feels like my whole heart is filled. The car drove along. When arriving at the destination, Lu Machun stopped the car.
Brother Machun, we're here, get off the car quickly, or I'll ignore you. Lu Machun sighed softly and opened the car door. Seeing this, Lin Qianyu quickly opened the car door and got out. Lu Machun took Lin Qianyu's hand and strode towards the hotel in front. Lin Qianyu lowered her head and let Lu Machun lead her, but the expression on her face gradually became calm and her face looked a little gloomy. She has decided that she will never separate from Lu Machun again, nor will she escape again.
Since she has chosen him, she must do it without any regrets. Lu Machun took
Lin Qianyu and walked into the hotel, then booked a room as requested by the waiter. Lin Qianyu followed the waiter upstairs. The waiter led Lin Qianyu to a luxurious suite. Lin Qianyu looked at the waiter in surprise. This room is booked between 8 o'clock and 9:30 this Saturday morning, the waiter introduced with a smile.
Thank you.
Lin Qianyu thanked him, then turned to look at Lu Machun. How did you know I was coming? Lu Machun raised his eyebrows and said calmly, because I know you will arrive at school around 9:30.
So that's how it is.
Lin Qianyu nodded. Lu Machun took her hand and walked into the room, then put the suitcase next to the sofa, took off his coat and hung it on the hanger beside him. Seeing Lu Machun being so attentive, Lin Qianyu's heart was beating fast again, and her heart was jumping around wildly. You should take a shower first, Lu Machun said to Lin Qianyu.
Okay.
Lin Qianyu nodded. She walked into the bathroom with her pajamas, closed the door, threw herself into the bathtub, and closed her eyes comfortably. The sound of flowing water was heard. Lu Machun leaned against the bathroom door, supporting his head with one hand and stroking his chin with the other hand, staring at the bathroom with burning eyes. In the bathroom, there were waves of seductive sounds of water, which made Lu Machun distracted. In the bathroom, Lin Qianyu was lying in the bathtub. Enjoying her soak, she raised her head and looked at the ceiling above her. and what happened last night flashed through her mind. Last night, Lu Machin possessed her forcefully and domineeringly, causing her great pain. Her body was so sore from his torture that it almost felt like it was falling apart. Lin Xianyu closed her eyes and tried hard to recall the feeling. She remembered that she cried and called Lu Machin's name at that time, but he showed no pity and continued to demand for more. Madly, Lin Xianyu gritted her teeth and cursed Lu Machin as a beast, then curled up into a ball, hugging her knees and trembling. She thought that she would cry in humiliation because of Lu Machin's coercion, but no. She didn't cry, she smiled instead. All her tears flowed into it. Chapter 257. The sun rises from the west. Then, she fainted. Lu Machin, you bastard, bastard. Lin Xianyu clenched her fists and pounded the bathtub wall, her angry voice echoing throughout the bathroom. She cursed Lu Machin in her heart over and over again. However, as she cursed, her voice turned into tears. She really missed Lu Machin. I really want to. Lin Xianyu lay in the bathtub, crying bitterly. On this side, Lu Machin was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window smoking. He looked at the bright lights outside, but his thoughts drifted far away. He thought, maybe this is not a bad thing. At least, he could do everything he could to keep her by his side. As for the shares of Lu Group, he will help her get them back in his own way. For sure. Thinking of this, Lu Machin curled his lips and smiled, then threw the cigarette between his fingertips into the trash can. At this moment, Lin Xianyu's voice suddenly came. She said, Brother Machin. Lu Machin's body stiffened slightly, then he turned around and walked out of the bathroom. What's wrong? He looked at Lin Xianyu. When will we return home? Lin Xianyu asked. Lu Machin narrowed his eyes slightly and said, there are still 5 days until the final exam, and then it will be Sunday. Then we will return home. Lin Xianyu nodded, then walked out of the bathroom and put on her clothes. Lu Machin watched Lin Xianyu putting on her clothes, and a subtle curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. After the two of them packed up their things, Lin Xianyu and Lu Machin went downstairs together and then went to the restaurant opposite the hotel to have dinner together. The restaurant's layout is very simple and clean, without a trace of luxury, but instead exudes a fresh and elegant atmosphere. The restaurant is large enough for 2 people to dine in, and it is filled with exquisite food and a variety of mouth-watering delicacies. Looking at the dazzling array of delicious food, Lin Xianyu's mouth was almost watering. However, she is not free now, so she can only wait for Lu Machin. After waiting for nearly 20 minutes, Lu Machin finally arrived. Lin Xianyu quickly called the waiter, who prepared 2 steaks and a glass of champagne for them, and then added 2 pieces of bacon. Lin Xianyu's eating movements were very elegant. After eating, she wiped the corners of her mouth, looking like a lady. Lu Machin sat opposite her, watching her eat quietly, with a gentle look in his eyes. He had never seen Lin Xianyu like this before. Lin Xianyu looked more friendly and gentle than usual. What's wrong? Lin Xianyu noticed that Lu Machin was staring at her, and asked awkwardly. Lu Machin smiled slightly, then shook his head, took a sip of the champagne in front of him, and said with a smile, nothing. Lin Xianyu looked at him suspiciously, then lowered her head to drink the juice. By the time Lin Xianyu finished her champagne, Lu Machin had already cut the steak and handed it to her. Try the steak here. Lin Xianyu reached out to take the knife and fork, and then ate slowly. The steak was made from fresh steak and tasted very delicious. Lin Xianyu gave a thumbs up while tasting it. Great, if you like, I'll treat you often in the future. Lu Machin said with a smile, from now on, I'll pay for your pocket money every month. Lin Xianyu opened her eyes wide in surprise. Lu Machin was actually so generous that he wanted to give her money to spend. It really is the sun rising from the west. That's not good. You are the boss of the company and should be making money to support your family. How can I ask you to support your family? Lin Xianyu declined. Don't be polite to me. Lu Machin smiled faintly. His tone was full of persistence and doting. Lin Xianyu couldn't bear to refuse, so she nodded and agreed. After dinner, Lin Xianyu and Lu Machin left the hotel and drove to the airport. On the way back home, Lin Xianyu held Lu Machin's arm tightly. Lu Machin glanced at Lin Xianyu, then pulled his arm away and put it on Lin Xianyu's shoulder. Lin Xianyu frowned slightly, then turned her head and looked at Lu Machin with a hint of protest in her eyes. Lu Machin looked at her expression and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. He deliberately leaned close to Lin Xianyu's ear and blew into it ambiguously. Lin Xianyu trembled all over, her cheeks turned red, and she quickly turned her head away to avoid his approach. Lu Machin laughed in a low voice. The two arrived at the airport and Lu Machin went to buy plane tickets. Lin Xianyu was looking around at the airport. She looked at the travelers coming and going and couldn't help but sigh that the world is indeed a small
place. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape from Lu Mochen. Lu Mochen bought the plane ticket and turned to look at her. Seeing the lost expression on Lin Xianyu's face, Lu Mochen frowned and walked to her side. Lin Xianyu raised her head and looked at Lu Mochen with a questioning look in her eyes. Lu Mochen rubbed her hair, then said in a low voice, "I'll take you home." Lin Xianyu nodded and said, "Yes, thank you." The two walked out of the airport together. Lu Mochen drove Lin Xianyu home, and then took her for a walk around the neighborhood. It was almost 8 o'clock when he drove back. Lin Xianyu breathed a sigh of relief only after watching Lu Mochen leave. She looked at the dark sky, not knowing what to feel of the relationship between her and Lu Mochen is no longer a pure superior-subordinate relationship, but a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. If that incident hadn't happened, perhaps she would have continued living with Lu Mochen like this, but now. Lin Xianyu smiled bitterly, then turned and walked upstairs. When she reached the stairs to the second floor, she suddenly stopped, because she heard footsteps coming from the corner of the stairs. The voice was very light and heavy, as if it was afraid of being heard, and it was also very urgent, as if it was running hurriedly upwards. A name quickly flashed through Lin Xianyu's mind. Could it be? Thinking of this, Lin Xianyu turned around suddenly and looked towards the source of the sound. Sure enough, I saw Lu Mochen running upstairs in a hurry. He ran very fast, with anxiety and panic on his face, as if he was in big trouble. Lin Xianyu's heart skipped a beat when she saw Lu Mochen like this. She thought she had guessed it this time. It goes without saying what Lu Mochen is doing. He must be looking for someone, and the person he was looking for was Guluahan. Thinking of this, Lin Xianyu suddenly felt a strong sense of bitterness and jealousy in her heart. Chapter 258. So you agree to marry me? This man, he was obviously engaged to another woman, but he still wanted to provoke her. Lin Xianyu gritted her teeth and clenched her fist, then rushed towards Lu Mochen and grabbed his wrist. Lu Mochen stopped, turned, and looked at Lin Xianyu, with a bit of confusion in his eyes. "I have something to tell you." Lin Xianyu said word by word, "Aren't you going to marry me?" "Then, I also have something to tell you." Lu Mochen was stunned for a moment. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, and then asked, "What? Are you really planning to marry me?" Lin Xianyu asked. Lu Mochen was silent for a moment, then nodded. Lin Xianyu snorted coldly and said, "Do you really think you can marry me? No matter what happens in the future, I will be responsible." Lu Mochen said seriously, "I will not let you down." Lin Xianyu's nose suddenly felt sour and her eyes became inexplicably moist. Originally, she had always doubted whether what Lu Mochen said could be trusted, but now she believed Lu Mochen was not just playing with her feelings, but he would really be responsible for her and would not betray her. When Lin Xianyu thought of this, she couldn't help but shed tears. Seeing Lin Xianyu crying, Lu Mochen immediately reached out and helped her wipe her tears. Lin Xianyu turned her head away. Stubbornly, her tears don't need anyone's sympathy. Lu Mochen looked at her stubborn expression, his eyes dimmed slightly. In the end, he just withdrew his hand helplessly. Lin Xianyu didn't know when she fell asleep, but when she woke up, it was already dawn. She touched her forehead and found that it was no longer so hot. She sat up in bed and stretched. After washing up, Lin Xianyu changed her clothes and prepared to go downstairs for breakfast. As soon as I walked to the kitchen door, I saw Lu Mochen wearing an apron and busy in front of the stove. He was wearing a simple white shirt and gray trousers, looking quite ordinary, but in Lin Xianyu's eyes, he is omnipotent. Lu Mochen seemed to sense that someone was staring at him, so he raised his head and looked at Lin Xianyu. Lin Xianyu immediately turned around and left the kitchen and walked into the bedroom. Lu Mochen looked at Lin Xianyu's back, and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his lips. He turned around and continued frying eggs. Lin Xianyu looked at the sky outside the window, but she still couldn't calm down. The faster the relationship between her and Lu Mochen developed, the more it proved that she had done so many wrong things, so she was afraid and worried. In this life, she can no longer be with Lu Mochen, so she hopes that Lu Mochen can be happy, but happiness is not something that can be achieved by just saying it. Lin Xianyu took a deep breath in her heart and then went downstairs to have breakfast. Lin Xianyu sat at the table, picked up the milk and took a sip. The milk is sweet, but at this moment, she felt that all the sweetness turned into bitterness. Lu Mochen's busy figure in the kitchen kept shaking Lin Xianyu's eyes, making her feel even more sad. Lin Xianyu bit her lips and swallowed the milk in her mouth. Lu Mochen walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of porridge, placed it in front of her, and said, "Have breakfast first, and you can do whatever you want after breakfast." Lin Xianyu shook her head and said, "I'm not hungry." Lu Mochen looked at her stubborn look, feeling unhappy, and said in a deep voice, "If you are not hungry, drink the porridge, otherwise, I don't mind throwing it away." Lin Xianyu glared at him, but finally picked up the spoon obediently, scooped a small spoonful of porridge into her mouth, and then ate it slowly. When Lu Machun saw her actions, the expression on his face eased a little. After breakfast, Lu Machun took Lin Qianyu out. The place they were going to was not far away, it was on the commercial street in the city center and was very lively on weekends. They came to a cafe next to the commercial street and sat down by the window. The coffee shop is filled with a light aroma of coffee, giving people a relaxed and pleasant feeling. The waiter brought the coffee and then tactfully left. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Lin Qianyu asked. "Yes," Lu Machun said, handing the document in his hand to Lin Qianyu. "Sign the contract." Lin Qianyu looked at the contract in front of her and asked hesitantly, "Is this the contract?" "Yeah." Lu Machun nodded. "What?" "This contract is unfair." Lin Qianyu frowned. "It says here that you will give me 30% of your company's shares, but I only have 5%, and you want to give me 30%. Aren't you obviously bullying me?" After listening to Lin Qianyu's words, Lu Machun pondered for a moment, then asked, "Are you sure you want this share?" "Yes. Of course I want this share. I'm your fiancé, so the shares you gave me belong to me, don't they?" Lin Qianyu said as a matter of course. "Are you going to regret it?" Hearing this, Lu Machun raised the corners of his lips slightly and said, "So you agree to marry me?" "Marry you?" Lin Qianyu was startled, then her eyes widened. Why did you suddenly bring this up?" Lu Machun didn't answer again, but just looked into Lin Qianyu's eyes. His gaze was so hot that it seemed to burn people. Lin Qianyu felt a little guilty when he looked at her, so she quickly looked away at Lu Machun like this is too scary. "Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Anyway, I don't need these 30% shares," Lin Qianyu said in a low voice. "Yeah." Lu Machun nodded, then took out a pen and signed his name on the equity transfer document. Seeing this, Lin Qianyu quickly reached out to grab the pen from his hand and pressed her fingerprint on the contract. Seeing this, Lu Machun raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "You can't wait to marry me, right?" Lin Qianyu was choked and couldn't speak. After a while, she cursed angrily, "Asshole." After saying this, she took the contract and hurried away. Looking at Lin Qianyu's fleeing back, Lu Machun showed a satisfied smile on his face and whispered, "Little bastard, wait for me, I will use all my strength to pursue you." Lin Qianyu ran out of the coffee shop and went straight to her car. She drove quickly to the hospital. Lu Machun had been guarding her last night, and she was almost exhausted by him. Now, she had to go to the hospital while he was asleep, get his things back, and then leave. The car sped away. When Lin Qianyu arrived at the hospital, Lin Jiarong was discussing the patient's condition with a group of nurses. Chapter 259. I advise you to wake up soon because she was in the VIP ward. There were 2 other patients accompanying her in the ward. Lin Qianyu paused for a long time at the door of the ward. If everyone here is Lin Jiarong's friend, then how should she explain why Lu Machun is here? She is Lin Jiarong's sister. What would she think if the truth was told? She didn't dare take the risk. Thinking of this, Lin Qianyu could only sigh and turned around to leave. "Lin Qianyu?" Just as she turned around and was about to leave, she heard a familiar voice behind her. Lin Qianyu turned around and saw Jiang Jin standing at the door, wearing a beige windbreaker, staring at her in surprise. Jiang Jin walked towards Lin Qianyu step by step, and said in a mocking tone, "Lin Qianyu, I didn't expect you to have the nerve to come and see my sister." "Jinjin, don't talk nonsense." Lin Jiarong frowned and looked at Jiang Jin. "How can Qianyu say that she has no face to see me? We are all family." Jiang Jin snorted coldly. "Who is she and her family?" "She is your enemy." "Didn't you tell me that?" "Jinjin, stop talking nonsense." Lin Jiarong frowned. "I didn't say anything nonsense." Jiang Jin sneered. "You know in your heart that Lin Qianyu doesn't love Mr. Lu at all. The reason she got engaged to Mr. Lu was to use him to help her father." "Stop talking nonsense." Lin Jiarong frowned and said, "Qianyu has never used Machun. What's more, you know that Uncle Lu is Machun's biological father. The relationship between their 2 families is so good. There is no way Machun would ignore him. Don't make excuses for her." Jiang Jin sneered and said, "Lin Jiarong, don't forget who pushed Lin Qianyu to Lu Machun in the first place, and who caused Lin Qianyu to disappear for so long. Do you think she will forgive you if you pretend not to know her now?" Jiang Jin's words were so sarcastic that Lin Qianyu couldn't help but clench her fists. "Lin Jiarong, no matter why you pushed me into the water, I don't blame you. After all, it was my own carelessness.
But I don't allow you to slander my mother, and I won't allow anyone to slander her, otherwise Lu Machin and I will not let you go. Lin Qianyu's tone was cold. Jiangjun looked into Lin Qianyu's eyes, suddenly laughed out loud, and said, "Hee, Lin Qianyu, do you really think you are a big shot? You are just a child raised by Lu Machin.
Do you really think Lu Machin really likes you?
You are just a tool he uses. I advise you to wake up as soon as possible." Lin Qianyu looked at her with frost in her eyes. "Jiangjun, I advise you not to insult my mother casually in the future." "Oh, don't insult her casually.
Isn't your mother looking for a man outside?
She has been with your father for only a few days and she is already involved with another man. This kind of woman is shameless.
Do you still believe that she won't do something to let Lu Machin down before you and Lu Machin get married?"
Jiangjun's words were like a stone hitting Lin Qianyu's heart, making her breath stop. She looked at Jiangjun and felt her heart beating violently. Is what she said true? Lin Qianyu was a little skeptical, but when she thought carefully about Jiangjun's personality, she didn't think he was someone who would speak carelessly. Is she lying, or is someone really slandering her mother on purpose? Lin Qianyu has a lot of questions in her mind that need to be clarified. She looked into Jiangjun's eyes and suddenly found that Jiangjun's eyes were somewhat similar to hers, and what she said was also somewhat similar to what her mother said. Lin Qianyu was surprised.
No way, could it be that? Lin Qianyu suddenly thought of something.
She had once met Jiangjun's mother in the hospital. At that time, she was still her mother's attending physician. She still remembered that she and Jiangjun's mother were neighbors. At that time, Jiangjun's mother was a high school student like Jiangjun. It was also at that time that she met Jiangjun's father Jiang Ziyuan. At that time, her mother and Jiangjun's father got along very well. Unfortunately, her mother passed away within a few years. At that time, Jiangjun's mother and Lin Qianyu's mother had a very good relationship, even better than real sisters. Moreover, Jiangjun's mother was very smart. She knew that she would not compete with Lin Qianyu's mother for the position of Lu Machin's wife, so she cut off contact with Lin Qianyu's mother. But now, she met Jiangjun's mother again, and she looked exactly like her mother. Is this all a coincidence, or? Lin Qianyu didn't dare to think about it anymore, because she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to bear it, but she also couldn't believe that her mother would do such a thing. Although her mother loves money, she is a grateful person. She would never use Lu Machin to achieve her own goals. Seeing Lin Qianyu in a daze, Jiangjun couldn't help but sneer. "Lin Qianyu, why are you silent?
Are you feeling guilty?"
Lin Qianyu came back to her senses and glanced at her indifferently. "You think too much."
I think you have been spoiled by President Lu. You don't even have basic manners. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?"
Jiangjun glared at Lin Qianyu with contempt, then left arrogantly. Lin Qianyu looked at her back and suddenly felt very strange. This Jiangjun has changed too much. She has been with Jiangjun for 3 or 4 years. All along, she has always been gentle, kind, virtuous and dignified. Unexpectedly, her heart is so dirty. Lin Qianyu shook her head, exhaled deeply, then turned and entered the hospital. After Jiangjun left, Lin Jiarong's emotions slowly calmed down. She looked at Lin Qianyu, tears could not stop falling, crying and saying, Look, I said Lin Qianyu is a disaster, right? Mom, let's go home first and talk about it after we get home." Lin Qianyu felt a little bit sorry for her as she watched her cry. "Qianyu, you don't know how shocked I was when I saw Jiangjun say those words to you.
I never thought that your mother knew about you and Jiang Ziyuan at that time,"
Lin Jiarong said.
"Mom, I don't want to think about this either.
At the time, I didn't know that what Jiangjun said was false. However, there is some truth in what she said.
After I heard it, I felt very uncomfortable. I also kept persuading you not to marry Mo Chen."
Lin Qianyu reached out and wiped away the tears from Lin Jiarong's eyes. "Mom, I won't marry Mr. Lu.
Mr. Lu and I have an agreement."
Lin Qianyu didn't know what to say, so she took out the agreement and handed it to Lin Jiarong. Chapter 260 There is no way out. Lin Jiarong took the agreement and looked down at it. The above terms are very harsh, and almost every one of them is signed and sealed by Lu Machin. Lin Jiarong raised her head and looked at Lin Qianyu. "Are you sure this was written by Lu Machin?"
"Of course." Lin Qianyu nodded.
She looked at Lin Jiarong and said, "Mom, I know you have always disagreed with me and Lu Machin being together, but now, I have no way out." Lin Jiarong sighed and said, "I understand your difficulties, but we must always think about ourselves. When you return to China this time, your father will definitely make you an Mo Chen divorce. But, Mo-chan and I are not in a relationship yet. That's right.
Our Mo-chan is excellent and has a prominent family background.
If you marry him, you will be marrying above your station.
Xianyu, you are still young. Don't be so stubborn. After a while, you two will separate. Then, you will be free.
Lin Jiarong patted her shoulder and said earnestly. Lin Qianyu gritted her teeth, nodded, and said, okay, when we separate after a while, I will get a divorce. Lin Qianyu and Lin Jiarong left the hospital and prepared to go home first, but after taking 2 steps, a car sped past them and almost hit Lin Qianyu. Lin Qianyu and Lin Jiarong were both startled. They hurriedly ran towards the car, opened the door, looked at the man in the driver's seat, and were stunned. The man was wearing a black windbreaker, black leather shoes, and had an angular face with an icy chill, exuding the aura of a king. His eyes were dark and cold, looking into theirs without any emotion. This is Jiangjun. Lin Qianyu's mind went a little blank.
Jiangjun?
Lin Qianyu murmured. How come she was in the hospital with Jiangjun?
Jiangjun.
Lin Qianyu called out tentatively, Jiang.
Jiangjun, is that you?
When Jiangjun heard Lin Qianyu calling her name, she sneered, Lin Qianyu, do you think it's me?
I don't know where you get your confidence from.
Jiangjun, stop following me, or I'll be rude. Jiangjun interrupted her harshly. A trace of disappointment flashed through Lin Qianyu's heart. It turned out that Jiangjun was still unwilling to acknowledge her as her sister, and she had no right to blame Jiangjun. She looked at Jiangjun. Since you don't want to acknowledge me as your sister, I won't force you. However, Jiangjun, if you really like Mr. Liu, then work hard to make yourself better. After saying that, Lin Qianyu and Lin Jiarong got into a taxi and left the hospital. Jiangjun watched Lin Qianyu and Lin Jiarong get into the car and punched the steering wheel. Bitch.
What right do you have to say that? You are just a wild woman that my father kept outside. What qualifications do you have to say that to me?
Lin Jiarong's tears fell. She grabbed Lin Qianyu's arm and said, Qianyu, tell me quickly, what happened to Jiangjun?
Jiangjun. Jiangjun is Zhang Ziyuan's illegitimate daughter. Zhang Ziyuan has been keeping a mistress outside. Jiangjun is his daughter.
Lin Qianyu said in a low voice. Lin Jiarong was stunned when she heard this. Illegitimate daughter? Lin Qianyu sighed. Yes, she is an illegitimate daughter, and, when Su Chen returned home, he saw his father Su Hongwen and sister Su Shui sitting in the living room, staring at him with unfriendly expressions.
He felt a little uneasy. Dad, Mom, why are you back?
Su Shui snorted coldly. Su Chen, is this how you should talk to your elders?
Sister, I didn't mean it. Su Chen explained quickly. He looked at his sister sincerely. Sister, I know I was wrong. Su Chen, do you know what you did wrong? Su Hongwen shouted angrily. You are still young and don't know your mistakes.
It's understandable, but I tell you, you are 18 years old now. In a few years, you will go to college, and you will find a job soon. I hope you cannot cause trouble to the school during your college years, and don't cause trouble again.
Otherwise, don't blame us at the Su Group for not recognizing you as our brother.
He is Su Chen's biological father. The Su Group is a multinational company with a high status, but Su Hongwen also bears huge responsibilities. His profession is not a doctor, but a company president.
He has to deal with a lot of things every day.
He cannot live a carefree life under the wings of his parents like Su Chen. Su Shui also advised. Yes, Chener, Dad is right, you are already 18 years old, and it's time for you to have your own career.
Your status and position are becoming more and more prominent, and your circle of friends is getting wider.
If you continue to fool around, it will affect your own development prospects. Su Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. Dad, Mom, I have never thought about affecting my future development.
I just want to live a good life.
I have never thought about becoming a big star, let alone becoming famous. Morning, sister, Dad, Mom, I really don't have anything to ask of you. I just hope to live in peace and not have you worry about me anymore.
Can you promise me that? We are your parents, child.
Su Shui sighed. Chener, we promise you, but you also have to promise me that no matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, you must contact us as soon as possible.
Su Chen nodded. Yeah, all right. Su Hongwen interrupted the two sisters' conversation. Since you are back, you can stay here tonight.
Schwer, take Chener back to the room to pack up your things first.
Yes.
Su Shui stood up and went upstairs with her brother.
Master, don't worry. The servant Xiao Li comforted him. Xiao Li, please prepare some food for me and send it up.
Also, ask the chef to make a bowl of ginger soup. I will sleep in the study tonight and rest after Chen Er falls asleep.
Yes, sir.
The next morning, Su Chen got up, washed, and went to the dining table.
Chen Er, are you going to work at the company today? Su Hongwen asked. Su Chen nodded, yeah.
He looked at his mother Su Shui. Mom, I want to talk to you alone. Su Shui glanced at her husband Su Hongwen and said, okay, come with me to the study.
She walked in front, Su Chen walked in the middle, and the father and daughter walked into the study. Su Chen, you don't have to hide the relationship between us from me. I know you want to borrow money from me, right? Su Shui went straight to the point. Chen Er, you know what?
I discussed it with your sister Su Shui last night. If you are willing to listen, we can take out all our savings and let your sister invest in you to help you realize your dream. Chapter 261. Everything has gone smoothly since childhood. Su Chen's heart trembled slightly. Mom, you are not really going to do this, certainly. But if I do this, I will lose a lot of things, and I won't be able to fulfill my dream.
Not only that, we will lose all our assets. This ending is too tragic. Su Shui shook her head. Chen Er, think about your sister Su Shui. She has been smooth sailing since she was a child.
She is today because her parents dote on her, so she is proud.
What about you? You have been bullied since you were a child.
Our Su family has raised you for 18 years. It's time for you to repay our gratitude.
Mom, Su Chen was speechless. Chen Er, don't worry. Mom will support you no matter what.
Our Su family has raised you for so many years. Even if you get nothing in the end, it is not unfair to you.
Moreover, we will work hard to make money to support you to finish college. As for what you want to do in the future, we will not interfere with you. It is your freedom. Mom, I want to take the postgraduate entrance examination. I want to be a doctor. Is that okay? Become a doctor? Su Shui frowned. Chen Er, I know your personality.
You like painting, you like music, you like playing ball, and you even like playing with guns.
But what I want to say is that this kind of thing is not suitable for you.
If you want, Mom can find a better teacher for you, or you can study medicine. But if you study medicine, you have to give up these.
Mom, I don't want to leave you, and I don't want to give up my favorite art. I want to learn. You are still young. You will understand these things when you grow up. Now, just be obedient.
Su Shui sighed. Su Chen was silent for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and said, okay, I will follow your arrangements.
Well, this is my good son. Su Hongwen nodded with relief, and then asked, how about your tuition?
I'll take care of it myself.
That's good, you can handle it yourself. You are grown up now and you can stand on your own. Remember, if you get into trouble, you must ask your parents for help. Su Chen nodded, yes, I know.
Su Shui looked at Su Hongwen and said, husband, go back to your room and rest first.
Let Chen Er handle these things. Su Hongwen nodded, well, I'll go back to my room first. He turned and left the living room and went upstairs. Dad, you really don't care about me anymore?
Su Hongwen stopped, turned around and said, Chen Er, we are all doing this for your own good.
We believe that you can understand our approach. I know.
Su Chen lowered his eyes and said no more. Seeing her son like this, Su Shui felt a pain in her heart. At night, Su Chen lay on the big bed in his bedroom, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He thought about his dream and the direction of his studies, his dream, his parents' love for him, and his sister's help to him. For a moment, he seemed to have made a difficult choice. The next morning, he dressed neatly and went out.
When Su Hongwen and Su Shui saw their son's outfit, their faces changed. Chen Er, where are you going? Su Hongwen asked. I'm going on a business trip for a few days. Business trip? Chen Er, there are so many things to do in the company, why are you going on a business trip? There is a rather important matter that I must handle personally. Su Chen said. What's so important that you have to do it yourself?
I have to go to America in person to discuss a big deal with an authority in the medical field.
Su Hongwen frowned. You want to negotiate?
Chenner, you are still a child, you are not familiar with these things, let me negotiate.
Mom, just let me go. If I mess up these things, how can I talk about future work and studies?
Seeing her son's firm attitude, Su Shui sighed helplessly. Okay, but you have to be available whenever I call.
Yes, definitely. Be careful when you go out. Su Hongwen warned.
Okay. Su Chen nodded, took the handbag and left quickly. Su Chen flew to the United States on a special plane and stayed in the United States for 3 or 4 days before returning. On the way back, he sent a text message to Su Shui, asking her to raise the funds as soon as possible and send them to America. Su Shui didn't hesitate and immediately made the call.
Hello, Mr. Su. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Chenner's mother. Ha, it's Mr. Su. Please let me know if you need any help. I will do my best to help you. Su Shui thought for a moment and said, It's like this. Chenner wants to study abroad in the United States.
He wants to go to some famous hospitals to learn medical skills. Our company has several branches. If Chenner wants to go to a branch, we can help him get in.
Oh. Mr. Chen smiled, as expected of the richest man in City A. You have paved the way for your son so quickly?
Yes, I would like to ask Mr. Chen to help take care of Chenner so that Chenner can study well in the hospital without being disturbed.
Mr. Su, don't worry.
Since you are Chenner's mother, I will do my best to help Chenner.
Su Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you very much.
Then hang up first and contact me later.
Okay, bye. Su Shui put down the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Chenner, I just hope you can follow your own ideas and never do anything to hurt yourself. The next day, as soon as Su Chen got off the plane, he received a call from Lin Xianxian. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then answered, Xianxian. Aiken, I'm already waiting for you outside the airport. Oh, okay, I'll be right out.
After hanging up the phone, Su Chen immediately drove to the outside of the airport, then drove away from the airport and headed towards Lin Xianxian. About half an hour later, 2 black cars slowly stopped by the roadside. Lin Xianxian got out of the car and waved to Su Chen. Su Chen lowered the window and saw Lin Xianxian standing outside. He opened the car door, got out, and walked towards Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian was wearing a light yellow long skirt, with a pair of white and slender legs exposed, looking very seductive.
Aiken, let's go. Okay, get in the car. Su Chen gentlemanly opened the car door for Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian got in the car, which started slowly and left the airport. I in the car, Lin Xianxian asked, Aiken, are you working in the company now? Well, I'm already the president of the company, what about you?
I am the general manager of the company.
Chapter 262 I want to be with you forever. Ha, Xianxian, you are awesome. Aiken, let's get married. I want to be with you forever. Su Chen was a little confused. Get married? Aren't you afraid of being gossiped about by others? I'm not afraid, Aiken. Now that you have your own company, I can help you. We can get married and be together. Lin Xianxian looked at him seriously. Aiken, let's get married. But Su Chen hesitated.
Aiken, don't worry, I will definitely know how to handle this properly, you just need to cooperate with me.
Okay then. Su Chen finally nodded in agreement. Su Chen agreed so suddenly that Lin Xianxian was a little slow to react. Aiken, are you unwilling? No, of course not. Su Chen shook his head hurriedly. I was just thinking. Lin Xianxian smiled slightly. What are you thinking about? Are you still worried about the Su group?
Don't worry, I have already told Dad, you can stay in China and study with peace of mind, and leave the rest to me.
Su Chen nodded. Well, okay, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. Okay.
Lin Xianxian agreed readily. After everything was done, Su Chen and Lin Xianxian got their marriage certificate. When they saw the 2 people on the marriage certificate, they both smiled brightly. Lin Xianxian handed 2 red marriage certificates to Su Chen and said, Aiken, this is our marriage certificate. Su Chen took the marriage certificate, flipped through a few pages, and found that the photo on it was indeed of himself and Lin Xianxian. Both of them were smiling brightly, and looked particularly pleasing to the eye. Seeing him looking at the marriage certificate, Lin Xianxian asked, How is it?
Does it look good? Of course. Su Chen nodded in appreciation. Qianqian, you are so beautiful. Hearing the compliment, Lin Qianqian blushed. Aiken, you lied to me again. Su Chen laughed. I'm not lying to you, I'm sincere. Okay, I won't argue with you. Su Chen smiled and said, then Qianqian, what do you want to eat? Whatever. Lin Qianqian shrugged. I don't want to eat anything right now. I just want to take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau as soon as possible to establish our relationship. Su Chen nodded. Then let's find a restaurant first, and then go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Yeah. Lin Qianqian nodded. Su Chen took Lin Qianqian to a Chinese restaurant. The restaurant was packed with people, and some people were sitting on the tables, chairs, and benches. When the two men walked in, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, young people like them were very rare on the street. Su Chen took Lin Qianqian to sit in the most remote location. The waiter came forward to greet him, and Su Chen said directly, 2 bowls of clear soup noodles. Okay, please wait, the noodles will be here soon. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. The waiter smiled and went back to prepare the noodles. After the waiter left, Lin Qianqian smiled and said, Aiken, the food here is much more expensive than outside, and it's not easy to digest. Don't worry, I'm used to eating in high-end restaurants, and this kind of food from ordinary restaurants is nothing to me. Yeah, you're right. The two chatted occasionally, and soon the noodles were served. Lin Qianqian took the lead in picking up the chopsticks, took a bite, then nodded and said, It tastes good here, eat more. Su Chen nodded, and while eating the noodles, he did not forget to look at Lin Qianqian. Seeing her eating the noodles gracefully, he felt very happy and sweet in his heart. The news of Su Chen and Lin Qianqian's marriage quickly spread throughout the city. In the Su family mansion, Su's father and mother were drinking tea and reading the news in the newspaper. Hubby, I didn't expect that woman to marry Su Chen. Su's mother looked at the photo in the newspaper and was furious. This stinky girl dared to betray our family. I will beat her to death. Beat her to death? Father Su sneered. She is Su Chen's wife, do you think she is so easy to beat? But if we don't beat her to death, are we just going to let her continue to ruin our wedding? Of course not, but I have another way to deal with her. What method? Father Su leaned close to Mother Su's ear and whispered something mysteriously, then smiled smugly. Hearing Su's father's suggestion, Su's mother couldn't help but frown. But this method is too vicious. Vicious? Father Su smiled. I think she is the vicious one. I think we should let Chener handle this matter himself. After all, this is between him and Lin Qianqian. It would be bad for us to interfere. Okay, since you agree, then do as I say. After Su Chen and Lin Qianqian got married, they slept in the same room every night, feeling each other's warmth and body temperature, warming each other, and their life was wonderful. Although Lin Qianqian didn't know whether Su Chen liked her, she felt very happy. Su Chen and Lin Qianqian have lived abroad for 5 years, and their feelings have grown stronger during these 5 years. Su Chen's mother died of illness, so Su's father didn't care about his marriage. Su Chen and Lin Qianqian decided to postpone the wedding for 3 days after they returned. They wanted to hold the wedding grandly. Su's father agreed. After Su Chen and Lin Qianqian got married, they moved out of the Su family compound. The apartment they rented was in a residential complex. Su Chen lived on the 2nd floor and Lin Qianqian lived on the 3rd floor. Lin Qianqian lives on the 3rd floor, and Su Chen lives on the 4th floor. After Su Chen and Lin Qianqian moved into the 3rd floor, they often went out on dates. Su Chen took Lin Qianqian to eat at roadside stalls, bought some food from the roadside stalls, and then took Lin Qianqian home to cook together. That evening, Su Chen drove Lin Qianqian home. As soon as they arrived at the door, Su Chen parked the car and took Lin Qianqian's hand into the house. After entering the house, Lin Qianqian asked, Aiken, what do you want to eat tonight? Su Chen said, let's have hot pot tonight. Hot pot? Yeah, hot pot. Su Chen nodded. I remember you like peppers and beef, so let's have hot pot tonight. Well, I'll listen to you. Then I'll go cook. Okay. Lin Qianqian nodded obediently. Su Chen went into the kitchen and started preparing hot pot, while Lin Qianqian sat on the sofa and watched TV. After a while, Su Chen walked out of the kitchen, wearing an apron and with his hair tied into a bun. He looked youthful, beautiful, and handsome. Aiken, you look so handsome today. Lin Qianqian praised with a smile. Su Chen smiled and said, of course.
Lin Shanxian looked at Su Chen with a smile, then stood up, rushed towards Su Chen, hugged Su Chen tightly, and kissed him hard on the face.
Chapter 263 I Will Always Love You, Forever, that's for sure. The designer of these shoes is our internationally renowned designer named Alan Brooke. Alan? Lin Shanxian frowned in confusion. Well, he used to be a designer. He designed a lot of jewelry, but he never did jewelry business. He focused on architectural design, so his works are also very valuable. You can go to auctions and participate in auctions. You can definitely get what you want. Wow, really? I'm so looking forward to it. Lin Shanxian said with a smile. Then let's make it like this. We'll go to the auction later. Then, I'll make sure you get what you want. Lin Shanxian nodded and said with a smile, yes, thank you in advance. Su Chen rubbed Lin Shanxian's head and said softly, you're welcome. Go change. Upon hearing this, Lin Shanxian immediately went to try on the crystal high heels. Su Chen watched Lin Shanxian change her clothes, and then looked at herself in the mirror. She was amazed and couldn't help but exclaimed, so beautiful. Lin Shanxian felt very happy when she heard Su Chen praising her. Of course. Then go wash up first and eat later. Lin Shanxian nodded and ran into the bathroom. After dinner, Su Chen accompanied Lin Shanxian shopping and bought a lot of things. After getting tired of shopping, the two went to the restaurant for dinner. In the restaurant, Lin Shanxian saw the two elders of the Lin family having dinner, and she hurried over. Mom and Dad, I'm so sorry that I'm late. It's okay. I didn't wait long. Father Lin replied with a smile. Yeah. Lin Shanxian responded, then pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at Su Chen next to her, and said, Aiken, let's sit here. Our family of three hasn't had a meal together for a long time. You have to accompany me more today. Su Chen heard this and glanced at Lin Shanxian's expression. She was still quite pale and had lost a lot of weight, but it's all because of him. Thinking of this, Su Chen's heart was filled with guilt and apology. Okay, I'll stay with you longer. Su Chen agreed softly. Mother Lin and Father Lin exchanged glances. Both of them are veterans and know that Su Chen has something to say to Lin Shanxian alone. So, the two of them stood up at the same time, walked to Lin Shanxian and Su Chen and sat down, then asked the maid to pour tea for Su Chen. Father Lin picked up the teacup and took a sip, then looked at Su Chen with a smile and said, Master Su, I heard from Shanxian that you two have decided to get married? When? Xianxi and I have agreed that we will get married this weekend. Su Chen looked at the two of them and said with a smile. Okay, then congratulations. After hearing this, Su Chen smiled and said, Thank you, uncle and aunt. Father Lin smiled and said, Since you are planning to get married, you should hold the wedding as soon as possible. After all, you are not young anymore. Su Chen was silent. He didn't know how to respond to Lin's father's words. Seeing this, Lin Shanxian hurriedly said, Dad, don't worry. Su Chen and I are both adults and we know what we are doing, so don't worry about us. Father Lin smiled and said, Yes, Dad doesn't worry about you, but Dad still hopes that you can marry Aiken as soon as possible. Lin Shanxian glanced at Su Chen, then looked at Lin's father, and said, Dad, Su Chen and I have just confirmed our relationship. It's too hasty. It's not a good idea. I think it's better to observe for a few more days. Hearing this, Father Lin frowned and said, You two are together, why do you need to observe? Are you afraid that your mother and I will object? Dad, Mom, please don't force Shanxian. She is still young. Please don't force her. Su Chen hurriedly came to the rescue of Lin Shanxian. Okay, I won't force you. But Xianxi, let me tell you, Su Chen is really infatuated with you. You must cherish him and don't let him down. Father Lin said earnestly. Lin Shanxian was excited when she heard this. Although she and Su Chen had just confirmed their relationship, her father actually admitted that Su Chen was his fiancé. This was a huge surprise for her. Her mood suddenly became extremely excited. Lin Shanxian had a bright smile on her face. Well, Dad, don't worry, I will definitely cherish Aiken and won't let you down. Yeah, that's good. Lin Shanxian looked at Su Chen with a smile and said, Aiken, I like you too, and you must be deeply in love with me. Su Chen lowered his eyes slightly, avoiding Lin Shanxian's burning gaze, and said, I like you too, you have always been the princess in my heart. Really? Lin Shanxian asked excitedly, Aiken, you are trying to cheer me up, right? Su Chen shook his head. Xianxi, no matter what happens, I will always love you, for the rest of my life. Yeah.
Lin Xianxian happily hugged Su Chen and kissed him on the cheek. Looking at the loving relationship between the two of them, Lin's father and mother both smiled with relief. After Lin Xianxian and Su Chen left, the two returned to the villa and watched TV in the living room. Father and mother Lin were sitting on the sofa chatting, while Lin Xianxian was leaning in Su Chen's arms.
I heard that you went abroad again recently? Lin's father suddenly asked. Su Chen nodded. Well, I went abroad again recently to help a friend with a case. Really? Father Lin nodded with a smile and said, not bad, you have made progress. You are worthy of being Interpol. Su Chen smiled and said, thank you for the compliment, Dad. I will definitely live up to my mission. Ha ha.
Father Lin nodded with a smile. The public security in your country is getting worse and worse.
Don't go back this time. Stay in the capital.
From now on, you will be a member of our Lin family.
After hearing what Lin's father said, Lin Xianxian opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked at Lin's father in surprise. Dad, what did you say? You want Su Chen to be the president of Lin's group? How can this be possible? You can just let Aiken be an ordinary lawyer. Father Lin smiled and touched Lin Xianxian's head, saying, silly girl, I'm not happy when you say that. How can you look down on your father's company?
Lin's father's company is called Lin Group. Father Lin was originally just an ordinary lawyer, but when he was 16 years old, he met a miraculous person who pushed the Lin Group into the ranks of the top 100 companies in the world, making it one of the world's top large companies. The Lin Group's stocks have skyrocketed since then. Therefore, Father Lin has always admired this person. Hearing this, Lin Xianxian lowered her head and said, Dad, I don't mean to look down on you.
I just think Su Chen is too young to be the president of the company. Chapter 264, A Very Excellent Child. Haha. After hearing what Lin Xianxi said, Father Lin laughed and said, Girl, how can you say such a thing? Your father has a very good vision. Don't worry, your father will never make a mistake. He is a very outstanding child.
Lin Xianxian pouted, feeling a little depressed, but did not dare to refute. Father Lin continued, I think Su Chen is a very good kid, so the two of you should stop hesitating and get married as soon as possible.
After hearing what Lin's father said, Lin Xianxian's pretty face flushed and her heartbeat speed also became a little faster. Dad. Lin Xianxian said shyly. Okay, I also know about your affairs, young people. We won't care about it anymore. You can make your own decisions. Father Lin waved his hand, indicating that the two could leave. Father Lin looked at the backs of Lin Xianxian and Su Chen as they left, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction that he saw Su Chen's affection for Lin Xianxian and kept it in mind. He hopes that his precious daughter can be happy. Moreover, Su Chen's current abilities are indeed worthy of pride. He is not only his most beloved godson, but also the future heir of the Lin Group. With Su Chen's ability and the financial resources of the Lin Group, the development of the Lin Group is just around the corner. The Lin family mansion. Father and mother Lin are watching TV in the living room. Lin Xianxian is helping wash dishes in the kitchen. During this period, she stayed at home to take care of Lin's mother. Father Lin's energy and spirit have almost recovered. Lin's mother was helping out on the side, and it seemed that the relationship between the two was getting more harmonious. Mom, let me wash it. Oh, how can I ask you to come? I can do it myself. Mom, your legs and feet are not convenient, let me help you. Lin Xianxian and her mother were fighting over the dishwashing utensils. In the kitchen, there was a warm and happy scene. The next day, Lin Xianxian and Su Chen went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register their marriage. They got their marriage certificate very quickly, but Lin Xianxian was extremely happy because she had finally waited for this moment, because she wanted to be with Su Chen for the rest of her life. After Lin Xianxian and Su Chen got married, they went to work in the company. Su Chen's job has been transferred to the marketing department. Although this department is a bit remote, the salary is still good. Moreover, this department was specially arranged by Lin's father, because Lin's father felt that Su Chen was still young after all, and if he was asked to take on the position of president all at once, he would definitely not be able to do it, so he gave Su Chen the position of deputy general manager and temporarily served as president. Moreover, although the salary in the marketing department is not high, the monthly dividends are very generous. Although Su Chen works in the Su family's company, he is not at all arrogant. He is very approachable and kind to everyone, so everyone is willing to follow Su Chen. Su Chen is not arrogant. He works diligently and is very nice to people. He is very respected in the Lin group. Lin Shanshan also admires Su Chen's abilities very much. Lin Shanshan felt that she and Su Chen were a match made in heaven. Under Su Chen's management, Lin's group's performance is booming. In just half a year, it has successfully become one of the top 3 companies in the country. Moreover, in just half a year, the company's performance has also grown by leaps and bounds. Su Chen was also very pleased. He had always hoped to develop the Lin Group into a first-class company, and he also hoped to help his father reduce the burden that he hopes that one day he can help his father develop the Lin Group. Soon, the Lin Group made a lot of profit from a big project, and Lin's father retired at this time. Su Chen's plan officially starts. Su Chen plans to lead the Lin Group to open up the domestic market in one fell swoop. Lin Group's new products have been promoted and sold in major shopping malls. Su Chen plans to make this new product the best-selling one in the country, promote the Lin Group's brand, and enter the international market. Lin Group. As Su Chen just walked down from upstairs, he saw Lin's father sitting on the sofa, reading a newspaper in his hand. Su Chen, I have asked the kitchen to prepare breakfast for today, please come and eat. Su Chen nodded and said, I understand. Then he walked to the dining table, sat down, picked up his bowl and chopsticks and started to enjoy breakfast. Father Lin looked at Su Chen while he was eating, smiled slightly, and said, Su Chen, I have seen your performance over the past 6 months. Thank you for the compliment, uncle. Su Chen said politely. Su Chen, don't be so polite to me. Let's not say thank you or not between us. Father Lin said with a smile. Su Chen smiled faintly. Then, Father Lin looked at Su Chen and asked, when do you and Qianqi plan to get married? Su Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Dad, you know Qianqi's temper. She is still studying and learning. But now you are old enough to fall in love. Father Lin frowned and said, if you don't get married now, I'm afraid you won't have the chance by then. Dad, don't worry about this matter. Qianqi has her own ideas and I respect her choice. Su Chen said seriously. Father Lin sighed and said, Su Chen, you are the only child of our Lin family. You will inherit the Lin Group in the future. We 2 old people can't help you. You 2 should decide your marriage by yourselves. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. Okay, Dad, it's time to eat. Su Chen said with a smile. Lin Shanshan also came down from the stairs. Lin Shanshan looked at Su Chen and asked, Su Chen, what do you think about my father asking you to marry me? Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Qianqi, I'm sorry, I don't like you. What's more, I am successful in my career now. If you are with me, it will only embarrass you. Su Chen said. Hearing this, Lin Shanshan felt a pain in her heart. She looked at Su Chen with slightly red eyes. Su Chen, you know what? What you said hurts my heart. Qianqi, I'm sorry. Su Chen looked at her and said sincerely. Lin Shanshan wiped her tears, smiled, and said, since you don't like me, I won't force you. Our fate has ended. I wish you happiness. Qianqi, you are a good girl. You should find a man who is more suitable for you, not me. Do you understand? Su Chen said solemnly. Lin Shanshan smiled and said, Su Chen, no matter what, I will not give up on you. Su Chen was silent, not knowing what to say. Dad, Mom, you guys eat first. I still have things to deal with. I'll come over later to chat with you. Chapter 265. A trace of reluctance. Father Lin nodded. Lin Shanshan walked out of the restaurant. Su Chen looked at her leaving back with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Dad, this is my resignation letter. Su Chen handed the resignation letter to Lin's father and said seriously. Father Lin took the resignation letter and looked at the name on it. He was slightly surprised and asked, Su Chen, you resigned? Yeah. Su Chen nodded. Father Lin frowned and said, why do you want to resign all of a sudden? Are you tired of me being the chairman and want to come back to work? Su Chen smiled. Dad, you don't need to be so tired. You are not young anymore and your health is not as good as before. You should come back and have a rest. Father Lin sighed and said, I know I am a little tired these days. I also want to go home to take care of my old age, but I am too old to do so. The company is not short of people now, and I just don't want to waste my time on the company. Su Chen knew that Father Lin was devoted to the company, so he didn't dare to persuade Father Lin. He could only say, Dad, wait a few days, when you and Mom are better, come back to China. By then, I will buy you and Mom a luxurious villa so that you can live out your life in peace. Okay. Father Lin agreed cheerfully. Su Chen chatted with Lin's father for a while before saying goodbye and leaving. Lin Shanshan stood by the window, watching the vehicles going away. Lin Shanshan has always known that Su Chen has no feelings for her, but she is still stubborn. After returning home, Su Chen just sat down and saw Lin Shanshan staring at him with a serious face. Su Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned and asked, Qianxi, what's wrong? Where did you go today? Lin Shanshan asked coldly. Su Chen frowned slightly and said, what's wrong? Do you suspect that I went out to fool around? Lin Shanshan nodded and said, yes, didn't you say you were single? Why do you still want to go out and find a girlfriend? Su Chen was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that Lin Shanshan would ask him this, and she even suspected that he was fooling around? Lin Shanshan, please respect yourself. Su Chen said in a cold tone. Lin Shanshan was slightly stunned, then said, I respect myself? Su Chen, do you know? My feelings for you have been growing since childhood. Over the years, you have taken me with you wherever you go. But now, you actually say that my feelings for you are growing? This is what you think, but it doesn't mean I think so. Su Chen said. So what do you think? Lin Shanshan looked at him coldly. I will never like you. Su Chen said coldly. Lin Shanshan was slightly startled after hearing his words and asked, what do you mean? Why don't you like me? Su Chen looked at her with eyes full of disappointment. Because I feel that I am not worthy of you. Su Chen said lightly. What? Lin Shanshan was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes turned sharp as she looked at Su Chen. She stared at Su Chen in disbelief. Su Chen, I, Lin Shanshan, am beautiful, have a good figure, am well educated, and have a good family background. For you, I am even willing to give up my studies in future. But you actually say that you are not worthy of me? Lin Shanshan said coldly. Lin Shanshan, you are right, I am indeed not worthy of you. Su Chen nodded. Lin Shanshan snorted coldly and said, I know, Su Chen, it's normal that you don't like me. After all, we haven't known each other for long, and you only have a brother-sister relationship with me, but I'm different. I've known you for more than 10 years, and you only have sympathy for me. But I won't give up. Lin Shanshan said, gritting her teeth. No, Lin Shanshan, I won't like you. You'd better forget me. Su Chen said helplessly. No. Lin Shanshan said firmly, I will never give up. I want you to marry me. This is impossible, you'd better give up. Su Chen looked at Lin Shanshan coldly and said, don't think that I really like you. I just think you are pretty, so I am a little gentle to you. If you force me again, don't blame me for turning against you. Lin Shanshan was startled, then smiled, and said, you are so heartless? Su Chen, I really didn't expect that you would be such a heartless person. I really underestimated you before. You said you like me? Ha, this is just your sweet talk, right? I won't believe your tricks. After saying that, Lin Shanshan turned and left. Looking at Lin Shanshan's back, Su Chen sighed. Su Chen did not expect that Lin Shanshan would be so stubborn, and she seemed to have true feelings for him. However, this was not love. Su Chen really did not want to hurt any girl. Qianxi, I will not marry you. You'd better give up. We don't want to meet each other in the future. After Su Chen said this, he turned and left. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Lin Shanshan's body froze in place. Bang! The cup in Lin Shanshan's hand was smashed to the ground. The broken pieces of glass splashed on her feet, cutting her skin. Blood slowly flowed out. Lin Shanshan looked at her ankle and smiled coldly. Okay, very good, since that's the case, then don't ever regret it. Lin Shanshan looked outside the door angrily and said through gritted teeth. When Su Chen returned home, he saw Lin's mother sitting in the living room watching TV, so he smiled and greeted her. Mom, why are you here? I saw that you haven't eaten since you came back, so I specially prepared a table of dishes. Please try them and see if they suit your taste, said Lin's mother. Su Chen nodded and sat on the chair. Mom, why hasn't Shanshan come back? Su Chen asked. Mother Lin smiled and said, I asked her to go back. She has been too busy recently and has to work overtime until late every day. As you know, our company's products have good sales in the domestic market,
but in the United States, the sales are very small. Xianqi's work is very hard. I am afraid that she will be exhausted, so I asked her to go back and rest early.
Su Chen nodded. Come, try my cooking, do you think it's suitable?
Su Chen nodded. After dinner, Su Chen took a shower and went to bed. The next day, Su Chen came to the classroom. As soon as he entered the classroom, he found that everyone in the class was looking at him with strange eyes. Su Chen didn't understand what was going on, and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?
Why are you looking at me like that?" Teacher, we want to know whether you like Lin Qianqian or not? Li Kaifei asked. Su Chen shook his head.
Chapter 266. It's a pity that our fate has ended. Then why did you reject her? Li Kaifei continued to ask. Su Chen was silent for a while, then said, I don't think we are suitable for each other. Besides, I don't like girls like Lin Qianqian.
You are talking about Lin Qianqian? Nothing happened between you two, right? Chen Jipeng suddenly asked. Of course not. She is a good girl.
It's a pity that our fate has ended.
Su Chen sighed. Li Kaifei smiled and said, Are you afraid to take responsibility?
If you are afraid, I will help you to make it clear to Lin Qianqian.
You can marry whoever you like. Anyway, you don't owe her anything.
Su Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying, Thank you, but I can handle this matter myself.
Li Kaifei patted Su Chen on the shoulder and said with a smile, Okay. By the way, teacher, tonight is Saturday, what are you going to do? Chen Jipeng suddenly asked. Su Chen shook his head and said, I haven't set a goal yet. Teacher, you don't want to go on a date with Yi Wanru, do you?
Zhang Yu suddenly said. When Su Chen heard Yi Wanru's name, his expression changed slightly.
What nonsense are you talking about? How could Sister Wanru be that kind of person? Su Chen frowned. Teacher, don't pretend. We all know what's on your mind.
Chen Jipeng looked at Su Chen with a smile and said, Teacher, don't hide it from us.
Is there really something going on between you and Yi Wanru? Su Chen's expression became more and more ugly, and he said, If you continue to talk nonsense, I will really get angry.
Upon hearing this, Chen Jipeng and others immediately shut up. Listen to me, Yi Wanru is my most respected friend.
If anyone dares to say anything nonsense, I will be angry with him. Su Chen threatened. Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads. We all know it, we all know it.
Yi Wanru is so outstanding, it's normal for the teacher to like her. Li Kaifei said quickly. Su Chen heard this and said with a smile, Since you know this, then shut up and don't talk nonsense, otherwise I will really get angry. After Su Chen finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the classroom.
Boss, is that person named Yi Wanru really your girlfriend? Li Kaifei looked at Zhou Hao puzzledly. Zhou Hao nodded and said, It should be correct. But isn't Yi Wanru the boss's relative? How could she become the boss's girlfriend? Does she have a very powerful family background? Li Kaifei asked doubtfully. I don't know about that.
I never ask about the boss's private affairs.
What's more, the boss is our boss.
I dare not ask too much about his affairs.
Zhou Hao said it. Upon hearing this, Li Kaifei nodded and stopped talking. Oh my god, these people's network is really powerful. They found out the relationship between Su Chen and Yi Wanru so quickly?
Chen Jipeng looked at Zhou Hao in shock. Zhou Hao nodded slightly and said, I don't know either.
The boss is usually very low-key, and I didn't investigate.
But I guess that within a week, this news will spread throughout the school.
Besides, the name Su Chen is probably not an ordinary name in the whole Jiangnan city, right? Then I'm really looking forward to seeing this situation.
Li Kaifei said excitedly. Zhou Hao smiled and didn't say much. Su Chen came to the classroom and was about to start class. At this time, Lin Qianqian suddenly walked into the classroom. After seeing Lin Qianqian, everyone immediately shut up. Su Chen was also surprised that he didn't expect that Lin Qianqian would also come today. Moreover, she was sitting in the seat next to him, and the distance between them was only about a fist. Su Chen quickly moved his chair to the side. Lin Qianqian glanced at Su Chen and a look of disappointment appeared on her face. She thought Su Chen would take the initiative to talk to her, but she waited for a whole class.
Lin Qianqian, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Su Chen couldn't help but ask. Lin Qianqian frowned slightly and said, What do you mean by this? Why did you deliberately sit next to me? Don't you know that there shouldn't be physical contact between men and women?
Su Chen looked at Lin Shanshan angrily and asked angrily. Hearing this, Lin Shanshan sneered and said, "You were beaten by me before, and I remember it all.
That's why I want to sit next to you so that I can get revenge."
Lin Shanshan acted as if it was a matter of course. When Su Chen heard this, his face instantly turned red. He didn't expect that Lin Shanshan would dare to bring up the past.
Lin Shanshan, how can you be so shameless? You hurt me so many times before, and I didn't pursue you. However, you keep pestering me.
This is your own fault.
You can't blame others. Su Chen looked at Lin Shanshan coldly and said seriously, "You brought this upon yourself?"
Lin Shanshan sneered when she heard this, and said, "Su Chen, you are so shameless.
It was you who wronged me first. I haven't asked you for mental damages yet, but you are blaming me instead?"
When Su Chen heard Lin Shanshan's words, he was suddenly speechless, because what Lin Shanshan said was right. He did do some things that were unfair to Lin Shanshan, but that was all in the past. Now that he had found true love, he didn't want to argue with Lin Shanshan anymore.
"Forget it, why should I argue with you?"
After Su Chen said that, he lowered his head and began to concentrate on his studies. Seeing that Su Chen was unwilling to pay attention to her, Lin Shanshan snorted coldly, turned around, and walked out of the classroom. After school, Su Chen walked out of the classroom with his deskmate Wang Wenjie.
"Su Chen, that girl is very pretty, and she looks like a beauty." Wang Wenjie suddenly looked at Su Chen and said. Hearing this, Su Chen glanced at Wang Wenjie and said, "Yeah, do you think that girl is pretty too?" Wang Wenjie smiled and said, "How dare I compete with you for a woman?
Although the girl is pretty, she is not as good as you.
You are the #1 beauty on the Jiangnan University list. How can she compare to you?" Hearing Wang Wenjie's words, Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Fatty Wang, I'm telling you, don't ever mention the 3 words Lin Shanshan again, especially her name. No matter when, you are not allowed to say it. Do you hear me?"
Su Chen warned solemnly. Seeing Su Chen's serious expression, Wang Wenjie nodded quickly and said, I know, boss, don't worry, I won't tell you, I definitely won't tell you."
"Hey, brother Xiaochen, I heard you changed shifts again."
Chapter 267. Already have a new lover. After class, Yi Qianlian suddenly came to Su Chen. Seeing Yi Qianlian's excited look, Su Chen couldn't help but said, "Yi Qianlian, don't worry about me.
I'm not a child anymore.
I can take care of myself."
"That's not necessarily true," Yi Qianlian said with a sly smile. "Besides, I heard that you have a new girlfriend." "Who told you that?" Su Chen asked puzzledly. He, I just guessed it myself." "Brother Xiaochen, no matter what, you have to keep trying. I really believe in your charm,"
Yi Qianlian said ambiguously. Looking at Yi Qianlian's ambiguous smile, Su Chen couldn't help but feel creepy.
"Ahem, Su Chen, I heard that you and Yi Qianxian are living together? Is that true?"
"Su Chen, I heard that after you and Yi Qianxian started living together, Yi Qianxian would take the initiative to look for you every time she came to our school."
"Su Chen, how far have you two progressed? Have you ever done anything like that?" "Su Chen, does Yi Qianxian like you very much? She hasn't even taken the initiative to look for you."
Listening to those gossiping faces, Su Chen felt like a monkey being watched by many livestock.
"Oh, it's so annoying."
Su Chen couldn't help but curse. Seeing this, the livestock dispersed and went about their own business.
"Brother Xiaochen, I was just kidding you. Actually, I want to ask you, is what happened between you and Yi Qianxian true?"
Yi Qianlian came in front of Su Chen and asked with a smile.
"There's nothing between us, we're just ordinary friends," Su Chen said. "Ordinary friends?" "Yeah." Su Chen nodded affirmatively. "Brother Xiaochen, actually I also think Yi Qianxian is pretty good. I think you can give it a try."
"I believe Yi Qianxian is also a very good girl,"
Yi Qianlian said with a smile.
"I know, but I still have a lot of girls pursuing me, so I won't consider other things for now."
"Oh."
Yi Qianlian nodded and didn't say anything else. The next day, when Su Chen and Wang Wenjie walked to the classroom door, they saw Lin Shanshan. Seeing this scene, Su Chen immediately frowned. This Lin Shanshan is really too much. Does she really dislike me that much? However, Suchen no longer cares about these things because he already has a new lover. When Suchen arrived at the classroom, he saw many people in the class staring at him, their eyes full of surprise and envy. After all, the news that Su Chen and Lin Qianqian were living together yesterday had already spread throughout the campus, and they were all curious about which beauty could capture Su Chen's heart. Su Chen didn't care. He just found a seat, sat down, and began to read the book attentively. Lin Qianqian sat in the back row behind Su Chen, constantly passing him small notes for him to read. However, he didn't reply a word. Lin Qianqian was not discouraged and continued to pass notes and harass Su Chen. Soon, a week passed. A week is undoubtedly a long time for those students. They are in an atmosphere of tension, excitement, and expectation every day. Finally, this week's weekend has arrived. Su Chen got up early, washed up, and went to the store outside the school to buy vegetables to prepare lunch for Chen Xinyan. At this moment, Chen Xinyan had already arrived at the classroom, ready to have a good rest and prepare for the new semester. After Su Chen carried all the things he bought into the kitchen, he began to prepare the ingredients. Today, he is going to make a dish of braised pork for Chen Xinyan, hoping that this can reduce the misunderstanding between them. Chen Xinyan has a good family background and has never suffered from hardship since she was a child, so Su Chen hopes to make up for the lack of parental love she has as much as possible. Ding dong, ding dong. Just as Su Chen was cooking seriously, a series of rapid bell sounds suddenly rang. Su Chen frowned and walked out. Hello. Su Chen opened the door and spoke lightly after seeing Lin Qianqian standing outside. Su Chen, you bastard, you actually agreed to live with Yi Qianqian? Do you know that if I tell the teacher, I can kick you out of our school? Lin Qianqian said, glaring at Su Chen. Hearing this, Su Chen said disdainfully, why should I be afraid of you telling the teacher? Do you think your Lin Group is a big company? If I spread your scandal, I believe your Lin Group's stock will definitely fall sharply, right? When Lin Qianqian heard Su Chen's words, she couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. Let's go. Lin Qianqian glared at Su Chen fiercely, then turned and left the classroom. After Lin Qianqian left the classroom, Su Chen also returned to the classroom. At this time, Su Chen noticed that Yi Qianqian was sitting in his seat. Yi Qianqian, didn't you go to class? Why are you back? Su Chen asked. Humph. I came back just because I wanted to. What? Are you unhappy? Yi Qianqian snorted coldly, then glared at Su Chen with dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Su Chen shook his head and said nothing. At noon, Su Chen came to the restaurant where Chen Xinyan was. Sister Xinyan, I will cook for you a big meal today. Su Chen said with a smile. Really? That's great, please bring out the dishes later. Chen Xinyan looked at Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen nodded and turned to walk towards the vegetable market. After arriving at the vegetable market, Su Chen picked out a few cucumbers and eggs, then returned to the restaurant. As soon as Su Chen returned to the restaurant, he heard Chen Xinyan shouting, Xiao Chen, come and help me get the dishes and chopsticks. Yeah. Su Chen nodded and walked to the table. When Su Chen picked up the chopsticks and was about to pick up some food, Yi Qianqian beside him snorted coldly and picked up the chopsticks. Yi Qianqian picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it into Su Chen's bowl. Su Chen raised his head and looked at Yi Qianqian in confusion. Yi Qianqian also stared at Su Chen with a provocative expression. Seeing this, Su Chen sighed helplessly and lowered his head. At this time, Chen Xinyan also noticed something was wrong and quickly asked, Xiao Chen, did Qianqian bully you? Hearing Chen Xinyan's words, Yi Qianqian immediately retorted, what do you mean by bullying? Don't spit blood on me. I didn't bully him. Chen Xinyan looked at Su Chen, then at Yi Qianqian, and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Ahem, then I'd better eat my own food. Chen Xinyan said with an awkward smile. Chapter 268. A special kind of resentment. Su Chen ignored their quarrel and ate his food in silence. Xiao Chen, why don't you say anything? Chen Xinyan asked with some concern. Su Chen smiled and said, Sister Xinyan, are you full? Let's go study after we have eaten. Chen Xinyan shook her head gently, and then said, I'm not hungry, I want to drink a glass of water first. Oh. Su Chen responded, then poured a cup of warm water and handed it to Chen Xinyan. Chen Xinyan took the cup and took a few sips to relieve her dry throat. Xiao Chen, I feel like we have been having a conflict recently? After a moment's silence, Chen Xinyan suddenly looked at Su Chen and asked. No. Su Chen shook his head and said, Sister Xinyan, how dare I have a conflict with you? After hearing what Su Chen said, Chen Xinyan stopped talking. She didn't know why, but she always felt uncomfortable whenever she was with Yi Qianqian. Moreover, she couldn't help but confront Yi Qianqian, as if they had some deep hatred. Moreover, Chen Xinyan always felt that Yi Qianqian looked at her strangely, as if she had some special resentment in her eyes, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Chen Xinyan didn't know why, but Yi Qianqian always looked at her with hostility, which made her feel very depressed and confused. While eating, Su Chen chatted with Chen Xinyan for a while, then left the restaurant and went to class call. Arriving at the classroom, Su Chen took a deep breath and then sat on the chair. Although Su Chen was a little flustered inside, he pretended to be calm and sat in his seat. Soon, the class was over. Su Chen walked to the window and saw that it had started to rain outside. After class, Su Chen went straight back to the dormitory. It was already 7:30 in the evening and the lights in the dormitory were still on. Su Chen pushed the door open and walked in, then threw his clothes aside, seeing Su Chen coming back. Chen Xinyan and Yi Qianqian's eyes all fell on Su Chen. "Xiaochen, why did you come back so late?" Chen Xinyan asked Su Chen. Su Chen smiled, then walked to the sofa, lay down, and said, "Something happened, so I was delayed for a while. By the way, I have already prepared the meal. You guys go wash up and eat." Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Xinyan and Yi Qianqian showed surprise on their faces, because Chen Xinyan didn't expect that at this time. Su Chen still remembered that he liked to eat beef, and even remembered to cook for him. "Thank you." Chen Xinyan's eyes instantly became moist, and she looked at Su Chen with tears in her eyes. "Xiao Chen, thank you for being so good to me. I'm not worthy of you giving so much, really." Su Chen was frightened when he saw Chen Xinyan crying. "Sister Xinyan, why are you crying? Dry your tears quickly, otherwise you will have panda eyes tomorrow." Su Chen quickly took out a few tissues, handed them to Chen Xinyan, and then gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Chen Xinyan's eyes. "Xiaochen, you are so nice to me, Chen Xinyan said with a sob. "Silly girl, you are my girlfriend. If I don't treat you well, who can I treat well? I know you are willing to marry me because you like me, and I like you too. So, I will take good care of you in the future, and we will never be separated." Su Chen said seriously. After hearing Su Chen's words, Yi Qianqian couldn't help but curl her lips. "Humph. Stop pretending here. Are you planning to have some fun while we're away?" Yi Qianqian said to Su Chen. Su Chen was speechless. This Yi Qianqian was too perceptive. She could even guess this. Su Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Yi Qianqian. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want Su Chen to find someone else?" Chen Xinyan looked at Yi Qianqian and scolded. Hearing Chen Xinyan's words, Yi Qianqian frowned slightly. Then, Yi Qianqian stood up, pointed at Su Chen, and said, "Xinyan, I don't know why you don't want to forgive him, but I hope you can clearly understand one thing. You are not his fiancé, but I am. You and I are the real fiancé." Yi Qianqian's words stunned Chen Xinyan. Chen Xinyan didn't expect that the boy she liked actually had a fiancé. Looking at Chen Xinyan's dazed look, Yi Qianqian became even more proud. She glanced at Su Chen and snorted coldly, "Xiao Chen, I'm going to tell you now, I'm the woman you really want to marry. If you want to get back together with her, just give it a try and see if she will agree to it. If she doesn't agree, then just give up. I'm your fiancé. Do you think you can escape from my five-finger mountain?" When Su Chen heard Yi Qianqian's words, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. Seeing that Su Chen did not respond to her words, Yi Qianqian became even more proud. She sneered a few times, then walked up to Su Chen and said word by word, "Xiao Chen, you should be very disappointed now. But don't dream about it. I won't agree to you getting back together with her. I will make her disappear completely from our world. I won't allow anyone to destroy our family." Hearing Yi Qianqian's words, Su Chen smiled faintly, then looked at her and said, "Yi Qianqian, if you really love me, please respect my choice, okay?" Su Chen's words left Yi Qianqian speechless. Chen Xinyan, who was listening nearby, felt something in her heart, and a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. Chen Xinyan also knew that Yi Qianqian really loved Su Chen. However, Chen Xinyan knew very well in her heart that even if Su Chen loved Yi Qianqian now, what would it matter? After all, he was with another girl, and that couldn't be changed. "Okay, it's getting late. You should go take a shower and go to bed." Su Chen looked at Yi Qianqian and Chen Xinyan and said lightly. Why Yi Qianqian's gaze fell on Su Chen, and her eyes revealed a strong anger. However, in the end, Yi Qianqian snorted coldly, then turned and left, heading towards the bathroom. Seeing Yi Qianqian's back, Chen Xinyan also sighed, and then followed her to the bathroom. Su Chen sat on the sofa in the living room, playing with his mobile phone.
Chen Xinyan and Yi Chanxian washed up in the bathroom for a while, then walked out of the bathroom. Neatly dressed.
Xiaochen, you should also go to bed early.
You don't have to wait for us tonight. Chen Xinyan looked at Su Chen and said with a smile. Chapter 269, Asking for Help. Yeah, you too. Su Chen nodded, the two exchanged phone numbers and then went back to their rooms. Early the next morning, Chen Xinyan got up early, packed up, and walked into the company. Today, Su Chen still has things to do. Su Chen handed the plan he had written yesterday to Chen Xinyan, and then walked out of the office building. Hello, I'm a reporter from China Daily and I want to interview Mr. Su Chen. As Su Chen just walked to the company gate, a female reporter stopped him. Sorry, he has something to deal with today. Well, just let me in to see him. We will definitely be able to take a picture of him. The female reporter looked at Su Chen and said hurriedly. Seeing that the female reporter was so persistent, Su Chen had no choice but to nod, then opened the door and let the female reporter in. After the female reporter walked into the company, she saw that there were not many people in the company lobby, so she went straight to the elevator and prepared to take the elevator directly to Su Chen's office. Ding! The elevator door opened and a woman walked out. Hey, isn't this our news anchor, Ms. Chen Xinyan? How come you have time to come to our company to inspect our work today? Seeing Chen Xinyan coming out of the elevator, the female reporter suddenly broke into a bright smile on her face, looked at Chen Xinyan, and started to tease. Chen Xinyan glanced at her and then continued walking towards the elevator. Ah, how can Miss Chen Xinyan be like this? After all, I am her senior, and I am several years older than her, but she is so nice that she didn't even show any courtesy when she saw me, and didn't even say hello. That's right, do you think a girl like her has any brains? I'm already so old. The female reporter followed behind Chen Xinyan and talked incoherently. After hearing the female reporter's voice, Chen Xinyan couldn't help but stop and frowned and said, Please move aside, you are blocking the elevator. When the female reporter heard what Chen Xinyan said, she was slightly startled, then she smiled awkwardly, quickly walked to the side, and stood aside. The elevator quickly reached the top floor, and Chen Xinyan walked out without even looking at her. The female reporter looked at Chen Xinyan's back with a look of resentment on her face, the corners of her mouth curled up into a cold smile, and she thought secretly, Su Chen, I want to see how long you can support her. Chen Xinyan walked outside Su Chen's office, took a deep breath, and then pushed open the office door. Xiao Chen, are you there? Chen Xinyan shouted. Hearing Chen Xinyan's call, Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Chen Xinyan. When Su Chen saw Chen Xinyan standing outside the office, he suddenly felt a little strange. Why did Chen Xinyan come to his office at this time? Could it be that she had figured it out? Is there anything wrong? Su Chen looked at Chen Xinyan and asked lightly. Well, there is something I want to talk to you about. Chen Xinyan nodded and then spoke. Okay. Hearing Chen Xinyan's words, Su Chen nodded, then stood up and walked out of the office with Chen Xinyan. The two walked out of the office and entered Chen Xinyan's exclusive office, and Chen Xinyan closed the office door. Su Chen looked at Chen Xinyan, raised his eyebrows, and asked, What's the matter? Xiao Chen, I want you to take a photo of us and make it the cover. Chen Xinyan said to Su Chen with a blush on her face. What? Hearing Chen Xinyan's words, Su Chen was slightly stunned, and then said in surprise, Me? Didn't you ask someone else to take the photo? I know this isn't a good idea, but I want to take this photo myself, so I'd like to ask you to help me. Chen Xinyan said to Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Chen Xinyan, not knowing what to say, because he couldn't refuse Chen Xinyan at all. Okay, but you have to promise me not to get too close to me. When Su Chen returned home, his mother came to greet him. Oh, you are finally back. Go to the kitchen and take a look. Your father ate outside at noon today before leaving. You, a bad child, didn't even save some for your father. Su Chen looked at her mother in surprise, said oh and walked towards the kitchen, only to see his father sitting on the sofa in the living room smoking, looking very worried. Su Chen looked at his father and suddenly felt very strange. From childhood to adulthood, his father had never let him down. From childhood to adulthood, Su Chen's parents had always treated him very well, and his father was a very filial man. Su Chen's mother often praised his father, saying that she was lucky to marry his father, and he had never felt proud of it, but the current situation has made him doubtful and confused. His father doesn't seem to like this family that much.
He always spends his time on work, or with his girlfriend, or even taking care of the children. Moreover, during this period of time, his father had also become a little strange. He was no longer concerned about Suchen like before, and was even a little cold. This made him feel uneasy. He thought that something must have happened that he didn't know about. At this time, the smell of cooking came from the kitchen. My father sniffed, put out the cigarette in his hand, then stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Suchen glanced at his father, then followed him into the kitchen, where he saw Suchen's mother busying around. Several servants were standing nearby, all wearing aprons around their waists, helping her mother cut vegetables. In front of Suchen's father, they were trembling with fear, lowering their heads, and no one dared to speak. When Suchen saw his father's appearance, he was immediately surprised. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" His father looked at him, then turned to look at his wife in the kitchen, then sighed and said, "Your mother and I have been married for more than 20 years. Although we have always been in love, but I always feel that something is missing between us." Suchen looked at his father's expression and always felt that there was something else behind his father's words. This time, his mother had already come out of the kitchen with the dishes. After putting them on the table, she called to Suchen, "Chinchen, go wash your hands quickly. You can eat soon." Suchen responded, turned around and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. When Suchen came out of the bathroom, his mother looked at him and said, "Come on, let's eat." Suchen nodded and sat down at the dining table, while his mother sat next to his father. Eat and don't think too much. Chapter 270 Met the right girl. Suchen's mother tried to persuade his father, but his father just shook his head. This time, his mother picked up the chopsticks and picked up the food and fed it to Suchen's father. "Husband, eat quickly." Suchen looked up at his father, only to see a helpless look on his face. Then he reached out and ate the piece of fish in the bowl. When Suchen saw his father's actions, his doubts deepened, and he suddenly thought of something. "By the way, Dad, Mom, why do you come home so early recently? Don't you usually come home at 9 o'clock in the evening?" When Suchen's father heard him ask this, he looked a little unnatural. Your mother and I have been busy recently, so we came back early. You also know that in today's society, the work pressure is getting higher and higher." Suchen couldn't help but sigh when he saw his father's appearance. He knew that his father must be hiding something from him, but he didn't ask too much. After all, there were some things that he was better off not knowing. Suchen's father couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when he saw his silence, but he didn't know how to explain it. After dinner, Suchen left, feeling a little depressed. On the way back home, he looked at the scenery under the streetlights and felt it was becoming more and more familiar. The images flashing through his mind seemed to be from a long time ago. Where is this, you guess? No guess. If you don't want to guess, just answer me 3 words. Then I'll tell you. Good. The scene flashed by, and Suchen looked at the face and felt that it looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it for a moment. Where have I seen this face before? Suchen looked at the face and suddenly felt very familiar, as if it was someone he knew. Where is this? Suchen frowned and thought for a long time, but in the end he still couldn't think of anything. Suchen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he quickened his pace and walked forward. The next day, his father got up early and went to the company, while Suchen's mother was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. After he looked around in the living room, he suddenly thought of a place. This place was where his mother used to live, and it was also his mother's only home in the world, but he doesn't remember. Could it be? Suchen suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. He suddenly remembered the scene he saw last night. His heart suddenly beat twice and an idea popped up in his mind. Could it be that his mother is the girl named Lin Wanqing? Thinking of this, he quickly picked up his phone, flipped to a number and dialed it. The phone rang a few times before being connected. "Hello, Suchen?" Suchen's ears immediately heard Lin Wanqing's voice. When he heard her voice, his heart suddenly relaxed. "Sister Lin, do you still remember me?" When Lin Wanqing heard his voice on the other end of the phone, she was stunned for a moment, then she reacted, "Of course I remember you, what's the matter?" "You don't remember me?" Suchen's face turned slightly red, a little embarrassed, but he still said, "Yes, I forgot a lot of things, including Sister Lin, including your voice and appearance." Lin Wanqing on the other end of the phone couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Suchen was amused by her hearty smile and said with a smile, "This is the first time I have met such an interesting woman." After hearing what he said,
Lin Wanqing on the other end of the phone immediately stopped laughing and said, in a serious tone, "You little rascal, are you having an affair outside?" Su Chen smiled bitterly, "Sister Lin, it's not what you think. I just lost my memory, and I'm also a single dog." Lin Wanqing snorted after hearing what he said, "You little bastard, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that there are always some beautiful women around you, but I heard that these women have very powerful family backgrounds, and I don't want my precious son to be bullied, so I still hope that you can get rid of them as soon as possible. Do you think it's okay?" This. Su Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. "I know you don't have the idea of falling in love right now, but you should have seen over the years that there are always different types of women around you. If you don't hurry up, when you really meet the right girl, I'm afraid you will miss it, and then you will regret it for the rest of your life." Su Chen sighed and said, "But what I don't understand is, since you are already married and have children, why are you still entangled with my father? My father is a very loyal man. In his life, there is only you and only one woman." After hearing this, Lin Wanqing pondered for a long time before saying, "Actually, this is a misunderstanding. I am your father's first love. He fell in love with me when he was in high school. When he pursued me, our relationship was very good, but later he went abroad. I had no choice because the family needed help at the time, so I married into the Su family. But this does not mean that I am his first love. He and I were just a one-night stand. We were just substitutes for each other. It's just that I don't want your father to bear some bad reputation." After hearing what she said, Su Chen finally understood what was going on. He felt a little ashamed and said, "I'm sorry, Sister Lin, I embarrassed you." Lin Wanqing on the other end of the phone sighed and said, "You did nothing wrong. He abandoned you when you were still young. I have no right to blame you. You just need to find your own happiness now. This is also my greatest hope. Thank you, Sister Lin." Su Chen was sincerely grateful to Lin Wanqing. "Okay, I won't waste my time talking to you. Your dad is going to take you to an auction today. Come over here quickly." Su Chen was stunned. "What? Today? Did I hear it right?" "That's right. Today, he specifically told me to ask you to wear formal clothes. Your father is really something." Su Chen smiled helplessly. "I understand, Sister Lin." After hanging up the phone, Su Chen quickly changed his clothes and went out. Su Chen came out of the hotel and looked at the street view outside the window. He was in a trance and seemed to see a familiar figure, but his eyes were too blurry, so he couldn't see clearly. Chapter 271 Auction Venue. He rubbed his forehead and then took a car to the auction venue. After Su Chen arrived at the venue, he saw that the decoration style of the venue was very gorgeous and luxurious. The rows of tables and chairs were filled with various delicious dishes. His stomach immediately started to growl. After Su Chen walked aside and sat down, a waiter handed him a cocktail. He picked up the glass, took a sip, and felt a sweet feeling spreading on the tip of his tongue. A smile appeared on his face. This time, Su Chen saw someone walking towards him. The person was tall and wore a purple dress. She had a curvy figure and looked very sexy. She walked straight to Su Chen, smiled and said, "You must be Su Chen, what a coincidence." Su Chen raised his eyes and met Lin Wanqing's smiling eyes. He asked in surprise, "Sister Lin, is it really you? I thought I was seeing things just now." Lin Wanqing smiled and said, "I am really flattered that you still remember me." Su Chen smiled awkwardly, "I wonder why you are here, Sister Lin?" Lin Wanqing smiled and said, "As for this question, I can't tell you for now. I'll tell you after I finish this auction." Seeing that she was unwilling to answer, Su Chen had to bury his doubts deep in his heart. He looked around and found that the layout of this venue was completely different from the cocktail parties he had been to before, and the people in this venue were also wearing strange clothes. He couldn't help but wonder, what on earth was this place used for? At this time, a waiter walked up to Lin Wanqing and said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, the distinguished guest you brought today has been waiting in the VIP room for a long time. Please go over." Lin Wanqing's expression changed, but soon returned to normal. She looked at Su Chen with a smile, "Master Su, I'm leaving first. Take your time eating." "Well, Sister Lin, you should drive slowly and be careful." "Yeah, got it, you too. Bye-bye." Bye-bye. After Lin Wanqing left, Su Chen's head suddenly became big.
His heart was full of doubts. He didn't know what the purpose of today's auction was, but he was very clear that this auction tonight would definitely cause a sensation. He picked up the cocktail in his hand and took another big sip, but the words Lin Wanqing had just said kept coming to his mind. Master Su, the VIP you brought today has been waiting in the VIP room for a long time.
Please come over. What do you mean?
Could it be that the distinguished guest I brought today is? He couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that Sister Lin was talking about his biological father, Su Hao? Su Chen's heart was filled with panic, but he was extremely calm. Although Su Chen and his parents had fallen out after returning this time, and the gap between the two was getting deeper and deeper, even to the point of being enemies, but after all, blood is thicker than water, and the balance in Su Chen's heart still leans towards Su Hao. After all, he is his father. But what about this auction tonight?
Was Su Hao going to introduce him to those people? But why didn't he inform me?
Did he no longer care about me? As Su Chen's heart was full of confusion. He shook his head, trying to throw this annoying thought away, but it kept lingering in his mind. Su Chen's eyebrows were tightly knitted together, but at this moment, a waiter walked up to him, bowed slightly and said, Master Su, hello, please follow me.
Su Chen nodded, then stood up and followed the waiter to the door of a room on the second floor.
After knocking on the door, he heard a steady voice from inside, come in.
Yes, President.
The waiter pushed open the door and let Su Chen walk in. When Su Chen walked in, he saw a man wearing a black tuxedo, with his hair combed meticulously. He looked very serious and had a pair of glasses on his face. Overall, he looked very gentle, not like those business elites in the mall, but more like a professor. Su Chen looked at him for a moment, then lowered his head and said, Su Chen meets the chairman.
Su Hao's face still had a calm expression.
He looked at Su Chen in front of him and said slowly, Hello, Su Chen.
Su Chen nodded slightly and said, Yes. Su Hao smiled and said, Your arrival has added a lot of excitement to our charity event. I hope you won't let me down, Su Chen.
Su Chen was a little surprised when he heard this. Could it be that this old fox really has a crush on him? Su Chen lowered his head slightly to hide the strangeness in his eyes. Su Hao smiled and said, Take a rest first, we'll see you later. After saying that, Su Hao stood up and left the room. Looking at the tightly closed door, Su Chen sneered, then took out his cell phone and dialed Li Mingho's number.
Hello, Li Mingho, this is Su Chen, please help me check something.
Li Mingho on the other end of the phone was a little surprised when he heard this, but he did not ask Su Chen why he wanted to investigate this matter.
Instead, he asked directly, Su Chen, what do you want to talk to me about? Su Chen smiled slightly and said, There is something I need your help to investigate. Tell me, what's the matter?
Please help me investigate whether my father Su Hao has an illegitimate child.
I hope to get the information as soon as possible. Li Mingho was puzzled when he heard this.
He said doubtfully, I don't know about this. But as far as I know, the Su Group was a very large family business a few years ago. Their company covers a wide range and is large in scale. As far as I know, their products are basically world-class brands, and they have many spokespersons in Europe, South Asia, and Southeast Asia.
They are a very strong competitor. Su Chen nodded, and then asked, Then is there any relationship between my father and that illegitimate child?
Li Mingho was silent for a moment, then said, I'm not sure about this. I only know that when our company went public, some people moved to other companies. But at that time, I hadn't established my own company yet, so I only know some general information about them. I don't know the specific situation.
Thank you, Li Mingho.
You're welcome. After hanging up the phone, a sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. I just don't believe you can cover the sky with one hand. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Chen's eyes. That night, Su Chen was arranged to stay in a room in a 5-star hotel. Chapter 272. You old witch. After taking a shower, Su Chen lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. He couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the organizer of this auction should be a very mysterious organization. Su Chen was secretly guessing in his heart, but he had no way to stop all this. Moreover, if I refuse, I might anger the man, and that would be counterproductive. He looked at the night sky outside the window, and his mood inexplicably became depressed. Inside the Su family's villa. Su Hao sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and his fingers flicking gently, as if he was pondering something next to him. Hey! Beautiful middle-aged woman sat quietly, with light makeup on her face, looking very delicate. She was wearing a black dress and had a hot and sexy figure. Next to her sat a girl, about 17 or 18 years old, about the same height as Su Chen. She was wearing a long white cheongsam that wrapped around her curvy body. She had light makeup on her face and smooth black hair, which made her skin look white and translucent, like mutton fat jade, and exuded a faint luster. The girl looked at her father and whispered, "Dad, what are you thinking about?" Su Hao raised his head, looked at his precious daughter, smiled and said, "Xiao Yu, I was wondering, who will you meet at the party today?" Su Yu smiled and shook her head and said, "Dad, you think too much. I'm just an ordinary person. How could I possibly meet a big shot?" "Ordinary person?" Su Hao showed a teasing smile on his face and said, "Xiao Yu, you are not trying to tell me that you are not an ordinary person, are you?" Su Yu asked with some confusion, "Dad, what do you mean?" Su Hao smiled and rubbed Su Yu's head, then said, "Okay, you don't have to hide it from Dad. You have already cultivated to the third stage, right?" Su Yu heard this, a look of joy suddenly appeared on her face, and she said, "Really? Dad, I have reached the third stage? Then did you buy me a gift?" Su Hao laughed, took out a box from the side and handed it to Su Yu, saying, "Open it and take a look." Su Yu couldn't wait to open the box. When she saw what was inside, her eyes widened and she looked at her father in disbelief. "I saw two pills placed in the center of the box. The pill is emerald green all over and exudes a lustrous luster, making people want to reach out and touch it." Su Yu's face was full of shock and excitement, and she murmured, is this true?" Su Hao showed a pleased smile on his face, and said, "Yes, this is what Dad bought for you." "Dad, you are so amazing. You turned me from a mortal into a god overnight. It's so amazing." Su Yu looked at Su Hao with admiration. To be honest, she was very shocked in her heart because she had always thought that she was immortal. She didn't expect that she had broken through that level and became a god. Su Hao smiled and rubbed Su Yu's head, saying, "Silly girl, gods are very powerful, but no matter how powerful they are not as powerful as your mother. By the way, where is your mother? Why didn't she attend this auction with you?" Su Yu heard this, and the expression on her face suddenly dimmed a lot. She said, "Mom had something to do, so she didn't come. She said that she would come to accompany me after she finished her work." Su Hao nodded and said, "Well, since your mother is busy, I won't force you. You stay here for a while. Dad has some things to deal with, so he won't be at home for dinner tonight." Su Yu nodded, "Dad, go and get busy." Su Hao stood up, waved to Su Chen, and walked out. Su Yu looked at her father's back as he left, with a complicated look in her eyes. "Over the years, my father's attitude has never changed. He is still that gentle, elegant, and noble man, but my mother is different." Although Su Hao has always been skeptical about his mother, he knows that the position his mother holds in his father's heart is unmatched by anyone. He had advised his father many times, but Su Hao never listened to his advice, and this time is no exception. His brows furrowed slightly. He knew that his father's decision could not be changed, and only this matter could allow Su Hao to make the final decision. Otherwise, he would never be able to transfer the shares of Su Group to Lin Shireen. "Oh, forget it, let's go see that old witch." Su Hao sighed softly, then walked out of the room and headed downstairs. He walked to the backyard of the Su family mansion, where a white Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked. Su Hao walked over, glanced at Lin Shireen in the car, then opened the passenger door and got in. He glanced at Lin Shireen and asked, "Old witch, what do you want from me this time?" Lin Shireen looked at Su Hao and said with a smile, "Do you still remember our bet that day?" "Of course I remember." "What? Are you trying to cheat now?" Lin Shireen shook her head and said, "I'm not being naughty, but I don't think you will agree to my request, so I plan to find a new boyfriend." Su Hao's face darkened when he heard this, and he said, "Old witch, what do you mean? You don't really want to find someone else, do you?" Lin Shireen showed a sly smile on her face and said, "Yes. I do mean that." Su Hao's face turned completely dark. He stared at Lin Shireen, sneered, and said, "You old witch, you want to use me as a tool to find a suitable partner. Well, have you thought about it? What kind of one are you looking for?" Lin Shireen's eyes rolled around and she said, "You have a good physique and a handsome appearance. As for your personality, you are a little overbearing, have a weird temper, and are quite withdrawn. However, your family background and status are very good, which meets my requirements." The corners of Su Hao's mouth twitched slightly. He really didn't expect that Lin Shireen would choose this type for him. This type of man is simply a typical playboy. Su sat next to him and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, muttering to herself, "Dad, your vision is still so unique. You actually picked a playboy for me. I think you, as an old president, must be working too hard." Chapter 273 The Absolute Sovereignty of the Su Group. At this time, Lin Shireen's face suddenly became serious and she said, "However, you must agree to one condition of mine. If you agree, I will immediately let you become my husband." "Oh? Tell me about it." "Our marriage must be kept secret and not known to others." "Why? Can't my name be published?" Suyu couldn't help but ask curiously. Su Hao shook his head and said, "That's not the case. You know that our family has already gained a certain status in the international arena, but we still don't have absolute control over the Su Group. If outsiders knew that our eldest son married a married man, it would probably cause an uproar and even cause the Su Group to collapse." "So that's how it is." Suyu nodded in sudden realization and said, "Then I understand. Don't worry, I won't let anyone know about this." When Lin Shireen heard this, a triumphant smile suddenly appeared on her face, but she quickly concealed it, then looked at Su Hao and said, "Okay, whether you agree or not, this matter is settled. Bring that person here this afternoon." Su Hao looked at Lin Shireen and asked, "Are you sure this person is not a hired helper?" Lin Shireen rolled her eyes and said, "Su Hao, you really can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. What do you mean by looking for someone to help you? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would provoke others for nothing? Okay, I'll keep this in mind for now. No matter what, you can't escape anyway. Whether you agree or not, I have already decided on this matter." Lin Shireen finished speaking, then turned her head and looked out the window. Su Hao couldn't help but sigh softly when he saw this. This woman is really difficult to deal with. In the afternoon, Su Hao and Lin Shireen went to a banquet, which was a business marriage banquet. Lin Shireen knew the boss of a family, and the two parties agreed to hold a marriage ceremony next weekend, and before that, both families would send people to Beijing. When Su Hao and Lin Shireen arrived at the banquet hall, they found that all those gathered here were representatives from major financial groups, as well as some media reporters. When they saw Su Hao and Lin Shireen coming over, they immediately surrounded them and asked them questions one after another. "Ms. Lin, how did you come up with the idea of marrying Su Hao?" "As far as I know, the second young master of the Su family is no ordinary person. He is an elite of Interpol and the pride of our country. Miss Lin's relationship with him has been exposed. How will Su Hao react when he finds out about this? What do you think of Su Hao's life experience?" Lin Shireen glanced at everyone and said calmly, "I admire Su Hao very much. He is responsible, capable, and loyal to me. I believe that I will be very happy with him, and the one in the Su family also likes me very much." When everyone heard Lin Shireen's words, they all took a deep breath. This is the Su family, the richest family in China, and also a political family in China. It is a thing worth celebrating to be able to establish relations with such a behemoth. After Lin Shireen said this, many people couldn't help but look at Su Hao differently. Many people even secretly made up their minds to curry favor with this powerful person in the future. Su Hao was already used to this kind of scene, and he simply ignored Lin Shireen's words. He didn't have any feelings for Lin Shireen, nor did he like her at all. It was just an alliance of interests at best. Su Hao was too lazy to even touch such a woman. However, Lin Shireen seemed to enjoy this effect. Every time she attended such an occasion, she had an indescribable sense of satisfaction in her heart. Su Hao glanced at Lin Shireen and said, "Let's go." Lin Shireen nodded. After hearing this, the two walked out of the banquet hall, got into the car, and left this noisy place. When the car drove to the outskirts of the city, Lin Shireen looked at Su Hao and said, "Let's stay in a hotel tonight." "Good. I'm going to go buy some clothes first. You go to the parking lot first." "Okay." After Lin Shireen got off the car, she walked straight into the commercial area next to it. Although her clothes were not luxurious, they were very high-end and attracted a lot of attention in the mall. Lin Shireen walked into the shopping mall and then entered the store that specialized in women's clothing. "Miss, do you need any help?" A tall, fair-skinned and hot young girl ran over from a distance, holding several of the latest models of women's dresses in her hands and with a professional smile on her face. Lin Shireen looked at the girl, then nodded and said, "Well, show me the dresses you recommended just now." The girl's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she said quickly, "Okay, wait a moment." While Lin Shireen was choosing a dress here, a black car slowly drove towards her. Lin Shireen was trying on these skirts when she felt the car door being opened, and she subconsciously raised her head when she saw who was coming. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Uncle Lee, why are you here?" Uncle Lee glanced at her and said, "I was ordered to take you back to the Su family. Your clothes have been delivered. Hurry and change them. We will go back now." "Oh, okay." Although Lin Shireen had millions of questions in her mind, she finally endured it. After changing into her clothes, she redid her makeup and followed Uncle Lee out of the mall. After getting in the car, Uncle Lee began to tell Lin Shireen the details of this mission. It turned out that a few days ago, Uncle Lee received an order to secretly escort Lin Shireen back to City A. This escort mission is designed to target those who intend to harm Su Hao. Of course, Uncle Lee also knew that Lin Shireen's identity was sensitive, so he did not leak the matter, but he still encountered several obstacles along the way. Fortunately, Uncle Lee's identity was extremely secretive, so he was able to successfully send Lin Shireen back to City A. When Lin Shireen returned to the Su family villa, she saw a table of delicious food on the lawn in front of the villa. She took a look at the food on the table, was slightly stunned, and then her face changed. Then she looked at Uncle Lee coldly and said, "Uncle Lee, how dare you take the initiative?" Uncle Lee's face darkened when he heard this, and he said coldly, "Ms. Lin, your identity is special and it is not appropriate for you to show up in public, so I have to put up with it." Chapter 270 For the Su family is your support. Humph. Lin Shireen snorted coldly, then turned around and prepared to leave. "Ms. Lin, please stay." Uncle Lee shouted. Lin Shireen stopped and frowned. "Uncle Lee, do you have any other instructions? Here is a table of dishes prepared by Madame Su. I think Madame Su wouldn't mind, right?" Lin Shireen glanced coldly at the food on the table, her face darkened instantly, and then she gritted her teeth and said, "Sorry, I'm not hungry today." Upon hearing this, Uncle Lee's expression suddenly became even gloomier. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to give old Madame Su some face and make her happy, but he didn't expect that the other party would not appreciate it. Seeing Lin Shireen preparing to leave, Uncle Lee could no longer remain calm. He stretched out his hand to block Lin Shireen's way and said in a deep voice, "Ms. Lin, your parents were killed by that group of killers. If it weren't for the help of the Su family, I'm afraid your father would have been." As he spoke, Uncle Lee's voice gradually became lower. "My parents' death has nothing to do with the Su family. I know this. If you don't have anything important to do, please leave. I want to rest." After saying this, Lin Shireen was about to walk around Uncle Lee and leave. Uncle Lee stood in front of Lin Shireen again and said in a deep voice, "Miss Lin, I don't care what you think in your heart now, you must obey my command. This is the order of the old lady." "Old woman, why does she assign me this? Should I listen to her?" Lin Shireen shouted angrily. Uncle Lee shook his head and said, "This. Miss Lin, you don't know that the old lady, who is so confused, actually wants to use you to control the Su family's business. If we hadn't discovered it in time, I'm afraid the Su group would have fallen into Su Hai's hands long ago." Lin Shireen's expression became a little complicated when she heard this. Lin Shireen knew that what Uncle Lee said was true. Although she did not admit it, she knew in her heart that what Uncle Lee said was true. "Don't worry, I will take good care of Uncle Su and will never bring shame to the Su family. For this matter, please say thank you to the old lady on my behalf." After Lin Shireen finished speaking, she turned around and walked quickly into the house. "Oh." Uncle Lee sighed and left. Lin Shireen returned to the room and saw the old woman sitting on the sofa. She felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. She didn't expect that she would be used by the old woman again just after returning from abroad. "Shireen, the Su family has suffered a huge loss this time. You must seize this opportunity." The old woman said with a smile, "Shireen, you must remember that the Su family is your support. Only when the Su family is strong can you have your own power and protect yourself. Do you understand?" When Lin Shireen heard this, a trace of anger surged in her heart. The old woman's words sounded like concern, but in fact they were forcing her to make wedding dresses for the Su family. "Grandma, I have my own ideas in mind, so I won't bother you with them." "Ha, Shireen, I really hope you're well, so you have to think it over carefully." The old woman smiled faintly. "Isn't it the best opportunity for you to come back now? If you miss it, you won't have this chance again." Hearing this, Lin Shireen took a deep breath. calmed down, and said, "Okay, Grandma, I understand."
That's right. The old woman looked at Lin Shireen with a smile, and then said, "Come, Shireen, eat some dishes with me. These are all carefully arranged by me. I see that you have lost weight recently. I'm not hungry, I'm going to bed."
Lin Shireen said, turned around and left the living room. After returning to the bedroom, Lin Shireen glanced at the wedding photo hanging on the wall, and her expression became unusually determined.
"Since you treat me like this, I don't need to be soft on you anymore."
Lin Shireen thought secretly in her heart. At the same time, on the other side, in a remote alley, two figures, a man and a woman, hid in a dark corner, watching the scene in front of them with a playful smile on their faces.
"Do you think Lin Shireen will follow our plan?"
The man curled his lips slightly and said coldly to the woman in front of him. The woman sneered and said, "I guess she will definitely do that. After all, she is a vain woman who will do anything to get close to the rich."
The man nodded and said, "You are right, let's proceed according to the plan now." "No problem."
The woman nodded slightly, then took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call was connected, and the weathered and deep voice of a middle-aged man was heard.
"Hello, I'm Li Zhong."
The woman hurriedly said respectfully, "Mr. Li, I am Zhou Xin.
We have acted according to the plan you gave us.
We have completed all the tasks you asked us to do."
Li Zhong nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well done.
You guys continue to keep an eye on the Su family.
I have something to deal with now."
"Yes," the woman replied respectfully.
"Wait."
Li Zhong suddenly called out to the woman.
"Mr. Li, is there anything else? Remember, this matter must not be leaked out, otherwise, you will be waiting to collect the bodies of your parents, yes."
After hanging up the phone, Li Zhong showed a cruel sneer, then he opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and drove away. The next morning, early in the morning, Lin Shireen dressed neatly and came to the Su family villa. When Lin Shireen stepped into the villa, the old lady came to greet her immediately and said kindly, "Shireen, you are here.
Hurry up and wash up. We will have breakfast soon."
As she spoke, she pulled Lin Shireen to the bathroom, asked her to take off her shoes, helped her clean the blood off her feet, wiped them dry with a towel, and finally changed her into new slippers. Lin Shireen looked at the old woman with some doubts and said, "Grandma, I'm not injured, there's no need to go through so much trouble." The old woman shook her head when she heard this and said, "Shireen, this is what our Su family owes you.
If you want to blame someone, just blame Grandma." "No."
Lin Shireen wanted to explain, but found that she didn't know how to continue. Seeing this, the old woman coughed softly a few times, and then said, "Shireen, my old bones won't live long. If you don't want your parents to worry, just stay with me." Hearing this, Lin Shireen's eyes instantly turned red.
Chapter 275. Prepare to collect the bodies of your parents. Grandma, what are you talking about?
I won't let you say such depressing words again. As she spoke, Lin Shireen threw herself into the old woman's arms and burst into tears. Seeing Lin Shireen's actions, a smile appeared on the old woman's lips, and the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground.
"Good boy, Grandma has fulfilled her wish.
From now on, I can't take care of you anymore, so I'll leave everything to you." The old woman patted Lin Shireen's shoulder and said softly. Lin Shireen raised her head, looked at the old woman, and said, "Grandma, I will never let you down." After saying that, Lin Shireen stood up and walked upstairs. After Lin Shireen left, a fierce expression appeared on the old woman's face. At the same time, on the other side, in the Su building, early this morning, Su Wenshan's secretary came to Su Wenshan's office to report to him. "President, the manager of the finance department just called me and said that a considerable amount of money had disappeared from the Su Group's account inexplicably."
"What?"
Su Wenshan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. "Yes, and this money is not from the Su Group, but a bank loan," said the secretary.
"Who borrowed it?" Su Wenshan asked with a frown. "Well, I'm not sure. The bank's information cannot be retrieved at the moment."
The secretary replied awkwardly. Su Wenshan frowned, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. Su Wenshan quickly searched for various people in his mind, but could not find any clues.
"Okay, you go out first, I will handle it as soon as possible." Su Wenshan waved his hand and said,
"Yes, President," the secretary responded and walked out. Su Wenshan rubbed his forehead, his mind was in a mess. He never expected that such a situation would happen in the Su Group.
This caught him off guard and he didn't know what to do.
Ring, ring, ring. Just at this moment, the phone on the desk rang. Su Wenshan took the phone, glanced at the name displayed on the screen, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat.
Hello, Uncle Lee. Su Wenshan said after answering the phone. Wenshan, how is your matter going?
Li Chang's voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Wenshan heard this and immediately said, "Don't worry, Uncle Lee, the matter has been almost dealt with, but Lin Shireen is no longer with me."
What? Didn't you let her stay in Su Group? Why did you let her run away?
There was a hint of anger in Li Chang's tone. Su Wenshan hurriedly explained that, "Uncle Lee, this is a long story, and I can't explain it to you clearly in a short time. Anyway, I will send someone to find her back." Hearing Su Wenshan say this, Li Chang was silent for a moment, and then said, "Okay, I believe in your ability, but you must bring Lin Shireen back, otherwise, you will be ready to collect the bodies of your parents." Hearing Li Chang's threatening words, Su Wenshan was stunned. The meaning of Li Chang's words was clearly to tell Su Wenshan that if he could not bring Lin Shireen back, the Lin couple and the Lin family would pay a heavy price.
Uncle Lee, please rest assured. I promise to give you a satisfactory result in this matter.
Su Wenshan promised in a deep voice. After hanging up the phone, Su Wenshan looked a little ugly.
He didn't expect that Lin Shireen would dare to run away.
It was really abominable. Thinking of this, Su Wenshan called Lin Shireen and asked someone to investigate all of Lin Shireen's information. In a luxurious villa, two figures were sitting quietly on the sofa, reading newspapers.
Xiaoyun, let's go out and get together tonight. One of the men in a black suit glanced at the girl in a white dress and said. The girl in the white skirt was Li Yun, the girl who was seriously injured by Su Nan in the bar some time ago. Hearing Li Jiangwo's words, Li Yun immediately jumped up from the sofa and said excitedly, Great, I finally have a chance to see you." Li Jiangwo smiled, reached out and rubbed Li Yun's hair, then said, "Girl, you really don't know how to hide your inner joy at all."
Li Yun laughed and said, "How could I not know how to hide it? My brother already knows it."
"Okay, let's go out now and don't be late."
Li Jiangguo smiled, stood up and said.
There
were 4 or 5 cars parked outside the Su family manor, all of which belonged to the Li family.
"Dad, Mom, and Sister, you're here."
Seeing several people at the door, Li Yun hurriedly went up to them and shouted.
"Yes."
Madame Li nodded slightly, and then said to Su Wenshan, "Wenshan, this time, thanks to you, otherwise, I'm afraid your Su family would be in danger."
Su Wenshan smiled and said, "You are too polite, Auntie."
Although our Su family encountered some minor troubles this time, at least it has not caused a major disaster. After saying that, Su Wenshan looked at Su Wenshan on the side and said, "Dad, Uncle, Aunt, you go in first, I'll drive them over."
"Yeah."
Su Jiangwo nodded. As soon as the 3 of them entered the house, they heard a sharp voice, "You, the Su family, are really going too far." Hearing this, Su Wenshan's face suddenly changed, and then he quickly walked out of the living room.
"Dad, what's going on?"
Seeing Su Jiangwo, Su Wenshan asked hurriedly. Su Jiangwo smiled bitterly and said, "Your sister was arrested by the Su family."
"What?" Hearing this, Su Wenshan was stunned for a moment, and then said, "How dare they do this?"
Su Jiangwo sighed and said, "This time, I didn't expect that the Su family would be so bold and dare to attack our Li family."
Hearing this, Su Wenshan snorted coldly, and then said, "Dad, since the Su family is so rampant, I think we should clean it up too. Wenshan, the Su family is very powerful. You must not act on impulse and get yourself into trouble."
Su Jiangwo quickly dissuaded him. Su Wenshan nodded and said, "Dad, don't worry, I will think about it." After Su Wenshan and Mrs. Su and others entered the Su family's living room, Li Yun immediately ran over and asked, "Brother Wenshan, tell me quickly, what is going on? Why do the Su family want to lock me up?" Su Wenshan glanced at Li Yun and said, "Don't worry, this matter will be over soon."
"Oh? What do you have in mind?"
Li Yun looked at Su Wenshan with some confusion.
Chapter 276 Keeping it is also a disaster. Don't worry, it will be resolved soon.
Seeing that Su Wenshan was unwilling to talk, Li Yun stopped asking and just kept staring at Su Wenshan, as if he was afraid that Su Wenshan would suddenly leave again. Seeing this scene, Su Wenshan was a little amused, and then said, "Okay, stop looking at me, and go back to your room to pack up your things." After hearing Su Wenshan's words, Li Yun breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, I'll go get ready."
Looking at Li Yun's jumping back, Su Wenshan smiled and said, "Wife, let's go back to the room to clean up." Well, husband, you should go to bed early too.
Mrs. Su said with a gentle smile. After returning to the room, Su Wenshan immediately opened the web page and browsed through Li Yun's information. He had already investigated Li Yun's family situation thoroughly. Li Yun came from a poor family and his parents died early. He dropped out of school when he was in elementary school. When he graduated from high school, he lost his family property in a gambling accident. In the end, he had to sell his house and move to a dilapidated building in the suburbs. Li Yun's grandparents are old and have long since stopped taking care of things.
It seems that this time, they are really going to take action. Su Wenshan murmured. Li Yun was a barbaric and willful person. So even if he didn't want to provoke the Su family, it would be impossible. Ding dong. At this time, there was a rapid knock on the door, and Li Yun's voice immediately rang out. Brother Wenshan, open the door quickly, open the door quickly. Su Wenshan frowned slightly, opened the door, and said, Xiaoyun, what's wrong with you? Oh, hurry up, let's go back quickly, there are a group of people coming to our house, let's go quickly.
Looking at Li Yun's expression, Su Wenshan felt a little suspicious. Good. After saying that, Su Wenshan and Li Yun quickly ran outside. When the two men came into the yard, Su Wenshan found that there were many cars parked in the yard.
Brother Wenshan, did you see that?
That car belongs to the Su family.
Those people must be looking for me. Come on, let's hide.
Su Wenshan nodded, followed Li Yun to hide by the wall, and observed quietly.
Li Jianjun, you bastards, I'm telling you, don't think I, Li Yun, am easy to bully. If you want to capture me, there's no way.
Su Wenshan vaguely heard the voice of an unfamiliar boy.
Li Yun, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Who told you to go against my young master?
Su Wenshan frowned slightly and listened carefully. He found that the boy who was speaking was actually Li Yun's biological brother, Li Jianjun. Hearing this, Li Yun was extremely angry, but he couldn't say a word.
Li Yun, don't waste your breath with this bastard, just wait for death.
Li Jianjun laughed loudly, then waved his fist and hit Li Yun. When Li Yun saw this scene, he turned pale with fright and quickly turned around and ran away.
Stop right there.
Li Jianjun grinned, immediately chased after him, and then pushed Li Yun to the ground. Looking at the broken glass all over the floor, Li Yun was so frightened that his soul left his body. His eyes rolled back and he passed out.
You useless bastard. How dare a small country boy like you offend our Li family?
You must be fed up with living. Li Jianjun cursed at the unconscious Li Yun.
Young master, do you want to kill him? No need. This kid is useless anyway. He will only cause trouble if he is kept.
Looking at Li Yun lying in a pool of blood, a sinister look appeared at the corner of Li Jianjun's mouth. When Li Wenshan returned home, Li Yun and Li's mother had already packed their things and were sitting in the living room chatting. Li Wenshan walked into the house, then looked at Li's mother and said softly, Mom, let's go back first, someone is already at home. When Li's mother heard this, she immediately stood up and said, Okay, let's go back now. Li Wenshan and Su Wenshan looked at each other, then walked out the door and got into their cars. Li Yun looked at Li Wenshan's back, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Li Yun, I'm warning you, you have to behave yourself and stop causing trouble in the near future.
Su Wenshan said coldly. Li Yun sneered and said, Su Wenshan, don't think I'm afraid of you. If it weren't for the fact that you are Brother Wenshan's friend, I would have beaten you up long ago.
When Su Wenshan heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he sneered and said, Really? As soon as Li Yun finished speaking, a slap hit him in the face.
Snap.
The crisp sound of the slap made Li Yun feel a burning pain all over his face. Looking at Su Wenshan, Li Yun roared, You dare to hit me? Su Wenshan didn't say anything, but stretched out his right foot and kicked Li Yun in the chest. Li Yun staggered back a few steps, then fell to the ground, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth.
Li Yun, let me tell you, this kick is for your mother to teach you a lesson.
Although she is your mother, she is also your enemy. Su Wenshan said with a sullen face.
Humph, do you think this is the end?
I tell you, if you don't return the 5 million to me this time, I will never let it go.
Li Yun said coldly. Su Wenshan frowned, looked at Li Yun, and said, Li Yun, don't forget who you offended this time?
Humph, I'm not afraid of them.
I tell you, if you don't return the money to me tonight, I will call the police. Li Yun threatened. Call the police? Haha, okay. I want to see if you can call the police to arrest them. If you can't catch them, then you should pay for my medical expenses. Otherwise, I will let you know what regret is. Hearing this, Li Yun showed a trace of panic on his face. He looked at Su Wenshan and said, Su Wenshan, if you dare to call the police, I will definitely make you pay. Humph. Su Wenshan snorted heavily, then turned and walked out. Seeing Su Wenshan was about to leave, Li Yun hurriedly got up from the ground and rushed over. Su Wenshan was very skilled. When he saw Li Yun rushing towards him, he immediately turned around and ran away. As he ran, he said, Li Yun, I tell you, my endurance is limited. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Su Wenshan quickened his pace. Seeing Su Wenshan running farther and farther away, Li Yun gritted his teeth and wished he could cut him into pieces. You can outrun the first day, do you think you can outrun the 15th? Li Yun said viciously. When Su Wenshan heard this, he thought to himself that things were not good, but now he was in a difficult situation and could not turn back. Chapter 277 Reputation will also be damaged. Li Yun, let's wait and see. Su Wenshan said viciously. Seeing Su Wenshan's look, Li Yun chuckled and said, just wait and see. After saying that, he turned and left. Su Wenshan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Li Yun's departing back. No matter what, he has finally gotten rid of the Li family and escaped. He just hopes that the Li family will not bother him again in the future. Su Wenshan prayed silently in his heart, but at the same time he couldn't help but worried. I beat Li Yun up this time, and he will definitely take revenge. I will be in trouble in the future. At this time, in Li Yun's home, Li Yun looked at his father and said, Dad, our Li family can't be underestimated. That guy is not only Li Wenshan's brother, but also Li Wenshan's girlfriend. If we can't get rid of them, won't the Li family be suppressed by other families in the future? Li Wenshan's father heard this and smiled, saying, Li Yun, don't worry. Since that boy is Li Wenshan's brother, it means that their relationship is not as close as you think. If Li Wenshan's mother really had an affair with that boy, she probably wouldn't live with Li Wenshan in the rural community. After hearing his father's words, Li Yun's eyes became more determined. Soon, the three of them returned home, and Li Wenshan immediately took out his mobile phone and made a call. Uncle Li, it's me, Li Yun. Oh? Xiao Yun, what's wrong? Do you miss me, an old guy? A deep voice came from the phone. Hearing this familiar voice, Li Yun's tears instantly flowed down, and he choked and said, Uncle Li, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hit your precious son. I beg you to help me find a way to get rid of that boy. This time, he bullied me. Hearing Li Yun crying, Li Wenshan immediately frowned. Xiao Yun, please tell me slowly what happened. Li Wenshan asked calmly. I was raped by that boy. When Li Yun said this, his eyes turned red and tears flowed down his face. Li Wenshan's eyes narrowed and he said, What? What did you say? Li Yun wiped away her tears and then told the whole story exactly as it happened. Li Wenshan on the other end of the phone had a very ugly expression on his face. He had never expected that his precious son had been raped. If this matter became a big deal, his reputation would also be damaged. Xiao Yun, don't worry about this matter. Uncle Li will never let you suffer in vain. Go to the hospital for a checkup immediately. If you don't have any injuries, then forget about it. If you are injured, I will make sure that guy pays for it. Li Wenshan said, gritting his teeth. Thank you, Uncle Li. I'll go to the hospital for a checkup right now. Li Yun said quickly. After hanging up the phone, Li Wenshan frowned tightly, his face full of anger. He didn't expect that Li Yun was actually raped, and the other party was a student. If this matter were to be spread out, the reputation of the Li family would definitely be ruined in the future. Li Yun walked to the window and looked outside through the glass. At this time, the moon in the sky had risen, casting a silver glow that shone on the streetlights, making it look particularly beautiful. Thinking of Li Yun crying just now, Li Wenshan felt annoyed. He couldn't help but curse, damn bastard, you dare to hit my son, do you really think our Li family is afraid of you? At this time, Yi Feng was sitting on the bed, with some things coming to his mind. Thinking of Li Yun's sinister face, he couldn't help but frown, then shook his head and said, It seems that I have to be more careful of him in the future. This guy has a very vicious heart. He knew Li Yun's character better than anyone else.
This kind of person would generally not cause trouble to others, but when others touched his bottom line, he would retaliate madly, because such behavior was like that of a clown. However, this was exactly what Ji Feng meant. He hated that kind of person the most. Only that kind of person would interest him, and Li Yun was undoubtedly that kind of person. In the past few days, he has also carefully considered the relationship between himself and Li Yun. He knows very well that Li Yun will not let him go easily, so he must prepare early. However, he is not afraid. After all, he still has a trump card. Even if he cannot defeat Li Yun, he is very confident that he can run away. Just like that, time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was Saturday afternoon. Li Yun's injuries had almost healed, but Li Yun was still very angry. No matter what, his reputation had been completely ruined. He must take revenge and kill that guy, otherwise, he would never be able to swallow this anger in his life.
Boom, boom, boom. Come in.
Li Yun said. The door was pushed open, and a man in a suit and a beard walked in. When Li Yun saw the person coming, his eyes lit up immediately and he said with a smile, "Uncle Lu, why did you come back so soon?
Is the matter settled?"
The bearded man nodded and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the matter has been handled."
Good, good, good. That's great.
Li Yun stood up happily, patted the bearded man on the shoulder and said with a smile,
"Ha, Xiao Yun, I have a surprise for you this time."
Hearing the bearded man's words, Li Yun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked excitedly, "What surprise?" The bearded man smiled mysteriously and said, "I have sent someone to invite the wife of the chairman of the Su Group.
She will be returning to Jiangnan City soon."
What?
Are you telling the truth? Li Yun opened his mouth wide, looking as if he had seen a ghost, and said, "Su Yuyao from the Su family actually returned to China?"
Yes, the bearded man nodded. Li Yun sat in the chair in a daze, with huge waves rising in his heart. Although Li Yun didn't know much about Su Yuyao, he knew that she was the chairman of the Su Group.
Moreover, she was a very beautiful woman.
It was said that she was married and had a husband. Moreover, she was very rich now. His goddess is about to come to Jiangcheng, which makes Li Yun feel like his breathing has stopped. He had always known that Su Yuyao was very beautiful, but he never expected her to be so beautiful. This was the first time he had seen such a gorgeous woman.
"Xiao Yun, what's wrong with you?"
Seeing a look of dementia on Li Yun's face, the bearded man asked curiously.
Chapter 278, Like a Shot of Chicken Blood. Ah?
Oh, it's nothing, I'll go get ready to welcome President Su. After saying that, Li Yun rushed out of the room. Watching Li Yun's departing back, the bearded man's eyes sparkled with a strange light, and he murmured to himself, "I wonder if I will meet Li Wanshan when I return to Jiangcheng this time?" Su Yuyao flew from Beijing to Jiangcheng by plane, and Li Yun, after hearing the news that she was about to return to Jiangcheng, suddenly became excited and busy all day long. During this period, apart from eating, drinking and having fun, Li Yun basically stayed in the company all the time, constantly working on plans, trying to get to know Su Yuyao as soon as possible. A week later, Li Yun finally finished writing the plan and handed it to his father. After looking at it, Father Li nodded
and said, "Yuner, you did a good job. I appreciate it. Dad, I know, I will definitely work hard."
Li Yun said respectfully.
"Well, I believe you. Go pack up and come back with me in the evening."
"Yes, Father." At 7 o'clock in the evening, a black car drove into a luxurious villa on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. Father Li got out of the car first, and Li Yun followed beside him. The two of them got out and walked into the villa together. In the living room of the villa, there were 4 or 5 men sitting, each of them holding a cigarette, smoking, drinking, and chatting. 3 of them looked to be around 30 years old, and the remaining 2 looked to be around 27 or 28 years old, but a little old. They were the 3 brothers of the Su family, the head of several major business families in Jiangcheng.
"Ah, we're so late, so sorry."
Suddenly, there was a loud laugh, and then a group of people in suits walked in. Among them was a young man wearing a blue shirt and gold-rimmed glasses. He had a smile on his face and kept looking around, his eyes full of excitement.
"Brother Li, you are here, please take a seat."
Li Wanshan sat down with a middle-aged man. On the other side, Su Yuyao also walked into the living room. She was dressed in black, and a cold aura emanated from her, making people feel intimidated. Seeing Su Yuyao walk in, the eyes of several men lit up, and all their gazes fell on her, with a scorching light flashing in their eyes. Su Yuyao's appearance and temperament are simply perfect.
Moreover, she is the daughter of the chairman of the Su group. In Jiangcheng, many men want to make friends with her, but they dare not do it because of her cold personality. Unexpectedly, now she has come to Jiangcheng and is investing in a project in Jiangcheng. Isn't this a godsend opportunity? Seeing Su Yuyao coming in, several people hurriedly got up from the sofa and greeted her with smiles on their faces, saying, "Hello, President Su." "Hello." Su Yuyao responded coldly, her eyes swept over several people, and finally fell on the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa. She nodded lightly and said, "Are you President Li of Jiangcheng?" "Yes, yes, Miss Su is indeed very graceful and charming. She impressed us." Li Wenshan stood up and walked to Su Yuyao, staring at her with a greedy look on his face, and said, "Miss Su, please sit down." "Thank you." Su Yuyao said lightly, then sat down. Her movements were elegant and noble, and her whole body revealed the aura of a superior, which made the other men present more determined to marry her. Moreover, they also understand very well that such a strong woman will definitely become the business overlord of Jiangcheng. "Ha, Miss Su, I feel very honored that you agreed to invest in Jiangcheng. I hope Miss Su can take care of me," Li Wanshan said with a smile immediately after sitting down. Su Yuyao's expression remained indifferent. She glanced around and found that the men around her had greedy looks on their faces, with a hint of disgust flashing deep in their eyes. However, thinking of Li Yun's instructions, she had to barely suppress her inner disgust, nodded, and said, "Our Su Group attaches great importance to this project, so don't worry, I will do my best to help you in terms of engineering." Hearing this, Li Wenshan's face showed ecstasy. His eyes fell on Su Yuyao again, and he said greedily, "Then I'll trouble Miss Su." Su Yuyao didn't say anything, but just lowered her head and looked at the teacup in her hand, as if she didn't take him seriously at all. Li Wenshan was a little embarrassed, but then he regained his composure and continued talking to Su Yuyao. This time, a middle-aged woman came over with a tray and placed it on the table. She is a servant in this villa, responsible for serving food and drinks to the guests. When Li Yun saw the food on the tray, his eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up a piece of cake and stuffed it into his mouth, saying, "Wow! So delicious. Little brother, if you like it, you can come and eat every day." Seeing Li Yun eating with relish, the servant said with a smile, "Thank you, Auntie." Li Yun nodded repeatedly and said, "I will come here every day in the future." The servant walked away. Li Yun saw that Su Yuyao didn't move her chopsticks. She was confused and put down her fork. She asked, "Miss Su, why don't you move your chopsticks? Doesn't Miss Su like the food I cook?" Su Yuyao shook her head slightly and said, "No, I like the food here very much, you don't have to worry." "Ha ha ha. Since Miss Su doesn't like to eat these things, let's change to something else," Li Wenshan said with a smile. As he spoke, he stood up and shouted upstairs, "Mrs. Zhang, tell the chef to prepare some fresh vegetables and some seafood. Oh, and red wine. We haven't drunk alcohol for a long time. Miss Su doesn't mind, right?" Su Yuyao shook her head. Okay, then I'll give the order right away." Li Wenshan nodded repeatedly, then turned around and ran upstairs. In a room on the second floor, Su Yuyao's parents were sitting on a sofa, with anxious looks on their faces. "Master, we have contacted many people, but no one is willing to help. This cooperation case is very difficult. If we can't get it, the loss will be very great. Humph, these people are all fence-sitters. As soon as they heard the name of our Su family, they came to us for cooperation. I tell you, today, no matter what the cost, I must get this order, because our family has a very close relationship with Jiangcheng City. If we can get in touch with them, it will be very beneficial to the development of our family." "We must seize this opportunity," said Su's father. Chapter 279. It can control everything, sir. What should we do now? Snort. Father Su snorted coldly and said, "I have already put pressure on them. If they still don't agree, then I will have to go out and talk to them in person. Anyway, I am determined to win this project." After that, he looked at his wife and asked, "Wife, do you know any good lawyers? Maybe we can use this to raise the company's influence in Jiangcheng to a higher level." "Of course there is a lawyer, but I think this method is a bit risky." Lin Wanru said hesitantly. She did have some connections, but these connections could not compare with Su Yuyao's. Moreover, the conflict between her and Su Yuyao was huge. If things really got out of hand, she would not be able to clean up the mess. Seeing his wife hesitate, Father Su's face suddenly turned gloomy. He snorted coldly and said, "What? Even you doubt my efficiency?" "No, it's not. Since you think my efficiency is poor, I won't care about this matter anymore." "Anyway, you don't want to care about it." Father Su snorted coldly. "Husband, you misunderstood me. I was just a little worried. After all, that was a situation. What if I offended him?" Lin Wanru's face turned pale, and there was fear in her eyes. Father Su frowned. He knew that he was definitely a top figure in Jiangcheng. If he offended him, it would be a loss. Thinking of this, he was silent for a moment and said, "You are right. We cannot take too many risks in this matter. Let's wait and make the next plan after I finish the negotiation with them. Hubby, no matter what, we have to fight for it." "How should we fight for it?" After thinking for a while, Lin Wanru said, "Let's do this." After Su Chen returned home, he opened his suitcase, took out his diary and pen, then sat on the sofa and began to read it. Su Chen, Xiao Chun. Looking at the familiar names on the calendar, Su Chen felt his eyes a little sore. He reached out and wiped the corners of his eyes, then continued to flip through the pages. Su Chen, I am 19 years old and studying in mainland China. I graduated from a traditional Chinese medicine college. Our dean said that I was very talented, so he asked me to become a professor of traditional Chinese medicine. But I was not very interested in these things. I only like to study Western medicine. In China we have a profession called U0027 Chinese medicine pharmacist U0027, which is also found all over the world. I am better at Western medicine in this area, so I became a professor of Chinese medicine. However, I have not done much research on traditional Chinese medicine, perhaps because it is relatively difficult to understand. In fact, we still have many problems with Western medicine and Chinese medicine's methods of curing diseases and saving lives are completely opposite to Western medicine. Our Chinese medicine emphasizes the use of qi to move needles, the use of blood to feed, the use of internal vision to heal injuries, and so on, but Western medicine is different. Western medicine relies on traditional Chinese medicine to regulate pathological changes in the body, which can cause great harm to the body. Therefore, Western medicine's treatment methods are much rougher than traditional Chinese medicine, but it is just as well this way, because this method of treating the symptoms but not the root cause cannot heal the trauma that Western medicine has brought to the human body. There are still many problems in Western medicine's methods of curing diseases and saving lives. For example, Western medicine believes that it uses drugs to control the body's functions and allow humans to recover health in a short period of time. However, Western medicine has overlooked the most important reason, that is, Western medicine's treatment methods, to a certain extent, are also forcing humans to adapt to Chinese medicine. That's why the dean suggested that I become a professor of traditional Chinese medicine. I studied at a traditional Chinese medicine college for 2 years and I have become very familiar with Chinese medicine. Unfortunately, although I have studied for 2 years, I still cannot understand many things about traditional Chinese medicine. For example, my U0027 observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation is 0027. Western medicine says that illness can be diagnosed through observation, auscultation, questioning, and palpation, but I don't have that. My stethoscope is useless. I don't even know what U0027 look, smell, ask, and palpate as 0027 is. However, these did not affect my study of Chinese medicine. This time I came back from a Western medicine seminar outside, and I plan to take this opportunity to learn about Chinese medicine. Su Chen, how did you get your name? What is your father's name? Who is your grandfather? Who is your mother? What is your father's name? What kind of person is your grandfather now? As Su Chen watched, tears kept falling from his eyes. He was a little excited because at this moment, he finally knew where he came from. Su Chen, my name was given by my father. His name is Su Yuan, and my mother's name is Lin Wanner. She is a traditional Chinese medicine teacher. As for my father, I don't know him. He is a soldier, he has many stories, he is a legend, but I know that my father is very powerful and our family is very powerful too. Su Chen, I was very sad about the death of my parents, and I always wanted to take revenge, but I didn't have the power. I dare not tell anyone. I can only live in frustration and endure the strange looks from others, but I also know that no one in this society will truly sympathize with me, and everyone just treats me as a joke. I will definitely kill Su Yuan. I will definitely. Su Chen clenched his fists, gritted his teeth,
and his eyes flashed with anger and hatred. Suddenly, his mind was in chaos, and then he felt his body being torn apart. Su-chan, I know that my soul has come to a completely new dimension, where I will have another identity, and I will also become the master of that dimension. I want to let them know that I, Su-chan, am the real protagonist. Not only will I kill Su Yuan, I will also destroy the entire Su family and let everyone know that I, Su-chan, have the final say in the Su family. I am the real U0027. Su-chan is 0027. Su-chen's eyes were filled with blood-red light. At this moment, his body was completely out of control and in a state of complete collapse. At this moment, a lot of unfamiliar information appeared in his mind. Su-chen, coming from another dimension. I come from a dimension called U0027 Earth U0027. My name is U0027 Su-chen U0027. I come from an Earth. This plane is my main plane. I am the master of the Earth, that is to say, I am the master of that plane. I come from an Earth. This Earth is called U0027, the world of immortality U0027. I come from a plane. This plane is called U0027, the world of martial arts U0027. Martial arts is the highest level of existence in this plane. Martial arts is the master of the entire plane. It can control everything. I am the master of the world of immortal cultivation. My name is, and I am also the master of the world of martial arts. I am Su. I am actually the master of the immortal world. Su-chen's eyes widened and he stared at his own head in shock. Chapter 280. I'm sorry, no, this can't be true, it can't be true, this is all a dream, this is all fake. My parents are from Earth, my wife is from China, and we are a happy family of 3. Su-chen shook his head, a painful expression on his face, but in the next second, Su-chen suddenly raised his head, and a crazy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In that case, I will destroy this plane. Destroy it! Su-chen roared to the sky, supported himself with his hands, and suddenly stood up. Then he leaped and rushed towards the door. He wanted to find his father, Su Yuan, the father of this body. Boom! At this moment, the door suddenly shook violently, and then Su-chen felt as if he had hit a hard wall and flew backwards. Boom! Su-chen fell heavily on the sofa, with a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. There was also a break on Su-chen's forehead. At this moment, Su-chen's head was a little confused that he had clearly opened the door just now, but was pushed back by an invisible force. So, there must be something horrible in his room. At this moment, Su Yuan's ordinary face suddenly appeared in his mind, and then Su-chen sat up suddenly and rushed to the window. Bang! The door suddenly opened. Su Yuan walked in, followed by a group of servants. The moment he saw Su Yuan, flames immediately burst out of Su-chen's eyes. Su Yuan, you actually betrayed me, you betrayed our family, you betrayed my trust in you, you betrayed my love. At this time, Su-chen's body had completely fallen into madness and his mind was blank. Su Yuan looked at Su-chen coldly. I don't know why you suddenly became so irritable, but you have been sentenced to death. I won't accept it, I won't reconcile. I won't reconcile, I won't reconcile. Su-chen's voice was hoarse, as if it was about to burst out from the depths of his throat. His eyes were filled with blood-red threads, and he looked like a devil. Ha, you don't agree? Su Yuan snorted coldly, then turned to look at the servant beside him and said indifferently, throw him into hell and he will never be reborn. Yes, master. Several servants immediately nodded and bowed. You dare? Su-chen roared angrily. He struggled to jump up from the sofa, then jumped up, kicked the curtains hard, and rushed downstairs. He must find his father and ask him why he betrayed me, why he killed my father, why. But he had just run 2 steps when he stopped again. The scene before him made him feel cold all over. There were several corpses lying on the street in front of him, and these corpses were his parents. His parents lay in a pool of blood, their faces filled with despair and fear. Seeing this scene, Su-chen's pupils suddenly shrank, and he stood there in a daze, unwilling to come back to his senses for a long time. Dad, Mom, Su-chen murmured. Dad, Mom. At this time, he suddenly knelt beside his parents, stroked their faces, and a painful and sad look appeared on his face. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry, I got you into trouble, I'm sorry. At this moment, hot tears suddenly welled up in Su-chen's eyes. Drops of hot tears fell on his cheeks, burning him and causing him severe pain. No. That's not the case. It's not me who hurt you. It's not me. Dad, Mom, I was too cowardly. I was afraid and at a loss, so I chose to escape. I never dared to return to you. I was afraid that you would be implicated because of me. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry, Su Chen burst into tears, looking heartbroken. Su Yuan's parents were widowed at an early age, leaving Su Chen an orphan. Su Chen is a child adopted by his parents.
Although he is a rich second generation, he has never enjoyed any wealth and glory since he was a child.
He cannot even guarantee the most basic food and clothing, let alone enjoy the various preferential treatments brought to him by his family. The only thing he can show off is his own hard work. He fought for today's results with his own hands, and successfully broke through to the innate realm in just a few years, and then soared all the way to reach his current height. In China, no innate warrior dares to underestimate Su Chen, because Su Chen is the most enchanting genius in the cultivation world. However, Su Chen's strength is not outstanding in China, but in the whole of Asia.
Su Chen is a strong man among the top strong men.
He possesses the strength of the peak of the 9th level of the innate realm and can be regarded as the number one among the younger generation. In the Asian cultivation world, Su Chen's name is well known. Anyone who dares to provoke him would be going against heaven, but now he encountered a tragedy. His parents were murdered and bitten to death by a poisonous snake. This was something he couldn't accept or bear. He couldn't imagine what was going on. Why? At this time, Su Yuan saw Su Chen's expression and smiled immediately. His smile was full of pride and cruelty. Su Chen, do you know why you have not been able to grow up in all these years? Because you are too weak, your potential is too low, you don't deserve to stay in my Su family, you don't deserve it. The blood of our Su family is so pure and so proud. How can we allow a waste to be our heir? You are not worthy of the Su family, and you are even less capable of inheriting the Su family's legacy.
Do you know why I want Su Yan to leave the Su family?
Because you are too weak, we don't need a piece of trash like you. Su Yuan's words pierced Su Chen like a knife, causing Su Chen to tremble all over, with the spiritual energy in his body surging continuously. When Su Yuan saw Su Chen's appearance, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand and several servants came forward, pressed Su Chen to the ground, and prepared to use force.
What do you want to do?
Su Chen struggled, his face full of anger and pain. These servants didn't take him seriously at all. The young master has ordered that he be abolished. One of the servants said coldly. Hearing this, Su Chen's expression suddenly changed, his fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes revealed strong hatred, but he was helpless. After all, he was just an ordinary person and had no way to contend with Su Yuan's power, let alone resist.
Chapter 281. Your luck is too bad, Dad.
Mom, I'm sorry, why did you take the bullet for me?
Why did you want to die?
Su Chen roared to the sky, his voice was shrill and full of grief and anger, but Su Yuan's eyes were full of ridicule and mockery. He looked at Su Chen and said slowly, Su Chen, don't blame me, it's just your bad luck. Do you think I can find your whereabouts with my methods? Impossible. Su Chen said this gritting his teeth, but he didn't know why his parents were killed just half a year ago. He didn't believe that his parents were assassinated by someone, and he was even more unwilling to believe that it was Su Yuan who did it. But he was powerless and had no way to prove anything. At this time, Su Yuan's eyes fell on Su Chen and sneered, I know you are confused.
Who do you think did this? I can tell you that it was me.
Su Chen's eyes widened, his face filled with horror, and he exclaimed, Why?
Because I can't stand you. I can't stand everything about you.
I don't want my woman to be engaged to another man, so I sent someone to kill your parents. In my heart, your parents will only have one fate, and that is death. At this moment, Su Chen's heart seemed to be torn apart and bleeding. Su Yuan's words made him feel as if a knife was inserted into his heart, making him unable to breathe due to the pain. However, Su Chen was still unwilling to give up. He gritted his teeth and said, You will be punished for doing this.
You will not have a good ending.
Ha ha ha, retribution?
I don't believe it. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? Do you think I'm afraid? My parents are dead, and I'm helpless now. What can the King of Heaven do to me? No one I want to kill will survive. And I won't be afraid of anyone anymore.
I, Su Yuan, have done countless wrong things in my life, but no matter who he is, I will kill him. I will make him pay 100 times, 1,000 times the price.
Ha 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 ha.
There was an evil curve at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth, and there was a crazy light flashing in his eyes, which looked a little creepy. This made Su Chen's heart sink suddenly.
Master, we should go now.
At this time, the servant came forward and said respectfully. Su Chen looked at the servant and asked, What happened to my parents?
Why don't you tell me?
Hearing Su Chen's words, the servant's expression changed slightly, but he quickly concealed it and said lightly, Su Chen, don't be stubborn. You are not suitable to inherit everything in our Su family. You are too weak and have no right to be the heir of the Su family. You'd better give up as soon as possible to avoid embarrassment. And your friends will have nothing to do with you anymore. Listening to the servant's words, Su Chen's heart was filled with anger and resentment, but he didn't know how to vent it. He took a deep breath, looked at the servant, and said through gritted teeth, Why did you kill my parents? My parents are your father's, why are you so cruel? My father is dead, why don't you let him go? Are you still human? At this moment, Su Chen was completely out of control. His emotions completely collapsed and his eyes were frighteningly red, like two blood beads. You're talking nonsense. How could we possibly kill our own parents? You didn't kill them, they just committed suicide. Suicide? Ha ha, Su Chen laughed wildly, but as he laughed, tears began to flow. My parents couldn't commit suicide, absolutely not. They were just forced by you, so, having said this, Su Chen stopped and did not continue. He knew very well in his heart that his parents chose to die because of him. At this time, Su Yuan sneered, Suicide? Humph, that's really funny. That was the choice my parents made before they died, you know? Su Chen was stunned. A decision made before dying, could it be that my parents were not murdered by someone, but committed suicide? Su Chen didn't believe it, but the facts were before him and he had to believe it. He looked at his parents, his eyes gradually becoming empty and dim, and he muttered to himself, So that's it. His heart was filled with endless regret, but it was of no use, because his parents died, he couldn't even see their bodies. You regret it now, don't you? But it's too late. Your parents deserved it. But I can make your death quicker. After saying that, Su Yuan took out a stone from the side and threw it at Su Chen. Su Chen's face changed drastically when he saw the stone flying towards him. Whoosh! Snap! The stone pierced Su Chen's forehead directly, causing him to fall to the ground, blood splattering and screaming. Su Yuan walked in front of Su Chen, looking at Su Chen lying on the ground twitching, with a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. You are not very powerful, what's wrong? I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the Su family's property and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, what awaits you will be the torture of hell. Su Yuan looked down at Su Chen and spoke coldly. Su Chen looked at Su Yuan and said coldly, I will never give the Su family's property to you even if I die. Ha, it seems like you want to try the feeling of hell. After saying that, Su Yuan's figure disappeared in the room. The next second, he came in front of Su Chen, picked up Su Chen and led him out of the room. Let me go. Su Chen roared and used all his strength to break free from Su Yuan's restraints. Su Chen staggered and almost fell. He stared at Su Yuan angrily, his eyes blazing with rage, and roared hoarsely like a beast, Why didn't you tell me? Why? You want me to die? Su Chen's emotions were on the verge of going out of control. Su Yuan snorted coldly and said sarcastically, How could we tell you such a thing? You are really stupid. Not only that, I will arrange everything at the Su family. Just wait for your nightmare to come. I promise that it will make you suffer 100 times more than hell. After saying that, Su Yuan sneered and left. Seeing Su Yuan leaving, Su Chen's heart fell into endless fear. The scene of his parents' tragic death kept ringing in his mind, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Su Yuan is a narrow-minded person who will never let go of any flaws. This kind of person is not worthy of being a son. His parents will not die in vain. Thinking of this, Su Chen turned around abruptly and ran towards the Su family. Chapter 282 It's still uncertain who will win. Su Chen, stop right there. The servant watched Su Chen leave and immediately chased after him, blocking his way and shouting at him angrily. Su Chen glared at the servants and sneered, You dare to stop me? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you all? Su Chen, are you crazy? I warn you, don't forget how powerful our Su family is. If you mess around, your family will not have an easy time. Su Chen burst into laughter when he heard this, his eyes flashing with mockery and sadness. You are indeed strong, but I am not bad either. Let's fight to the death, and it's not certain who will win in the end. The servant didn't expect Su Chen to say such a thing. He frowned, his eyes flashing with a strong chill, and said, If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, the servant waved his hand and a dagger appeared in his hand, emitting a chilling coldness. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. He didn't expect the servant to react so quickly, and he had such a weapon.
You want to kill me? Yes, it is impossible for you to defeat me.
The servant sneered, and his sharp eyes fell on Su Chen, filled with strong hatred, as if he wanted to tear Su Chen to pieces. Su Chen sneered, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, "Then come on, I want to see what you can do to me." Hearing Su Chen's words, the servant's eyes flashed with anger, and he said word by word, "Su Chen, since you are seeking death yourself, you can't blame me." After saying that, the servant raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed towards Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled coldly and immediately prepared to hide. However, when Su Chen dodged, the dagger in the servant's hand directly cut his left shoulder, causing blood to spurt out of his wound instantly. Severe pain spread throughout his body, causing Su Chen to let out a shrill scream. As Su Chen looked at the wound on his arm, and then thought of Su Yuan's vicious and cruel smile, he suddenly felt a little scared. He looked at the servant, fear evident in his eyes. When the servant saw this, he curled his lips slightly, revealed a sneer, and said, "I want to see what other tricks you have." Su Chen glanced at the servant, said nothing, and turned and ran outside. Su Chen's leg was seriously injured and he fell to the ground after running just a few steps.
Damn it!
Su Chen cursed under his breath and saw the bodyguards standing outside the Su family's gate. He gritted his teeth, got up, and continued to run outside.
Stop, Su Chen!
Seeing this, the servant immediately called out to Su Chen and pointed the dagger in his hand at him. Su Chen turned around and glanced at the bodyguards. A cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists and flashed with a strong murderous look in his eyes. He said word by word, "I want to see who dares to touch me." After saying that, he started running again. "Stop.
If you run again, I'll kill you."
Su Chen ignored the servant and continued running towards the door. This time, the servant rushed forward, knocked Su Chen to the ground, and then held a dagger to his neck.
"If you run again, I'll cut your neck."
Su Chen didn't expect that the servant would be so bold as to threaten him. Su Chen's face was full of anger, but his eyes were as deep as water and calm, without any panic or fear.
"Would you dare?" Su Chen looked at the servant and asked calmly. "Why shouldn't I?"
The servant snorted coldly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Su Chen did not speak, but with a mocking smile on his face, he looked at the servant and sneered, "If you dare, you can cut it off.
Anyway, there is no one in this world that I care about anymore."
Su Chen looked at the servant and said coldly. When the servant heard this, he was shocked. Su Chen glanced at the servant, then moved to a certain position and made a provocative expression to the servant, with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes.
"Su Chen, don't push me."
The servant roared and stabbed Su Chen's neck with a dagger. At this moment, the Su family's protective shield was suddenly breached.
Boom! Crack!
With a loud bang, a crack appeared in the Su family's protective shield. Everyone's pupils contracted slightly. How is this possible? The Su family's defense system is operated by professionals, and even they cannot penetrate it, but this young man can. Everyone was shocked and stared at Su Chen in shock. Su Chen looked at the servant, and the smile on his face became even brighter.
"Su Chen, who are you?"
The servant looked at Su Chen in shock. Su Chen looked at the servant, smiled, and said, "Does it matter who I am?
What matters is that you are going to die soon."
After saying that, Su Chen's body suddenly turned into a gust of wind and ran towards the door, trying to take the opportunity to escape. However, at this moment, two bodyguards suddenly stabbed Su Chen's back with a sword. Su Chen's body was blown away by a powerful force, hitting the wall, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ahem! Su Chen covered his injured shoulder and coughed. His gaze fell on the two bodyguards holding daggers at the door, and a cold light flashed in his eyes.
"Su Chen, you better stay here obediently."
One of the bodyguards stared at Su Chen coldly, and said in a grim tone, "Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Su Chen sneered, glanced at the bodyguard, and said, "If you want to kill me, it depends on whether you have the ability to do it, you." The bodyguard became furious when he heard Su Chen's words. Su Chen glanced at him and said, "If that's the case, then let's have a good competition."
"Su Chen, you are too arrogant."
Another bodyguard glared at Su Chen and said, "Since you don't know whether to live or die, we will help you." After saying that, the two bodyguards nodded to each other, holding daggers in their hands, and attacked Su Chen.
Bang! Puff! Crack!
Su Chen's arms were scratched by two sharp daggers. He gasped in pain and his face turned as pale as paper. Su Chen looked at them, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. In that case, let's see who dies first, you or me. Before Su Chen finished his words, he suddenly jumped up, gathered a ball of spiritual power in his hands, and slashed at the two bodyguards.
Bang! Crack! Su Chen's speed was extremely fast.
The two bodyguards were chopped into two before they could react. Blood splattered everywhere, staining Su Chen's clothes red.
Chapter 283. Do you still think I'm a waste?
The servants looked at Su Chen's actions with a hint of surprise in their eyes. They didn't expect that he was so fast and could deal with their bodyguards in such a short time. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The servant looked at Su Chen and had a bad feeling in his heart. Before the servant had time to think, he saw Su Chen suddenly swung his right hand and grabbed his chest directly. The servant let out a painful wail, his eyes wide open, looking at Su Chen in disbelief. Su Chen kicked the servant to the ground. He squatted beside the servant, looking down at him with a mocking smile on his face.
Do you still think I'm trash now?
The servant looked at Su Chen, swallowed hard, and shook his head awkwardly.
No. No. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was really wrong. The servant looked at Su Chen and spoke in a crying tone. Ha, isn't it a little late to realize your mistake now?
Su Chen looked at the servant coldly and said in a cold tone, if you want my life, you have to pay the price. The servant looked at Su Chen with a hint of fear in his eyes.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
If you want to kill me, then step over my dead body.
The servant knelt in front of Su Chen, cowed out and begged for mercy, tears streaming down his face. Master Su, please let him go. He is just a servant. If you want to kill him, please come after me and don't embarrass him. Master Su, you can't kill him, otherwise, I won't be able to survive.
The two old butlers and the others looked at this scene and knelt down to beg for mercy. When Su Chen heard this, the look in his eyes when he looked at them became even more sinister.
You are all a bunch of scum. You almost killed me, shouldn't I kill you? Besides, he is from my Su family. Do you think I will let him off easily?
Su Chen said as he stretched out his foot and stepped down hard.
Puff! Crack!
Along with the sound of bones breaking, the servant screamed and blood immediately gushed out of his mouth.
Su Chen, you devil!
When the old housekeepers saw this, they turned pale with fright.
Aren't you going to kill me? Well, I'm giving you a chance now. Su Chen, we know we were wrong. Please let them go. They are innocent.
Yes, Su Chen, please spare them, they are just following orders, please. When the old housekeepers saw the servants rolling on the ground in pain, they all knelt down and begged for mercy. Hearing this, Su Chen curled his lips coldly and said, do you think it's too late to beg for mercy now?
I tell you, you must die today.
After saying that, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He waved his hand suddenly, and a sharp wind blew towards several bodyguards, lifting their scalps and causing blood to spurt everywhere.
Help! Don't kill us. We won't dare to do it again. Su Chen, please. We won't dare to do it again.
The bodyguards were covered in blood, which was flowing down their heads. They were panicked and begged for mercy.
Now, do you still think I'm trash?
There was a hint of coldness in Su Chen's eyes, his fingers clenched into fists, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Seeing this, several people were so scared that they nodded quickly.
Yes, yes. How could they not agree?
Su Chen's strength is too strong, they are no match for Su Chen at all, how dare they say no?
Then you can go down and accompany them now. Su Chen glanced at them indifferently.
When several people heard Su Chen's words, they turned pale and trembled all over.
No, Master Su. We were wrong.
Several people looked at Su Chen, screaming in fear, sweat dripping down their foreheads, but Su Chen seemed to have heard nothing. He raised his foot and kicked the servant away, stepped on his chest, and made his body hit the wall hard. Su Chen's face was extremely cold.
Su Chen, we will never dare to do this again. Su Chen, we won't dare to do that again.
Several old men looked at Su Chen and said in horror. When Su Chen heard this, a cold curve appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Humph, it's too late to admit your mistake now. Bang, Su Chen stepped hard on the servant's heart.
There was a sound of bones breaking. The servant screamed miserably, his face turned liver color, and he rolled on the ground in agony.
No, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me.
When several old men saw this, their faces changed drastically and their eyes were filled with despair. They never thought that Su Chen would actually kill them. Su Chen looked at these old men coldly, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. I warn you, if anyone dares to cause trouble to me again, don't blame me for being rude.
This time, it's just a small punishment. If there is a next time, I will personally wipe you out.
A cruel and bloodthirsty smile appeared on Su Chen's face. When several people heard these words, they shuddered all over and shook with fear. The look in their eyes when they looked at Su Chen was filled with deep fear, and there was a strong resentment and unwillingness flashing in their eyes. They were clearly following orders, but in the end, they ended up with such a tragic end.
All this is because of Su Chen. It's all Su Chen's fault.
Su Chen looked at the expressions on the old men's faces, snorted coldly, then turned and left. Su Chen walked to the door and was about to push it open when he felt a sharp pain. Su Chen lowered his head and saw the old housekeepers holding long knives and stabbing at him. Su Chen's face changed slightly and he quickly dodged. However, the figures of those old housekeepers continued to attack him relentlessly, as if they wanted to kill Su Chen completely. Seeing this, Su Chen frowned. Who sent these people and why did they want to deal with him? Su Chen was full of doubts, but soon, he regained his composure. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and his figure suddenly flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. By the time the old housekeepers came to their senses, Su Chen had already left without a trace.
Master Su, Master Su.
Several people panicked and shouted loudly.
He escaped. He will definitely go to his master to report the news. Chapter 280 For the Su family's guard. The master is furious right now. If he knew that young Master Su did such a thing, he would definitely not let young Master Su go. Hurry! Go and report to the master. Good.
After the stewards finished speaking, they immediately turned around and left. They must report to their master immediately, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous.
Bang! Bang!
Not long after they left, there was a sudden explosion behind them. Flames flew and smoke billowed. Several people were enveloped by the flames and turned into ashes in an instant. A few seconds later, the smoke cleared and a huge pit appeared before everyone. Seeing this, all the servants were terrified. Those are some masters. It was burned into nothingness by Su Chen at the first sight. Su Chen is actually a martial saint. As soon as this thought came to mind, a look of despair appeared on the faces of all the servants. They couldn't help but think of the demise of the Su family. The demise of the Su family is exactly the same as the scene before our eyes.
Bang, bang, bang. Su Chen walked up to them and kicked them away one by one.
They fell downstairs and turned into a pool of blood mist. This scene left everyone stunned, with expressions of horror on their faces. Is this still a human being? They are just a group of ordinary people. How can they compare with the young man in front of them?
Master, spare my life. Master, please let me go. We won't dare to do it again.
Several old housekeepers looked at Su Chen in front of them, trembling with fear and kowtowing and begging for mercy. Su Chen ignored them and walked straight outside. As soon as his figure disappeared, the butler immediately stood up with a sinister look on his face.
Su Chen, you'd better not come back. Otherwise, I will never let you go.
At the same time, in another ancient castle of the Su family. Inside the castle, the lights are bright, and the place is magnificent and luxurious. Su Chen walked through the corridor, came to a heavy wooden door, and knocked twice. Squeak! The wooden door was slowly opened, revealing a handsome face and a pair of dark eyes, deep and cold, like an emperor in the dark night.
Master, there is something I need to report to you. Su Chen looked at the man in front of him and said respectfully. Go ahead.
The man looked at Su Chen with a cold tone. Su Chen heard this, coughed lightly, and then said, It's like this, I met a group of people yesterday. Those people are a group of practitioners, their strength is very terrifying, and their identity is the Su family's guard team. And each of them possesses a powerful weapon. One of my friends died in their hands.
These practitioners are all your subordinates, Su Chen.
Your strength is much higher than those practitioners.
You should be able to kill them easily. Su Chen told everything that happened yesterday. Oh? Su Hao's face suddenly showed a hint of amusement. This is interesting. Master, aren't you worried about Su Chen's safety? Su Chen asked curiously. There's nothing to worry about. Don't you know my methods?
I don't care about those rubbish at all.
Do you think they can be my opponent?
Hearing this, Suchen suddenly fell silent. Indeed, they did not know his methods, but his combat experience shocked them. In particular, although those people were powerful, he just looked down on them. That means they are not qualified to fight Suchen at all. However, they cannot admit defeat like this. After all, Suchen's strength was too terrifying. Even the three old men were no match for him, let alone ordinary people like them. If they retreat like this, how can they serve Su Hao in the future? If other people knew how cowardly they were, they would probably laugh at them to death. Thinking of this, several old men looked at each other, and then nodded. Seeing this, Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly. In that case, there is no need for him to hold back any longer.
Su Chen, let's do it again tonight. This time, I will definitely step on you. I don't believe you can win this time. Su Chen, prepare to die.
After they finished speaking, they waved their weapons and rushed towards Su Chen.
Ha, you are overestimating yourself.
Su Chen chuckled, a teasing smile on his face. When they saw this, anger showed on their faces, and they used their strongest skills to kill Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen no longer hid his strength, but directly burst out with the terrifying aura of a martial master level and rushed towards the few people. An unparalleled force surged out from Su Chen's body, instantly shattering everything in front of him.
Puff!
When several old men saw this, their faces changed drastically. They didn't expect that Su Chen had actually reached the martial master realm.
Martial master realm, how is this possible? That boy is only 20 years old.
Not only them, but even the bodyguards were stunned by the scene before them.
How is it possible? How can this kid be only 20 years old? How can he be so powerful? What the hell is going on? No, we can't let this kid get out alive.
When they thought of this, a fierce light flashed across their eyes, and then they rushed forward again. Seeing this, Su Chen sneered and took action directly. Upon seeing this, several people were slapped away, vomiting blood and falling to the ground. Master,
we're late.
Just then, several voices were heard, and then several old men with white beards walked in from outside the door.
What's wrong with you guys?
Su Hao glanced at a few people, a hint of displeasure flashed across his brows, and he asked in a cold voice.
Master, we have no other options. The enemy is too strong. Even if they unite, they can't do anything to us.
We can't even touch their sleeves.
We can only watch him run away with the young master.
Several people lowered their heads and spoke in low voices. Su Hao's face darkened when he heard this, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes.
Useless, what a bunch of useless people, they can't even handle a junior.
Hearing this scolding, several old men immediately looked ashamed, lowered their heads, and dared not refute. Su Chen looked at Su Hao in front of him and asked indifferently, "What are you doing here?"
Of course I'm going to settle the score with you. Humph, is the Su family a place where you can act wild?
Su Hao shouted coldly.
But don't worry, today, you can't escape even if you have wings.
After saying this, a ferocious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes.
Chapter 285, Practicing Illusion. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. Then give it a try. Do you think you can stop me? I'm not here to give you the chance to get down on your knees and lick my shoes.
Su Chen said indifferently, and then his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Su Hao's eyebrows twitched suddenly when he saw this.
Illusion? That's right. You little brat, you actually learned illusion. Su Hao was immediately furious upon seeing this, with a look of anger and shame on his face. He really didn't expect that this kid also practiced illusion. He knew better than anyone how powerful illusion was, so he never thought that Su Chen would practice illusion.
In that case, I will take care of you first, and then go find the others. Let them know that Su Chen is not someone to be trifled with.
But, Su Chen, don't blame me for being ruthless.
After Su Hao finished speaking, a ferocious look flashed across his eyes, and then he looked up at the sky.
Today I will let you know how big the gap between you and me is. 9 turns of heavenly thunder, destruction.
Su Hao shouted loudly, and the temperature in the entire room suddenly dropped by hundreds of degrees.
Boom!
Following a loud roar, an extremely huge golden lightning bolt fell from the sky, carrying with it the power to destroy the world. When the people around saw this, their faces suddenly changed and strong fear appeared in their eyes. That terrible thunder and lightning seemed to be able to destroy everything. Seeing this, Su Chen was not afraid at all. He looked up at the golden lightning.
9 heavenly thunder turns? Your skills are quite special. But do you think you can do anything to me with just a 9-turn heavenly thunder?
Su Chen sneered, his figure suddenly shook, turned into a residual shadow, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, a fierce whip kick suddenly kicked towards the golden lightning.
Snap!
With a crisp sound, the golden lightning was directly defeated, turning into lightning all over the sky and drifting away.
Illusion?
Seeing this scene, Su Hao's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. But how so? Su Chen can actually perform illusions, and this is such an unfathomable illusion. How did he practice it?
This is simply unbelievable. How is it possible? Su Hao's eyes widened, filled with disbelief.
But even if you know illusion, you will still die in my hands.
Death is coming. Su Hao roared and suddenly spread his arms. Shua shua shua.
Immediately afterwards, dark shadows quickly emerged from the void. These black shadows were all filled with a strong ghost power, making people feel creepy. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes couldn't help but focus, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He finally understood why Su Hao called him the god of death, because he actually summoned 1,000 ghosts. These ghosts, dressed in pitch-black robes and with hideous faces, exuded gloomy and terrifying aura, like demons crawling out of hell.
Ha, kid, do you know what this is?
This is a ghost that I carefully cultivated, born for killing. It has a very strong attack power, enough to tear you into powder.
Your life will end here today.
Su Hao laughed crazily, his face full of excitement. This move of his was something he had just realized recently, and its power was extremely terrifying. Su Chen couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, nor eternal friends, there are only benefits. Therefore, in order to gain benefits, they will also do whatever it takes.
I don't believe that you can hurt me with your little tricks.
After saying that, a dazzling purple flame suddenly burst out from Su Chen's body, as bright as the blazing sun, extremely dazzling.
Ah, look, he cast an illusion. The Su family's guards exclaimed one by one. Illusion? Do you think you can hurt me with your mediocre skills? Ridiculous, break it for me.
Su Hao shouted angrily, and the spiritual power in his body surged like a flood that broke through a dam, rushing in all directions.
Boom!
The next moment, Su Chen stomped his foot, and pieces of bluestone slabs suddenly exploded. Su Chen's physical strength exploded to the peak, and his feet stomped hard on the ground.
Crack!
Along with a crisp sound, cracks suddenly spread out. Immediately afterwards, cracks quickly expanded, and traces like spider webs spread all over the ground. With a deafening sound, a thick pillar of lightning shot up into the sky, carrying tremendous pressure, and smashed towards Su Chen. Boom! A series of piercing sounds echoed over the Su family, shaking the ground. Puff!
Ahem!
Su Chen vomited blood, his body was blown away and fell to the ground, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth.
How about it?
This level of lightning attack is enough to kill any martial king realm expert. Su Hao looked at Su Chen, who was knocked to the ground, and a mocking arc appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said contemptuously.
However, in this world, there are still many people who are not afraid of death and want to challenge an existence like me. This guy is one of them. After Su Hao finished speaking, the 1,000 ghosts turned their heads and looked at Su Chen on the ground with bloodthirsty looks on their faces. Then, the 1,000 ghosts rushed out and pounced on Su Chen. Boom! A series of piercing sounds rang out, and Su Chen felt as if his internal organs were about to be crushed, in extreme pain. Poochie!
The next moment, a scarlet head rolled out from his neck, blood gushing out.
Puff!
The blood on Su Chen's body kept spurting out, just like rain.
His chest had completely sunken in. Eewa!
In an instant, horrifying forces raged through his body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Following a few loud noises, Su Chen's figure flew out and fell heavily into the ruins in the distance.
Chapter 286. What awaits you is death. Su Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and his whole body began to tremble violently. His face was full of pain and struggle, and his whole body was twitching. 1,000 ghosts actually wanted to give him a final blow. Damn it!
Su Chen cursed under his breath, his eyes filled with flames of resentment. These people are so bullying. However, he had no room to resist.
Bang!
Su Chen clenched his fists and slammed them hard on the ground.
Boom!
A dull crash was heard, and the entire earth was shaking violently. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the view. Su Chen's entire body sank into the ground, his limbs tightly grasped the hard rock wall to support his body.
Boom! Boom, boom, boom! Boom!
At this moment, the attacks of 1,000 ghosts followed closely and fell on Su Chen.
Boom, boom!
There was a loud explosion, and the whole hall was shaking continuously. Plop! The next moment, a figure jumped out from the ground and knelt upright on the ground. Su Chen raised his head with difficulty, his face was as pale as paper, and blood continued to seep out from the corners of his mouth.
Master Su!
Seeing this scene, everyone in the Su family's faces suddenly changed.
These beasts! They are simply beasts. Their master actually wanted to kill his own son. Su Hao looked at Su Chen lying on the ground, his eyes flashing with a hint of ferocity. I don't care what method you use, you must get rid of these monsters within half an incense stick, otherwise, death will be waiting for you. Half an incense stick?
Hearing these words, Su Chen was stunned. He originally only planned to lure these ghosts to a remote and deserted place and kill them. After all, he didn't want to let his mother see him being devoured by a group of ghosts. However, he never dreamed that the number of ghosts was far beyond his expectations. And now, when half an incense stick of time is up, Su Hao will definitely immediately order Su Chen to be beheaded.
How is it, Master Su?
Su Hao said with a sneer. Su Chen took a deep breath, and 2 clusters of burning flames burst out of his eyes.
Okay. Since you guys are forcing me, I can only accompany you to the end. Boom.
The next second, Su Chen's spiritual power surged again, and his bones made a crackling sound. Then, he slowly stood up.
You forced me to do this.
Looking at the scene before them, the elders of the Su family all showed a look of disdain in their eyes. He is just a junior, so what if he is very strong? They are practitioners in the nascent soul stage, even the masters of the 9th level of the condensation pill stage are nothing but ants in front of them.
What's more, Su Chen is now seriously injured.
Whoosh! The next moment, Su Chen turned into a shadow and rushed towards the group of ghosts. Call out! Su Chen's figure instantly appeared behind one of the ghosts and punched him hard.
Bang! Bang!
The ghost didn't even have time to react before being knocked away by the punch. Immediately afterwards, Su Chen's figure disappeared again and appeared in front of another ghost.
Bang! 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 Every punch contains powerful force.
A ghost at the 3rd level of the condensation pill stage was totally powerless in front of Su Chen. With just a few moves, this ghost at the 3rd level of the condensation pill stage was directly blasted into pieces.
Bang! Su Chen's figure disappeared again, and appeared in front of another ghost, and killed it again.
In just a dozen seconds, more than 100 ghosts at the 3rd level of the condensation stage died at the hands of Su Chen.
How could it be?
Su Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock and disbelief. This guy is obviously just a 2nd level condensed pill stage trash. Why does he have such terrifying strength?
How is this possible? Master Su, don't waste time, fight quickly, otherwise, you will die here. The Su family's ancestor looked at Su Chen, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He didn't want anything to happen to the Su family during his retreat.
Hearing this, Su Chen took a deep breath, a cold chill emanating from his body, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. Good.
Today, I, Su Chen, will let you know who is the real hunter. Su Chen roared, and an extremely powerful aura suddenly surged from his entire body. The spiritual power in his body surged out like a tsunami and gathered on his fist. Boom! The next moment, Su Chen's body appeared in front of the group of ghosts again. Then, a punch was thrown with the force of a storm, hitting a ghost hard. Crack!
A crisp cracking sound was heard, and the ghost's head was smashed to pieces immediately. Blood spurted out, staining Su Chen's clothes red. The ghost was completely shocked, his eyes were filled with intense fear.
Poochie! Immediately afterwards, Su Chen's arms exerted force suddenly and tore it apart. Ah, ah!
A shrill scream was heard, and the ghost suddenly fell in a pool of blood and was completely destroyed.
Swish!
The next second, Su Chen's eyes swept around and locked onto a female ghost. This is Su Hao's biological sister, Su Shui. Su Chen couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, Su Shui was not surrounded by these ghosts, otherwise, she would be in danger. Hee hee.
Seeing this scene, Su Hao couldn't help but sneer. Su Chen, have you run out of tricks? You still want to kill so many ghosts in my Su family?
Hearing this, Su Chen did not say anything, but walked towards another ghost again.
Boom! Su Chen stomped his feet on the ground, causing it to collapse. He shot out like a cannonball and appeared in front of a male ghost again. Call out. With a punch, the male ghost was blasted into the air. Su Chen's speed was so fast that even those ghosts at the third level of the condensation pill stage had no power to resist. In just a short moment, all those ghosts at the third level of the condensation stage were killed by Su Chen. Chapter 287. An existence that is hard to reach in a lifetime. Seeing this, everyone's pupils couldn't help but shrink. This guy's strength is so strong. Su Chen, you are really amazing. Su Hao narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with gloom. Not Su Chen's strength is so terrifying. My Su family has trained you for so long, is it just to train you to kill my Su family's people? Hee hee. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Hearing this, Su Hao was speechless. There is no need to say more about this matter. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being rude to you. Su Hao's eyes suddenly turned scarlet. He is the proud son of the Su family. He has grown up smoothly with all kinds of cultivation resources at his disposal. He enjoyed this feeling very much, even a little bit carried away, but today, he fell into the hands of a loser. It's a shame. Do you think you have the right to say this to me today? If you don't try, how will you know my strength and whether I am qualified? Hearing this, Su Hao couldn't help but frown. This kid crazy, how dare you challenge Su Hao? The Su family is so powerful, but it is something he will never be able to achieve in his entire life. His strength has reached the 5th level of the condensation pill stage. He only needs one step to break through the 6th level and advance to the 7th level of the condensation pill stage. In his eyes, this kind of strength is enough to stand out from the crowd, and this kid in front of him actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Didn't he know that being arrogant in front of Su Hao would cost him a price? Boy, I advise you not to be too presumptuous. I, Su Hao, am at the peak of the 7th level of the condensation pill stage. Here, even if you want to turn the tide, it's impossible. Hearing this, Su Chen shook his head. Really? Then I'll try today to see how strong you are. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen rushed towards a ghost again. Bang! This time, Su Chen's power is even stronger. Puff! With a dull sound, the ghost's head was blown up by Su Chen on the spot. This scene made Su Hao's pupils shrink suddenly. This kid is so strong. Boom! Bang! Just as Su Hao was shocked, a heavy sound suddenly reached his ears. I saw the ghost's body explode into pieces. Seeing this scene, the corners of Su Hao's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. What kind of strength is this? No, this guy is too weird. We have to get out of here. But before leaving, get rid of the ghost here first. Thinking of this, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corner of Su Hao's mouth. There were sharp cold rays flashing from his eyes. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed and appeared in front of Su Chen. Seeing this scene, Su Chen frowned slightly, but was not afraid at all, because he was confident that he could kill Su Hao. Call out, call out, call out. At this moment, dozens of cold rays broke through the void and headed straight towards Su Chen. There were scarlet bloodshot streaks in the eye sockets of those ghosts, showing their anger and excitement at the moment. Bang! Boom! Su Chen raised his right leg, and a golden light suddenly burst out from between his legs, turning into a beam of light that bombarded the ghosts. Plop, plop, a series of sounds of people falling to the ground echoed in the air, making people feel a chill in their hearts. Your strength is not strong enough, so you can't hurt me at all, do you understand? Seeing this scene, Su Hao's eyes suddenly widened. How is this possible? Su Hao's eyes were filled with disbelief just now. Although the attacks of those ghosts were very weak, they were still the power of ghosts at the peak of the 5th level of the condensation pill stage. How could, boom! However, before he could finish his thought, Su Chen stomped his toes on the ground. Suddenly, the power of those ghosts surged again and hit Su Hao fiercely. Puff! Su Hao immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew away like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground. How is this possible? What kind of skill is this? It actually has such a terrifying power. Could it be a martial art that combines both spiritual power and martial arts? That's impossible.
Where in this world can there be a martial art that combines both spiritual power and martial arts? Thinking of this, Su Hao's expression changed drastically. Cultivate both spiritual and martial arts. In the history of China, it has never been heard of. You, who are you? How can you possess such a terrible power? Seeing Su Chen, Su Hao's heart was filled with resentment. In his opinion, Su Chen's identity was definitely not an ordinary person.
Do you have any last words? If not, then I'll leave.
Su Chen shrugged and spoke slowly. Su Hao's face darkened instantly.
Want to leave? Not that easy.
After saying this, a terrifying wave suddenly surged in his body. Immediately, blood-colored beads suddenly emerged. These blood-colored beads, emitting a faint green light, look extremely creepy. Call out. The next second, he flashed and rushed towards Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes turned cold. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The next moment, Su Hao's huge body fell heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold.
Su Hao, your strength is quite good. You even know how to dodge my attacks.
Su Chen's lips curled up into a sinister arc as he spoke lightly. This guy is really amazing.
Who the hell are you?
Su Hao struggled to stand up with a painful expression. Su Hao could clearly feel that he had used almost all his strength in that attack just now.
But he didn't kill the opponent.
Instead, he himself was shocked to the point of vomiting blood.
How is this possible? My name is Su Chen, you can call me Xiaochenzi.
Su Chen smiled lightly, with a look of strong sarcasm in his eyes.
Chapter 288, Common sense can no longer be used to speculate. Xiaochenzi. How dare you call me that?
Do you know that in the entire Chinese martial arts circle, those who dare to call me like this basically never walk out alive? Hearing this, Su Chen showed a playful smile. It seems that he is quite famous. But, so what? I am a core disciple of the Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance.
Even if you have a great background, you have to kneel down and lick my ass.
Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but snorted coldly and said lightly, Su Hao, I advise you not to struggle anymore.
I know you are a warrior.
It's just that your training speed is too slow, so you can't even withstand one of my moves.
Who are you?
Hearing this, Su Chen was slightly stunned, then chuckled and said, You should ask me this question.
My strength may be very strong in the eyes of you ants. But, for me, it is of no use. Do you know how I got in?
I'm telling you, even if the leaders of the top superpowers in China come, they can't stop me.
I am a martial arts master.
Moreover, he is a martial saint at the martial emperor level. Su Chen shouted coldly, his face full of pride. What a bullshit superpower, what an invincible sect, in my own eyes, they are all scum.
Martial saint.
Martial emperor, no wonder it's so amazing. Hearing this, a look of shock finally appeared on Su Hao's face. He knew that the man in front of him could no longer be judged by common sense. This speed of cultivation is simply incredible. However, he also didn't believe that the person in front of him was truly a powerful martial arts master. After all, he didn't even dare to think about this kind of thing.
No matter who you are dead today.
Whoosh! The next moment, Su Hao's figure suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen like a gust of wind. Green flames lingered on his fingers. Seeing this scene, Su Hao's mouth suddenly curled up into a sneer.
Go to hell! Burning sky finger! As a deep and resentful voice sounded, a destructive flame instantly burst out. This one finger is enough to destroy mountains and split rocks.
And Su Hao was also confident that he could turn the young man in front of him into ashes in an instant.
Bang!
Just as the finger was about to touch Su Chen's body, Su Chen's figure flashed and appeared behind him like a ghost. Your speed is quite good, worthy of being a martial saint, only, you are so slow, just like a dog. Su Chen sneered, and his figure flashed again, disappearing from Su Hao's sight. All this happened in a flash, in just a short period of time. Seeing this scene, Su Hao's face twitched violently, his eyes were filled with horror. How could this young man in front of me be able to do this?
How is that possible? I am a powerful martial arts master. How could I possibly lose to you? Go to hell!
Su Hao threw a punch with such ferocious force that it attacked Su Chen's chest like a fire dragon.
Boom! Bang!
The moment the fist collided with Su Chen's chest, Su Hao felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. His body flew backwards like a cannonball and hit the ground hard.
Boom, boom, boom.
Crack! There was a crisp sound, and his bones shattered directly, his chest even collapsed 2 meters.
After Su Chen returned home,
he looked at the empty living room and thought of his father who had been lying in the hospital for more than 10 years. Su Chen's mother was an ordinary wage earner from a well-off family. But when she fell ill, Su Chen had not yet gone to college, so his father was unable to send him to the hospital in time, which eventually led to his father's death, leaving him and his mother to depend on each other.
Why?
Su Chen sighed and felt very sad at this moment. He heard the door open and he immediately stood up alertly. Who would it be at this point? Just as Su Chen was about to rush out, he heard footsteps. His heart immediately rose and his hands nervously gripped the back of the sofa. Soon, he saw a man in a black leather jacket and a baseball cap walking to the entrance. Su Chen looked carefully and found that the man was actually his half-brother, Su Chen's cousin, Su Tianming.
What are you doing?
A look of vigilance appeared on Su Chen's face. Su Tianming looked at his half-brother and sneered, "Why do you care about me?"
Su Tianming's tone was full of sarcasm.
He opened the door and shouted outside, "Mom, your son is back." As he shouted, his mother Lin Yulian pushed open the door and walked in. Lin Yulian saw Su Chen standing there and immediately frowned. "Why haven't you slept yet?"
When Su Chen heard Lin Yulian's words, he immediately said, "Mom, where is my dad?"
Lin Yulian's eyes instantly turned red and tears welled up in them.
Your father is dead."
When Su Tianming saw his mother like this, he immediately snorted coldly, and then said to Su Chen, "I told you a long time ago that he is not worthy of your filial piety." Lin Yulian wiped the tears from her eyes and scolded Su Tianming, "Tianming, shut up and stop talking nonsense."
Su Chen felt even more upset when he heard Lin Yulian's scolding. This time, Su Tianming continued, "Mom, aren't you looking for a job?"
"This time your son has found a good job for you."
"Really? What kind of job?"
When Lin Yulian heard Su Tianming's words, she immediately widened her eyes and asked. Su Tianming said, "A small company."
Lin Yulian showed joy on her face and asked Su Chen, "Which company is it?"
Su Tianming pointed in the direction of the door and said, "It's over there, a company called Shangtang Group." As soon as Su Tianming finished speaking, Lin Yulian immediately pulled Su Chen's arm excitedly and shouted excitedly, "Tianming, thank you, Mom." When Su Chen saw his mother like this, he couldn't help but frown. It was at this time that Su Chen discovered that there was a girl about 20 years old following Su Tianming.
"Who is this?"
When Lin Yulian heard Su Tianming's question, she hurriedly introduced him, "This is my daughter Xiaoling."
Su Chen glanced at Xiaoling, then asked her, "Xiaoling?"
Xiaoling looked at her brother, smiled sweetly and nodded at him. Su Chen looked at this cute and beautiful girl and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, because he always felt that Xiaoling looked familiar. Chapter 289 Half-Sister. When Xiaoling saw her brother staring at her, her cheeks turned red and she lowered her head shyly.
"Is your name Su Chen?"
"My name is Chen Xiaoling." Chen Xiaoling raised her head, looked at her brother, and introduced him to him shyly. When Su Chen heard Xiaoling's name, he suddenly woke up. He remembered that he had been kidnapped and it was this girl named Chen Xiaoling who saved him. He didn't expect that Chen Xiaoling would become his half-sister. Seeing that his sister and his mother were chatting so happily, Su Chen did not disturb them but left quietly. Su Tianming and Chen Xiaoling stayed at home for a long time and left only after they finished dinner. Su Chen didn't dare to sleep the whole time. He was afraid that if he fell asleep, he would never see Chen Xiaoling again. It was not until midnight that Su Chen fell into a drowsy sleep. The next day, Su Chen woke up because of hunger. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, opened the window and looked outside. It was already pitch black outside and it looked like it was getting late. Thinking of what happened last night, Su Chen immediately got up from the bed, put on his clothes and rushed to the kitchen. When Su Chen came to the kitchen, he saw several
dishes in it. He quickly picked up the chopsticks and started to eat with relish, his mouth full of oil. After eating and drinking, Su Chen touched his stomach and looked around the entire villa. This villa is very large, 5 stories high and covers an area of more than 3,000 acres. It is a villa for the rich. Su Chen felt relieved when he saw his father at home. At this moment, he suddenly heard a slight sound coming from his bedroom, and he hurried to the bedroom. When he opened the door, he saw Lin Yulian rummaging through the drawers. Lin Yulian searched the house for a long time but didn't find anything. Lin Yulian said puzzledly, "Strange, where are the things at home?" Su Chen frowned when he heard his mother talking to herself. Su Chen walked in and said, "Mom, there is nothing left at home.
but don't worry, I have asked the lawyer to keep the property certificate and other things.
Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Yulian nodded. Are you going back to school today?
Lin Yulian nodded. Since you are going to school, mom should go to work and earn money to support herself, otherwise you will have to pay tuition fees.
Su Chen felt very guilty when he saw his mother working hard for his tuition.
Mom, don't worry about the tuition fees.
I can find a way to solve it myself.
But Lin Yulian hesitated. Su Chen interrupted Lin Yulian and said seriously, I'm grown up and can take care of myself.
Mom, if there's nothing else, I'll go to school first.
After saying that, he turned and left the bedroom. Lin Yulian looked at Su Chen's departing backside and sat down on the chair. Su Chen left home, immediately hailed a car and rushed towards the school. On the way, Su Chen sent a message to Su Tianming, telling him the good news. His phone vibrated and he saw the text message from Su Tianming. Congratulations, your sister was admitted to university. After Su Chen saw this message, he was speechless. The relationship between his brother and sister was really. Su Chen shook his head and continued to rush towards the school. When he arrived at school, it was already time for class. Su Chen walked around the teaching building, but found no trace of Chen Xiaoling. Chen Xiaoling's pretty face appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but frown.
Is she skipping school?
Thinking of this, Su Chen took out his cell phone and called Xiaoling, but the phone rang for a long time and no one answered. Seeing that the time was almost up, Su Chen had to give up looking for Chen Xiaoling temporarily, and then walk back to the classroom for class. After the fourth class, he was about to leave, but at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the number displayed on the screen, Su Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat.
Chen Xiaoling, why would she call me at?
This time, Su Chen took a deep breath and answered the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Chen Xiaoling's voice was heard. Elder brother. Su Chen stood there in a daze, his heart beating wildly and he felt his ears turning red.
What's wrong? How do you know your brother's phone number? Su Chen asked stutteringly. Brother, I went to your house this morning.
What? When Su Chen heard Chen Xiaoling's words, his eyes widened.
How did you get into the villa? Your house is unlocked.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Brother, I have moved all your things here.
What?
Hearing this, Su Chen was completely stunned.
He never expected that Chen Xiaoling would be like this.
Brother, don't be angry. I did this so that you won't have to suffer so much in the future, and I also helped you get revenge. Revenge? Su Chen looked confused and said, What do you mean?
That's it.
Chen Xiaoling stammered, I just helped you get revenge. Hearing Chen Xiaoling's words, Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then asked, Who is it? My parents.
What? When Su Chen heard Chen Xiaoling's words, his eyes widened. He could never have imagined that the target of Chen Xiaoling's revenge would be his own parents. He never expected that his parents would deal with him. This time, Chen Xiaoling spoke again, Brother, don't be angry. I know this matter is a bit excessive, but I am doing it for your own good.
How did you know I needed money? Tell me. Did Su Haotian and Lu Xuelan send you here? No. Hearing Chen Xiaoling's denial, Su Chen snorted coldly. Brother, no matter what, I am your biological sister, and what I did was for your own good, so please don't be angry with me, okay?
When Su Chen heard Chen Xiaoling's words, he fell silent. Although Chen Xiaoling is his own sister, he really cannot tolerate Chen Xiaoling treating his home like garbage and throwing it away at will.
Forget it, go home first. I don't want to see you again.
After saying that, he hung up the phone. When Chen Xiaoling saw the phone being hung up, she was stunned for a moment, but then she smiled brightly. Su Chen finally agreed to forgive himself. Chen Xiaoling's lips curled up. Then she packed up the stationery bag on the table and prepared to leave the classroom, but at this moment, a familiar voice came from behind her.
Oh my, I thought someone was in the school, it turned out to be you. Chapter 290, Harassing my brother again, what brought you here?
After hearing the voice, Chen Xiaoling turned around and frowned when she saw Lu Xuelan standing behind her.
Of course it's because of you.
Lu Xuelan showed a sarcastic smile on her face and looked at Chen Xiaoling. Chen Xiaoling, I thought you, a country bumpkin, would never come back, but I didn't expect you to come back to harass my brother so soon. Hearing Lu Xuelan's words, Chen Xiaoling's face changed, and then she glared at her. I don't know what nonsense you are talking about.
Nonsense? Oh, isn't what I said right? Lu Shualan said coldly, people like you deserve a beating.
As soon as Lu Shualan finished speaking, she raised her hand and hit Chen Xiaoling. When Chen Xiaoling saw Lu Shualan attacking her, she quickly took a step forward to avoid her attack, but her foot tripped over the stool next to her, and she lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. After seeing this scene, Lu Shualan laughed triumphantly. She pointed at Chen Xiaoling, who had fallen to the ground, and said mockingly, "You are such a loser.
You just fell down. Why are you screaming so miserably? Are you trying to attract other people's attention?"
After saying that, Lu Shualan raised her hand again, ready to hit Chen Xiaoling. Just then, her waist felt tight and someone grabbed her arm.
"Let me go."
Hearing Lu Shualan's words, Su Chen glanced at her coldly, and then said indifferently, "Lu Shualan, you'd better not provoke me again."
"Do you think I'm afraid of you?"
After saying this, Lu Shualan stretched out her hands and tried hard to break free from Su Chen's restraints, but no matter how hard she tried, Su Chen still held her arm tightly and did not allow her to break free. When Lu Shualan saw this, her face suddenly changed, and she roared, "Let me go, or I will make you pay for it." Hearing this, Su Chen smiled coldly.
"You're not worthy of making me suffer the consequences?"
After saying that, Su Chen suddenly let go of his hand, and Lu Shualan fell heavily to the ground. A scream came from her mouth, and Lu Shualan's forehead hit the table, causing the skin to break and bleed instantly. Seeing blood flowing from her forehead, Lu Shualan covered her bleeding forehead and shouted in horror, "My forehead!
My forehead is bleeding." Seeing Lu Shualan bleeding, Su Chen's expression changed.
He then walked over and handed the tissue on the table to Lu Shualan.
"Wipe it off quickly."
Hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Shualan took the tissue, wiped the blood on her forehead a few times, then looked up at Su Chen. Su Chen has a tall and slender figure, wearing a white shirt and black suit pants. At this moment, Su Chen's face had no expression and his eyes were cold, which made Lu Shualan have the illusion that the person standing in front of her was a devil, and she couldn't help but become scared.
"Su Chen, I'm telling you, you'd better not mess around. Otherwise, our Chen family won't let you go."
Hearing this, Su Chen frowned slightly, and then said coldly, "I don't know who the Chen family is, but I advise you not to provoke me again.
Otherwise, I will definitely make you pay."
Su Chen's threatening words stunned Lu Shualan for a moment. She couldn't believe that her words had no effect on Su Chen. After Su Chen finished speaking, he looked at her with disdain and turned away. Lu Shualan sat on the chair, stunned for a moment, then slowly stood up and chased out. When she ran out of the teaching building, where was Su Chen, she stamped her feet unwillingly and cursed angrily, "Damn you, you stinky boy.
I will never forgive you when I get home." "Sister, what are you looking for?"
When Lu Shualan heard Chen Xiaoling's voice behind her, her eyes lit up. She turned her head and found Chen Xiaoling walking towards her. She immediately put on another smile.
"Xiaoling, why are you here?"
"I go to school here." Hearing Chen Xiaoling's words, Lu Shualan rolled her eyes twice, and then said, "Xiaoling, I have something to discuss with you. Let's find a quiet place to talk." Hearing Lu Shualan's words, Chen Xiaoling nodded. Soon, Lu Shualan and Chen Xiaoling walked into a nearby alley. The alley was very remote and there was no one else there except the two of them. Lu Shualan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. She couldn't tell anyone what had just happened, otherwise Su Chen would never let it go. Thinking of this, a sneer appeared on her face. She has decided to tell her parents about this tonight and let them deal with Su Chen. As long as they come, Su Chen's fate will be sealed.
"Xiaoling, what happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly faint?"
Lu Shualan asked with pretended concern. Chen Xiaoling looked a little embarrassed when she heard Lu Shualan's words just now. After she fell to the ground, she felt pain, but because of the pain, she had hallucinations in her mind, which led to the illusion that Su Chen was her boyfriend. But when she came to her senses, she felt that she was hallucinating. She shook her head.
"It's okay. I'm glad you're okay. How did your hand get hurt?"
Looking at Chen Xiaoling's hand, Lu Shualan asked puzzledly.
"It's nothing, just an accidental scratch.
I've already applied some medicine, so it's no problem."
"Then I feel relieved."
Hearing this, Chen Xiaoling chuckled, then looked up at Lu Shualan.
"Sister, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Nothing, I just wanted to talk to you." Hearing Lu Shualan's words, Chen Xiaoling nodded. "Well, just say whatever you want to say."
"I heard that a new student transferred to your class recently, and he's an excellent student,"
Lu Shualan said. "Yeah."
Chen Xiaoling nodded. Lu Shualan glanced at her and continued, I think he's about 20 years old, and he's quite handsome, but he has a bad temper. After hearing this, Chen Xiaoling was silent for a while and said, he is not my type.
You should stop worrying about him. Xiaoling, how can you say that to me? I'm doing this for your own good.
After all, academic masters like you all need to have a kind heart.
Otherwise, you will end up alone. Sister, are you talking about yourself?
Chen Xiaoling's tone was sarcastic. Hearing this, Lu Shualan was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Chen Xiaoling with anger in her eyes.
Xiaoling, what do you mean? Chapter 291, I have to spend money to eat Western food, it doesn't mean anything. Hearing this, Lu Shualan snorted coldly.
Chen Xiaoling, don't forget, I am your sister, and I am the daughter of the chairman of the Chun Group.
Do you think I would fall in love with a poor top scorer in the college entrance examination? You are simply dreaming.
Sister, I know you are a rich girl, but not all boys in this world are like that.
I believe Suchin is definitely not that kind of boy.
You can check his background.
Believe me, I won't lie to you.
When Lu Shualan heard Chen Xiaoling's words, she was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Chen Xiaoling would actually speak for Su Chen. What she didn't understand was, what was so good about Su Chen? Is it just because he is more handsome than me? The more Lu Shualan thought about it, the more she felt that Su Chen was not qualified to be her son-in-law. Thinking of this, she glared at Chen Xiaoling with gritted teeth.
Chen Xiaoling, you are really crazy.
Having said that, she turned around and headed back towards the classroom. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoling quickly grabbed her arm.
Sister, please don't leave. I still have something to tell you. Lu Shualan stopped. Chen Xiaoling, what do you want to say?
Seeing Lu Shualan stop, Chen Xiaoling felt relieved. She didn't know what was going on with the conversation just now. In short, when she heard Lu Shualan mention Su Chen's name, a feeling of disgust surged up from deep in her heart. The feeling was so strong that it even made her feel suffocated. This is a feeling I have never experienced before. However, she didn't know why this feeling was so strong.
Actually, I just think Su Chen is quite worthy of you. He is your first love, and also your first love. So,
Chen Xiaoling didn't say anything else, but just looked at Lu Shualan with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Shualan frowned. She didn't expect this girl to say that. Although Chen Xiaoling said this, she didn't believe what Chen Xiaoling said.
Xiaoling, I hope you can face the facts. If you were not my biological sister, I would have slapped you in the face to wake you up long ago.
Lu Shualan said coldly. Hearing Lu Shualan's words, Chen Xiaoling smiled bitterly and said, okay, then we won't talk about this topic anymore.
Sister, I will keep today's events a secret for you. Let's just pretend that it never happened.
Chen Xiaoling said, then turned around and prepared to leave. Hearing this, Lu Shualan was stunned for a moment and quickly stopped her.
Wait. Xiaoling, where are you going?
Chen Xiaoling turned around, glanced at Lu Shualan, and said, Sister, I'm leaving first. Oh. Lu Shualan responded, then stood there, looking at Chen Xiaoling's departing back, and fell into deep thought.
Who is Su Chen? Why do I feel a little irritated? At this moment, she felt like rushing to Su Chen and asking him what was going on. Thinking of this, she took out her cell phone and called Li Jianhua. Brother Jianhua, help me investigate a boy named Su Chen. Li Jianhua was very efficient, and in just 2 days he had found out all of Su Chen's details. Looking at the information in her hand, Lu Shualan's heart was filled with surprise. It turns out that he is a student of Jianghai University. Not only that, he also has a younger brother whose parents are both dead, and he is an orphan with a widowed mother. Seeing this scene, Lu Shualan raised a sinister smile at the corner of her mouth. In that case, then you can't blame me.
After saying that, she took out her cell phone and dialed a number.
Hello, Shualan, what's the matter?
Li Jianhua asked after the call was connected. Hearing Li Jianhua's voice, Lu Shualan snorted coldly.
Brother Jianhua, I want Su Chen's information. Information? Li Jianhua was stunned. Shualan, who is Su Chen? Why haven't I heard of this person? Brother Jianhua, stop talking nonsense. Just do what I tell you.
Okay, I'll try my best to get it for you, but Shualan, if you make a fuss like this, you might anger the Chen family, which is no small matter. Snort.
Hearing Li Jianhua's words, Lu Shualan snorted coldly. I'll leave this matter to you. I don't want the Chen family to cause trouble.
After saying that, Lu Shualan hung up the phone and walked out of the dormitory building. After the third class, Su Chen came to the classroom door and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to push open the classroom door, he was suddenly stopped by someone.
Su Chen, I'm here to see you.
Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned. Then he looked at the girl who was speaking. She was wearing a pair of jeans and a black t-shirt, looks kind of pure and lively. Her skin was originally fair, and her forehead was covered with sweat due to running.
Who are you? I'm Chen Yuqing, Lu Shualan's cousin. I'd like to treat you to a meal. Is that okay?
Hearing her words, Su Chen smiled and said, "Sorry, I have something else to do." Having said that, Su Chen turned around and was about to leave, but as soon as he took a step, Chen Yuqing grabbed his clothes with one hand.
No, you must accompany me to dinner. I have something to tell you.
Chen Yuqing said. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned slightly.
If you have anything to say, just say it here.
Su Chen said lightly. Seeing Su Chen's appearance, Chen Yuqing was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Su Chen to have such a stubborn character.
I'm telling you right here, you have to go with me.
Otherwise, I'll tell Chen Xiaoling that you bullied me and let her give you a good beating.
Chen Yuqing threatened. Are you threatening me?
Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Yuqing's cheeks turned slightly red.
Are you a man? A grown man, how dare you be afraid of a woman? Seeing Chen Yuqing's appearance, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. If you say that again, I will kick you out of the campus.
Su Chen's face became much colder. Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Yuqing curled her lips.
Su Chen, you are so cruel. Okay, since you agreed to have dinner with me, let's go.
After saying that, Chen Yuqing took Su Chen and left the school. Su Chen was pulled by Chen Yuqing, and he couldn't help feeling deeply moved. This girl's temper is really hard to deal with. Thinking of this, he shook his head and let Chen Yuqing pull him away.
Where are you taking me? Su Chen asked puzzledly as they walked out of the campus. Let's eat. I've already reserved a table. Let's go have some Western food. Chen Yuqing said proudly. Hearing this, Su Chen's mouth twitched. No need, right? You have money, so why do you have to spend money on Western food? After hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Yuqing was unhappy. Hey, why are you so long-winded?
Chapter 292. I would rather be an ordinary person. After that, she quickened her pace. Seeing this, Su Chen sighed helplessly and followed her closely. The two came to a Western-style restaurant. After ordering steak, red wine, and dessert, the two sat in the seats by the window, drinking red wine and chatting. However, Su Chen didn't say anything. Chen Yuqing didn't say anything else. After a long silence, Su Chen put down the knife and fork in his hand.
Well, I'm going home now.
You can enjoy your meal by yourself.
I won't keep you company any longer.
After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave.
Stop right there.
Seeing that Su Chen dared to do this, Chen Yuqing's face suddenly turned ugly.
Who do you think you are, daring enough to tell me what to do?
Chen Yuqing said. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned.
I'm just an ordinary person.
There's no need to bother with a rich girl like you.
A rich lady? Ha ha. I'd rather be an ordinary person. What do you mean? Su Chen asked. What do you mean? Su Chen, you don't really think you are a rich second generation, do you? Let me tell you, a pauper like you doesn't understand what wealth is at all. So, I advise you to listen to me and get along with me well, otherwise, you will die miserably. Chen Yuqing said with a sneer. Hearing this, Su Chen's face suddenly turned gloomy. I advise you not to be too arrogant. What, you don't believe it? Well, try it now.
As she said that, she picked up the wine glass on the table and threw it directly towards Su Chen. Seeing this scene, Su Chen didn't even bother to dodge. He punched the glass fragments directly, and then slapped Chen Yuqing on the cheek. Bang! As the slap landed, 5 bright red finger marks appeared on Chen Yuqing's cheek. Chen Yuqing's eyes widened. She covered her cheeks and looked at Su Chen in disbelief, saying, "You dare to hit me?"
Su Chen snorted coldly. Would you like to give it a try?
Seeing Su Chen's cold gaze, Chen Yuqing's body trembled. She could never imagine that a student would dare to lay hands on her. However, Chen Yuqing soon had an idea and looked at Su Chen with an aggrieved look.
Su Chen, do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? I will make you regret it. Regret? Hearing this, Su Chen sneered. If you want revenge, then come on.
Hearing this, Chen Yuqing was so angry that she trembled all over.
Well, since you said so, let's wait and see.
Having said that, Chen Yuqing stood up angrily. Seeing Chen Yuqing's expression, Su Chen said calmly, "No need to see you off.
Su Chen, we will wait for you in the campus cafe tonight."
After Chen Yuqing said this, she left. Seeing Chen Yuqing leave, Su Chen sighed helplessly.
Miss Chen, you are so naive. Do you think there is anything in this world that money can't solve? If so, I, Su Chen, will use money to build a gold mountain to show you what a real gold mine is.
As he spoke, Su Chen took out his phone and dialed Lin Ruohan.at. This moment, he did not notice that Chen Yuqing beside him had turned around and glanced at him several times.
Su Chen? Well, wife, what are you busy with? Nothing, I'm at the company. Then I won't go back at night. I'll eat out tonight.
Su Chen said. Hearing this, Lin Rohan on the other end of the phone was stunned.
Not going back? Okay, be safe.
After hanging up the phone, Su Chen glanced at Chen Yuqing beside him. Well, Chen Yuqing, I have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first.
See you next time if we have the chance. Su Chen said. Next time? There's a next time? Humph. Do you think I really like you?
Chen Yuqing said with disdain.
That's the best. Su Chen said calmly, anyway, thank you for your hospitality tonight.
You bastard, I hate you. After saying that, she walked out of the restaurant angrily. Seeing this scene, Su Chen smiled contemptuously. Although he didn't understand what kind of girl Chen Yuqing was, he knew that how could a rich lady tolerate others treating her like this, and she is a rich lady.
Oh, my face, Su Chen, I will never forgive you.
Having said that, Chen Yuqing left the Western restaurant angrily.
How tactless. Seeing this scene, Su Chen shook his head. Chen Yuqing, you are lucky this time. If there is a next time, I will not just give you a slap.
After saying this, Su Chen picked up his coat and walked out.
Chen Shaoling, it's time to settle the score between us.
After saying this, Su Chen drove towards the suburbs of Jianhai City. The third update is here.
I will continue writing.
Please vote. In a dilapidated house in the suburbs of Jianhai City, Chen Yuqing was wandering around anxiously.
What should I do? He will come to cause trouble for me. What should I do?
Chen Yuqing's eyes were full of worry. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been treated like this except by Qin Jiangwo, and today, Su Chen actually dared to slap her, which was really unbearable for her.
Chen Yuqing.
Just then, the door was pushed open. A pungent smell of smoke hit me in the face.
Who's outside? Chen Yuqing looked around in panic. Hearing this, Su Chen sneered, who did I think it was?
It turned out to be Chen Yuqing.
I never thought you would dare to come to my school and act wild. It's you!
Chen Yuqing shouted in surprise after seeing clearly that it was Su Chen. She didn't expect that this boy would come to her and even come to her home.
It's me. Su Chen said calmly, Chen Yuqing, aren't you very arrogant? I want to see how arrogant you can be.
Seeing this scene, Chen Yuqing's face was filled with intense anger.
Do you think I'm afraid of you? Humph, my father is the mayor, and his methods are not something that ordinary people can withstand.
Hearing this, Su Chen was slightly stunned.
Oh, so that's the case. Then I'd like to see who your father is. Humph.
Su Chen, don't even think about escaping from my grasp in this life, because as long as I'm here, I promise to make sure you neither live nor die.
Chen Yuqing said viciously. I'm waiting.
Su Chen snorted coldly, then turned and left. After returning home, Su Chen entered the room, lay on the bed, and quietly practiced 9 changes of chaos.
Chapter 293. Don't accept the toast and drink the wine. During this retreat, he felt that his strength seemed to have grown by leaps and bounds. In the previous 2 years, Su Chen has been in a bottleneck state, but now, he has touched the threshold of breakthrough. However, this time's realm improvement seems to be much more difficult than the last breakthrough. It seems that the probability of breaking through to a high-level warrior is much greater. Su Chen murmured, then he began to practice. The other side, after Su Chen left, Chen Yuqing immediately called her father. Hey, Dad, Su Chen slapped me, you have to help me get revenge. Revenge? Chen Jiangwo's deep voice came from the other end of the phone. I will handle this matter myself, don't worry. Dad, but I'm very scared now. He is here to seek revenge on me. Please send someone to arrest him quickly. I will never let this bastard go. Chen Yuqing said angrily. Hearing this, the person on the other end of the phone fell silent. After a while, Chen Jiangwo's voice sounded again. Okay, I will take care of this matter. Well, Dad, thank you. You're welcome. I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. After saying that, Chen Jiangwo hung up the phone directly. Su Chen. I will never let you have it easy. I will make you pay the price. Chen Yuqing said, gritting her teeth, while Su Chen was practicing in seclusion, somewhere in Jianghai City. It's a deserted place here. You must be Chen Jiangwo's daughter, Chen Yuqing. Looking at the 20-year-old girl in front of her, Li Yumei said lightly. When Chen Yuqing heard Li Yumei's voice, a look of confusion appeared on her pretty face. How do you know my name is Chen Yuqing? Ha, do you think I'm a fool? I'm your teacher. I've investigated everything you've done in class, so don't try to lie to me. Hearing this, Chen Yuqing's pretty face turned red. That's right, at the beginning, she relied on Chen Jiangwo as her backer, and there were few people in the whole school who could beat her rival. However, she also made a serious mistake, which was that she shouldn't have gotten involved with such a playboy. My dad has promised me that he will not let you have an easy life. As she spoke, a sinister light flashed in Chen Yuqing's eyes. Oh. Hearing this, Li Yumei's mouth curled up into a playful smile, and then said, I am looking forward to how he will deal with me. By the way, your name is Su Chen, right? Ha, I hope we can meet again soon. As she spoke, Li Yumei's figure disappeared into the night sky, as if she didn't exist at all. Watching her leaving, Chen Yuqing's pretty face showed a hint of sneer. Su Chen, I will definitely make you pay the price. The next morning, when Su Chen arrived at the classroom, Chen Yuqing was already sitting in her seat, and there was a stack of information on the table. Su Chen. Here is my file. Chen Yuqing smiled and said, I tell you, you don't have to try to hurt me, because I, Chen Jiangwo, will not allow anyone to hurt my daughter. After saying this, he clenched his fists together. Oh? Su Chen shrugged and said calmly, I don't mind trying it out to see who can protect whom. You dare. Having said that, Chen Yuqing prepared to stand up. However, she found herself so weak that she couldn't even stand up. You, what did you do to me? Seeing Su Chen's calm appearance, Chen Yuqing was terrified and asked in a trembling voice, You, what did you give me to eat? Hearing this, Su Chen smiled. I didn't do anything to you. I just put some drugs in your food. Su Chen showed an evil smile on his face. Hearing this, Chen Yuqing's pretty face was filled with horror. She never thought that Su Chen would use such despicable means to deal with her. Chen Yuqing, don't you like to show off? Now is the time for you to show off. After saying that, Su Chen began to read the documents on the table. Su Chen, don't be so arrogant. Seeing this, Chen Yuqing shouted hurriedly. Am I arrogant? Ha, isn't this exactly what you want? Su Chen said lightly. Hearing this, Chen Yuqing gritted her teeth and looked at Su Chen hatefully, but she had no choice. Just as Su Chen was reading the materials, a black business car stopped at the gate of Jianghai University. Then, 5 or 6 men in suits got out of the car. The 2 middle-aged men among them were Chen Jiangwo and his secretary. Li Yumei, please come with us. Chen Jiangwo walked up and said to Su Chen. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned. How would he know where he is? Thinking of this, Su Chen's gaze fell on Chen Yuqing. Seeing Su Chen looking at her, Chen Yuqing was suddenly startled. How would I know they would come? I didn't ask them to come. Chen Yuqing muttered softly. Ha, even if you didn't ask them to come, they can come. Su Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Jiangwo's face turned ugly, and he said coldly, Su Chen, I warn you, if you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being rude to you. Ha, I'd like to see how you can be rude. Su Chen said with a sneer. Humph, since you don't want to accept my toast, don't blame me for being rude. Chen Jiangwo snorted coldly. Then you're welcome to take a look. Hearing this, Chen Jiangwo's face suddenly became extremely embarrassed. Okay, then I won't be polite. Chen Jiangwo said, and waved to the bodyguards. Pa! Then, there was a series of crisp slapping sounds. Chen Yuqing is my daughter. If you dare to touch her, you are not giving face to me, Chen Jiangwo. You don't want to live anymore.
Chen Jiangwo shouted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen's palm had already slapped Chen Jiangwo's face. Puff! Then, a large amount of blood spurted out, staining the ground red. Everyone in the class was shocked to see Su Chen severely injure Chen Jiangwo with just one slap.
Oh my god! Chen Jiangwo was injured. This Su Chen is too arrogant. Chen Jiangwo is one of the strongest people in Shanghai University.
I didn't expect that he would dare to attack Chen Jiangwo.
Yes, this is simply courting death. I think Su Chen is crazy.
For a moment, everyone started talking. Chen Yuqing looked at Su Chen with a dull expression, obviously frightened by Su Chen's action.
Chapter 294. I was just kidding you. I warn you, you'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, I will make sure you die without a burial place.
Chen Jiangwo covered his face and glared at Su Chen. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled.
Are you sure you're talking to me, you?
Before Chen Jiangwo could finish his words, Su Chen slapped him on the other cheek again. Then, 5 fingerprints appeared on the other side of Chen Jiangwo's cheek.
I can't bear to touch my woman. Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me? And you, Chen Yuqing, don't be so shameless.
If I get angry, I might sell you to Thailand and let those evil spirits take turns to rape you. As he said that, Su Chen turned around, looked at Chen Yuqing with a smile, and said, "What do you think?" Hearing this, Chen Yuqing's pretty face turned pale, her heart began to pound, and her breathing became rapid. Chen Jiangwo also looked stunned.
You.
Well, since you want me to go back with you obediently, then get rid of this little bitch first.
I hold a grudge very well.
After Su Chen finished speaking, he looked at the bodyguards.
My patience has its limits.
Looking at Su Chen's indifferent expression, the 5 bodyguards were all stunned. They never expected that this young man would be so arrogant. Not only did he attack Chen Jiangwo, but he even dared to say these words to himself and others.
He is simply courting his own death. Boy, you're looking for death.
One of the bodyguards roared angrily and kicked Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly raised his leg and kicked out, kicking the bodyguard's foot away.
Bang!
With a muffled sound, the bodyguard slammed heavily into the wall, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, the other 4 bodyguards also took action and surrounded Su Chen.
You little bastard, you dare to hit our boss Chen, you are totally ignorant.
Yes, boy, if you don't kneel down and admit your mistake today, I will break your legs. Seeing several bodyguards taking action, Chen Jiangwo couldn't help but sneer. This bunch of losers can't even deal with a young boy. Watching Su Chen being beaten by the bodyguards, Chen Yuqing gloated over their misfortune.
Oomph, let's see how rampant you can be this time.
A hint of sarcasm appeared on Chen Yuqing's face. She believed that with these 5 bodyguards, they would be able to subdue this brat, but at this moment, a sneer appeared on Su Chen's face. Afterwards, his eyes closed slightly, and then a terrifying murderous intent erupted from his body.
Boom!
Then, Su Chen's figure suddenly grew larger. The originally thin body instantly turned into a lion, exuding a terrifying aura of a ferocious beast.
What is this?
Seeing Su Chen's appearance, Chen Jiangwo's eyes suddenly bulged out, because he could feel that the young man in front of him possessed extraordinary strength.
Bang!
Then, Su Chen punched out fiercely, hitting a bodyguard directly in the chest. Ah! With a scream, the bodyguard's entire body flew out like a cannonball, fell heavily to the ground, and made a dull sound.
How is this possible?
Seeing this scene, Chen Jiangwo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Although the person Su Chen hit with his punch just now was not himself, however, he is a master in the extraordinary realm, and his strength is only stronger than Chen Jiangwo. However, such a strong man was defeated by this young man with one blow.
How did you become so powerful? Chen Jiangwo asked in shock, but he really couldn't believe that Su Chen would become so strong. Hearing what Chen Jiangwo said, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh.
I said, if you make me angry, I will make you live a life worse than death.
Su Chen said coldly.
Humph. Chen Jiangwo snorted angrily when he heard Su Chen's words. Since you won't accept my toast, there's no need for us to show mercy.
Hearing this, Chen Jiangwo waved his hand and said, teach this kid a lesson, yes.
Immediately, the 5 bodyguards rushed towards Su Chen quickly. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was not afraid at all, but grinned instead.
If that's the case, then let's get rid of them all at once. After Su Chen finished speaking, he rushed directly towards the bodyguards. Chen Jiangwo also took a step forward, ready to help the bodyguards deal with Su Chen, but at this time, Su Chen suddenly raised his leg and kicked Chen Jiangwo directly on the knee, and then knocked Chen Jiangwo to the ground. Chen Jiangwo let out a scream and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the bodyguards' faces were filled with intense horror. Boss, are you okay? Help the boss up. Hearing the bodyguard's shouts, Chen Jiangwo quickly stood up. Asshole, you dare to hurt me? I'm going to destroy you. After saying that, Chen Jiangwo attacked Su Chen again. He. Su Chen sneered twice, then stretched out his hand again. Seeing this, Chen Yuqing frowned, and then said coldly, You dare to hit my father, aren't you afraid of the Chun group? I'm so scared, but I'm even more scared that my girlfriend won't like it. Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Yuqing's face suddenly flashed a trace of panic, and she quickly said, I was just joking with you. Then let me give you a ride. After saying that, Su Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of Chen Jiangwo again, and punched Chen Jiangwo in the belly. Puff! A stream of blood gushed out, and then Chen Jiangwo fainted. Seeing this scene, the bodyguards were all surprised. Who was this young man, so cruel? Seeing Chen Jiangwo fainted, the bodyguards rushed over. Quick, save the boss. Hearing what the bodyguards said, the 5 bodyguards immediately walked up and prepared to attack Su Chen. Seeing this, a sneer suddenly appeared on Su Chen's lips. Afterwards, he was seen making a complicated seal with his hands. The next moment, he quickly pushed out his palms and hit the 5 bodyguards directly. Suddenly, the bodyguards flew backwards and fell to the ground. One move. With just one move, those bodyguards were disabled. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuqing was stunned. She really couldn't imagine how powerful this young man was. Don't kill me, I can give you money. Chen Jiangwo begged for mercy quickly. Chapter 295. You are my personal bodyguard, but Su Chen still had no intention of giving up. My patience is limited. After saying that, Su Chen took a step forward and grabbed Chen Jiangwo by the collar. You, don't mess around. Let me tell you, my father is the great elder of the Chen family. Hearing Chen Jiangwo's words, Su Chen immediately sneered. What about the Chen family? In my eyes, you are nothing but ants. Besides, you dare to threaten me. If I really kill you, who will know? Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Jiangwo's face suddenly showed endless fear. I'm telling you, my father is the great elder of the Chen family. If you dare to kill me, my father will not let you go easily. Chen Yuqing was extremely frightened at this moment, because he really couldn't understand why Su Chen was so cruel to Chen Jiangwo. And isn't he the eldest son of the Chen family? Don't scare me with your father. Chen Jiangwo, even if I kill you today, the Chen family wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Su Chen sneered. Chen Jiangwo trembled all over when he heard this. He had heard about Su Chen's strength a long time ago. Although he was unwilling to die here, he also knew that if he did not agree to Su Chen, he would definitely suffer. Therefore, he could only swallow the humiliation and choose to compromise. Okay, I promise you, from now on, you will be my personal bodyguard. Chen Jiangwo said through gritted teeth. Oh? Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. So, will you listen to me and not make me angry from now on? Chen Jiangwo nodded and said, Of course, I will definitely listen to you in the future. Very good. Su Chen nodded. Afterwards, Chen Jiangwo was taken away, and as for the bodyguards, they were naturally taken away as well. After seeing Su Chen taking Chen Jiangwo away, Chen Yuqing's pretty face suddenly showed a hint of excitement. It seems that I made money again this time. I am so lucky to meet such an excellent man. Chen Yuqing said. Chen Jiangwo was completely confused. What is going on? Why is his luck so bad? However, he did not speak, but lowered his head and remained silent. The next morning, as soon as Su Chen opened his eyes, he felt the spiritual energy in his body increasing wildly. Seeing this scene, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that this trip to Kunlun Mountain would allow me to break through to the martial saint level. It seems that Kunlun Mountain is really a holy place for cultivation. Su Chen muttered to himself. Suddenly, an old voice came from Su Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host, you have entered the immortal residence space for a week and received a reward. Congratulations to the host for entering Kunlun Sword Tomb for 1 day and receiving a reward. Hearing this voice, a look of surprise appeared on Su Chen's face. Kunlun Sword Tomb? That's right, Kunlun Sword Tomb. Inside the Kunlun Sword Tomb, there are ancient magic weapons, and they are the most suitable ancient magic weapons for you. Moreover, there are countless opportunities in Kunlun Sword Tomb. You must cherish them and don't waste this chance. After hearing what the system said, Su Chen also nodded. Kunlun Sword Tomb, here I come. After saying that, Su Chen left the room. When he just walked out the door, Chen Yuqing was about to leave. Wait, where are you going? Su Chen asked. Hearing Su Chen's question, Chen Yuqing's face immediately flushed with shame, and she said, I'm going to find my dad. I already owe him 30 million. I must pay him back quickly this time, otherwise, you will marry that fat man? Su Chen said lightly. Ah. Chen Yuqing was startled for a moment, then glanced at Su Chen. How did you know that? What's so strange about this? Su Chen glanced at Chen Yuqing, then turned and walked towards the stairs. Hey, fatty, don't go. Chen Yuqing said quickly. What? Do you still want to go with me? Su Chen stopped and looked at Chen Yuqing coldly. You pay me back the money first, and I will go with you. Chen Yuqing said, gritting her teeth. No problem, but are you sure you want to do this? Su Chen's gaze fell on Chen Yuqing and said with a smile, certainly. Chen Yuqing said firmly. Su Chen heard this and immediately showed a wicked smile on his face, saying, in this case, I will teach you a lesson first, so that you won't provoke me again. After saying that, Su Chen punched Chen Yuqing, bang. Before Chen Yuqing could react to what was happening, Su Chen knocked her flying and she fell heavily against the wall. Wow, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Chen Yuqing's mouth. How dare you hit me? Chen Yuqing said, staring at Su Chen with resentment on her face. Seeing this scene, Su Chen shrugged his shoulders. Why, is it wrong for me to hit you? Chen Yuqing gritted her teeth and said, you hurt my father, I must settle the score with you. I am the daughter of the police chief. If you don't compensate me, I will call the police. Then, let's see how you end up. Chen Yuqing glared at Su Chen angrily, as if she wanted to eat Su Chen. Seeing Chen Yuqing's expression, Su Chen smiled slightly. Director Chen's daughter? I didn't expect this little girl to be so awesome that she could even beat Chen Jiangwo. Su Chen said with a smile. At this time, Chen Yuqing's eyes had turned red and tears were streaming down her face. Seeing Chen Yuqing crying, Su Chen couldn't help but frowned. I said, why are you still addicted to crying? You actually dared to hit me and scold me. I don't care. You must call the police. I want him to go to jail. Chen Yuqing said while sobbing. Okay, I'll wait. Su Chen nodded and said. When Chen Yuqing saw Su Chen agreed, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know the origins of this young man in front of him, since he could injure his father, he must be a master. So, he had no fear anymore. Thinking of this, Chen Yuqing immediately wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and quickly ran towards the door. This time, Chen Yuqing had just left, and a middle-aged woman came to Su Chen. After seeing Su Chen, the middle-aged woman bowed and said, thank you for saving my life. Chapter 296. The Peak of the World. It's just a small favor, you're welcome. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman also breathed a sigh of relief. I'm Aunt Wang from Dongcheng Hospital. May I know your name? The middle-aged woman asked. Hearing this, Su Chen was also stunned. It was the first time that a stranger called him young master. My name is Lin Ruoshi, Aunt Wang, you can call me Ruoshi. Su Chen said lightly. Okay. Then Ruoshi, you just said you are Chinese? Hearing Aunt Wang's words, Su Chen nodded and said, yes, we Chinese people all have our own nationality and ID number, but I don't have one now, so I can only use this identity temporarily. However, when I get the ID card, I will be a Chinese, and you don't have to worry about anything. I see. Ruoshi, thank you for your help this time. Aunt Wang said gratefully. Auntie Wang, don't worry. As long as you transfer the money you owe to my account in Switzerland, I will transfer the money to you as soon as possible. Su Chen said. Hearing this, Aunt Wang nodded. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you now. After Aunt Wang finished speaking, she hurried to get the money. Su Chen was sitting on the sofa, watching TV series. After about half an hour, a Mercedes-Benz car slowly drove over. Squeak!
The car stopped in front of Su Chen. The car window rolled down, revealing a familiar face.
Chen Jiangwo's girlfriend, shouldn't you be staying in the hospital? Why are you here?
Su Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuqing immediately responded, after you beat my dad, I went home to find a lawyer.
I will sue you and make you pay the price.
Oh?
I see.
Hearing this, Su Chen smiled faintly. It seems that he really underestimated Chen Yuqing's courage.
However, I advise you to give up this idea.
You are no match for me at all, not to mention that I am a warrior. Su Chen said lightly. Hearing this, Chen Yuqing was also a little panicked. Warriors are the beings they admire in the pinnacle of the world, and she, an ordinary girl, couldn't withstand the attacks of the warriors at all.
Do you want to scare me and make me leave so that you can get away with it? Humph, who do you think you are? A young boy wants to threaten me? Who do you think you are?
Chen Yuqing said with a sneer.
Ha, whether you believe it or not, I came here today to help you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you on purpose.
I believe you are a cultivator, because your strength is definitely not weaker than my father's.
I think, except for cultivators, there are probably few people who can be your opponent.
Chen Yuqing said coldly. Looking at Chen Yuqing's appearance, Su Chen couldn't help but shook his head. It seems that this woman is still a little too young.
Then let me tell you, I am stronger than your father. Su Chen said. I know. My father is a martial artist at the 9th level. I guess you are also at the 8th level, right?
Chen Yuqing asked. Hearing Chen Yuqing's words, Su Chen nodded and said, yes, I am indeed at the 8th level of martial artist. My father is very powerful, but he is much older than me, and his cultivation is at the 8th level of martial arts. I believe that if it were any other martial arts master at the 8th level, he would have been slapped to death by my father long ago.
Hearing Chen Yuqing's words, Su Chen couldn't help but smile and said, do you think I will kill him?
I don't know, but I know that you will definitely be defeated by my father.
Chen Yuqing said. Really? Then let's give it a try. Su Chen said.
Just try it, who's afraid of who? As Chen Yuqing spoke, she immediately walked towards Su Chen, and then a fierce palm wind blasted directly towards Su Chen. Seeing this scene, Su Chen also shook his head. Although he is an 8th level martial artist, he is still not powerless against someone as powerful as Chen Yuqing. Thinking of this, Su Chen stretched out his arms.
Boom!
With a loud bang, Su Chen blocked Chen Yuqing's palm. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuqing's pretty face suddenly turned pale.
You are actually at the 8th level of martial artist?
That's right, I'm stronger than your father, so you don't have to bother me anymore and just get out of here, or I don't mind taking action.
Su Chen said coldly. Hateful.
Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Yuqing said with gritted teeth.
I don't care what your strength is, anyway, I will definitely bring you to justice.
After saying that, Chen Yuqing turned and left. Looking at Chen Yuqing's receding back, Su Chen couldn't help but shook his head. Then he stood up and walked upstairs, intending to rest for a while, but when Su Chen left the villa, Chen Yuqing stood quietly in front of the door of Su Chen's villa. Looking at the closed door, Chen Yuqing's eyes were filled with anger.
Su Chen, I will make you pay the price.
After saying that, Chen Yuqing turned and left. Not long after, Chen Yuqing also got into the car and left, and Su Chen returned to the room. At this moment, Chen Yuqing's mother had already left. When she saw Su Chen coming back, tears immediately welled up in Zhao Xueqing's eyes, and her gaze towards Su Chen was full of love.
Brother Chen, I'm glad you're okay.
As she spoke, Zhao Xueqing threw herself into Su Chen's arms. Seeing this scene, Su Chen also sighed slightly.
I'm fine, don't worry. By the way, Xueqing, you just said your father was in the hospital, how is he now?
Hearing Su Chen's words, a hint of gloom flashed across Zhao Xueqing's beautiful eyes. He has been unconscious in the hospital bed for more than half a year. The doctor said that if he doesn't wake up within 3 to 5 months, he will never wake up. Hearing what Zhao Xueqing said, Su Chen frowned slightly. Although he also hoped that Chen Hongfu would wake up, however, he also knew that it was extremely difficult to wake Chen Hongfu up. However, Su Chen was not ready to give up.
Xueqing, don't worry. Now that I'm here, I will cure Uncle Chen and make him healthy again. Believe me.
Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Xueqing nodded slightly.
Well, Brother Chen, thank you. Haha, why are you being so polite to me?
Seeing Su Chen's look, Zhao Shueqing couldn't help laughing, then the two started chatting. The next morning, Su Chen got up early and came outside the villa. Seeing Su Chen appear, the bodyguard at the door also respectfully called out, "Sir, you are awake."
Chapter 297 Miss Chen, please accept my condolences. Su Chen nodded, and then said, "Which room is your boss in?"
"Take me there, yes." Hearing Su Chen's words, the bodyguard also spoke respectfully. Under the guidance of the bodyguard, Su Chen also came to the door of a room, and the bodyguard knocked on the door.
"Come in."
Hearing the sound coming from the room, the bodyguard pushed open the door and let Su Chen enter the room. Various instruments are placed around the room. Under the control of these instruments, a middle-aged man wearing a white coat, glasses and long hair is lying on the hospital bed with his eyes closed. Seeing this, Su Chen walked to the chair next to him and sat down. Looking at the middle-aged man lying on the hospital bed, Su Chen was also surprised. I saw several silver needles inserted in the chest of this middle-aged man, and there was a rich spiritual energy flowing out of these silver needles. It seems that this middle-aged man is indeed a master of the Wuzone level. However, seeing the other party's situation, Su Chen also understood one thing, that is, Chen Hongfu's situation was indeed very bad. After all, his current cultivation level has fallen to the 7th level of warrior. It would be extremely difficult to improve one's cultivation level again. Moreover, Chen Hongfu has a special physique and his dantian has turned into a ruin. It is not easy to recondense his dantian in a short period of time.
Alas, there is no other way. He is my savior. No matter what, I have to cure him. Su Chen said secretly. While Su Chen was in deep thought, the middle-aged man seemed to notice someone approaching. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a young man in black clothes sitting opposite him. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was also stunned, and immediately asked, "Who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Chen Hongfu, my name is Su Chen.
"Today I am here to help you regulate your dantian,"
Su Chen said lightly. "Dantian regulation?" Chen Hongfu asked puzzledly.
"Yes, I have read in ancient Chinese books that there is something called spiritual energy that can help people increase their cultivation.
I see that you have a special physique and you must have been cast into some kind of evil magic.
That's why I came here specially to help you eliminate the hidden dangers in your body. I have also learned a lot of medical skills, so I can see through the injuries in your body."
Su Chen said lightly. Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Hongfu nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Then I'll leave it to Brother Su."
Chen Hongfu knew that there must be some people in this world who possessed magical powers. Moreover, there are such people in this world, it's just that he has never seen them.
"Don't worry, just cooperate with me,"
Su Chen said with a faint smile. Then, Su Chen took out a pill, fed it to Chen Hongfu, and then began to examine Chen Hongfu carefully.
"Well, there's no problem. Is this the legendary healing pill?"
When Chen Hongfu heard Su Chen's words, his eyes widened, because he had only heard of this pill but had never seen it with his own eyes. In fact, in his impression, it was only recorded in ancient books. Unexpectedly, he actually saw it with his own eyes today. Looking at the healing pill in Su Chen's hand, Chen Hongfu was also excited.
"Brother Su, I wonder how much this pill costs?" Chen Hongfu asked hurriedly.
"This pill can quickly heal your injuries, so there is no need to worry too much about the money.
Just tell me where you live and I will come to find you."
Su Chen said this. Chen Hongfu was also stunned. He thought that it was amazing that Su Chen could cure his disease, but he didn't expect that Su Chen would cost so much money.
"Brother Su, I know my own body very well. In my case, I just need to rest for a while."
"There's no need to waste time like that."
"Oh? You don't believe me?"
Seeing that Chen Hongfu was unwilling to accept his treatment, Su Chen was not in a hurry and said lightly,
"Of course not."
Chen Hongfu said bitterly,
"If that's the case, then you can just rest and recuperate. I'll be responsible for your treatment during this period.
I'll take care of your family." After saying that, Su Chen stood up and walked towards the door. Chen Hongfu was also stunned when he heard this, but then he nodded again. It was indeed enough that Su Chen was able to cure his injuries. After Su Chen left the hospital, he drove back to the hotel. After returning to the hotel, Su Chen took a shower and then lay down on the bed to rest, and in the hotel suite on the other side. This moment, the sisters Chen Yusen, Chen Yuhan, and Chen Yushuan were sitting in the living room, waiting anxiously, and behind them was a group of police officers. This moment, the middle-aged police officer was sitting on the sofa.
"How is it? Have you found Uncle Chen's whereabouts?"
Seeing the middle-aged police officer, Chen Yuxuan hurriedly walked up to him and asked with concern. The middle-aged police officer shook his head and said, "Not yet." "Then send someone to continue looking for Uncle Chen's whereabouts." Chen Yuxuan was also anxious and yelled. The middle-aged police officer took a deep breath and said, "Ms. Chen, all our people have been dispatched, but we still don't know where Mr. Chen is." After hearing what the middle-aged police officer said, Chen Yuxuan sighed helplessly and then slumped down on the sofa. This time, the middle-aged police officer also glanced at Chen Yuxuan and said, "Ms. Chen, please accept my condolences. We are already trying our best to find Mr. Chen's whereabouts." Hearing the words of the middle-aged police officer, Chen Yuxuan nodded slightly. Although she usually has a hot temper and is unreasonable, but when it comes to her father's affairs, she is relatively calm. "Su Chen, can we really find Uncle Chen?" When Su Chen was resting, Lin Ruoxi was sitting next to Su Chen and said worriedly, "Well, I will definitely rescue Uncle Chen." Su Chen said with a smile. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Ruoxi also smiled slightly. "By the way, Su Chen, what are you going to do with those killers?" Lin Ruoxi asked suddenly. Hearing Lin Ruoxi's words, Su Chen also smiled slightly and said, "I leave this matter to you, you can handle it however you want." "Humph. These bastards actually dared to kidnap my dad. They must be tired of living. I will make them pay a heavy price," Lin Ruoxi said viciously. Chapter 298. Are medical skills really that advanced? That's good. Su Chen nodded and said. Then he asked, "Where is your father now?" Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Ruoxi immediately said, "He was sent to the hospital." Hospital? Su Chen frowned slightly when he heard that. "Yeah." Lin Ruoxi nodded. "I see." After saying that, Su Chen stood up and said, "I'll go find Uncle Chen." Seeing Su Chen preparing to leave, Lin Ruoxi quickly grabbed Su Chen's arm. "Su Chen, can you really cure my father's leg?" Looking at Lin Ruoxi's eyes full of hope, Su Chen nodded. "Don't worry, your father will be fine," Su Chen said with a smile. Seeing Su Chen so confident, Lin Ruoxi breathed a sigh of relief, and then Su Chen turned and left. In Chen Hongfu's room, Chen Hongfu was also lying on the bed, resting. Although Chen Hongfu's legs have lost sensation now, every time he goes to sleep during these days, he feels that his legs seem to have responded. This anomaly surprised him greatly and made him very confused. Is Su Chen's medical skills really that advanced? However, Chen Hongfu thought that his legs were his pride, and he would never allow anyone to tarnish his glory. "Su Chen, you'd better pray for me, I won't die." Thinking of this, Chen Hongfu murmured. Su Chen left the hotel and drove to the hospital. "Uncle Chen, Uncle Chen." After arriving at the hospital, Su Chen went straight to the inpatient department, came to the side of the middle-aged man, and shouted. Hearing Su Chen's call, Chen Hongfu was slightly startled, and then he quickly got up from the bed and walked over. "Su Chen, you are here." Seeing Su Chen, Chen Hongfu hurriedly spoke. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay out of my business? How can this be possible?" Su Chen smiled when he heard Chen Hongfu's words. "I said, your leg injury was caused by me, and it was because of me that you became like this. How could I just stand by and watch this happen?" Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Hongfu was also slightly startled, and then said, "Su Chen, thank you, thank you." Chen Hongfu also knew that Su Chen was able to find his family because of his kind heart. However, Chen Hongfu also knew that Su Chen must have some ulterior motive in doing this, because Chen Hongfu knew very well that an outstanding genius like Su Chen would definitely not be willing to remain unknown. Therefore, Chen Hongfu was a little uneasy in his heart, not knowing what Su Chen's purpose was. However, no matter what, he had to cooperate with Su Chen, because Chen Hongfu believed that as long as he cooperated well, his leg would definitely be healed. "Uncle Chen, don't get excited. I will definitely find a way to cure your leg." After chatting with Chen Hongfu for a while, Su Chen took Chen Hongfu to an office. The moment he entered the office, Chen Hongfu was slightly stunned because he had seen this office on TV news. "Su Chen, this is a private clinic I opened. How is it? Uncle Chen, do you think it's okay?" Su Chen looked at Chen Hongfu and said with a smile. "Your clinic?" Chen Hongfu was slightly stunned, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Chen Hongfu himself originally opened a clinic, therefore, he was also very clear that in the city of Huaxia, people who opened private clinics were definitely either rich or noble, and this Su Chen was actually able to open a private clinic. Seeing Chen Hongfu's expression, Su Chen also smiled and explained, Uncle Chen, what I told you before is true.
Nothing is absolute in this world.
Su Chen said. Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Hongfu was also slightly stunned.
That's right.
There is nothing absolute in this world, but we need to make efforts.
Look, this is a book called Medicine, which is a subject for fourth-year medical students. Please take a look. If there are any questions, you can correct them in time.
Su Chen said, and took out a brand new book and handed it to Chen Hongfu. When Chen Hongfu saw this brand new medical book, his heart was filled with turmoil. This Su Chen is not only an excellent doctor, but he also has extensive knowledge of medicine. It seems that I really need to re-examine this Su Chen.
Well, am I really okay?
Chen Hongfu looked at Su Chen and said hesitantly. Seeing Chen Hongfu's appearance, Su Chen shook his head and said, don't worry. I will try my best to ensure that your leg will not have any sequelae.
Well, okay, then I'll take a look first.
Chen Hongfu said quickly. Su Chen also smiled and said, okay, we'll talk about it in detail later. Afterwards, Chen Hongfu put the medical book into his trouser pocket. Seeing this scene, Su Chen also smiled and nodded. He was also very satisfied with Chen Hongfu's attitude.
Your illness is not very serious now. I'll give you some medicine.
Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Hongfu was slightly stunned, and then nodded quickly. Seeing this, Su Chen also snapped his fingers. Soon, a nurse came in carrying a medicine tray. Seeing this, Su Chen also smiled and said, give him this pill. Yes. After hearing Su Chen's words, the nurse poured the pills provided by Su Chen into the bowl. Seeing this scene, Chen Hongfu was also slightly stunned. Then, he looked at Su Chen and asked, Su Chen, are these pills for me?
Hearing Chen Hongfu's words, Su Chen also smiled faintly and said, these pills are not for Uncle Chen to take. These pills are for Uncle Chen's attending physician to take. For the attending physician?
Chen Hongfu was also stunned when he heard Su Chen's words.
Yes. Su Chen nodded slightly. This is probably not very convenient. After all, my legs are broken and I don't know how long I can live.
Chen Hongfu said to Su Chen. Hearing Chen Hongfu's words, Su Chen also smiled slightly and said, Uncle Chen, although your leg injury is very serious, it is not without hope of recovery.
Besides, I am also testing your reaction. Testing my reaction?
Chen Hongfu was also slightly stunned and a little confused.
Chapter 299, It's a World of Difference. Yes. Su Chen nodded and said, Uncle Chen, if you really want to treat your leg injury, then I suggest you go see a specialist in the hospital first. Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Hongfu nodded and said, yes, I will. Then Uncle Chen, you should have a good rest. Well, I'll trouble you, little brother Su Chen.
Su Chen smiled slightly, then turned and left Chen Hongfu's office. Well, after walking out of Chen Hongfu's office, Su Chen also sighed slightly. This Chen Hongfu was really hard to serve. It took Su Chen a lot of time to convince him. However, Chen Hongfu still seemed to have some doubts about himself. It seems that we still need to strengthen our deterrent power. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. Just as Su Chen was about to leave the office, Chen Hongfu stopped him.
Su Chen, if you have time, can you come to our clinic?
Chen Hongfu looked at Su Chen and spoke cautiously.
Oh, Uncle Chen, do you want me to help you take a look at your legs?
Well, seeing Su Chen's look, Chen Hongfu nodded and said, yes, I have felt some pain in my legs these days, but I dare not go to the hospital because the doctors in the hospital are also a little secretive about my legs. Also, although the doctors in our clinic have some good medical skills, they are far inferior to brother Su Chen. So, I just wanted to give it a try. Hearing Chen Hongfu's words, Su Chen also smiled faintly and said, Uncle Chen, I will help you cure your illness, but whether you can completely recover to normal depends on you. After Su Chen finished speaking, Chen Hongfu nodded slightly.
Okay, brother Su Chen, thank you.
Chen Hongfu looked at Su Chen and said solemnly,
It's nothing.
After Su Chen came out of the clinic, he also went to his office. After sitting down at the desk, Su Chen closed his eyes slightly, and a person's shadow appeared in his mind. The man's face was like an exquisite sculpture, full of an ancient and solid feeling, and this man is the enemy that Su Chen has to deal with now, Wang Haoyu. Thinking of this, Su Chen's face was full of sneers. No matter who Wang Haoyu is, Su Chen will deal with him. No matter who Wang Haoyu belongs to, Su Chen will deal. With him thinking of this, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Boom boom. Not long after Su Chen sat down, there was a knock on the door. Su Chen raised his head, looked at the door, and said, "Come in." Then, a middle-aged man in a suit also walked in. Looking at the man's appearance, Su Chen smiled and said, "Uncle Chen, what do you want to talk to me about?" Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Hongfu nodded and said, "Yes, Su Chen, there is something I want to discuss with you." What's up?" "It's about my son Chen Hongwei." Chen Hongfu also looked at Su Chen and said, hearing this, Su Chen nodded and said, "Okay, Uncle Chen, let's go to the office and talk." After saying that, Su Chen took Chen Hongfu into the office. Snap. After seeing the office door closed, Chen Hongfu's face darkened slightly, and then he said, "Su Chen, I know it's my fault this time." Hearing Chen Hongfu's words, Su Chen also shook his head and said, "Uncle Chen, don't say that. If it weren't for your son Chen Hongwei, your legs wouldn't have become like that." Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Hongfu also shook his head slightly. "Su Chen, no matter what, I owe you my life for this matter, so if you have any requests, just ask. As long as I can do it, I will agree to it." Hearing Chen Hongfu's words, Su Chen also shook his head and said, "Uncle Chen, you really think too much. I don't want any reward." After saying that, Su Chen also stood up, took out a pill from the drawer, handed it to Chen Hongfu, and said, "This pill was made by me. If you take it, I believe your leg will definitely recover." Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Hongfu was also stunned and said, "Brother Su Chen, give me a pill, this. Seeing Chen Hongfu's excitement, Su Chen waved his hand and said, "Uncle Chen, just eat with confidence. I believe your leg will get better." "Well, if you believe me, just eat it first." Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Hongfu nodded, took the pill and swallowed it. After swallowing the pill, Chen Hongfu felt the scalding heat flowing through his body, and then a feeling of comfort instantly surged throughout his body. This comfortable feeling made Chen Hongfu's body tremble uncontrollably. "Ha!" After feeling the heat flow in his body, Chen Hongfu also took a deep breath and said, "It feels so comfortable. I didn't expect that your medicine refining level is so amazing. Even the pill I took is so powerful." Hearing Chen Hongfu's praise, Su Chen also smiled gently. After Chen Hongfu finished speaking, Su Chen smiled slightly and said, "Uncle Chen, if I remember correctly, that Chen Hongwei should be your biological son, right?" "Yeah." After hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Hongfu nodded, and then continued, "He is my biological son, but we, father and son, don't know what he did wrong to be sent abroad to study for a doctorate degree, and the money, I don't know how it happened, it was actually laundered." After saying this, Chen Hongfu sighed helplessly. Hearing Chen Hongfu's words, Su Chen said calmly, "I can't change anything about this kind of thing, but Uncle Chen, don't worry, since Chen Hongwei dares to provoke me, he must pay the price, and it must be paid with blood. Uncle Chen, if you have nothing to do during this period, please don't bother me anymore." "Yeah." After hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Hongfu nodded and said, "Okay, I won't bother you. I just want you to teach my son more. He has good grades and is a good seedling. I hope to let him come back to help run this hospital." Chapter 300, Like Fate. Hearing Chen Hongfu's words, Su Chen also smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Chen, don't worry, I will teach him, but I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult during this period." Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Hongfu was also slightly startled and said, "Oh, what difficulty? Uncle Chen, you should have heard my name too." Su Chen smiled and said, "And Chen Hongwei is also my enemy. Uncle Chen, you can rest assured that I will definitely teach him a lesson. However, I also need some time to prepare. After all, Chen Hongwei is also a cultivator and is very powerful. I'm not sure I can handle him yet. I'll tell you when I'm sure." Chen Hongwei is a cultivator, so naturally, Su Chen is unwilling to fight with him, but Su Chen knows that he must improve his own strength to ensure that Chen Hongwei will not harm his parents. Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Hongfu nodded and said, "Su Chen, I believe you can definitely teach Hongwei a lesson. However, I would like you to take care of Su Xin for me during this period. This child has a stubborn personality and is a bit rebellious." Chen Hongfu was well aware of Su Xin's temper. Now Su Xin was studying medicine with his daughter Chen Chanru, so this girl was also very rebellious. "Well, don't worry." Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Hongfu also nodded, "Uncle Chen, don't worry. Su Chen also smiled and said, although Chun Qianru's character is a little rebellious, she still knows her limits.
If she really causes trouble, I will definitely not stand idly by. Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Hongfu nodded heavily. Well, that's good. I'll go back first then.
Chen Hongfu also said this.
Okay, take care, I won't see you off.
Su Chen said politely. After seeing Chen Hongfu leave, Su Chen also felt relieved. After Chen Hongfu left, Chen Ning also walked in.
Dad, I have cured your illness. Do you want to treat me to a meal?
Chen Ning said, blinking her beautiful eyes. Hearing Chen Ying's words, Su Chen also smiled.
Ing let's go out for a walk later and take you out for dinner tonight. Okay.
Chen Ning said happily after hearing Su Chen's words. After Su Chen and Chen Ning left the hospital, Su Chen drove directly to Chen's house. Chen Ying's grandfather died of cancer. Although Chen Hongwei is not his biological son, Su Chen doesn't want anything to happen to him, therefore, Su Chen must treat him and help him recover from his illness as soon as possible. When Su Chen returned home, his father, Su's father, was already waiting for him in the living room.
He was wearing casual clothes and looked very energetic. Su Chen's mother was sitting on the sofa. When she saw Su Chen coming back, she quickly stood up and walked towards her son. Chen, you are finally back?
Mom thought you would not come back today. Su Chen was stunned when he heard his mother say that she would not be back today.
He was a little confused and asked, what's the matter? Mom, why wouldn't I be back? I'm going to eat out tonight.
After hearing her son say this, Su Chen's mother immediately became anxious and said, no, you must go to the hospital with me today. After that, Su Chen's mother pulled him to the room. Su Chen was a little puzzled. Mom, I don't want to go to the hospital, I don't have any disease. Chen, you are so old, but you are still not married. Now you have a girlfriend, so it is inevitable that people will criticize you.
Moreover, that girl named Chen Shuawei also came back with you today.
I think that girl is interested in you. Su Chen's mother said with some concern. When Su Chen heard her mother mention Chen Shuawei, she immediately retorted, Mom, she is just a colleague I met at work.
But, okay, Mom, I know what to do.
After saying that, Su Chen broke free from his mother's hand and walked towards the stairs. Seeing Su Chen's attitude, Su Chen's mother could only shake her head helplessly and turned around to continue waiting for her husband in the living room. Before Su Chen walked out of the door, he parked his car on the side of the road and called his assistant to drive him to the hospital. He wanted to go to the hospital for a full body check to see what was wrong with his brain and body, and why he suddenly lost his memory. When Su Chen came out of the hotel, he took out his cell phone while sitting in the car and dialed Chen Shuawei's number. Hello, Chen Shuawei, let's go for lunch together. After that, he hung up the phone. Not long after Su Chen left the hotel, a red sports car sped past the hotel where he had just stayed. Chen Shuawei, who was sitting in the car, smiled and looked out the window, saying, it seems that we are destined to be together.
My meeting with Chen Chen is really a bit like fate.
After that, she took out her mobile phone, found a photo, enlarged it, looked at it, and then sent the photo to her email. Then she drove away and went to a high-end Western restaurant for dinner. Knock, knock, knock.
Su Chen knocked on Chen Shuawei's office door. After hearing the sound, Chen Shuawei stood up from her chair and walked towards the office door.
When she saw that it was Su Chen, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Chen, you are here.
Su Chen was a little surprised to hear Chen Shuawei's words. He didn't understand what she meant by this, but he still smiled politely and nodded. Well, Miss Chen, what should we talk about first? Chun.
After hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Shuawei showed a disappointed expression on her face and said, Don't call me Miss Chen.
If you don't mind, just call me by my name.
Su Chen showed an awkward expression on his face, but soon regained his composure. Okay, then I'll call you Shuawei.
Chen Shuawei smiled and nodded, and then the two of them entered her office together. She walked to her desk and sat down, took out her phone, opened the album, pointed to a photo on the screen, and said to Su Chen, This was taken at my birthday party, by me and my friends. Looking at the photo on the screen, Su Chen was stunned. Is this your birthday?
Chapter 301. He can't change others. Past hearing Su Chen's question, the expression on Chen Shuawei's face dimmed a little, and she said, Yes, many years have passed, and now my birthday has passed. After saying that, she lowered her head with some sadness. Seeing this, Su Chen felt a little reluctant and said, Shuawei, although many years have passed now, I think you still retain your childhood memories. because you were still a little girl of 16 or 17 years old. After saying that, Su Chen looked at her with some guilt. After hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Shuawei raised her head, looked at Su Chen, and said, "Chen, thank you."
Su Chen smiled and said, "You're welcome. I just hope you won't be immersed in grief anymore. After all, everyone has their own past. Even if it's been a long time, there will always be a day to look back." So, before Su Chen finished speaking, Chen Shuawei reached out and covered his mouth, and said with a smile, Chen, I don't allow you to say anything more, you know? I have decided to forget my past, just like my current life." Su Chen nodded and said nothing more. He knew that there were some things that he could not change. Even if he could change them, he could not change other people's past. After Su Chen had lunch with Chen Shuawei in her office, he was ready to leave. Before leaving, Su Chen said, "Shuawei, thank you for treating me to dinner today." Chen Shuawei shook her head. "No need to be so polite,"
she said with a smile. Su Chen nodded.
Then he left. After leaving Chen Shuawei's office, he got in the car, started the engine, and prepared to leave.
At this moment, his cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and saw the name on the caller ID was Li Lin.
Su Chen was a little surprised.
He didn't expect that Li Lin would call him at this time. After answering the call, he said, Lin, hello." After hearing Su Chen's voice, Li Lin's somewhat excited voice came from the other end of the phone. "You still remember me?"
"Ah, that's great. Su Chen, I have something to tell you." "What's the matter?" Su Chen asked. "Guess what, you don't want to tell me that you and I are schoolmates, do you?" "That's right. That's it," Li Lin said. Su Chen felt bitter when he heard Li Lin's answer. "You and I are not suitable."
After hearing Su Chen's words, Li Lin was a little bit unbelievable and said, "Why?"
"Su Chen, we are both senior high school students, can't we be friends?" "I don't like making friends with boys. I only like making friends with people I like,"
Su Chen said firmly. After hearing Su Chen's words, Li Lin got a little angry and said, "Are you so sure that the person you like is me?"
"You should know better than anyone."
After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone. When Su Chen got home, he looked at the time and it was almost 4 o'clock. He thought that he still had to go to the supermarket to buy food and cook dinner for his parents, so he hurried to the supermarket. After buying the groceries, he drove to the community. As soon as he arrived home, Su Chen was called to the study by his father.
Chen, you came back so early. Why didn't you stay a little longer?"
Su Jiangwo asked. After hearing what his father said, Su Chen smiled and said, "Dad, I'm just afraid of disturbing you and Mom's rest."
"Ha, Chen, we are a family, why bother you? We just want to talk to you about your recent situation and see how you are doing recently. By the way, where are you working recently?" Hearing his father's words, Su Chen smiled and said, "I am studying at Nanjiang University now." "Oh." Su Jiangwo nodded and said, "I think the president of Nanjiang University is pretty good to you. They turned a blind eye to your incident this time and didn't hold you accountable. I think this has something to do with your background." After hearing what his father said, Su Chen nodded, "Yes, that's true. Anyway, Nanjiang University is a good place. You can visit it more often in the future."
Hearing his father's words, Su Chen nodded and said with a smile, "I know, I will visit Dad often."
"Yeah." After saying that, Su Jiangwo paused and then said, "By the way, Chen, do you have a girlfriend recently?" Su Chen was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Su Jiangwo asked this, and nodded, "Yes." Su Jiangwo looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Chen, I don't know what's wrong, but I just feel that you seem to lack a girlfriend. You are almost 25 years old and still don't have a girlfriend. Your mother must be very worried.
So, when you go back later, bring your girlfriend home to reassure your mother." After hearing what his father said, Su Chen felt helpless. He really didn't understand why his father was so concerned about having a girlfriend and even urged him to find a girlfriend as soon as possible. This made him feel very speechless. Seeing that Su Chen didn't say anything, Su Jiangwo continued, Chen, I know you don't like me forcing you to do anything, but you have to consider your mother's feelings, right?" Su Chen sighed, then nodded and said, "I will try to find time to go home and explain everything to my mother."
Hearing Su Chen's answer, Su Jiangwo nodded with satisfaction.
Chen, if you have nothing to do, go and study, otherwise you may not be able to do it by the time you graduate. You are a genius in learning, and our Su group needs your support. Su Jiangwo said with a smile.
Okay, I understand.
Su Chen said with a smile.
It's good that you know it, so I won't say much. By the way, are you free these days?
Su Jiangwo said.
Dad, do you have any instructions? Su Chen asked puzzledly. Haha, nothing. I just want to invite you to attend my daughter's birthday party. My daughter is the most beautiful girl in our Nanjing University. There are countless people pursuing her, and you are the best among them. After hearing what Su Jiangwo said, Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Dad, I really can't do this. I know, but this is a rare opportunity, Chen, you must seize it.
Su Jiangwo said. Su Chen sighed helplessly and said, Dad, don't worry, since it's your daughter's birthday party, I'll go.
Okay. As long as you agree to it. Su Jiangwo smiled and said.
Chapter 302, Calling the Wind and Rain, Dominating the World. Su Chen smiled and shrugged, saying, Then I'll go back first, you go ahead and do your work.
Well, go ahead. Goodbye, Dad.
After saying that, Su Chen turned and left. After returning home, Su Chen went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw Lin Rohan sitting on the sofa, playing games on her tablet. Her expression was a little cold. Seeing Lin Rohan's expression, Su Chen couldn't help but feel helpless.
What happened to her?
Why did her expression suddenly change? After seeing Su Chen coming back, Lin Rohan raised her eyes and said, You came back early from get off work today.
Yeah. Su Chen nodded. Chen, let's talk.
After saying that, Lin Rohan stood up and walked towards the bedroom. Su Chen was stunned and looked at Lin Rohan's back, feeling helpless. What on earth did she want to do? When I walked into the bedroom, I saw Lin Rohan lying on the bed, covered with a quilt.
Is there anything wrong?
Su Chen said. After walking over, Lin Rohan was silent for a moment, then said, Chen, I hope you can think about it seriously.
It is impossible for the two of us to be together. The gap between us is too big. You can't control me. After hearing Lin Rohan's words, Su Chen smiled and said, Who says that only girls can control boys? Can't boys do that? I can do it. I don't agree. Lin Rohan said. Su Chen shook his head and said, Rohan, we are no longer who we used to be.
We have all grown up and we should be responsible for ourselves.
Seeing Su Chen's expression, Lin Rohan was stunned. I know what you're thinking.
I know you're afraid of dragging me down.
I'm not the princess you imagine. I don't want to be a rich second generation, let alone a dandy.
All I want is the simple happiness of an ordinary person's life, but I also know that you and I will never be from the same world. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Rohan felt filled with loss. She didn't want to hurt Su Chen, but she couldn't accept his condition.
I'm sorry.
Lin Rohan lowered her head and said, I just don't want to delay you.
I hope you can be happy. You are wrong. Su Chen smiled, I am very happy now, and you can also try to make a friend. Friend? Do you mean the one next to you? She can also be your friend. I believe she must be more suitable for you than me.
Lin Rohan said lightly. Looking at Lin Rohan's expression, Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then said, Don't think too much, I just want to be an ordinary person.
If you have someone you like, I am willing to bless you, but you can't give up the person you like because of me. If you do this, I will feel guilty.
After hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Rohan remained silent and just looked at him quietly.
If you have someone you like, just tell me and I will withdraw. Su Chen said. After hearing this, Lin Rohan raised her head, looked at Su Chen, and said, Chen, do you really not love me anymore? Seeing Lin Rohan's expression, Su Chen shook his head and said, You don't have to say such things anymore. I have decided. I want to go back home to live. You know, Mom and Dad love you very much.
When Lin Rohan heard Su Chen's words, her eyes turned red. Seeing this, Su Chen's heart trembled, and he said, I don't want you to be sad.
You are a very beautiful and gentle girl.
You should have a boyfriend who loves you very much and a very beautiful relationship.
Don't ruin your life because of me. What you do is the best choice for me. No. No. I don't want it. I don't want to let go. I won't let go.
As she said that, Lin Rohan threw herself into Su Chen's arms and burst into tears. Seeing the delicate body in his arms crying, Su Chen felt a little uncomfortable.
Although he hated girls crying in front of him, seeing Lin Rohan crying so hard, Su Chen couldn't bear it. Rohan, we have broken up. You don't have to do this. It's not worth it.
Su Chen said. After hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Rohan stopped crying, but her tears were still there.
Chen, please don't be so heartless, okay? I like you. I have loved you since the first sight. However, when I wanted to get close to you, I was afraid that I was not worthy of you. So, I could only bury this love deep in my heart. Until later, I met Zhang Yu. He is a good man. He is very outstanding and is my best destination. However, I rejected him because of fear, but he didn't mind at all. Instead, he kept pursuing me. I know he likes me, but I only have you in my heart.
After saying that, Lin Rohan hugged Su Chen tightly. Su Chen was silent, looking at Lin Rohan in his arms, with an indescribable feeling in his heart.
Chen, can you let me stay with you?
I don't expect to be your woman, I just want to be a woman who accompanies you silently. Lin Rohan said with a sob. Su Chen was silent for a long time and finally nodded. Hearing Su Chen nod in agreement, Lin Rohan smiled. Su Chen stretched out his right hand, wiped her tears, and said softly, "Silly girl, no matter what, I am still your boyfriend."
Well, thank you.
After hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Rohan nodded. Seeing Su Chen nodded, Lin Rohan felt excited. Her lips gently touched Su Chen's lips, and then she kissed him lightly. Then she immediately backed away, a hint of shyness appearing on her cheeks.
Silly girl, from now on, I won't allow you to cry anymore. When you cry, my heart feels like it's being cut by a knife. Su Chen said with a smile. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Rohan's eyes turned red, then she nodded and said, "I won't cry anymore." Chen, will you be good to me forever?
Looking at Lin Rohan's expectant eyes, Su Chen nodded and said, "Of course.
Whether we can get married or not, I will always treat you as my sister." Sister?
Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Rohan was slightly startled, then smiled and said, "Okay, we will be siblings for life." Su Chen smiled but didn't say anything. The next day, after breakfast, Su Chen left the villa. Arriving at the garage, Su Chen drove to the door of Lin Group. Looking at the towering buildings of the Lin Group, Su Chen felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. Everyone who works here is an elite, and many of them come to Suzhou and Hangzhou from all over the country to work hard. They are very powerful and influential in the business world. Chapter 303 Romantic Sweet Talk. Maybe they don't care about fame and fortune, they just want to live their own lives in peace. Su Chen is one of them. He just wants to live an ordinary life, not care about those hypocritical things, and not attend any parties. However, Su Chen just had to get involved in these disputes.
Hey, Su Chen, what are you doing here? Hurry up and go to work at the company. There is an important banquet tonight.
Just as Su Chen was lost in thought, a familiar woman's voice came to his ears. After hearing the voice, Su Chen looked up and saw Li Yuer standing in front of him, staring at him with a pair of beautiful eyes.
Oh. Su Chen responded and said, "Then I'll go first." Wait. Li Yuer stopped Su Chen and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's okay." Su Chen shook his head. Li Yuer curled her lips and said disdainfully, "I thought you would say some romantic sweet words, but in the end, you are just a mute person." "Who are you talking about?" Su Chen widened his eyes and said angrily. "You." Li Yuer snorted, "You should know that I am your boss. I am you when I say you are you." Su Chen gritted his teeth in anger when he heard this. "Forget it. I won't bother with you, crazy woman. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Su Chen said, and turned and left. "Hey, stop right there." Li Yuer shouted angrily when she saw that Su Chen dared to scold her. After hearing Li Yuer's shout, Su Chen stopped, looked back at Li Yuer, and said, "I'm not shouting hello. You just shouted hey. You just scolded me." Li Yuer said. "How did I scold you? It was obviously you who scolded me first." Su Chen defended. After hearing Su Chen's words, Li Yuer snorted and said, "Then why don't you curse back? Go ahead and curse." Su Chen, why should I scold you? You were the one who scolded me first. Su Chen said. Okay, you win. Li Yuer sighed helplessly and said, Su Chen, don't tell me, you really like men? Yes. Su Chen admitted without hesitation. After hearing this, Li Yuer was stunned, and then said, do you really like men? You like men. After seeing Li Yuer's surprised expression, Su Chen rolled his eyes at her and said, I like women. Women? If you don't like women, why do you run around with men? Are you a pervert? Li Yuer said with her eyes wide open. What do you think of me? Su Chen shouted angrily. Li Yuer was choked and didn't know what to say for a moment. Forget it, I don't want to bother with you. Su Chen waved his hand and said, by the way, why didn't you go to work today? Do you want to take a leave? No. Li Yuer shook her head and said, an important client is coming to Suzhou and Hangzhou today, and I have to accompany the client in person, so I won't go to the company today. Client? Hearing Li Yuer's words, Su Chen frowned and said, what client? This client has a big background, and I don't know what it is. I just heard it from my brother. But don't worry, I will definitely handle it well and won't let you down. Li Yuer winked at Su Chen and said, you have to believe in my strength. Seeing Li Yuer's action, Su Chen sighed helplessly and said, I'm just asking, I didn't say you can't do it, you don't need to show off like this. Who said that? My ability is no worse than any PR person. Li Yuer said, puffing out her chest proudly. After seeing Li Yuer's actions, Su Chen couldn't help swallowing and said, you are so rich but you wear so little, aren't you afraid of exposing yourself? Li Yuer lowered her head, took a look at her professional suit, touched her chest and said, didn't I tell you that I don't like this suit, so I changed it? So, I have wronged you? Su Chen said with a helpless smile, snort. Su Chen and Li Yuer were chatting when a black car slowly drove into Su Chen's sight. Su Chen could tell at a glance that the license plate number was very special. It was from Beijing, and this car had an exclusive license plate for Beijing. This car is exactly Chen Wenchao's car. Uncle Chen? After seeing the car, Su Chen was stunned and muttered to himself. In Su Chen's impression, Chen Wenchao has always been a strict and cold person. He did not expect that Chen Wenchao would come to Suzhou and Hangzhou in person. Su Chen, what's wrong? Li Yuer asked puzzledly when she saw Su Chen in a daze. Su Chen shook his head and said, nothing. Let's go. After saying that, Su Chen walked towards the parking lot. This time, Chen Wenchao had already parked the car and got out. Next to Chen Wenchao, there was a hot and beautiful woman wearing a black leather skirt and with a sweet look. After Chen Wenchao got off the car, he immediately waved to Li Yuer. Uncle Chen. Li Yuer ran over to Chen Wenchao after seeing him, called out, and then said, Uncle Chen, what are you doing in Suzhou and Hangzhou? I came to inspect the quality of Su's products. Chen Wenchao smiled and said, why did you come to Su Chen's house? Oh, Uncle Chen, today is Su Chen's birthday, so I came to celebrate his birthday. Li Yuer said. After hearing Li Yuer's words, Chen Wenchao was slightly stunned, and then said, how old is Su Chen this year? After hearing what Chen Wenchao said, Li Yuer was slightly stunned and said, why, Uncle Chen doesn't know? Yeah. Chen Wenchao nodded. This. Li Yuer suddenly looked embarrassed. He. Seeing Li Yuer's embarrassed look, Chen Wenchao couldn't help laughing and said, okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm here to give Su Chen a gift. Ah? Li Yuer was stunned again, and then asked, Uncle Chen, what birthday gift did you prepare for Su Chen? Secret. Chen Wenchao deliberately kept Li Yuer in suspense. Seeing Chen Wenchao's serious look, Li Yuer couldn't help but roll her eyes. Uncle Chen, since it's a gift for Su Chen, it must be very valuable, right? Of course. Chen Wenchao said with a smile, this time, I also brought you a birthday gift. I hope it can help you spend an unforgettable birthday. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Li Yuer said excitedly. Just then, Su Chen walked out of Su Chen's house. Uncle Chen, I have handed him over to you. Can I leave now? Li Yuer asked. Chapter 304, It's getting more and more unreasonable. Of course. Chen Wenchao smiled and said, I won't keep you here. Li Yuer nodded, and then said, then, Uncle Chen, I'll go first.
After that, she turned and ran towards her car. Seeing Li Yuer get on the car, Chen Wenxia showed a weird smile, then waved to Su Chen and left to Zhang Wenhao, who was sitting in the driver's seat, looked at Su Chen and asked, "Boss, where are we going now? Go home, yes." After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Wenhao started the car and drove home. At this moment, Su Chen took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Hello, I'm Su Chen." A cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Su Chen, how have you been this month?" Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Su Chen said calmly, "Very good, thank you for your connection." "You're welcome. Are you free now? I want to talk to you about something." Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Su Chen was silent for a moment and then asked, "Okay, where are you? I'll go see you." After Su Chen hung up the phone, he looked at the phone in his hand, then opened the car window and threw it out. "Su Chen." Hearing this familiar voice, Su Chen turned around and found it was Wang Xinru. Wang Xinru wore a black suit today, paired with a white shirt, looking capable and elegant. "Sister Xinru." Su Chen looked at Wang Xinru and called out with a smile. Wang Xinru nodded and said, "Let's go." Seeing Wang Xinru's cold expression, Su Chen shuddered involuntarily and said quickly, "Sister Xinru, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. I will leave first. I will visit you next time." Wang Xinru nodded, then looked at Su Chen and said, "You won't throw my gift away like last time, will you?" "No, absolutely not." After hearing Wang Xinru's words, Su Chen immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, "You better remember your words." Wang Xinru gave Su Chen a cold look, then turned around and left. This. Looking at Wang Xinru's back, Su Chen scratched his head and said, "When did I lie to you?" After returning home, Su Chen took a shower and then lay down on the bed to sleep. The next day, after Su Chen woke up, he felt that the injuries in his body had healed and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Su Chen, you finally woke up?" At this time, Lin Rohan's voice came from the side. After hearing Lin Rohan's words, Su Chen smiled slightly, and then said, "Rohan, I'm much better, you don't have to worry about me." "Of course I'm worried about you." Looking at Su Chen, Lin Rohan sighed softly. "Su Chen, let's have breakfast together." Su Chen glanced at the breakfast on the table, nodded, and said, "Okay." "You're going to work soon, right?" Lin Rohan asked while cleaning up the dishes. Hearing Lin Rohan's words, Su Chen couldn't help but be stunned and asked, "Don't you know that I'm going to work?" After hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Rohan smiled slightly and said, "I know. Since you know that, you still let me go to work. Aren't you deliberately torturing me?" Su Chen said. "So what? Who made you promise me last night?" Lin Rohan asked back. "Then I won't go tonight." Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Rohan frowned slightly and said, "That won't do. Since you promised me, you must fulfill your promise." "Okay, in that case, I promised you, isn't that enough?" "That's more like it." After saying that, Lin Rohan walked out of the kitchen with breakfast. Su Chen looked at Lin Rohan's back and sighed helplessly. This Lin Rohan was becoming more and more unreasonable. "Su Chen, come and have a cup of soy milk." At this time, Wang Xinru's voice came to Su Chen's ears. Su Chen looked up and saw Wang Xinru holding a large porcelain cup in her hand, which was filled with yellow soy milk. Seeing this scene, Su Chen didn't think much about it. He took the soy milk handed to him by Wang Xinru and took a sip. It tastes pretty good." Hearing Su Chen's praise, Wang Xinru's pretty face flashed with joy, and then she said with a smile, "Of course. By the way, Su Chen, my dad called me this morning and said he was going back to China. When the time comes, I would like to take a leave to accompany my mom for a few days." Lin Rohan said. "Of course you can." Su Chen said. "Thanks. What are you thanking me for? We are just friends." Su Chen said with a smile. "Then I'm leaving." After saying that, Wang Xinru walked out the door. Looking at Wang Xinru's back, Su Chen couldn't help but shook his head and muttered to himself, "This girl is still like a child." As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, he heard the doorbell ring. Su Chen hurried over to open the door. After opening the door, Su Chen was stunned to see Li Wenfeng standing in front of the door. "Brother Wenfeng." Su Chen asked blankly, "Why are you here?" Seeing Su Chen's appearance, Li Wenfeng smiled and said, Su Chen, I came here this time to give you something.
Things? What things? Su Chen couldn't help but ask curiously after hearing Li Wenfeng's words.
Come inside first, I'll tell you later, good.
Su Chen responded and let Li Wenfeng come in. After entering the room, Li Wenfeng looked around and said with a smile, Su Chen, your house is not bad. Really? Ha, it's not bad, it's not much bigger than my house. After hearing what Li Wenfeng said, Su Chen smiled and said, But, Brother Wenfeng, why did you think of sending me something? After hearing what Su Chen said, Li Wenfeng said, Yesterday, I talked to your grandfather and he told you to move in with us. After hearing what Li Wenfeng said, Su Chen was stunned and said, What? What's wrong, Su Chen?
Seeing Su Chen's surprised expression, Li Wenfeng asked puzzledly.
Nothing, just some surprises. It's okay. Don't worry about that. Grandpa won't treat you unfairly.
After hearing what Li Wenfeng said, Su Chen couldn't help but smile and said, That's good, but Brother Wenfeng, I'm not suitable to live here yet. I want to practice for a while longer, after all, my strength is still very weak.
That's fine, but I have made an agreement with my grandfather that he will give up my position to you once you become stronger. After hearing what Li Wenfeng said, Su Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, That's good.
If I'm strong enough, I can help Grandpa do a lot of things.
Chapter 305 I want to see who she is. Su Chen, I heard that you have been competing with a man named Zhang Yufei recently? Hearing Li Wenfeng's words, Su Chen nodded and said, Yeah, why, does Brother Wenfeng know him?
Well, he is my student, I have to take good care of him in the future.
I see. You haven't had breakfast yet? Li Wenfeng looked at Su Chen and said, Yes.
After hearing Li Wenfeng's words, Su Chen nodded. After seeing Su Chen nod, Li Wenfeng said, That's great, let's eat together, good.
After breakfast, Su Chen said to Lin Rohan, I'm going to work. I'll contact you when I'm free. Looking at Su Chen's back, Lin Rohan couldn't help but smile. This Su Chen, really, is always so impatient. Su Chen.
At this moment, Wang Xinru's voice suddenly came from behind Su Chen. As Su Chen turned around, looked at Wang Xinru behind him, and said, What's wrong? Looking at Su Chen, Wang Xinru hesitated for a while before saying, Your body has not recovered yet, so you should pay attention to rest.
Su Chen smiled and said, It's okay, I'm much better now.
But, after hearing what Wang Xinru said, Su Chen said, It's okay.
After saying that, Su Chen left home. Boss, this mission failed. Not only was the plan ruined by a woman, but we also lost 3 high-level warriors.
Just as Su Chen was about to leave by car, he received a message. The content of the message was very simple, that is, the 3 high-level warriors were dead.
What? He's dead?
Su Chen was a little surprised when he heard the news.
Boss, what should we do next?
Hearing the man's question, Su Chen was silent for a while before saying, Send someone to keep an eye on that woman.
I want to see who she is. Boss, we found something interesting. The woman's name is Wang Xinru, and she's Su Chen's fiancée. After hearing the news, Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then sneered. Oh? Fiancée? That's interesting. Let's go meet her first.
Su Chen did not go back to school directly, but came to the largest hotel in Jiangnan City, Diao. Although Su Chen doesn't like luxury brand clothes very much, Su Chen also likes to enjoy them.
Su Chen, long time no see. When I arrived at the lobby of Diao, someone came up to me and started chatting with me. Looking at the man in front of him, Su Chen smiled faintly and said, Yeah, long time no see. I heard that you have a close relationship with a girl named Lin Rohan?
After hearing Su Chen's words, the man continued, I heard that she is very beautiful.
So what if she's beautiful? Doesn't a beautiful woman need love? Hearing Su Chen's words, the man was stunned and looked at Su Chen in disbelief. What did you say?
After hearing what the man said, Su Chen looked at him with contempt, and then said, I'm not saying you are stupid, you really are too stupid, don't you understand what I said?
The Wang Xinru you are talking about is my girlfriend.
After Su Chen finished speaking, everyone around him was stunned. Su Chen's words, like thunder from a clear sky, roared in everyone's minds.
How is that possible? How could Su Chen be a pauper?
Su Chen didn't care when he heard the whispers of people around him.
Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
After hearing Su Chen's words, everyone reacted and dispersed. After arriving at the school, Su Chen saw Li Wenfeng chatting with a few people there. Su Chen couldn't help but smile, walked forward, and said with a smile, "What are you guys doing here?" After hearing Su Chen's voice, Li Wenfeng turned around and said with a smile, "Su Chen, you finally showed up.
I thought you had forgotten me." "How could I forget you?" Looking at Su Chen, Li Wenfeng smiled and said, "Since you haven't forgotten what I said, I'll treat you tonight." "Of course. By the way, brother Wenfeng, have you checked the information about Wang Xinru?"
After hearing Su Chen's words, Li Wenfeng frowned slightly, then shook his head and said, "This woman seems a bit mysterious."
"I don't know who she is. My men can only find out that she is from Jiangnan City. The rest of the information has been erased. There is no clue at all."
"Oh." Hearing Li Wenfeng's words, Su Chen nodded and said, "Then you can temporarily collect some information about her, and we will slowly investigate."
After hearing Su Chen's words, Li Wenfeng nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go to work first."
Su Chen looked at Li Wenfeng's back and shook his head, muttering to himself, "It seems that there are still many fish that slip through the net on our side."
"Hey, kid, I'm warning you, if you don't get out of here, I'll beat you up."
A young man in a suit and sunglasses looked at the young man standing in front of him with a sinister look on his face and spoke sternly.
"Bah, you're nothing but a ball of wool? Do you believe that I can kill you in a minute? Fuck, do you know who I am?"
"I am the second son of the Lin Group, Lin Zihao.
I advise you to get out of here as soon as possible, or I will destroy you."
After hearing what the young man said, the young man looked at him with disdain and said, "So you are the second young master of the Lin Group? Well, kneel down and kowtow 3 times immediately, and I will consider sparing your life."
"Fuck you, I'm going to fuck you."
Lin Zihao cursed angrily after hearing the young man's threat. However, before Lin Zihao could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and then fainted. Looking at Lin Zihao lying unconscious on the ground, Su Chen said disdainfully, "What a fool.
How dare you mess with me?"
After that, Su Chen took out his cell phone, made a call, and said, "Uncle Chen, please put that guy in jail. As for the Lin family's assets, they all belong to you." After Su Chen hung up the phone, he returned to the classroom and started class. After school in the afternoon, Su Chen and Zhao Qian went to a park together. Zhao Qian looked at the park in front of her and couldn't help but say, "Su Chen, didn't you say before that you wanted to see the scenery of Jiangnan?" Looking at Zhao Qian, Su Chen smiled and said, "Well, yes, before, I wanted to see the customs and folkways of Jiangnan, but now I want to see the beauties of Jiangnan more."
Chapter 306, Pure and Beautiful, People Can't Bear to Blaspheme Beauty? Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Qian couldn't help but wonder, and asked, "Beauty? How beautiful?" Su Chen smiled slightly and said, "What do you think?"
Seeing Su Chen's look, Zhao Qian couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "If you know how many beauties you have, just tell me, and I promise to help you find out."
"That won't do. This is an agreement between men." "TSK, what about the agreement between men? You are just bragging, or are you sick? Are you really that handsome?"
After hearing what Zhao Qian said, Su Chen smiled slightly and said nothing.
"By the way, Su Chen, do you have time now?"
After hearing what Zhao Qian said, Su Chen was stunned for a moment and said, "No, do you have something to talk to me about?"
"Then can you accompany me to buy a gift? I have something to do today, so, me?" Su Chen was stunned after hearing Zhao Qian's words. "Well, it's you."
After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Qian couldn't help but smile and said, "I know you are rich now, but I like to keep a low profile, so I can only trouble you."
"All right."
After hearing what Zhao Qian said, Su Chen said helplessly. Although Zhao Qian said it very tactfully, Su Chen knew what Zhao Qian was thinking, so he agreed. Looking at Zhao Qian's beautiful face, Su Chen couldn't help but say, "Let's go, I'll take you to a fun place."
"A fun place? Then follow me."
After Zhao Qian finished speaking, she took Su Chen's arm and ran towards the depths of the park. Su Chen was pulled by Zhao Qian and did not refuse, because Su Chen really liked the feeling of being pulled by Zhao Qian. Just after Su Chen and the other person took a few steps, a black car stopped next to Zhao Qian and the other person. A man stepped down from the driver's seat, looked at Su Chen with a gloomy expression, and said, "Are you Zhao Qian's boyfriend?" After hearing this, Su Chen was stunned. When did he become Zhao Qian's boyfriend? Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but look at Zhao Qian, and Zhao Qian also noticed this scene. Her face slightly red, lowered her head, and said nothing.
So what? Su Chen asked calmly. So what? Su Chen's indifferent voice reached the man's ears. The man was stunned.
Obviously, he did not expect Su Chen to have such a bad temper and dare to speak to him like that, and just after he was stunned for a moment, Su Chen snorted coldly. Looking at Su Chen's indifferent expression, the man immediately realized that the boy in front of him was not simple.
Your name is Su Chen, right? The man looked at Su Chen and said calmly, do you know how many times Zhao Qian has said that about me?
After hearing the man's words, Su Chen said indifferently, I don't know how many times I've told you. Okay, then I'll tell you today. Zhao Qian said I'm ugly, I have no breasts and no butt, and I don't understand romance. So, you are the Tochi mentioned, right?
Su Chen couldn't help but laugh after hearing the man's words. You, what nonsense are you talking about?
I didn't say that, Su Chen laughed and said, if you hadn't told her, how would she know that you have no breasts or buttocks?
Okay, then let me ask you, how did Zhao Qian know that I have breasts but no butt? After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Qian couldn't help but be stunned.
She really hadn't thought about this problem, and Su Chen's words were too straightforward. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian's face suddenly turned red, and Su Chen continued, you can ask her about this, you.
After hearing Su Chen's words, the man was immediately furious.
He didn't expect Su Chen to be so merciless to him. Just wait for me, I'll go ask her right now. The man said, and immediately turned and left. Seeing the man leave, Su Chen smiled faintly, then looked at Zhao Qian and said, I really don't know when you said he has no breasts and no buttocks.
I have a good memory.
If you don't believe me, ask him.
I.
Zhao Qian felt a little embarrassed when she heard Su Chen's words, and couldn't help but say, that's not important, it's not a big deal anyway.
Yeah. Su Chen hummed softly and said, let's go shopping. Okay, I've been wanting to go shopping for a long time.
After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Qian immediately said with a smile. Seeing Zhao Qian smile, Su Chen couldn't help but smile too. Afterwards, Su Chen took Zhao Qian's hand, went into the mall, and started picking out clothes. After Su Chen bought a bunch of clothes, he set his sights on Zhao Qian and asked, Zhao Qian, you've almost worn out all these.
Why don't you buy some more?
After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Qian hesitated for a moment and said, I see you are very tired, so forget it.
It's okay, this is nothing.
After saying that, Su Chen took Zhao Qian out of the mall and drove to the suburbs. There is a villa in the suburbs, and this villa is Lin Rohan's residence. When Su Chen arrived outside Lin Rohan's villa, Zhao Qian immediately shouted in surprise, wow, so beautiful. Su Chen smiled, said nothing, and then knocked on the door. After hearing the doorbell, Lin Rohan opened the door, looked at Su Chen standing outside, and said, Chen, you are finally back.
I missed you so much. Seeing Lin Rohan's pretty face, Su Chen smiled and said, there are many people who miss me, aren't you the first one to miss me?
After hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Rohan smiled slightly without saying anything.
Then she let Su Chen enter the house, sat on the sofa, and said, Chen, have you had dinner? After hearing Lin Rohan's words, Su Chen shook his head and said, I haven't eaten yet, go cook. Yeah.
After hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Rohan nodded and said, okay, then wait for me for a while, it will be ready soon, good.
Seeing Lin Rohan enter the kitchen, Su Chen smiled.
To be honest, he hadn't eaten Lin Rohan's cooking for a long time.
Ding dong.
Just as Su Chen was thinking, the door of the villa was suddenly ringing. Hearing the doorbell, Lin Rohan hurried out of the kitchen and saw a middle-aged man standing at the door.
She couldn't help but frowned. Excuse me, who are you?
Looking at the middle-aged man standing outside, Lin Rohan said puzzledly. Looking at Lin Rohan's pure and otherworldly appearance, the middle-aged man's eyes couldn't help but light up. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. She was like a lily blooming on the snow, pure and beautiful, making people unable to desecrate her.
Chapter 307 The Maid Sent by the Family O. I am Zhao Qian's boss. My surname is Wang and my name is Wenxiang. Hello?
Wang Wenxiang said hurriedly after seeing Lin Rohan. After hearing what Wang Wenxiang said, Lin Rohan nodded immediately. Seeing Lin Rohan's indifferent attitude towards him, Wang Wenxiang was a little unhappy, but because of Su Chen, he did not show it and said, I want to talk to your lady about something. After hearing what Wang Wenxiang said, Lin Rohan smiled slightly and said, "Please wait a moment, I'll go ask our lady." After hearing Lin Rohan's words, Wang Wenxiang sneered and said, "Well, I'll wait for your lady." Wang Wenxiang always appears to be a gentleman in front of outsiders, but in private, he is an extremely arrogant and domineering playboy. Seeing Wang Wenxiang's look, Lin Rohan ignored him, but walked upstairs and knocked on Zhao Qian's door.
Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the knock on the door, Wang Wenxiang snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "You really think you are a phoenix? Humph. She's just a maid sent by the family."
Hearing this, Su Chen frowned and cursed in his heart, "You are just a maid sent by the family."
"Miss, someone is looking for you, do you want to let him in?" "Who is it?"
Zhao Qian asked in confusion when she heard that someone was looking for her. "I don't know him either, but a man said he had something to talk to you about." Lin Rohan replied after hearing Zhao Qian's words. After hearing Lin Rohan's words, Zhao Qian suddenly became confused. She didn't know what Su Chen was doing here. Did he want to seduce her again? But Su Chen shouldn't be so bored, right? With doubts, Zhao Qian came to the living room. When Zhao Qian came to the living room and saw Su Chen and Wang Wenxiang, she asked in confusion, "Boss Wang, what's the matter?"
"Qian, is he your boyfriend?"
After hearing what Zhao Qian said, Wang Wenxiang smiled and said, "Are you two a couple?"
"Mr. Wang, this has nothing to do with you."
After seeing Wang Wenxiang's look, Zhao Qian frowned and said, "If you have nothing to do, please go back.
You are not welcome here." "Zhao Qian, have you forgotten that we are still in an employer-employee relationship?"
After hearing what Zhao Qian said, Wang Wenxiang's face suddenly darkened and he said, "Do you know who I am?
How dare you tell me to get out? You must be tired of living."
"I don't care who you are, please get out right now." After hearing Wang Wenxiang's words, Zhao Qian said coldly,
"Ha, Zhao Qian, are you too arrogant?"
Seeing Zhao Qian's attitude towards him, Wang Wenxiang sneered and said, "You have to understand that I am your boss now, and you are just my dog. If you continue to be so ignorant, believe it or not, I will make sure you will never become a star. I don't believe you can influence my work.
What's more, what qualifications do you have to influence my work?"
Hearing Wang Wenxiang's threat, Zhao Qian not only did not show any fear, but became even more angry.
"Humph. You don't believe it? Then try it."
After saying that, Wang Wenxiang took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and said, "Hey, Mr. Li, please make some arrangements for me. Just say that Zhao Qian refused to help me, and now I want to ban her." After that, Wang Wenxiang hung up the phone, then looked at Zhao Qian and said, "Zhao Qian, do you want to give it a try?
How much does it cost to ban an actress? You can give me a price list. This money is enough to make you live a comfortable life."
After hearing what Wang Wenxiang said, Zhao Qian snorted coldly and said, "Humph, you don't have to waste your energy.
I will never sell my feelings for money."
You are really ungrateful for not accepting my invitation."
Seeing that Zhao Qian did not appreciate his kindness, Wang Wenxiang was immediately furious. "If I am a dog, then you are also worthy of being a dog." Snap.
After hearing what Zhao Qian said, Wang Wenxiang's cheeks suddenly became distorted, and then he waved his palm and slapped Zhao Qian hard, saying, "Bitch, you are looking for death."
Bang.
Seeing that Wang Wenxiang dared to hit Zhao Qian, Su Chen immediately punched Wang Wenxiang and said, "I tell you, you dare to touch my woman's face, you are looking for death." After hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Wenxiang was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Who the hell are you? How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I don't give a fuck who you are. If you dare to insult my woman again, I will kill you and make you a dead dog." Seeing that Wang Wenxiang was still stubborn, Su Chen's eyes were filled with coldness.
"Su Chen, forget it."
Seeing Su Chen's expression turn cold, Lin Rohan hurriedly dissuaded him.
"Zhao Chen, are you stupid?" After hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Wenxiang burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. How ridiculous. How dare a poor loser like you show off in front of me? I'm going to teach you a lesson today."
Seeing that Wang Wenxiang was going to harm Su Chen, Zhao Qian suddenly became nervous.
"Boss Wang, I beg you, don't touch Su Chen."
Although Su Chen is a very good boy in Lin Rohan's heart, he is just a dog in front of Wang Wenxiang.
"Humph. Zhao Qian, you really think this brat has the ability to save you? Let me tell you, he is just a poor loser. Do you think he is here to save you? You don't need to worry about me. I can handle my own problems. Zhao Qian said coldly. Okay, I want to see how you solve it. Seeing Su Chen's arrogant eyes, Wang Wenxiang immediately sneered. Zhao Qian, let's go. Su Chen, wait a minute. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, Zhao Qian suddenly spoke. What? Do you have anything else to say? After hearing Zhao Qian's words, Su Chen turned around, looked at her, and said lightly. There's nothing to say. But I hope you can protect me. After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Qian said with a slightly choked voice. Of course. After hearing what Zhao Qian said, Su Chen smiled and said, Don't worry. No one in this world can hurt you. After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Qian stopped talking, then lowered her head silently without any expression. Zhao Qian, since you have signed a contract with Su Group, then from now on, Su Group is your company. You must work hard and don't let Su Chen down. Seeing Zhao Qian looking so aggrieved, Lin Rohan quickly counseled her. After hearing Lin Rohan's words, Su Chen's heart suddenly became happy, but on the surface he was extremely calm. Then he looked at Zhao Qian and said, Zhao Qian, in the future, I hope you will work hard and don't let me down. Chapter 308, Already a married man. After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Qian shook her head gently and said, Don't worry, President Su, I will work hard. Yes. After hearing Zhao Qian's answer, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction, then glanced at Wang Wenxiang and said coldly, I warn you, if you dare to harass Zhao Qian or deal with Zhao Qian, then I will make you live a life worse than death. Ha ha ha. After hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Wenxiang immediately raised his head and laughed a few times. Boy, don't be arrogant, or you will die miserably. Hee, sorry, you are not qualified to let me die. After hearing Wang Wenxiang's words, Su Chen immediately laughed and said, Okay, then you can give it a try and see if you have the ability. Mr. Wang, do you want to stay? Of course not leaving. After saying that, Wang Wenxiang turned around, got into the car and prepared to leave. After seeing Wang Wenxiang get into the car, Zhao Qian quickly shouted, Mr. Wang, thank you. You're welcome. We'll be colleagues from now on. After saying that, Su Chen started the car and left the villa. After seeing Su Chen leave, Zhao Qian's face suddenly became uncertain, and then she looked at the direction where Wang Wenxiang left, and cursed in her heart, asshole. Su Chen, thank you for helping me out just now. It's okay. Seeing Zhao Qian's somewhat uneasy look, Su Chen smiled and said, Try to call me if you encounter any trouble in the future. Don't be afraid. Yeah. After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Qian's face suddenly turned red and she said softly, Xiao Chen, what did that bastard say to you just now that made you so uncomfortable? Lin Rohan glanced at Zhao Qian and asked with concern. He called me a bitch and said I was not worthy of him. After hearing Lin Rohan's words, Zhao Qian smiled bitterly and said, Asshole, this kind of person deserves to be beaten. After hearing what Zhao Qian said, Lin Rohan immediately said angrily, Xiao Qian, don't be afraid, you will be like me in the future, we are sisters, and I will not let anyone bully you. Well, Rohan, don't worry, I'm fine, but I'm a little worried about Wang Wenxiang. He is Lin Rohan's friend, and I don't want to embarrass Wang Wenxiang. No, don't worry. Lin Rohan comforted after hearing Zhao Qian's words. By the way, Rohan, Wang Wenxiang wouldn't be a bad person, right? Looking at Lin Rohan, Zhao Qian asked cautiously. Don't worry. After hearing Zhao Qian's words, Lin Rohan quickly comforted her, Mr. Wang is a good person, you don't have to worry. Good guy? That's right. Lin Rohan nodded heavily. Rohan, you are such a kind girl. After seeing Lin Rohan nod, Zhao Qian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Qian, you should study with Su Chen for the time being. Okay. Xiao Qian, I'll go to work first. Su Chen's car was parked outside the Zhao family villa. At this moment, he was thinking about Zhao Chen. In fact, the reason why he showed up just now was mainly because he saw Zhao Chen being bullied, so he showed up. After all, he knew Zhao Chen and they were friends, but after seeing the intimacy between Su Chen and Zhao Chen, he couldn't help but have the urge to tear Su Chen to pieces. Xiao Qian, I will never let you marry Lin Rohan. After thinking for a long time, Wang Wenxiong finally figured it out. He knew that the person he loved most in his life was Zhao Qian. If Zhao Qian became his girlfriend, Lin Rohan would be very sad and might even break up with him. Wouldn't that mean he would lose contact with Zhao Qian forever? This was not a scene he wanted to see. Lin Rohan, Zhao Qian, since you love each other so much, I will destroy the relationship between you two. Having said that, Wang Wenxiong smiled coldly and muttered to himself, I want Zhao Qian to be my woman forever. Call, Suchin, why are you back? Didn't you say you were going to attend a party? When Su Chen returned to the villa, Lin Rohan was watching TV in the living room. When she saw Su Chen coming back, she hurried to greet him. I can't help it. The party is cancelled. How about I keep you company tonight? Really? Lin Rohan was shocked after hearing Su Chen's words. Of course, you don't want to see your man working so hard to earn money to support the family. After hearing Lin Rohan's words, Su Chen immediately said with a smile, hate it. After hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Rohan rolled her eyes at Su Chen, then said shyly, no, I have to go cook. Well, go ahead. Su Chen nodded and watched Lin Rohan leave, feeling somewhat confused. Did she really want to be with him? He didn't know what she meant, but it seemed that all this had nothing to do with him anymore, as he was already a married man. In the evening, after Su Chen had a midnight snack, he returned to his room to rest. The next morning, after Su Chen woke up, he felt particularly energetic and his strength increased a lot. It seems that the alcohol I drank last night still had an effect. Huh? What is this? When Su Chen opened his eyes, he suddenly found a round box lying beside his bed. After seeing the box, Su Chen was puzzled. He remembered that he didn't seem to have bought such a thing. Did the gift giver forget it? But who could put this box on my bed? With doubts, Su Chen picked up the small box and opened the lid. When the box was opened, a faint fragrance wafted to his nose. After smelling this elegant fragrance, Su Chen suddenly felt relaxed all over. Inside the box was a necklace with a teardrop-shaped diamond inlaid on the pendant. This is... Su Chen looked at the necklace and was stunned. Wasn't this something I bought when Zhao Qian and I were shopping together some time ago? How did it end up on my bed? With full of doubts, Su Chen quickly opened the necklace. When Su Chen opened the necklace, he immediately found that the design of the necklace was very unique, especially the style of the necklace, which was exactly the same as his and Zhao Qian's. Is this something Zhao Qian gave me? Thinking of this, Su Chen said in surprise, and then quickly opened the other end of the necklace. The moment the necklace was opened, Su Chen was completely dumbfounded. I saw 3 sapphires hanging on the other end of the necklace. This is...